Finally, Seo Jun-ho reached the final boss of this dungeon, which was completely covered in ice. The guy finally met the Ice Queen, who had been keeping all of humanity in fear all this time. The woman asked, so how he felt when he reached a deadly place, abandoning his comrades to their fate. However, the boy was surprised by the queen's words, wondering why this place was so threatening. The masked hero claimed that his comrades were not so easy to defeat while drawing his sword from its sheath. Seo Jun-ho, without taking his eyes off his opponent, asked him if everything wouldn't end if he just finished off the queen. True, this question made the ice mistress laugh so much that she immediately burst into loud laughter throughout the entire hall. The woman asked again how the guy wanted to deal with her, citing the fact that he knew nothing about this world. But the protracted conversations only angered the masked hero even more, so he ordered the queen to shut up. After strongly advising the enemy to stop his idle chatter, Junho began to emit a strong aura, preparing for battle. The guy said that he would finish off the queen, and with that, the whole nightmare that had enveloped the world would end. And the very next second, both warriors jumped up from their seats to face each other in a decisive duel. However, the masked hero was no slouch, as he deftly repelled the Snow Queen's enemy attack. True, So's opponent had decent skills, so while not inferior to him in battle, he did not become a victim from the first attack of the blade. In the air, the Snow Queen suddenly made a turn and began to rapidly descend back to the ground. When the woman crossed blades with the guy, frosty sparks flew in all directions from their blows. And at that very moment, when the enemy was holding back Junho's attack, a clot of energy began to form in her other free hand. The masked warrior was taken aback, as he had not expected something like this from his opponent and had underestimated her in vain. The queen fired a powerful blast of pee at the guy, although the explosion, which had a green tint, never reached its target since So jumped aside in time. The masked hero landed on his feet and slowed down for a while, leaving a small mark on the cold floor. Gathering his strength, Junho attacked the queen and managed to inflict a serious wound on her. In the dilapidated hall of the final dungeon, his boss was on her knees, unable to continue the fight any longer. Despite the damage done to her, the woman, turning half-turned to the guy, said that she had fun. But the warrior could not say the same, answering his opponent that he personally was not delighted with their fight. In order to put the final point in their battle, the guy struck the mistress of cold with his blade, causing a bright flash of light to illuminate the entire room. Blinded by the flash, Junho did not immediately realize that he was beginning to be covered in ice, and the system informed him that the guy had begun to absorb the power of his enemy. The masked hero was unable to comprehend what was happening, his body entering a state of hibernation until the queen's core was completely absorbed. Shortly before this, at 12 o'clock at night, a dungeon called the Ice Queen's Nest was discovered at the South Pole. Punching the wall, Callie, a big, tattooed man, angrily asked if all his other comrades had to die. As it turned out, only one person could climb the stairs to meet the queen, and the warrior's friend asked him to calm down. She said they were short on time, and the team needed to make an informed decision as soon as possible. The girl claimed that, in her opinion, a dark ghost was supposed to go down the stairs. The guy in the cowboy hat leaning against the ice wall agreed with Sky's decision. The blonde stated that they would be at a disadvantage if they tried to go up against an enemy with ice abilities. Callie gritted his teeth in anger, annoyed by the fact that he couldn't go in place of his friend. But be that as it may, the thug replied that he also agreed with Sky's candidacy, because there was no one better than the ghost. The girl with the sword on her back said that with Callie's voice, it could be said that everyone was of the same opinion. Although her choice no longer meant anything, the team member also joined the others, deciding to send the dark ghost to duel with the queen. The four heroes unanimously decided that Seo Jun-ho was worthy of fighting the final boss. True, the masked hero himself had doubts, asking his friends if they would regret it in the future. The blonde man in the hat replied that if they died because their comrade failed to defeat the Ice Queen, they would most likely be upset. But despite this risk, the warriors trusted him with their lives, which made this mission more personal. Sky, having a magic staff, was completely confident that the ghost would do everything to prevent the worst-case scenario. Juno Seo was touched by the support and faith in him of his comrades, with whom he went through a long and thorny path to victory. A quarter of a century has passed since this momentous event, where a lecture was given in a huge building about the appearance of a monster in the human world. The girl who was telling the story said that the Ice Queen froze the entire Pacific Ocean with a wave of her hand, and everyone immediately lost all hope. As soon as the presenter mentioned the 5 brave souls who went to the South Pole, a guy from the audience shouted about conquering the nest, which he was right. Spectators were shown legendary players who had accomplished the greatest feat, but were now immortalized in the form of statues. When the presenter announced that thanks to the heroes, many safe zones had appeared on Earth, the ghost's hand trembled. The boy who had been shouting about the heroic deeds of the North Pole now asked to pay attention to the fact that the ice statue had moved. Feeling awkward from the young viewer's answer, the girl regretfully said that this time the guy had answered incorrectly. She insisted that the internal temperature of the glass wall was monitored 24 hours a day, even though the statue continued to crumble little by little. Just as the presenter was about to explain what had to be done to avoid damaging the ice statues, a creaking sound was heard behind her. The girl turned around in bewilderment, as she herself had already begun to doubt whether she had heard the cracking of ice. The presenter continued to say warily that nothing would happen to the statues, even though the figure of the gloomy ghost was shaking all over. True, the next second, Junho's ice statue came to life, and its ice armor disintegrated into many fragments. But the guy's defrosting didn't end there, as he suddenly flew head-on into the ice wall, which alerted those around him. With ice chips on his body, Seo Junho breathed in the steam, whose absorption level was 100% complete. Shaking off the remnants of the ice that covered him, the masked hero shuddered and said with difficulty that he was unbearably cold. The game system reported that the warrior had completed absorbing the Ice Queen's core to gain a new freezing ability. Looking at the stage and the many people he didn't know, Junho wondered what was happening here and where he was. After the significant events, the media talked only about the legend that had awakened from a long sleep. Studying the news, the hero who defeated the Ice Queen was surprised that 25 years had passed since that moment. The guy thought that he probably didn't have the strength precisely because of the prolonged freezing, that he couldn't clench his hand into a fist. Suddenly, doctors arrived in the room and told the gloomy ghost about the arrival of the president of the Players Association. Junho wanted to know if he knew this person, because otherwise he would tell strangers to leave, as he couldn't stand being disturbed. Doctors reported that the man spoke of himself as a friend of the ghost, although the masked hero did not have many people who could call themselves that. The guy thanked the staff for the information, and all that was left to do was obediently wait for the guest to arrive. Looking into the panoramic window of his room, So noticed that the world had indeed changed, that it was no longer as dangerous as before. The guy asked himself if he had really become unemployed, since he knew nothing except fighting, and immediately reached for his mask. The legend decided that now he had no need to hide his identity, so he removed the mask from his face in front of strangers. The hospital staff was horrified, and the head doctor asked the patient why he did it. Seo Jun-ho replied that since they lived in a safe world, they no longer needed heroes. The doctor and his assistants felt awkward about this situation, as they could not really explain their reaction, which only frightened the warrior. At that very moment, the president of the Players Association appeared in the room, wanting to personally explain everything to the dark ghost. The patient was so shocked by the mere sight of the man that he opened his mouth in surprise. The boy asked the president if he was Toku, by any chance, which caused laughter from both the hospital staff and the president's personal security. Feeling a little awkward, the man asked everyone to leave him alone with the hero who saved humanity. The man looking at the boy said that Seo Jun-ho had not changed at all over the past time. True, the speech of the association president made the guy laugh, who was absolutely sure that the voice belonged to Toku. Crying with laughter, the warrior declared that his prophecy had come true, and his old friend had finally developed a bald spot in the shape of the letter M. The president felt awkward because he expected something different from Seo Jun-ho during the touching reunion, but he completely forgot about his character. The guy asked whether people hadn't been able to create a cure for baldness in a quarter of a century, and he hit his old friend where it hurt. To throw away the prelude, Jun-ho decided to find out what the doctor's reaction was, because he was sure that everything was over, and therefore there was no reason to panic. The man said that 25 years ago, when the Queen's Nest was conquered, all players received the same notifications. People were informed of the victory over the Ice Queen, which meant the appearance of safe zones on the planet, which everyone could not be more happy about. But the celebration did not last long, because a new message came next, about an interdimensional elevator in the Pacific Ocean. Everyone began to resent the fact that the murder of the Ice Queen was not the end, that it only opened access to the second floor of the interdimensional zone. The game challenged people to reach the top floor, after which all the players in the world, including the association and politicians, gathered for a meeting. As a result of protracted discussions, it was decided to send an advance party to the border zone. The second floor became a land of opportunities, giving humanity not only magic but also technology that opened access to a huge amount of resources and knowledge. Realizing that not everything had gone smoothly, Seo Junho asked his comrade what had happened in the end. However, Togu evaded the answer, claiming that thanks to all this, the abundant land, which had 10 floors, came into being. The man said that the interdimensional elevator had buttons installed for the first through 10th floors. It took humanity 5 years to defeat the Ice Queen, so Sue figured they should be on the 7th by now. But compared to the Dark Ghost group, the level of the other players was lower, so only the 5 of them went to the South Pole. The guy hoped that the players had managed to reach at least the 5th floor, so he decided to check how many floors they had already taken over at the moment. True, this question made the association president worried, which was clearly visible on his face. Now, seeing how worried his comrade was, the unfrozen player began to worry too. The man replied sadly that in a quarter of a century, humanity was able to take possession of only 2 floors. Seo Junho froze in surprise, unable to believe that humanity had not moved from a dead point in all this time. The guy collapsed onto the hospital bed and grabbed his head with his hands, and his friend had nothing to say in his defense. All the legendary hero could do was repeat to himself the number of years that had passed since he was frozen. Jumping out of bed, the gloomy ghost asked Tokgu if it was really true that in such an impressive period of time, they had only managed to get to the 2nd floor. The association president responded that while it might sound like an excuse, they had a good reason for it. Junho wanted to listen to her because he was interested in knowing how stupid the other players were. The man waited for his friend to calm down and then said just one phrase, the core of the Ice Queen. And as soon as the Dark Ghost heard about this, he immediately fell silent and all his discontent instantly evaporated. Togu then explained that the environment of the 3rd floor was similar to a volcanic zone, so only a few players could go there. After some time on this floor in the middle of the lava ocean, players found an altar that required the Ice Queen's core to cool the environment. The association's president also clutched his head, claiming that he was very ashamed that they had never found the core. A longtime friend of So's claimed that they had searched the Queen's nest tens of thousands of times, but to no avail. At this moment, Junho felt awkward because he was the one who swallowed the core, but he didn't have the courage to admit it. Instead, he supported his comrade, arguing that anyone could make mistakes and that they should be understanding of each other. The guy continued, asking if they could try to understand him if it suddenly turned out that he had also made a mistake. However, Togu looked at the warrior with uncomprehending eyes, not understanding what the masked hero meant. But no matter what, the man was ready to understand the guy and forgive him if necessary, but So was unable to decide on this. Instead, the old friends chatted about Togu's life, who, glancing at his watch, was worried about the late hour. The president of the Players Association offered the gloomy ghost something to eat, but he refused, being interested in something else. Showing a poster of the Seoul Museum of History, Seo Junho asked if it was really as popular as people said. The man said that he was going down to the 1st floor, where there were a lot of people and journalists, and he thought it was a bad idea to go there with the hero. But in the end, Toku agreed that the returning player would use the emergency exit, but would then immediately return to the hospital. In the History Museum, huge skeletons of monsters from all sorts of dungeons were hung, which surprised Junho. True, in addition to such exhibits, the player's attention was drawn to a room that strongly resembled one place. Looking in, the guy found himself in a cold room, in front of which 4 of his friends were standing on a pedestal. Sitting down in front of the frozen group of teammates, the hero apologized for coming to them so late. With a sad voice, Junho asked his frozen friends if they knew that this world had become a better place, which they managed to protect at the cost of their lives. So now the great heroes of humanity should rest in peace, but the ghost also wanted to honor their memory. Having filled the glasses with drink, the guy raised one of the improvised glasses, which he wanted to drink, to the feet of his comrades. Having emptied the glass, the hero thought for a while, because he was sad to drink alone. Looking at the frozen statues of his friends, he asked them if the alcohol tasted so sweet. And at that moment, the guy discovered that there was a huge layer of dust on Sky's head, indicating that no one had touched the statues for a long time. Surprised that his comrades were all covered in dust, Junho stood up to fix it. But as soon as the dark ghost touched the girl's head, he heard from the system that the possession of the X-freezing skill was confirmed. The hero froze in surprise when the game system reported a lack of magic parameter and that he was unable to remove the ice cover. However, the unfrozen player was most surprised when he was told that he could remove the ice from the frozen figures. Just the thought that he could bring his friends back to life made Seo Junho tremble. Then the warrior opened the card to check his characteristics and find out what was the reason for the lack of magic. The next second, the warrior burst into curses when he discovered that his magic stat was unusually low. For a moment, the guy froze, because he didn't know what he needed to do to fix everything. Junho reasoned that it would not be possible to recover in a couple of days, although it was still possible. However, what really caught the hero's eye was the freezing of the X level, because his friend Toku always said that there was no level higher than S. True, the problem still remained in magic, which the guy needed to somehow solve. The player received the title of First Floor Master after defeating the Ice Queen, which allowed him to restore magic 5 times faster. And then Junho realized that every time he went up in the interdimensional elevator, the value of all his indicators increased by 30 points. But with this effect, if the player can climb the floors, he will restore his level quite quickly. And along with the improvement of his abilities, he will also completely subjugate the power of the Ice Queen. Only then will the guy be able to melt the ice and save his friends trapped in the Queen's trap. The dark ghost's hands began to shake with anger that he was powerless in this situation. The guy asked his comrades to wait a little longer, and then he would definitely pull them out of the icy confinement. After some time, when the hero voiced his desire to be reinstated as a player, Shim shouted at the entire hospital. Junho wondered what the association president was so surprised about, since the guy was not capable of anything other than exterminating monsters. Toku insisted that it was too unexpected and that the player had previously repeatedly stated his desire to retire. Be that as it may, the man was of the opinion that this was not the best idea. When asked why, the association president replied that first of all, his friend needed a good rest and recovery. And the second, more compelling reason was the demons, because of which the gloomy ghost instantly stopped eating. The demons were gamblers who used their awakening powers to satisfy their own desires, and therefore they all engaged in illegal activities, including murder and terrorism, which were like a malignant tumor in society. Junho asked his friend if these characters had really appeared again, since in the distant past they couldn't even take a breath because of him. Togu explained that there were no cameras or satellites installed from the second floor, and that no country had the means to suppress the demons. The association president concluded his story by saying that during Junho's absence, they had experienced a taste of life. The guy replied that he now understood why his friend was against his return, who was interested in whether they were still angry with him. The man reported that the thought of killing the dark ghost brought the demons into complete delight, which alarmed the guy. In this regard, Toku asked his comrade to simply forget about this idea, since this undertaking was extremely dangerous. However, the warrior insisted that the only way to return safely was to abandon the name of the dark ghost and perform under his real name. When asked why this was necessary, Junho, the hero who defeated the Ice Queen, uttered only one phrase. The boy replied that he intended to reach the 10th floor, triumphantly raising the spoon upward. True, this statement caused his friend to be perplexed, and he asked to explain why the player suddenly needed this. The warrior then replied that there was a volcanic zone on the 3rd floor, and that there was no way to get past that floor. The man confirmed that there was indeed no way, but so asked mysteriously what if he knew one way to do it. The sudden news made the Players Association president's hair stand on end. He immediately clarified whether Junho had any guesses, asking again whether the Ice Queen's core was necessary. And then he said that he ate it, but his friend asked again if he was talking about Solanthan, looking at the empty plate. Dripping with sweat, the gloomy ghost replied that he had not spoken about that at all, fearing his friend's reaction. Toku gradually began to realize, repeating to himself, that his friend was not talking about food. And when Junho was all wet with excitement, the man shouted, "Did he really eat the Ice Queen's core?" The player quickly began to justify himself by saying that he did not want to absorb it. But as soon as he defeated the enemy, the core itself was absorbed into him. The president wanted to grab his comrade, but he fell back due to the rising pressure. And while his friend was trying to come to his senses, the guy finished the story by saying that this is how he got the ability to freeze. The man asked if the guy with the new skill could cool down the heat of the 3rd floor, to which, although he was not sure, So replied that he could. After some thought, Togu asked if the reason for Junho's return to the association was related to his friends. Slightly embarrassed, the boy replied that it was so, because he hoped that his old friend would understand him. Suddenly, in the silence that followed, Toku said that it was good news, which surprised the player himself. The man assured that he would deal with the doctors who saw the hero's face, because it was the least he could do for him. So also reported that he had experienced a level reset and was now at the very beginning stage, which caused Togu concern. The unfrozen warrior kept pestering his comrade, asking if he could create him a new player license. The association president said that in the confusion, he forgot to tell Seo Junho about the changes that had occurred. The guilds were much more powerful than the association, which is why the guy assumed that they had lost the right to issue licenses. However, the matter was different, because in large guilds it was customary to personally attend exams to obtain a license. Handing the license to the player, Togu said that his license could only be confirmed if he passed an open exam. The guy was sprawled out on the bed, and this whole situation was really annoying him, but the president couldn't help him with it. To the hero's surprise, an old friend stated that this was a good chance for the Dark Ghost to start all over again. The man explained that they now needed a reason if he was going to fully support the player. The president of the Players Association asked Junho how they thought they should do this. In other words, the warrior needed to show the best results so that everyone would want to get their hands on him. And the guy jumped out of bed and declared that he understood everything and told his friend to stop there. With a satisfied expression, Seo Junho said that he couldn't wait for the exam to start. The exams to obtain a license took place directly in the huge building of the Players Association. There were many applicants inside who, like Junho, wanted to be part of the association. Having received his serial number, the guy, looking at the premises, thought to himself that since his absence, a lot of money had been invested in this business. The company employee asked the candidate to wait in the reception area until he was invited. Sitting down in a free seat, the guy noted the relaxed atmosphere that reigned in the waiting room. Since Junho's turn was still some time away, he decided to listen to what the other exam participants were talking about. To do this, the warrior activated the skills of the Guardian of Darkness and improved hearing, which remained with him from his past life. But from the conversations, the guy managed to learn about such little things as the conquest of the dungeon and that his friend Shimtoku would be the examiner. Having heard enough of the standard speeches, the conqueror of the Ice Queen claimed that everything was quite peaceful. Junho's attention, like that of the other candidates in the waiting room, was drawn to the screen that appeared in front of them. The player watched with interest as candidate number 1 began to take his exam. In the very first seconds, several opponents appeared in front of the potential player. The contenders sitting near the unfrozen player noticed the impressive fighting spirit of the number 1. The guy who vigorously attacked the monsters forced them to retreat, which earned him praise from the candidate players. One of the guys claimed that the number 1 would easily pass the exam, although so didn't completely agree with him. Taught by past battles, the warrior knew that if a fighter wanted to secure the area around him, he had to use a spear. But when the enemy started to approach, they shouldn't swing, which could only make the situation worse for the player himself. And very soon it was announced that the participant number 1 had failed the exam, having been defeated by the monsters. Based on the debut battle of the selection, Junho assumed that things would continue in the same vein. And after a long period of time, the turn came for the last 75th number. The members of the selection committee stated that they did not like any of the participants, since none of them even met the basic requirements. Then Shimtoku demanded that the last participant enter the training room. His colleagues were very surprised when they saw a candidate wanting to get a player's license. One of the members of the selection committee was surprised that the candidate took with him the entire arsenal, which included a sword, a bow, throwing knives, and a spear. The second judge insisted that the guy could hardly take care of himself, since he was too skinny for such a large number of weapons. The woman examining the candidate assured that in front of them was another imitator of the Dark Ghost. His comrade Shimtogu told his colleagues that it would be an interesting spectacle, although he himself was bursting with discontent. Armed with weapons, Junho made the association president nervous, as he asked him to keep a low profile. Yet when the front doors closed behind the candidate, the committee asked if he was ready to begin the exam. Participant number 75 nodded silently to the observers, indicating that it was time to begin. As soon as the countdown began, his future opponents began to appear in front of the guy. Against So were 20 dwarves who tried to imitate the original, who in turn was physically inferior to the average man. Looking at the realistic copies of the monsters, the boy was overcome with memories of old times. The warrior commanded his opponents not to interfere and to attack, who immediately rushed towards him. In addition to the close attack, the gnomes were preparing an attack from above, which despite their height distinguished them by their remarkable jumping ability. True, no amount of enthusiasm from the enemy was enough to stop the guy, who attacked several enemies at once with just one blow of his spear. Just a second ago, the menacing and fighting gnomes began to disintegrate into pixels, leaving the training ground. Their colleagues, who had not yet managed to reach Junho, stood there in indecision, not expecting anything like this. And while the enemy was running away, the player was thinking about how as soon as he killed some, new ones would immediately appear. Wondering what the meaning of this exam was, the warrior turned to the daggers, taking several at a time. Out of the corner of his eye, Junho noticed that the dwarves were trying to attack him from behind, but he noticed them in time. With just 4 sharp daggers, the guy managed to hit 5 targets, thus finally dealing with them. The dwarves, who witnessed the terrible fate of their colleagues, attempted to escape from the exam participant. However, running away from him was useless, since Junho was also skilled in archery. Several arrows flew past the fleeing dwarf, causing his heart to sink into his heels. One by one, the smaller opponents left the training ground, unable to escape the swift arrows. Seo Junho learned how to shoot a bow from the famous marksman, his teammate Hilberto Green. At some point, the gnomes went mad, and instead of retreating, they decided to fight back against the man. Having drawn the blade, the hero said that this type of weapon would be the last in the battle with the dwarves. The guy pressed the tip of his sword into the floor, and then began to draw a line from which sparks flew in all directions. At the same time, the halflings were inexorably approaching the candidate for a license. Having finished his preparations, Seo Junho waited and watched his opponents, letting them get closer and closer. Taking the blade from the ground, the guy drew a circle around himself, to which the dwarf running towards him was close. And at some point, the monster with its mouth open crossed the line of the circle drawn on the floor. The next moment, several enemies simultaneously attacked the warrior, at whom he finally swung his weapon. And again, one swing was enough for all the opponents to be cut into many pieces at once. However, a second later, as soon as he successfully passed the exam, Junho felt an unbearable pain throughout his body. Shaking from the blow, the guy decided to urgently take up his physical training, and the member of the commission watching him had nothing to add. The woman began to justify herself by saying that her eyes had deceived her, because the guy seemed to her to be another pathetic parody of a great hero. Her colleague wanted to point out how skillfully the warrior wielded a spear and shot accurately from a bow, not to mention his fencing skills, which were at their best. The stronger man was pleasantly surprised that the candidate who had passed the exam was able to do all this with such a thin body. One of the team members claimed that the only skill listed on the guy's profile was weapons proficiency, giving him a D rank. The colleague was surprised because handling weapons was not even an auxiliary skill, and therefore teaching the guy was useless. The men reasoned that as the level increased, many restrictions arose, but the candidate's combat skills could not be discounted. The girl argued that it was necessary to avoid losses as much as possible, and that they had no need to take the difficult path. Listening to his colleague's thoughts, Shim Togu was confident that Junho would not have any problems joining the Players Association. Sipping a drink from a mug, the association president said they had made the right decision to enroll the player. And the man himself felt guilty just because he had to fake the profile of the dark ghost. As a result, participant number 75 received a license, which indicated that he had passed the entrance exam. Sometime later, Toku, in the company of an old friend, tried to control himself. Bursting with laughter and gobbling up chips, the guy claimed that the novella he was reading was incredibly funny. The most respected player in the world, who everyone looked up to, behaved in the most disgusting way, being a real slacker. The association president tried to calm himself down, but his patience was already at its limit, and he was unable to bear the players' constant laughter. And when the man's patience snapped, he rose from his seat and addressed the unfrozen warrior. All crimson with anger, Togu tried to ask as calmly as possible what the newly minted association player had read. The guy replied that he read a story where the main character was a priest, where they didn't do any healing but just fought. Shim then suggested that the main characters in this work were crazy, which So could not agree with. The comrade of the living legend asked the warrior to stop reading and look at the materials that he had asked to get. The president became curious as to why his friend had requested information about the unconquered gate, fearing that he wanted to go there at his current level. However, Junho directly stated that he was going there. Otherwise, he would not have asked about them. Togu started shouting that no one had ever managed to conquer them, but the player replied that he had not forgotten about this feature. These gates were filled with various traps and monsters, and not even corpses remained of the players who tried to conquer them. Because of this, the gates, which had never been captured and were called unconquered, were fenced with a special sign. True, only newbies could enter such gates to improve their strength, but high-level players were not allowed to enter. The president asked whether So did not think it was too much to go into the unconquered gates in his current state. The player claimed that he was a great warrior and that the gate was not a headache to associate with, something that Togu could not argue with. But the man was not able to send his friend to such a place, which touched Junho. The Dark Ghost claimed that he would go there anyway, as it would be useful for him, causing the president to fall into a stupor. The warrior explained that over time, the rewards in the gates increased, and if they were not conquered, he could get a large amount of experience from them. The president of the association clarified whether this was the reason why his comrade chose the gate, in order to quickly raise his level. Suddenly, the man burst into a scream, asking the boy if he had forgotten how he had died, and only recently been resurrected. Junho replied that his comrades were still in the ice prison, and if they were in his place, they would have done the same. But that wasn't the only reason, because the player would have to face the demons face to face, and time was definitely not on his side. Therefore, a warrior had to be strong enough to be ready to meet the enemy. Scratching his head, Shim let out a heavy sigh, as he hadn't thought about that when it came to the gate. The man said that he couldn't even imagine the pressure that Seo Junho was feeling right now. In fact, the guy wouldn't call it pressure at all, but it was better for the association president not to know about the warrior's past memories. And since Togu couldn't do anything, he decided to try to find out about the gate that Junho could enter. He was surprised when the system reported that with such a level, the player could only enter unconquered gates. This dungeon appeared 7 years ago, and since then 142 people have tried to capture it, but were eventually eaten by monsters. Only level 1 players could get there, so it was called the Grave of Beginners, and to capture them, you had to hold out until dawn. Looking at his watch, the guy did not understand what kind of message he had received. What was his deposit? Togu stated that since the boy officially belonged to the association, from that moment on he was his subordinate for the entire next year. The news that he would have to obey the association president was a shock to the hero. The guy assured that he would show the master what a loyal subordinate should look like, but his comrade asked him not to overdo it. It was decided that Junho would live in the association, in a separate building for the players, for his own safety. If everything went as planned, Togu would be able to allocate an entire floor for his friend, although this did not depend on him in any way and was directly related to his comrade. The man also brought the player his new uniform, which raised concerns because it was in some kind of box. But as soon as the guy took it out, he discovered shining clothes that were unusually light. And when the warrior tried to stretch it, he discovered that it did not tear, since it was very elastic. Completely perplexed, Seo Junho asked the association president where he managed to get such a uniform. He said that equipment of such quality was the masterpiece of only one tailor named Quan Noi. The player's eyes immediately popped out of his head when he found out that the old man was still alive, let alone making such things. True, there was one small nuance. The old man was turning 98 years old this year. Because of this, he passed on his workshop to his grandson, who still works there, which made So very happy. The warrior decided that if this was really true, then he had to definitely drop in to visit him and say hello. Only the president of the Players Association did not approve of such a decision, who directly stated that a friend could not do this. The man explained that it was for the safety of Junho, who should be wary of such situations. The player was perplexed that he apprehensively asked his comrade if he wanted to say that he suspected Quan Noi of something. But to his relief, the man replied that he had not suspected the old man of anything, but the meeting could not take place anyway. This could only mean that the warrior's ill-wishers could be watching the workshop, which would drive him into a rage. The demons knew very well about the relationship between the Dark Ghost and Quan Noi. If he decided to meet now, he would reveal his true face. And if Junho, who is a newbie, goes abroad to meet the master, then people will definitely suspect something is wrong. Togo reassured his friend that he had conveyed a message to the master through an employee of the organization about the situation they were in. The player resigned himself to the fact that there was nothing he could do about it, but the director insisted that he needed to become stronger first. The warrior wanted Quan Noa to be thanked for the uniform on his behalf, which Shim promised to do. The guy asked what weapon would be best for him to use, and as it turned out, he could choose anyone from the association's warehouse. Seo Junho said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but the president asked not to compare this weapon with the masterpieces of the great master. The warrior wanted to go and capture the dungeon right then, but changed his mind at the last minute, deciding that he still needed to train. The hero is exhausted from the usual passing of the exam, and if he is not in good physical shape, he will not be able to fight the monsters. Togu praised his friend for making the right decision, asking how much time the boy would spend on training. The association president thought that so would take a month, but for him that was too long, so he intended to do it in 10 days. After the stated period of war, he went to the city of Namyangju, where Mount Chama was located. Ignoring the sign about the closed passage, Junho found himself near an uncleared dungeon. With a fighting spirit, the guy went to the gates of the Curse of Dawn, and the conditions for their capture were to hold out until the first rays of the morning sun. Once in the dungeon, the hero found himself in a deserted cemetery bathed in the evening sun. Seo Junho sighed heavily and thought to himself that for some reason he felt comfortable in this place. For an ordinary person, this might seem strange, because in addition to the gravestones, mysterious sounds could be heard in the cemetery. With a blissful face, the warrior, admiring the sunset, adhered to the version that he was slowly starting to go crazy. Based on the information in the dungeon, the conditions for capture were not that difficult, because the level of this location was average. Since they had to survive the night to take over the dungeon, Seo Junho thought that he had arrived at a pretty good time. After he studied the materials, he discovered that the teams that entered early in the morning were the ones that managed to hold out the longest. Time also moved differently inside the dungeon, and teams entering after midday did not have time to adjust to the time distortion. Because the heroes had to fight the enemy right away, they ended up in a hopeless situation and died. Everyone who tried to take over the dungeon was level 1 or lower, but Junho was different from them in that he was in his best form. Sitting near the nearest tree, the guy read a book, feeling as if the dead were watching him. The player also did not rule out that it could have been evil spirits, but one way or another it began to irritate him, so he decided to stop reading the book. From a nearby patch of land, a hand of one of the dead men burst forth, trying to grab the uninvited guest by the leg. Clutching it, the dead man began to pull himself out of the ground, and the guy only confirmed his theory by calling on his blade. In the form in which he appeared, Junho struck the living dead man on the head with his sheathed sword. So turned to the undead, claiming that he had no need to come out and should have stayed underground. Having dealt with one of the dead, the heroes of the association were sure that there were many more similar creatures around. As night fell, Seo Junho's Night Hunter skill automatically activated. Thanks to him, all of the warrior's senses became sharper, allowing him to see and hear better at night. However, this did not improve the situation, and the guy was instantly surrounded by a crowd of walking dead that were crawling out of every crack. It was quite difficult for newbies to fight the evil spirits, especially if they were zombies, since they did not feel pain. In addition, it was impossible for the players to land a single fatal blow on the monsters, but So still pulled out his blade. This enemy did not pay attention to the damage received and focused exclusively on attacking. But that didn't mean they couldn't be defeated, as Junho demonstrated beautifully with his sword. With sharp blows of his weapon, the guy launched a whole fountain consisting of the blood of long-dead opponents. The zombies were great at causing panic among newcomers who had no advanced abilities, which could not be said about experienced fighters. Unlike the others, So had encountered this enemy before and knew how to act to avoid adding to the grave of newcomers. Behind the warrior, another undead creature burst out of the ground, first of all, stretching out its rotten hands gnawed by worms. True, the surprise effect never happened, since the player turned the monster's head 180 degrees with a kick. Smiling at his defeated enemies, the boy claimed that he was not so weak as to fall because of such nonsense. However, as soon as he said this, he heard the sound of enemy reinforcements approaching. Looking back, the guy, to his regret, discovered that the zombie was getting bigger every time. After a while, sweating from head to toe, So Junho was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. The boy rested, leaning against the gravestone, not expecting it to be so hard for him. Just when he thought that there were no more new zombies, he suddenly heard a voice. The stranger asked who was there, causing the player to be momentarily confused, not expecting to find one of his colleagues in the dungeon. But immediately after the numbness lifted, Junho stood up and began calling out to the stranger to determine where he was. The stranger began to call the warrior for help and, so guided by the voice, began to move closer and closer to the victim. The man who was calling for help began to cry, whose voice came from the coffin in the hole that was covered with earth. The player asked if the stranger was downstairs, and he immediately replied that the guy's guess was correct. Wanting to help the poor fellow, so began to throw the earth off the coffin with his hands, asking along the way how the man got there. It turned out that he trusted his friends and followed them to this place, where everyone except him died. The stranger burst into tears and asked the hero to help him get out, but Seo Jun-ho was in no hurry to do so. He agreed to get the stranger, but before that he wanted the captive to scream very loudly. At first the man did not understand why this was necessary, but the warrior explained that he had to determine the exact location, and then the prisoner screamed. Having determined the exact location from which the scream was coming, the guy fired a pistol at that point. True, he did not limit himself to one shot, but fired a couple more just in case in order to protect himself. As he stood up, Junho said that he had been thinking about how the gate was able to easily kill more than 100 people. The deceiver who created the tomb of the newcomers showed himself in the moonlight, looking like a huge living dead man. Looking at his opponent, the monster asked how he managed to know that it was him. However, instead of answering, the monster that had destroyed many lives received a fatal blow from a sword that tore it in half. Once the gates were captured, they would not open if there was even one living player left inside the dungeon. Previous players could only guess about this, but sometimes they acted on autopilot. Junho wasn't surprised that even taking into account the zombies, it wasn't that difficult to defeat all the opponents, but the main reason for the failures was the deceiver in the coffin. After killing all the monsters, the hero rose 4 levels and his lost stats returned 5 levels up. But the warrior was confused that after capturing the gates, these were all the rewards as, at the last moment, the guy received a new ability, Confession of the Dead. So was very lucky because he already thought that he would get an unnecessary trinket, but in the end he managed to acquire a new skill. Thanks to it, the guy could look into the memories of a dead person, but it allowed its owner to see the memories of only the dead. The player was curious if he got this skill for defeating the deceiver, but regardless of the conditions of use, the skill could come in handy. In any case, this was the power that was obtained as a new player by Seo Jun-ho. Watching the dawn, the boy eagerly awaited the upcoming events that the world of the future had prepared for him. While studying the new issue of the newspaper, Shim-toku couldn't believe his eyes when he read one of the news items. Since Junho's return, the public has been unable to remain silent, and there has not been a single day that has passed peacefully. However, looking at the association president, the player saw how he was positively glowing with happiness. The man was amused by how worried the guild representatives were, and Junho believed that she wouldn't take a risk by just divulging the information. Togu asked his friend if he was going to reveal his identity, but the boy insisted that the time was not right yet. The president insisted that if everyone knew that it was Junho who had captured the gate, he would become in demand again. The hero then explained that people bought luxury items from the same factory because they were special and not everyone could afford them. Shim-togu asked his friend if he wanted to become a luxury product, but it turned out that So didn't want to be just an expensive item. It was intended to be an item that everyone would want to own, but wouldn't know where to get it, wanting to become a legendary limited edition. The president was surprised to learn that the boy wanted to stir up the public's interest, which sometimes awakened a bad personality. However, Seo Jun-ho couldn't keep people waiting for his true appearance for long. A smart one might have guessed and started thinking about whether this guy would appear in another unconquered gate. Therefore, it was impossible to rule out the possibility that reporters would already be waiting for the player to appear at the entrance to these portals. Jun-ho replied that if this were to happen, he still was not obliged to declare himself independently, and the world had to learn about everything gradually. The president of the association felt strange that his friend was starting to worry about such formalities. Trying to change the subject, the man invited the warrior to dine with him, even though the guy had just eaten. After a while, Seo Jun-ho's arm was all tense, and beads of sweat were falling onto the floor. The player did one-arm upside-down push-ups, reaching 72 push-ups, which made him terribly nervous. However, this was not enough, and the guy began to lower himself again in order to do at least one more push-up. And when his face was close to the floor, the pressure was so enormous that he was ready to explode at any moment. However, this never happened, and the warrior simply collapsed to the floor, breathing a sigh of relief after a hard workout. But this was enough to increase the strength value by 1 point. Feeling drained after his workout, Junho began to rehydrate his body. It was only after he drank a whole bottle of water that the guy felt alive again. Next, the association player wanted to see if there was anything interesting in the latest news. While studying many different articles about gates, the guy stopped his attention on the Lufa Garden, which was available after reaching the 5th level. The oldest of the dungeons appeared 9 years ago, from which, if left unattended, monsters began to crawl out, which bore the name of open gates. Enormous rewards were offered for the capture of these gates, but due to the large number of failures, it was suggested to ask for help abroad. The country spent a fortune to hire a super recruit from India named Ticharvishi. He was a boy with natural talent who was skilled with a bow despite his young age. The guy could match or even surpass 5 Hilberto Greens in terms of potential. However, Tichara was defeated and everyone lost hope that the Lufa Garden would ever be captured. The player considered this incident unfortunate because he could easily have ended up in Vishi's place when he headed there. For this reason, Junho had to be even more careful in his preparation, which increased his performance through physical training. But it was impossible to rule out the possibility of a hidden trap, since even a rising star had failed to capture. During preparation, I wanted to think through all possible scenarios so as not to get into trouble. Stretching out, Seo Junho, unlike his competitors, had something special that they didn't have. Extending his hand, cold air began to gather around the guy's palm in a sort of whirlpool. Over the past period of time, the player had become somewhat accustomed to using the freeze skill, which he was ready to use if necessary. Finding himself in the Lufa Garden, the warrior was curious to what extent the skills he received from the queen would help in a real fight. According to the information, the necessary conditions for capturing the gate were the extermination of all monsters. There must have been a hidden trap in the dungeon, as the difficulty level was high, which made it impossible for a team of 4 to win. Looking around, So discovered a giant living labyrinth created from trees and bushes. True, the player decided to stay as far away from the suspicious area as possible until he met the main enemy. So, relaxing in a small rotunda, the guy waited for night to come, because that was when the Lufas showed themselves. Unlike the previous dungeon, this time Junho had to wait much longer until night fell. And the creatures, as soon as darkness fell on the earth, did not keep us waiting, showing their gnarled paws. Created from roots twisted together, 2 Lufas headed towards the next warrior who so wanted to capture this dungeon. Looking at his opponents, Seo Junho wondered why they had to warn him of their appearance. With all his senses heightened by the onset of night, the boy was curious that there were only 2 enemies. With a smile, Junho was pleasantly surprised by the warm greeting from the local night people. One of the Lufas extended its long paw towards the player, which instantly stretched out, turning into something like a long branch. The guy didn't wait for the enemy attack to catch up with him, so he decided to counterattack in response. Using the tip of his spear, the warrior thrust it into the ground to use as a pole. At the last second, rising above the tentacle of roots, Junho managed to avoid the attack. Leaving his weapon, the guy decided to test the new ability in action, creating another one during the flight, but this time, an ice spear. Throwing it at the left, the player hit 2 targets with 1 blow, sending splinters flying in all directions. And when the warrior landed on the ground, the remains of the mortally wounded creatures began to dissolve into the air. Picking up the spear from the ground, So was impressed by its striking power, not regretting absorbing the Ice Queen's core. However, the next second, the guy was almost hit by another twisted branch paw. Junho glanced out of the corner of his eye in the direction from which the blow had come, and discovered an invasion of monsters. As with the previous gate, in this garden, 2 monsters were also not enough, and their number doubled. But even in this situation, the player was not afraid to go to the enemy, having a destructive ice spear with him. The guy rushed at his opponent, who continued to stand rooted to the spot, not expecting the uninvited guest to be so brave. With quick and precise movements, Junho chopped down each of the lefts, spraying their green blood across the flower field. Looking back, the warrior was surprised that he had missed one of his opponents, as if he was imitating a tree while standing still. However, this did not save him from retribution, and in a split second the owner of the freezing skill was already behind him. The warrior, having returned to the world of battle, swung his new weapon with force, not taking his predator's gaze off his enemy. In an instant, the giant spearhead pierced the Lufa's head, which was enough to defeat him. Admiring the fallen corpse of the enemy, the guy thought that it was too fast for such a dungeon. And as if to dispel his doubts, the characteristic creaking of branches rubbing against each other was heard. Turning around, So found a whole crowd of monsters, which were at least twice as many, if not 3 times. Covered in the blood of the monsters, the boy hoped that the number of creatures would not grow exponentially after killing them. However, instead of rushing to attack them, the hero decided to run away from them at the speed of a bullet. All the while the warrior was rushing away from his pursuers, he wondered how many of these creatures there were in the dungeon. One of the lefts launched his hand at the uninvited guest while his back was to them, being the most vulnerable. But it didn't work because, using the skill of the Night Hunter, the warrior caught any movement around him, so he repelled the enemy's attack. At the same time, Junho turned to the freezing technique, but this time not for attack. When several tentacles of the lefts flew at him at once, the guy hid from them with a hastily constructed ice shield. As expected, the creature's hooked tentacles hit the hard surface of the shield, only partially breaking off the ice flows. Despite the fact that the defense was gradually beginning to fall apart, the player was preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent. All the enemies standing in front of him were pierced by a sharp blow from the spear, which at first did not understand anything. And a second later, each of the wounded creatures split into 2 halves, once again watering the flower field with their blood. The chopped up parts of the lefts that fell to the ground instantly dried up, turning into a quickly withering plant. When only one opponent remained, Seo Junho stated that he was very tired and lost track of time, not knowing how long the fight had already lasted. Although the battle was tiring, it was not so much that it would cause the mission to fail, which only made so wary. The guy claimed that despite his freezing ability, 4 people should be enough to handle that level of difficulty. Among the players who tried to capture the gates throughout the entire time were strong and talented, among whom was Tacharabishi. However, with the materials Junho had collected, the archer could easily kill at least half of the creatures on his own to take over the dungeon. And the thought that Vichy would have captured the gate if he had teammates did not leave the player even during the attack. His blow was decisive in the fight with the Lufas, who seemed to no longer try to resist. The ice spear, having pierced the enemy, left no trace of him, but the mystery of why the archer failed the task remained unsolved. As dawn broke, the Lufa garden was captured, and the man who had done it saw his entire life flash before his eyes. Rejoicing at the rising sun, the boy noted that he was still alive, although he did not understand how he managed to do so. More questions were raised by the mysterious labyrinth, which he nevertheless decided to go down to after finishing with the Lufas. A frosty cold blew from inside the living structure, in which a strange howling could be heard. Intrigued by the place, Junho decided to go inside to find out what secret it held. The further the player moved, the more often he encountered corpses of fallen warriors under his feet. There were also countless traces of fights visible around, and all participants, without exception, tried to escape through this narrow passage. Looking at the former rookies with pity, Seo Junho felt that this labyrinth had only stolen their precious time. In the event that the warriors could not cope with the influx of monsters, this place became something like a grave for them. And soon after wandering through the labyrinth, Junho reached a dead end when he came up against a giant wall. But the guy immediately froze, holding his breath. When out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a glowing object in the corner. Looking closely at the skeleton that had become part of this labyrinth, it was not he who had the greatest value, but the weapon in his bony hands. Bending over it, the player, based on the information received, recognized it as a bow that was called a hurricane. Apologizing to the deceased Tacharabishi, the warrior could not miss the opportunity to take him with him. If someone fired from it, the arrow would begin to spin unpredictably in flight like a butterfly, raising a wind that was compared to the force of a hurricane. The Indian government had awarded Hurricane Tachar to Vichy, so Junho had no doubt that this was the newcomer in front of him. And at that very second, a certain book, which the skeleton was covering with his palm, caught his eye. Having stolen it from the dead man, the warrior wanted to find out whether it was his diary and whether the owner's name was indicated in it. Opening one of the last pages, The warrior read that the former player was tasked with capturing a loofah garden located in Korea. Then Vichy instantly agreed that he was ready to do anything to capture these very gates. The man who offered him this task told the boy to think carefully because the dungeon could not be captured for many years. It followed that there was a huge risk that Tichara might not return from the mission. However, the guy with a radiant smile replied that he could not refuse to help the Koreans, which contradicted the teachings of God Vishnu. The guy thought about the fact that he was on the 10th level, and this was his last chance to get into the loofah garden. However, the player did not intend to do this alone, so he asked his beloved if she would go with him. Turning to him, Saya replied that she would certainly join, ready to follow Tishara anywhere. The girl trusted her boyfriend, but if he went to the gate alone, she would still find a way to get there. She was happy that Vichy asked her to join him, because it meant a lot to her. And on top of everything else, the player's beloved pledged to protect him, which she said while trying to hold back her laughter. The super recruit was happy that his beloved was willing to follow him on such a dangerous journey. The guy said that there was no one he trusted more, which Zaya knew very well, because she was his partner. The lovers leaned forward, touching their heads at that moment, as close as ever. However, when the girl spoke about partnership, she meant not only dungeon captures, but also her personal life. The daughter's little legs raced quickly around the room, screaming her father's name. However, the little girl was not the daughter of rising star Takara, but of his teammate. The girl asked her father if he had to leave again, and the man replied that he had to go to work. He promised his daughter that he would return soon, and during his absence, the little girl had to obey her grandmother. Slightly saddened, the daughter nevertheless agreed, also asking her father to go to the zoo together upon their return. The man promised that they would definitely go and see the animals, reminding her that his daughter should have listened to her grandmother and eaten well. Vichy, who was behind the wall, listened to his friend's conversation with his daughter and felt guilty. When the man finished communicating with the little girl, he was ready to go with Tichara, who suddenly asked him for forgiveness. But the comrade replied that although it was the first time he had gone on such a long business trip, he was confident that everything would be fine. Moreover, the friend had previously promised to help the rising star and could not refuse at the last minute. The man claimed that he was on a team with a strong player and therefore would definitely get his share for the sake of the child. Soon the guys found themselves in New Delhi, at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, where they met their comrades inside. Tichara Vichy was happy to see his beloved Zaya and another member of their team. After shaking the boy's hand, the player thanked Ram for agreeing to come, who only did so because Zaya asked him to. Upon arrival in Korea, the player trained hard in preparation for the capture of the Leaf Garden. Thanks to his incredible weapon, the guy managed to hit the exact center of the target. Vichy was pleased with his result, that he was already driving the 5th arrow into the bullseye, next to the other arrows released. Smiling, the guy noted the presence of a good premonition, but he could not even imagine what awaited them in the dungeon. When the team from India entered the loofah garden, they were captivated by the beauty that lay within the gate. But the squad captain quickly pulled himself together, since they couldn't be distracted in the dungeon and needed to look around first. As night fell, the team was attacked by 8 monsters, which seemed suspicious to the players, because they expected something more. But the warriors soon ran into difficulties when the enemy's number increased to 32. The players, despite their advantage in the battle, tried to be very careful so that the enemy would not take them by surprise. However, due to the large influx of opponents, it was difficult to do this, which was taken advantage of by the loofah that emerged from the ground. With his hand in the form of a wooden vine, the monster touched the warrior, who had a little daughter waiting for him at home. Tichara Vichy was very surprised when he saw that his comrade was badly wounded by one of the enemy. The team captain decided to retreat immediately while the remaining squad members covered them. Zaya told her lover to quickly run into the labyrinth, which was the only place where he could hide from the loofahs. While shooting back at the enemy, Vichy did not expect them to multiply while killing, making the mission impossible. However, in the morning, the invasion of the loofahs stopped, and the entire team of players moved into the labyrinth. It is unknown how the wounded warrior managed to hold out until sunrise, although his strength was already at its limit. Grabbing the archer's hand, the man asked the boy to take care of his little daughter. This was the last thing the wounded player said before finally leaving his comrades. After some time, the trio buried their friend in the dungeon, as they were still inside it. The rising star of India regretted that, because of his ambition to conquer this gate, the little girl lost her father. As the sun set, the boy prayed to the great Shiva, asking for his blessing so that he could continue to keep records. The next morning, the team members were so exhausted that they were literally lying on the ground. The archer, despite all his fatigue, made notes in his diary with trembling hands. Last night, they destroyed the 4th invasion of the Lufas, and during the 5th, the number of enemies reached 120. Fighting for their lives, the squad of players managed to reduce the number of Lufas to around 40. Even one Tichar Vichy could handle this amount of people. But now he had to worry about more than just himself. No matter what, the guy gave his word that he would do everything to ensure that they could get out of this dungeon alive. Looking at the sun setting over the horizon, the guy hoped that tomorrow they would leave these gates, in the hope that there would be no 6th invasion. However, as every night before, the monster raids continued, and this time they did not go without losses. Bending over Zaya's lifeless body, the archer shed bitter tears, unable to believe what had happened. The guy claimed that he had promised to capture the gate, but now he saw no point in it since his beloved was not around. Meanwhile, with a bloody blade, a male voice declared that it was time for Takara to die. While he was with his girlfriend's body, a sudden attack was being prepared on the player. Thanks to the magic ball that Zaya used, Vichy was able to see a strange glare that was approaching him. At the last moment, the guy managed to dodge a direct blow, which ultimately managed to wound him. When the player came face to face with their opponent, they did not expect it to be Ram, who had come into the dungeon with him. The boy was surprised when the archer dodged his attack, considering his friend to be a truly rising star. Still with wet eyes, the wounded warrior could not believe that his team member was a demon. T'Chara claimed that Ram was deceiving them, unable to comprehend that Zaya had brought him to this dungeon. True, the demon was not at all surprised by such a coincidence of circumstances, and called both the hero and his beloved narrow-minded people. Due to the archer's ignorance of the fact that there were many Lufas living here, the other team members were useless against them, which left Ram in danger as well. The traitor's words were so cruel that they brought the grief-stricken Vichy to his senses. It turned out that after successfully capturing the gate, the demon demanded the archer's weapon, after which he suggested going to his friends. The warrior wanted to attack, but the anger on his face was replaced by surprise, and he suddenly froze in indecision. Ram, not noticing the army of monsters behind him, asked what happened to the guy, who probably, like everyone else, was afraid of dying. Watching India's rising star leave the battlefield, the traitor was surprised by his decision. However, the demon believed that the archer would die in any case from the poison with which his blade was treated. And only when the approaching opponents were very close, Ram turned around to check what kind of noise was coming from behind him. In an instant, a pack of monsters from the 6th invasion pounced on the demon, who had no chance of salvation. The player who betrayed the team did not lie about the poison on the blade, which began to quickly spread across Vichy's hand. The boy was worried because he could no longer feel his hand, and that he would not be able to resist the Lufas in this state. He had no other options but to hide from his opponents in the living labyrinth. The player raced through the labyrinth until his strength was exhausted in order to get as far away from the enemy as possible. But unfortunately, T'Chara, after wandering around this building for a long time, came to a dead end. The warrior was afraid that everything could end exactly like this, who, in an attempt to save himself, had wasted so much time in vain. Bowing his head, the player resigned himself to his fate, that he could no longer feel his right hand. Having huddled in a corner, Vichy no longer cared whether he would die from the poison or from the Lufas, because he no longer had a chance to get out of the dungeon. The boy wrote the last lines of the diary in a clumsy handwriting, hoping that one day someone would read it. He wanted this man to convey a message on behalf of the group to their own families, to whom the players were asking for forgiveness. After reading up to this point, Junho became curious as to whether this was really the end. But after leafing through the diary, so discovered several more pages written in the last moments of the archer's life. He wondered if they would have been able to take the gate if the entire team had survived and the demon hadn't interfered. The mere mention of them infuriated Tichar, who tried to calm himself with prayers. Addressing the great Shiva, the boy asked for the opportunity to rest in peace and for sinners to be condemned to hell. Closing his eyes, T'Chara Vichy begged the deity to take revenge on those whom the boy had not had the strength to deal with. Thanks to the discovery of the warrior Seo Junho's diary, the picture of the Lufa garden has now become clear. The number of monsters depended on the number of players who entered the dungeon, and because Seo was alone, he was able to easily capture the gate. If the player had come to capture the gate with 3 more players, then most likely the guy would have met the same fate as the archer and his men. Having driven away bad thoughts, the player decided to grab the deceased's diary, which could be useful to him in the future. Looking at the legendary weapon, the guy had an unresolved question regarding it. Ultimately, the player, picking up the bow, decided to borrow it from Vichy for a while, but he didn't just take it with him like that. In return, Junho wanted to avenge the fallen warrior on the damned demons, whom he already disliked. Leaving the great archer alone, So said that the young hero of India may rest in peace. After capturing the dungeon, the warrior returned back to the Player Association headquarters. After reading the latest news, Shimtoku, overcome with emotion, slammed the newspaper on the table. The president announced with a satisfied expression that before they could even open their mouths, the whole world already knew that it was Junho who had captured the gate. However, the player himself was not surprised because he knew that this would happen and he really wanted to sleep. He asked his friend if he had to come early to tell him about it, but Toku decided to share the news in person. Moreover, in addition to the obvious news, the Indian government conveyed a message to the player. It thanks Seo Junho for bringing back Ticharavishi's diary to his homeland. The players' families were informed of what had happened, and they had finally found out the truth, albeit a bitter one. The sleepy warrior decided that this was good news, still under the impression of the capture of the garden. However, not seeing any violent emotions on his comrade's face, the man asked him not to hide his joy. Having left the newspapers for the boy to look at his leisure, the president was still a little offended. It was all about the hurricane, because it was created as a national weapon, which has now disappeared from the inventory of Tishar Vishi. As soon as Junho heard about this, he immediately showed the bow to his friend for him to look at. The president of the Players Association froze at the sight of the legendary item, asking if So had gone crazy. The man shouted why the guy, who at that moment was almost deaf, was holding the missing hurricane in his hands. Shim clutched his head and was shocked why the player didn't hide it properly, since it belonged to the Indian government. He was curious that in his defense, Seo Junho wanted to say that the late Chichara had handed him over at the gate. The president asked to come up with something in any case, to which the guy replied that his friend should not worry about it, since he would be careful with the weapon. Shim Togu insisted that nothing happened to the bow, since everyone had already decided that it was lost. But the player had something completely different in mind, that with the help of a hurricane, he would be able to attract a demon to himself. And then the chief of So had a thought. Did the demon who went with Vichy to the gate really die? The grim ghost claimed that perhaps he was not the only one who was hunting for the bow. Besides, the demon who was interested in weapons might have read the article about the hurricane being lost in the gate. However, he was not so stupid as to believe such a fairy tale, because this thing was more important to him than human life. In this case, the enemy will understand that the bow was in the hands of the person who cleared the gate, and therefore will come for Junho's soul. The association president decided that the player was right, immediately remembering one demon. He brought up an image of a criminal named Karl Siegner, who was famous for his collection of bows. Seo Junho became interested in the character, which he felt was too big for his own good. But because he was constantly talked about, he was known throughout the world, where he was wanted in every country. Togu reported that the demon could not have entered the Lufa Garden on his own, as it could only be entered by those at level 10 or higher. The guy began to reason that the next time he entered the unconquered gates, Siegner would try to grab him there. The president was worried that his friend was in great danger, suggesting that the Indian government be informed immediately. True, Junho told his comrade to calm down, because with careful preparation, problems should not arise. The player asked if the demon could really deal with him so easily, which made the man think. In the end, he explained that if he were in the young warrior's place, he would have thought the same, although there was one caveat. Putting his hand on Seo Junho's shoulder, Shimtogu said that he was still worried about him. With a smile, the boy reminded his comrade that in front of him was the incomparable Junho, who was a dark ghost in the past. The player insisted that there was no need to worry so much, because the events that happened a quarter of a century ago would not be repeated. The president of the Players Association breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down thanks to his friend's words. He claimed that the warrior had not changed a bit since they first met. Suddenly, at that moment, Toku's watch vibrated and he had to answer the call. Turning around, the man began to discuss some matters that could not fail to attract the attention of his friend. The president stated that with great regret, this was not part of their plans, and that he was committed to conveying everything without fail. When Junho asked what had suddenly happened, His comrade explained that he had been pestered by journalists again. Once they found out that the player who captured the gate was Jun-ho, they wanted to interview him. After thinking about it, the guy suddenly asked the president of the association not to refuse those who wanted to come. The player explained that if he could not avoid a battle with demons, he could at least choose the location of the future battle himself. Therefore, Jun-ho came up with the idea of holding a press conference, which was also expected by the media. Soon, the long-awaited press conference was convened, to which almost all the city's journalists arrived. The reporters took notes of every word as the host announced the association's player, Seo Jun-ho. The guy conquered the Curse of Dawn in the Lufa Garden, which aroused genuine interest in the press, who believed that they were looking at a rising star of Korea. The hero was compared to the likes of Kim Woo-jun and Shim Sung-hyun, who looked like an uncut diamond among all the newcomers. True, when the warrior appeared on the scene, the reporters froze in indecision, not understanding what they had witnessed. Instead of a warlike man, in front of him was a simple guy, dressed simply in a t-shirt and shorts. The reporters began to whisper among themselves, wondering if this was really a player who had captured 2 unconquered gates. Watching the press reaction, the guy came to the conclusion that he still needed to dress up for the conference. When he was a dark ghost, he was constantly dressing up, which was quite tiring for him, but Toku accepted this look as normal for So's new image. Trying to suppress a yawn, the guy introduced himself and said that the conference would only last 30 minutes. And at that very moment, questions from journalists began to rain down on him, asking the guy about the capture of the gates and about his feelings at that moment. First, Jun-ho wanted to say a few words about the Curse of Dawn Gate that he captured first. The assembled journalists had the feeling that the guy had already been in a similar situation, feeling quite free and confident on stage. After a series of questions, the player announced that he was ready to answer one last question before finishing. For a split second, the hand of one of the journalists rose above the crowd, interested in whether the warrior had decided which gate he would enter next time. Then the guy replied that he had not decided on them, but there was one dungeon that he really wanted to go to. But due to his low level, Jun-hong knew for sure whether he could conquer the East Sea Gate. The player's utterance of the dungeon's name caused the journalists to drop their pens in surprise. Everyone unanimously asked if they had misheard that the rising star of Korea wanted to conquer those very gates. These were the last unconquered gates in the country, and if the guy could capture them, he would have 3 difficult missions to his credit. Reporters said that no rookie had ever achieved such an achievement, and so agreed with an awkward smile. One of the journalists reported that, according to rumors, a very strong first-class monster lived in this gate. Her colleague in the shop immediately asked another question, stating that the association had long been discussing assigning first place in complexity to these gates. But for Seo Jun-ho, the reporter's reaction was not a surprise, since the dungeon boss was to blame for everything. His power was noticeably different from that of ordinary monsters, as some of them even turned ordinary monsters into their servants. Despite this, the guy replied that if he fought a first-class monster, he would definitely win. The internet was all about the conference where Jun-ho publicly admitted to imitating a dark ghost. As he looked at the news, the man reflected on the fact that the media was making a big fuss about the new guy. His subordinate confirmed that this proved how important the unconquered gate was to the people. The gentleman had not heard any funny news from the first floor for a long time, and his subject suggested that he contact Jun-ho. However, Shin Sung-hyun was not interested in this yet, and was talking about similar events that people called coincidence, and the second time skill. Having added a sugar cube to the cup, the man believed that after the 3rd time he did not need to remember the names of those who came before him. The subordinate replied that he understood his master, also fearing that the events that had occurred would escalate. The man with glasses was shaking all over, because if the player so did something like that again, he would receive a personal offer from the chairman of the Tokebi Guild. Meanwhile, the candidate for membership was considering the requests received from other guilds. The boy claimed that all this was not what he was looking for, but Shim Togu did not give up trying to provide his friend with the best option. In his hands, Jun-ho held a stack of requests that were the aftermath of the conference that turned the player into a superstar. The man insisted that he had found a gate with a large reward in the form of experience points, and the difficulty level was relatively low. It turned out that it was not easy to find an assignment with all 3 suitable conditions, although Jun-ho could have refused one, but the president did not allow him. The player's future demand will depend on his first assignment, which could be from a father whose daughter was terminally ill. It was necessary to find a cure for the sick girl, which was called the heart of the fiery fox. The warrior had not heard of this medicine for a long time and had already met the monster 6 months after joining the Players Association. Shim decided to take a look at the other gates that were located in their country and were called the Heavenly Fox. The dungeon was located in the Flaming Dunes, and the condition for capturing it was to defeat a monster, although the difficulty level was high. The man said that these gates appeared 3 months ago, so they did not receive the status of unconquered, but the Fox had already managed to absorb 7 teams. Jun-ho replied that when he acted as a dark ghost, the conditions were not so harsh and the monster was weaker. Togu replied that it wasn't as difficult as his comrade had imagined, since the level of players had increased. True, the guy doubted it, because since his return he had not met any decent players, so he could not say anything about it. But he still decided to take on the task with the Fox Gate and at the same time test the skills of the young players. The association president breathed a sigh of relief because it was an order from his friend, which immediately interested So. Shim said that it was the chairman of the Myung-ho group and that it was about his second son, Choi Pil-ho, when there was a knock on their office door. An unknown girl came to the guys who were talking and asked the president whether he had called her. The man introduced the player to Ms. Chashi-un, who from now on would be the warrior's personal secretary and manager. Jun-ho thought that if the president continued to personally handle his affairs, the association might become suspicious. Then the guy shook hands with the girl, and they introduced themselves to each other personally. Togu told the girl that they needed to organize a meeting with the Myung-ho group, and that being very capable, she should help in this matter. On the way, the secretary asked the guy how well he knew the company that was known for protecting the personal life of the royal family. When he confirmed that he knew about the Myung-ho group, they began to enter the tunnel and Shu-un revealed that things weren't going so smoothly for them. According to the girl, in their ideal world, a tragedy occurred that they tried not to talk about. The daughter of the company's chairman, Choi Pil-ho, was diagnosed with 9-yin rupture syndrome. It was a rare disease that could be cured by transplanting something with high yin energy into the body. This object was the core of the fiery fox, which according to Cha Shir-yun, was overcome by a dark ghost almost 30 years ago. The girl, calling him the best player, explained that she admired the gloomy ghost, which surprised So. The guy instantly blushed, and the secretary asked why he suddenly became embarrassed, having been simply touched by her words. After some time, the couple finally arrived at the company, and after examining the main entrance, Seo Jun-ho stated that nothing had changed here. The assistant asked the player if he had been here before, to which he evasively replied that he had been here, but a long time ago. Cha Si-yun asked the guy to wait for her outside while she checked if the agreement about the meeting was still in effect. However, as soon as the girl opened the front door, the owner of the house appeared in front of them, surprising the guests. Asking if the player in front of him was Seo Jun-ho, the man introduced himself as Choi Pil-ho and was glad to meet him. The warrior's assistant was surprised that the chairman himself personally met them, while Jun-ho calmly greeted him. Shaking hands with the player, the man claimed that he was standing before a hero who had captured the gate to ensure the safety of the citizens. The gentleman assured that it was a great honor for him, whose hands were shaking violently at that moment. But after finishing the preludes, the chairman of the Myung-ho group stated that he had only one wish. Pil-ho, with tears in his eyes, begged to save his daughter from the terrible disease that had enveloped her entire body. After bowing to Jun-ho, the man stood there for a while, quietly crying, unable to contain his emotions. But as soon as the chairman pulled himself together, he led the guests into the house, getting to the heart of the matter. Mr. Choi Pil-ho said that he needed the core of the fiery fox because it was used for treatment in France. The man said he offered the player 1.5 billion won as a reward. Also, Jun-ho will be provided with the necessary material assistance to capture the gate, which Cha Si-yun listened to with close attention. The girl did not expect the amount to be so large, confident that the guy would agree to such conditions. However, the player responded that these conditions did not suit him, which stunned both the chairman and Secretary Cha. True, the man guessed that he would have to spend much more for such a service, so he decided to calm down. After which he began to offer 2.5 and then even 3 billion won, asking whether this amount was sufficient. But the guy explained that he had no idea that the amount announced was small and that 1 billion won would have been enough for him. His assistant couldn't understand what he wanted from the head of Myung-ho Group, whose actions were very strange. Surprised by this, Choi Pil-ho asked to find out the reason. What exactly was wrong with the player? In the past, the Dark Ghost sold the core for 10 billion to a man from France, although he offered to give a fortune to save his dying daughter. Junho had the same reason, arguing that it was wrong to profit from people who wanted to save their families. Later in the evening, Ms. Cha and So returned from Mr. Choi's back to the association building. The girl asked the guy about the story about the Dark Ghost, assuming that he heard it from the president. Taken by surprise, Seo Junho began to claim that this was indeed the case, since Shim Togu was close friends with the Dark Ghost. The girl did not believe that the hero was cold, like a soulless machine, that he would never dare to take everything from the rich man because he was a kind person. Junho was surprised that the gloomy ghost was called good, and his secretary was even more convinced of this after the player's words. She heard that the ghost's parents died before his eyes and that he took the money he received for the core only because the customer was rich. If the family had been poor, the hero would not have taken payment from them, since he sincerely wished that no one should experience such suffering. When the boy met the association president again, the comrade was curious about what he thought of Ms. Cha. But the hero replied that they had spent 2 hours at most, and that she seemed good in appearance, and they assured him that he would soon find out what she was really worth. Togu insisted that Shoun was a good specialist and could easily get a job in a famous guild, but she decided to work here because the ghost was a member of the association. The warrior asked where they had taken him, and Shim decided that his friend was embarrassed and wanted to change the subject of the conversation. The man replied that if the player was going to fight a powerful monster, he had to wear decent equipment. When the door opened, the guy found himself in a huge room with a lot of different weapons. The president said that science has made great strides over the past quarter century. During this time, people have invented weapons that no one could even think of before, and along with this, the level of safety for players has increased. Shim Taku threw one of the blades that was under the glass to his friend. He told Junho to try using magic on the sword, which the warrior found strange. However, the very next second, the weapon gradually began to fill with the player's aura. But suddenly, the blade of the sword completely caught fire, causing the guy to involuntarily scream, not expecting such an effect. Shim explained that when used, magic would penetrate the sword and recreate its shape, which could easily be used to skin an orc. The president of the association began pointing to objects and describing their capabilities and properties. But he was interrupted by Junho, who asked if these were all the weapons that the current players used in the battle. The man hesitated at first, but began to insist that it was a modern, highly effective weapon. However, Shim Togu couldn't say for sure whether experienced players had used similar weapons that had been customized. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the warrior replied that in front of him were like toys that were used in the face of real monsters. A moment of the battle with the Ice Queen, against whom he fought with an ordinary sword, came to his mind. The monsters were so powerful that they could even destroy a player's magical circulation, not to mention his weapons. The guy then asked his friend if he knew why low-level players were getting weak monsters. It was ironic that if a strong monster appeared, the warrior would die. But in terms of such moments, this system was quite fair. The player had to constantly evolve, meeting enemies of his level, in order to meet a stronger opponent in the future and survive. Togu was surprised when the weapon he thought was great was actually ineffective against strong monsters. But after thinking about it, the man replied that by always relying on weapons, players would not be able to achieve anything more. True also insisted that it could be useful for capturing some gates, which Junho couldn't help but agree with. And at that moment his gaze fell on a sword in a sheath standing in the corner with other classical weapons. The president revealed that it was a sword made of new, high-quality material, but it had no abilities unlike the others. Drawing his blade, Seo Junho asked if it was really true that he had swung it at his friend. But the player rushed past his friend at an incredible speed, which created a strong wind. From the swing of Junho's blade, the glass behind which the weapon was located began to shake violently. The man looked at his comrade, impressed by his display of strength. He said that the current generation has blocked the unlimited possibilities of ordinary players with such toys. The next day, the lenses of photo and video cameras were fixed on one spot. A huge crowd of journalists and reporters gathered around the open gates, waiting for the action to begin. For the first time in a long time, there were so many press and players as everyone was excited about the upcoming mission to capture the core of the fiery fox. Ms. Cha handed Junho a thermos lid with a drink in it, claiming that 26 more players would be entering the gate with him. Some of the participants were sent from the guild, which the boy thought about while enjoying his warm tea. Noting how much the young master liked the drink, Yun revealed that it was lavender tea, leaving the mug in the cup holder, so stated that he wanted to try the tea again upon his return. The warrior said that he needed to get up early tomorrow to have time to prepare, which puzzled his secretary. Looking into the car, Junho explained that after capturing the gate, he would have no end of assignments. As soon as he came out to the press, he was bombarded with questions about both the dungeon boss and the Myungo group. The newbies who were deprived of attention complained that because of Sorankers like them, they were left on the sidelines, useless to anyone. The archer doubted that such a skinny guy had captured the gate twice, believing that he had something antediluvian in his inventory to match his suit. When the journalist finished the interview, the young warrior announced to his assembled colleagues that they could get ready. In addition to individuals, small groups of players also wanted to try their luck and get hold of the Fox's core. Be that as it may, all 27 participants of the upcoming mission entered the gate. Having crossed the threshold of the flaming dunes, the first of the warriors immediately plunged his foot into the sand. One by one, the players began to complain as they sank into the sand, wondering how they would fight in such an environment. However, the lamentations of most of the mission participants were interrupted by a guy who called everyone to go to the dungeon. All the players began to whisper to each other that they did not know who this strange guy was. Seeing the silent question in the eyes of those present, the warrior introduced himself as Cha Min-woo, who was a member of the Korean 13th rank guild Chonghae. And as soon as the players heard about this, their mouths dropped open in surprise because Chungyi had participated in the capture. The guy who was surrounded by his colleagues said that everyone knew that in such places it was impossible to cope alone. Chamin explained that in a gate of such complexity, it was necessary to avoid discord and not put each other in danger. Therefore, the warrior wanted to offer 10 million won in the name of the guild to anyone who would follow their instructions during the capture. Shocked by this offer, the newcomers listened to what Chonghae wanted in exchange for claiming the dungeon's top prize. The participants of the takeover looked at each other because if any of them suddenly changed their mind, they wanted to offer them another 500,000 won from above. And subsequently, all the warriors, one by one, began to agree to the generous offer of the Chonghui Guild. And when everyone was in agreement, Cha Min-woo glanced at Junho, who was climbing up the sandy slope. The guy who bribed all the players asked him if he wanted to join the others. Looking at the smug guild member, the player replied that he had planned to act separately, after which he continued his ascent, which is why Cha Min-woo's colleague decided that the rumors about the guy were exaggerated. The big guy explained that this warrior was called a hope and a genius, but after the decision he made, he was no longer so sure of it. The commander's comrade asked him not to worry about this, and the guy replied that he had never spoken about anything like that. And while 26 players were preparing to meet the enemy, Seo Junho walked alone right under the scorching sun. The fiery fox was something between a monster and a mythical creature that grew 9 tails with which it could rise above the clouds. The number of soldiers under the control of the fiery fox was proportional to the number of tails, so the boy was curious about how many tails this one had. Looking at the raiders swarming below, Junho wanted to find a suitable place to hide. And while he was busy searching for such a place, Cha Min-woo was surprised when he discovered traces of the enemy. The commander's loyal assistants noticed that he suddenly froze in his tracks, and the player's gaze was fixed on the rapidly growing sandhill that was ready to explode like a volcano. In the next second, a small pack of firefoxes jumped out of it in different directions. The commander of the other players ordered them not to panic and to wait for his command, towards which about 30 foxes were rushing. The animals showed their grins to the enemy as they quickly and inexorably approached him. Having waited for the most opportune moment, the guy shouted for people to start activating the traps. One of the warriors used his magic to direct it towards a round mechanism sticking out of the sand. The vice commander was doing the same, awakening a certain device hidden from the enemy's eyes. In an instant, the devices buried in the ground popped up before the enemy could reach the players. And when one of the foxes jumped on the uninvited guests, the device was instantly activated. The animal never crossed the line because it was caught in an electric trap, which completely immobilized it. The same fate befell the rest of the foxes who thoughtlessly followed the leader of the pack. The warriors who joined the Chonghae representatives were surprised that their plan actually worked. Watching the foxes writhe, Cha Min-woo thought to himself that this was an age of antediluvian weapons and primitive traps. The guy, along with his comrades, offered the enemy to see the power of the second-floor humanity's technologies. Using advanced weapons, players reported that they destroyed more than half of the opponents, and capturing the fiery fox was a matter of time. The commander ordered his deputy to kill one monster every time he wanted to open his mouth. The girl, who was worried at first, was convinced that there was nothing difficult in the mission, and her partner said that it was all thanks to the Chang'e Guild. However, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over the guy, causing him to abruptly stop his attack. The player was puzzled by what had been blocking his view until he looked up. And then, the warrior discovered the main enemy of this dungeon, a fiery fox that was embraced by many tails. The guy immediately shouted to the rest of the squad that he had discovered a fiery fox. But the giant animal turned its predatory gaze from the man to its subordinates, who were the first to discover the enemy. But instead of a pack of cheerful foxes, the monster saw many corpses that littered the sands. After this, the fiery fox of the blazing dunes growled angrily, and at that moment rose to its feet. The warrior was shocked because he met the Kumiho, who had 9 tails, at a time when the dark ghost had only defeated the 6-tailed fox. The squad leader, Cha Min-woo, insisted that his subordinates gather and do not break formation, as they had to concentrate on the attack. Although shaking at the mere sight of the fox, the players tried to reassure themselves that with the Chang'e Guild they would win. Filling the blade with magical power, the guy mentally asked his opponent what he would die from, a blow to the head or to the heart. The guy was sure that the trap he had prepared was many times more powerful than the one they had used earlier, which left the monster no chance. Fully confident of his victory, the guild representative decided that today he would catch the fiery fox and surpass the gloomy ghost. However, his dreams were immediately destroyed by the monster, who emitted a huge volley of fire from his mouth. After such a powerful attack, all the players lay exhausted on the ground, not even moving, when another explosion was heard near them. Cha Min, who miraculously managed to stay alive, had difficulty getting to his feet after the enemy's attack. One volley of fire was enough to send weapons, traps, and strategy down the drain. The warrior, who a moment ago was so confident in his victory, was now crying from the helplessness of the situation he found himself in. Looking at the huge beast, the guy was convinced that it was simply impossible to defeat such a monster. But before his death, the representative of the Chang'e Guild managed to see a fireball. Looking at the flame that hovered above the monster, the guy thought that he would die like that, until one of the players blocked his view. With tear-stained eyes, Cha Min-woo couldn't believe that in front of him was a renowned newcomer who dared to fight the Kumiho. The commander considered the guy crazy, demanding that he immediately leave the giant monster. But Seo Junho didn't even think of moving from the spot, and drawing his sword, declared that everything would be fine. At the same time, the fiery fox prepared for the next attack, forming a fireball above its head. And when he was ready, she launched him with a roar at the hero who decided to fight her. The closer the fire sphere got to the players, the more certain Cha Min-woo was that this was the end for him. However, this never happened, as with one blow of his sword, Junho cut the flame core in 2. The 13th rank guild representative couldn't believe his own eyes at what he had just witnessed. But even for the brave warrior, the enemy attack did not pass without a trace, whose hand clutching the sword trembled slightly. Seeing the desert engulfed in flames, the guy caught himself thinking that the participants in the capture had been in a hurry. As he watched the survivors help the wounded, he wondered if the fox would be satisfied with the job he had done. Without turning to look at Cha Ming, the warrior from the Players Association ordered him to take the others and leave. The wounded commander asked his savior what would happen to him, for whom this question sounded strange. Pointing his blade at the giant monster, he replied that he had no choice but to finish it off. The fiery fox screamed loudly, and with its scream it dispersed the wall of sand. Cha Min's loyal subject tried to bring the commander to his senses, who was still mesmerized by Junho's actions. Before continuing the battle, the player waited until the survivors left the battlefield. Now that the onlookers who risked coming under enemy fire had left, So could give himself free rein. The guy broke into a satisfied smile, turning to the fox and suggesting that she have some fun. True, the wild beast did not appreciate the man's joke, and in response only bared his muzzle. Following this, a small fireball appeared on each of the monster's tails that was intended for the player. But the warrior deftly dodged every sphere thrown at him, which was trying to knock him off his intended path. However, when the fireballs came from the side, So Junho had no way to escape from them. Luckily for this case, the guy had an ace up his sleeve in the form of the ability to freeze. Thanks to this skill, the next attack of the fiery fox never reached its target as it collided with the ice shield. The player, as he thought, would not be allowed to get close enough in a fight with such an opponent. Despite the obstacles created by the fox, Junho approached her with slow but confident steps. The monster again began to form a fireball above itself, which it had already launched at the man, but this time it was much larger. Just the sight of him made the hero who had defeated the Ice Queen freeze in horror, as he was instantly at a loss. Covering himself with a flimsy shield, the guy was sure that his body would never be able to withstand such a blow. In a split second, the giant ball crashed to the ground, which, together with a huge explosion, raised a sand wall no less in size. The fiery fox waited for the dust raised in the air by her blow to settle so that she could find the warrior. But in order not to waste time, the predatory beast attacked the wall of dust with its paw in order to deal with the enemy for sure. But the monster was greatly surprised when he found Seo Junho suddenly appearing above his head. Safe and sound, the player landed right on the monster's nose, although he didn't stay in that spot for long. The enemy, in order to get rid of the annoying man from his nose, attacked the guy with a fiery volley. Despite the enemy attack, the fighter successfully avoided it this time too, jumping high enough. This time, the guy also did not refuse the new ability received from the Ice Queen. Pushing off the ice islands in the air, Junho quickly approached the fiery fox. While covering his blade with an icy protection, the player wanted to test something on the monster he was currently fighting. He was curious what would happen if the number of tails of a monster whose strength was proportional to their number were reduced. The next moment, the fighter dived towards the monster's tail, which was followed by a bright trace of its attack. And when Junho landed on the ground, a couple of the fiery fox's frozen tails were broken. With a satisfied expression on his face, the guy confirmed that the enemy's strength would only decrease. Meanwhile, journalists and reporters settled in tents, waiting for the capture of the gates to be completed. One of them, who was eating at that moment, said that 10 hours had passed since the players entered the portal. Just as the guy was about to mention that the previous team had only lasted 2 days, his colleague ordered him to show respect to the dead. The man insisted that they should only pray for the safe return of the detachment. Meanwhile, there was a monster in the dungeon. He shouted angrily that he had lost another one of his tails. Keeping his distance from his opponent, Junho asked if this was the first time the monster had experienced such pain. The monster never had any worthy enemies or competitors, and all it did was hunt players, who this time became the prey. After his speech, the fighter headed towards the enemy, whom they intended to swat with a paw with sharp claws. The fiery fox slammed its paw onto the ground with all its might, hoping to stop the player. However, as soon as the beast did this, he immediately began to turn his head, distracted right during the fight. But when the fox returned to Seo Junho again, she found him approaching her at great speed. The guy wondered where the monster was looking at that moment, and what could have distracted him from the battle. The dungeon monster had no chance to escape, so it sprinkled the golden sand of the dunes with its blood. But the fox wanted to take revenge on her offender, so she immediately conjured up several fireballs. One after another, they began to fall in close proximity to Junho, but were unable to stop him. Having found himself as close as possible to the enemy, the player attacked him with a swing of the blade without any problems. The monster received several cuts, this time on his face, causing him to experience incredible pain. The wild beast immediately jumped away from the warrior, as he understood that this time he had met a dangerous enemy. Having secured himself, the dungeon boss once again resorted to his abilities, creating a bright star above his head. Watching as the fox turned to the fireball again, So saw her making desperate attempts to escape. Enveloping himself in flames, the monster knew he would soon die. But his tricks with fire were no match for the Ice Queen's power. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, Junho clenched his fist and at the same time attacked the enemy from a distance. And at that moment, the body of the fiery fox was pierced by a sharp ice spike that suddenly appeared from under the ground. The wild beast gave a death cry, since he was unable to take even a step to free himself from the icy spike. Breathing heavily, the boy watched with relief as the life in his opponent quickly and inexorably faded away. And after the system notified him of the victory over the fiery fox, he collapsed exhausted to the floor. The reporters were caught off guard, as they did not expect the players to be able to capture the gate by this time. The portal's red color changed to green, which was surprising after only 13 hours in the dungeon. The journalist announced that the players were ready to return to the real world, having surpassed the previous team in terms of time spent in the dunes. All attention was focused on the first player to leave the portal, which was Cha Minwoo from the Chung-Hee Guild. Medics immediately took the victim, whom the soldier was carrying on his back, in order to provide him with first aid. As soon as the remaining surviving players began to leave the portal, journalists wanted to interview them. Shaman was given first aid, after which the boy was advised to go to the hospital. However, the fighter, looking back at the crowd of journalists, decided to wait with this since he felt fine. He thought that it was necessary to first say a few words about the recent capture of the dungeon. The reporters began asking the warrior if he was the leader of the winning team, and they were eager to hear his answer. Journalists vied with each other to ask how many tails the fox had, how difficult it was to defeat it, and what it felt like for a player who dreamed of becoming a hero. Looking at Jun-ho lying on the hospital bed, the guild member now understood what it was like to be praised. At school, in elementary school, the teacher asked Mina to tell about her plans for the future. Then the little boy claimed that when he grew up, he would definitely become as outstanding a hero as the Dark Ghost. A few years later, the guy realized that once he tasted fame, a person no longer wants to part with it. However, the warrior understood that this place did not belong to him, that he intended to tell about everything that happened inside the dungeon. When Seo Jun-ho opened his eyes, he felt very strange. His body felt like cotton wool. Looking around, the player found an IV drip, and the thought flashed through his mind that he was in a hospital. Before the guy could figure it out, he heard a familiar female voice greeting him. Secretary Cha sat next to him, surprised that the young master had already come to his senses. The girl explained that it was early morning, and he was in a Korean hospital. The assistant looked through the sent orders while waiting for Seo to wake up. Cha Shiyun stated that Seo was right earlier, because there were indeed many of them, and that he quickly left the hospital bed. The secretary was shocked that the player was going somewhere, and announced his intention to meet with Chairman Choi Pil-ho. Despite the reproaches about his condition, the guy replied that first it was necessary to cure the seriously ill person, while he would have time to rest on the way. After meeting Jun-ho, the chairman was worried if everything was okay with him, because when he left the gate, he fainted. The guy felt awkward about this, so he decided to lie a little, explaining that he simply fell asleep due to fatigue. Leaving this topic alone, the trio came to the very room in which Mr. Choi's daughter lay. When Seo Jun-ho opened the door to the room, a seriously ill woman immediately appeared in front of him. The girl was lying on the bed, and an IV was attached to her arm, which emphasized her grave condition. The girl's father made sure to recreate all the conditions at home so that she would not have to be taken to the hospital. Without taking his eyes off the patient, the player and I didn't think that her condition was so serious. The guy didn't want to make the situation worse, so he opened his inventory as quickly as possible and took out the artifact from there. But before he could do anything, he heard Pil-ho's cry behind him, who, as it turned out, had entered the room after him. He apologized because he forgot to warn that an ordinary person could be harmed by the heat of the core, and so asked Choi to wait outside. The man knew he was late with his question, but he still asked it after finding out if So was sure that such an item could be used for healing. The guy insisted that not everyone could perform such an operation, but he learned from the Dark Ghost how it should be done correctly. Shaking the player's hand, the chairman decided that President Shim Toku had told him everything. Before leaving the room, Choi Pil-ho asked the warrior to take care of his daughter. The guy assured that everything would soon be over because his client didn't even realize that he was talking to the Dark Ghost himself. When the master left, Seo Jun-ho could begin the treatment as he came close to the patient's bed. The girl's condition was worse than that of the patient he had treated earlier, and first the heat of the core had to melt her frozen power. Before the player could even begin, he discovered notifications that he had sensed dark energy and could absorb it using X-freeze. But that was not all, because in this case, as the skill owner's magic points were absorbed, they would increase. This freezing skill was devoid of any drawbacks. In addition to attack and defense, it was also capable of increasing magic points. Jun-ho began to think that freezing by absorbing the dark power coming from the gap syndrome allowed the Guardian of Darkness to receive something else. The player decided that he would definitely have to check this out, since even the S-Class Dark Guardian didn't have such a function. To begin with, the fighter decided to put an end to the 9-yin rupture syndrome before the patient got any worse. Jun-ho needed to get rid of the dark power that was sealed in the girl's body. The guy, by influencing her with his magic, wanted to end her illness in one go. When he was a dark ghost, he forcibly melted the frozen magical power with the warm energy of the core. Back then, The patient's body was subjected to a high load, but now everything was different, and the hero absorbed only a certain amount of dark power. This was necessary in order to restore balance, but in addition, this method was safer for the patient. At this time in the corridor, Chairman Choi and Secretary Cha were waiting for the operation to be completed, and at some point the girl touched the shoulder of the gentleman, who was completely immersed in his thoughts. When the man raised his head, the association player who had left the room with his daughter was again in front of him. Watching the guy wipe the sweat from his forehead, he, shaking with fear, asked how the treatment went. With a tired smile on his face, Junho replied that it had ended well, and there had been no complications during the operation. Chairman Myung-ho Group began to shake all over, and tears began to well up in his eyes. And eventually the man fell to the floor, unable to contain his emotions, and began to cry from the overwhelming his joys. On the way back, the secretary asked the young gentleman to rest and refrain from physical exercise upon returning to the association. Suddenly, Seo Jun-ho told his assistant that this mission was successful only thanks to her efforts, then rode in the car in silence, the player drinking lavender tea and his assistant smiling contentedly. The chairman thought for a long time about how to pay the guy for help that at first he wanted to increase the amount of the reward, but then changed his mind. The gentleman's gratitude alone was enough, but he came up with something else. The man suggested that Jun-ho could contact the company anytime he needed help, and that they would do everything they could. Myung-ho Group was the #1 company in South Korea, operating in every industrial sector. However, the company's real weapon was the chairman's firstborn son, the master of the Red Tower Guild. She was ranked 5th in the guild rankings in Korea, which meant she could call on players to provide invaluable assistance at the right time. The warrior decided to use this information with caution so as not to harm the company's reputation. Shim Togu said that he recently spoke with the chairman and was incredibly happy about his daughter's recovery. The president asked how Junho was feeling, who only had some muscle pain, which led his friend to think that the boy was taking some kind of medicine. The player replied that he had simply raised his level significantly and also increased his stats, so he didn't feel particularly tired. But after he rummaged through his inventory, he pulled out the core of a fiery fox, which shocked Taka. Taking cover from the heat of the artifact, the man asked again if it was really the core that the warrior never used for healing. He explained that instead of using the item, he absorbed the dark power with his freezing skill. Shim didn't believe that the fighter was capable of what the system told him, which also raised his magic points. Enveloping the core in a crust of ice, the boy shared his knowledge that with the help of freezing, he could absorb the dark power from any object. Junho continued talking about how he could absorb power not only from illnesses, but from any object. The man felt awkward because the guy asked him to find a suitable object to confirm his theory. The dark power of the 9 yin syndrome was of an intermediate level, so Togu felt that there was no point in absorbing the dark power from ordinary objects. And while the president decided to start searching, he advised Junho to study the market of players. The player market was a trading platform that operated not only in Korea, but all over the world. Any number of items that were found in the gate could be found there. But the market was impossible to push through due to the influx of ordinary people. Walking along it, the guy caught himself thinking that the last time he was in Insadong, there were much fewer people. After the gates appeared, people focused solely on their survival. As he watched things slowly begin to improve, Junho reminded himself that his destination today was the black market. The viewers, who did not take their eyes off the screen for a second, ate popcorn and drinks while watching what was happening on it. The cinema visitors were also joined by a player from the association who was trying to find the right seat. In the cinemas in the market, there was a special place for players, the so-called teleportation zone, with the help of which they got to the black market. The warrior, who had used the teleport more than once, knew how disgustingly it worked. His friend Sky, watching the gloomy ghost get sick while moving, suggested that he use his magic. Seo Junho wanted to see his comrades as soon as possible, so he moved to the secret place in a split second. The black market, hidden from prying eyes, was located in an underground city called Ethiopia. The association member arrived at the market via a teleporter that looked like a beam of light. This place, with its own atmosphere, was only accessible to select customers, and each player's market was just a transit point to the black market. On every corner, screams from both visitors and sellers could be heard, and sometimes even players could not share something between themselves. This place was also a gathering place for all sorts of gossip, where they discussed not only Kim Woo-jin from the Ninth Heaven, but also the return of the association's dark ghost. People on the black market who would show the way to the necessary things, because in the underground world, the usual laws of society did not work. Locals noticed Seo Jun-ho passing by and recognized him as the player who had captured 3 gates in a short time. The place wasn't the safest, but for a fighter like Seo, the chances of meeting someone who posed a threat to him were extremely small. It was all because, basically, all the strong players rose to the top and did not wander in the underworld. And those who remained in Ethiopia either lacked the skills to climb to the second floor or simply could not withstand the pressure put on them. Upon meeting one of these representatives, Jun-ho ordered the thug blocking his path to move over. The man stood there for a moment, hesitant, as he considered the words the boy had said. To the young fighter's surprise, a couple of hooligans immediately moved aside, which seemed suspicious to him. The man sitting behind the counter greeted the customer entering his shop on autopilot until he saw who the man was. The seller recognized Seo Jun-ho as Korea's most famous player and came to look at the artifacts. Pointing towards the display case, the man replied that everything he had in the store was stored on those shelves. Looking at the weapons offered to him, the guy didn't expect much when he came here, but he ended up finding some pretty good things. The warrior sensed objects of cold, dark power and icy energy, with the help of which he could still raise his magic points. The association player approached the seller, telling him that he had heard an interesting fact about this store. Rumor has it that there was a separate room here with the best artifacts that were unknowingly sold by newbies. The seller didn't know what to answer to such a statement and immediately broke out in a sweat. But a second later, he began to deny everything, sticking to the version to the very end that it was all a lie. After showing the man the jewelry, Jun-ho asked him to just take a closer look at the artifacts, and in exchange, he would buy a couple of items from the main hall. Still indignant that someone couldn't keep their mouth shut, the salesman left his place and headed towards the secret room. Dissatisfied, he opened the door and ordered the persistent customer to come inside. Showing off a small closet, the man claimed that the best artifacts in his store were located here. While examining the items for sale, the player did not see a single artifact with dark power, although they were not often encountered. The only thing that interested the warrior was the item with the property of ice, which the seller ordered not to touch. After trying on the glove, Seo Jun-ho knew that this artifact had more than just any freezing power. The Ice Fairy's Glove of Hatred was a rare level that gradually froze the body of the one who used it. Feeling the mid-level ice energy that he could absorb, Jun-ho felt that he could obtain as much magic as he could from the Rupture Syndrome. After the player bought everything he needed in the artifact store, he headed to the bar to wash down his purchases. The bartender working there glanced warily at the new arrival, whose face was familiar to him. The warrior was also looked at askance by other players who were drinking in the establishment at the time. Seo Jun-ho ordered a teleport to Insadong and something to drink, which he had to wait for about 10 minutes. Close eye on him. As soon as the guy put the glass down, he heard the voice of one of the guys behind him. The players who suddenly appeared behind him joyfully greeted the famous Seo Jun-ho, whom they had heard about. The stranger called Seo a newcomer with great promise, while the warrior mused that the black market was not the best place to hang out. It was important for players to gain universal recognition, because joining a guild and the number of assignments depended on it. But having achieved impressive success, jumping above one's own head became more difficult, so some of the warriors used similar methods. One of the 3 hooligans smashed the glass of drink that Jun-ho had taken a sip from just a few seconds ago. The bully addressed the rising star, insisting that he look in their direction when the sunbai spoke to him. The gang leader claimed that the player didn't get it the first time, and they had to teach him some good manners. According to the warriors, they cleared the streets of bandits, while Seo developed his abilities, and 5 years of experience were contained in their leader's body. As soon as this phrase was spoken, Jun-ho, bending over, suddenly began to laugh for everyone. When the guys started laughing hysterically, the hooligans were afraid that they were dealing with some kind of psycho. Then Seo Jun-ho explained that the cleanup of the streets was the work of the first-generation players, not the scum that only bullied the weak rookies. Shim Togu's friend said that the hooligans were just trying to get on the pages of a cheap newspaper, which only angered them. But the last straw was when the guy asked the 3 why they were still standing there, not daring to attack him. Jun-ho stated that he felt genuine pleasure in trampling such scoundrels into the dirt. The squabble between the players attracted the attention of all the bar patrons, who were closely watching the development of the conflict. One of the guys recognized Seo Jun-ho, and his friend claimed that if he were suddenly beaten, it would result in a huge article. The man, who was an experienced player, considered the hooligans pathetic for wanting to gain fame by defeating a newbie. The team Sunbae didn't pay attention to the conversations of those around him because the only thing that mattered to him now was the outcome of the match. The boy was eager to see the warrior who defeated the fiery fox be defeated by the Gangnam trio. The fighter asked the bartender when the teleporter would be ready, as it only had 4 minutes left to recharge. So said that this time would be quite enough to have a little fun with the local punks. The big guy swung his weapon, introducing himself as the deadly spear of the Gangnam trio. Pointing his blade at his opponent, he stated that Junho should be proud to have the honor of fighting them. Players were surprised to find a dagger in the hands of the legendary warrior instead of the usual sword that he used in grabs. With a sneer, the boy asked the hooligans if they really thought he would need a sword to deal with such a loser. Enraged by such a statement, the deadly spear rushed with a weapon in order to teach the upstart a lesson. But the famous fighter did not move from his place and remained standing even in the face of the approaching threat. All he had to do was tilt his head slightly for his opponent's weapon to fly past him. And when the big guy extended his spear as far as he could, it was suddenly intercepted by Seo Junho. Suddenly, the player jerked the weapon towards himself, which also moved its owner closer. The next moment, the deadly spear received an elbow blow that hit his face. Onlookers watching the fight were shocked that Junho easily defeated one of the trio. The thug's comrades were also surprised that, watching the fountain of blood, they instantly became confused. When the attacker fell to the ground, not only had his opponent defeated him, but I had taken his weapon. The deadly spear lay unconscious on the bar floor, with a broken nose and his face covered in blood. And while the comrade was scolding the thug for falling for the provocation, the gang leader was ready to deal with the enemy. Sunbae asked the warrior if he could handle such an attack, who created sharp needles with his magic. The next second, the guy sent them to Junho, hoping to pacify the impudent newcomer. However, this attack also ended in failure, as all the needles landed on the bar, while the guy dodged them in time. Leaving the bar, the famous player rushed towards another member of the Gangnam trio. Before the fighter could get close, his opponent began to swing his blade chaotically. However, no matter how many blows the enemy dealt, Seo Junho parried each of them, wielding only a small dagger. The leader of the squad believed that in front of them was just a kid who had finished off a couple of monsters, who had never had to kill a person. Such people were too confident in their victory and could easily lose their vigilance, which became their last mistake. Smiling contentedly, the guy asked if his opponent realized what the difference was between them. The player claimed that they had no intention of fooling around from the start and were serious. Only his comrade, who had been waving his sword so vigorously before, now behaved calmly and docilely. Seo Junho, who had laid him on the floor, suddenly pulled the bully's arm, causing him to scream furiously. Clutching his wounded shoulder, the swordsman of the trio convulsed as his attacker finished with him. Junho's gaze, whose face was stained with the blood of the hooligans, fell on their leader, who was the only one who had remained unpunished so far. The head of the Trinity could not believe that some still very green player managed to deal with his people. Looking at his comrades, the Sunbai was horrified that not one of them could lay a finger on the upstart. Not wanting to put up with this, the warrior decided that something like this would not happen to him, and that he was already preparing for another attack. In response to the fighters' assurances that they were not finished yet, the gang leader again launched sharp needles at him. The boy easily maneuvered between the needles, using the experience he gained in battles when he was still a dark ghost. Then the warrior used a skill that allowed him to read the so-called breath of the enemy, repelling the attack. However, Junho didn't just block it, he destroyed every single one of the enemy needles fired at him. Sunbae was shocked that Junho managed to survive the moment of direct attack, which literally pinned him to the wall. Finding himself right in front of the gang leader's nose, the fighter said that the red-haired guy's breathing was too predictable. After telling how he managed to resist the needles, Seo Junho stabbed the dagger into the arm of the leader of the trio. Leaving the guy in such a position that he started shouting at the whole establishment, the newcomer calmly headed to the bar counter. On the way, he came across the deadly spear, which had come to its senses and was still lying on the floor. Leaning over the big guy, Junho hoped he would never see his face again. Stuttering, the boy began to insist that this was how it would be, and neither he nor his friends would dare even look at the warrior's shadow. In the silence that followed, someone from the bar suddenly said that Seo Junho had won. Following him, everyone began to admire and praise the newcomer, who defeated fighters with 5 years of experience. Basking in the rays of glory, the guy thought about the fact that the world had become very strange, as if everyone had turned into players inside a game. For their own benefit, they could even kill a person who were more concerned with the winner than the victim. By this time, the teleport was finally ready, so the rising star no longer needed to linger in this place. There were 3 ways to survive in the new crazy world: go crazy, connect with emotions, or live in constant agony. The guy teleported into a deserted alleyway where there were no prying eyes. Returning from the underworld to the player market, Junho stretched as he was quite tired. For a moment, the warrior felt sad that he missed his friends so much, because in this world, which seemed familiar to him, everything was alien to him. The fight between the newcomer and the trio in the bar was filmed by several a few minutes ago. Someone was browsing the black market. One of the men in the car claimed that the player had exceeded all his expectations, having managed to defeat warriors with a level higher than 20. He was also curious about the opinion of the princess, who was in the back seat of the car at the time. Turning to her people, the girl asked them to remind her again what this guy's name was. Meanwhile, Junho, with a sour expression on his face, wondered what he was even doing. The guy was taking a photo with one of the passers-by, and at that moment I was thinking that I had not signed up for something like this. Suddenly, a whole line formed in front of the player where people demanded to think about them, that they also wanted a photo with the hero. For the monster fighter, this was a distress signal, because at this rate, he would only get home by nightfall. True, Seo Junho was not only interested in ordinary people who were suddenly approached by a stranger. The same princess who had recently been enjoying ice cream in the car wanted to invite the player for a few words. The guy began to study the girl's appearance, her fiery hair and the heat emanating from her body. Digging through his file of personalities, So had only one candidate that fit that description. In front of him stood the princess of the Tokebi Guild, which was one of the big 6 guilds, a player named Kong Ju-ha. She handed the warrior a business card, claiming that she was not as crazy as it might seem at first glance. The player was flattered that the Tokebi Guild came to him, possibly wanting to hire him in the future. The princess suggested discussing the issue of work in a more secluded place, if the guy didn't mind. Seo Junho happily agreed to escape from the annoying fans, leaving them feeling upset. A couple of players took refuge from the heat in a nearby cafe where they could discuss business matters without strangers. The girl shared that she hated going outside, but she couldn't do without a mask and glasses. Juha specialized in fire skills, but the problem was that she actually liked the cool. The player heard that even demons were afraid of the princess, but she looked like an ordinary girl and behaved the same way. Her guards also took care of an important guest with whom Kong Juha had a business meeting. When they were alone again, the guy asked what the Tokebi Guild needed from him, which turned out to be an offer to join them. The girl explained that the deputy head had told her to hire a player named Seo Junho, and she was not one to waste time. The princess had to evaluate the warrior in person, which fortunately he passed the test successfully. Seeing the silent question in the guy's eyes, Juha said that the first point was achievements. Surprisingly, Junho managed to achieve a lot in such a short period of time, making him a super rookie. The player could not argue with this statement, because in terms of experience, there was no one who could surpass him. The girl also highly appreciated the martial art and potential, which she had already familiarized herself with in the black market. The princess wanted to know if the guy's main ability was actually wielding weapons. Junho replied that this was indeed the case, as the same information was listed on his profile, which only intrigued Kong Juha even more. She asked the warrior to think carefully, because he had already managed to build a career with 1 D-level skill. Having laid out a folder with the guild emblem on the table, the princess offered access to books on various skills, and the coordinator would develop a route through the main gate. While studying the data, Seo Junho noted that Dokebi had huge resources and was rewarded with a payment system that was better than the association. Leafing through the manuscripts, the guy began to understand why strong players did not stay in the association for long and why the guilds were so successful. Then Kong Juha added that their guild was one of the best in the world and that they knew much more about the second floor than the association. Staring at the warrior, the princess insisted that the rising star make the right choice. Juha insisted that joining their guild would be much more profitable than staying in the player association. The girl, meanwhile, was thinking that there was no reason to refuse, since the newcomer was being offered by Tokebi himself, to whom the commander had come personally. The folder aside, Junho refused to join the guild, And the princess, not hearing the answer, wanted to suggest an informal style of communication. However, a second later she realized what the warrior had said, who, leaning against the table with a cry, demanded to explain the reason for the refusal. Seo Junho understood that by joining the guild he could quickly earn both money and fame. The truth is that there was no such thing as a free lunch. He would have to follow all the orders and instructions of his elders. It might be beneficial for Junho at this point, but one day the guild would become a heavy shackle for him. Shocked by the guy's answer, the princess asked if he had understood everything correctly from her idea of the guild. The player claimed that he understood perfectly well how wonderful the offer was, but something was bothering him. He asked if Kong Ju-ha knew the saying that the head of a snake was better than the tail of a dragon, and the girl immediately understood everything. Returning to her place, Princess Tokebi realized that if the guy were to join their guild, he would have to work hard to achieve a high position. These assumptions were not without common sense, because they had fierce competition where the elite competed with the elite. Then, just in case, Ju-hai once again clarified whether the player had refused to join them, which confirmed his decision. Getting up, the girl said with regret that she couldn't do anything and couldn't force him to join them either. Before leaving, the princess gave the boy advice to be very careful in the future. Seo Junho thought that the Dokkaebi were going to take revenge on him, but the girl explained that she did not seem like a frivolous person. According to Ju-ha, demons have recently become active, which also happened on the first floor. The warrior believed that the enemy was planning something, but the princess did not know for sure and shared the information because the association did not know about it. The girl said that if a newcomer encountered demons without prior preparation, she would feel sorry for him. Slightly perplexed, the guy thanked her for the advice, which caused a satisfied smile to appear on the girl's face. She said that they would see each other again, calling the warrior a snakehead, which made Junho feel awkward. Sometime later, the hero of humanity shared this information with the president of the association. He was sure that these were not just rumors, asking himself what point Tokebi had in lying to him. Shimtoku thought seriously, because although he knew that the guilds had more information than them, he didn't think it was that much. The man became curious as to whether his friend regretted refusing the offer that the princess had personally made to him. The guy replied that if he had been pursuing the goal of gaining fame and money, he would not have refused, but such things did not particularly bother him. Unexpectedly, Seo Junho found his comrade saddened, who apparently wanted the player to join the guild. The president did not quite mean this, but did not rule out the possibility that Tokebi could provide him with real assistance. However, such speeches did not make the proper impression on Junho, who took it much more simply. The player explained that the guild would be a headache for him. While in the association, he felt much freer. Moved, the man offered to renew So's contract, and he was ready to give him an entire floor. The man insisted that his friend could do anything, since he had rejected an offer from a member of the Big Six, and that they were doing well financially. As for the information, the president of the association wanted to do everything possible to reduce the difference with the guild. When signing the renewed contract, the guy was grateful for the help of his old friend. He asked Togu what floor he could move to, and as soon as he found out his number, he went to get ready to pack his things. But before leaving the office, Junho asked his friend for one more big favor. He asked that the schedule be changed to include the capture of the East Sea in a week. Shimtogu wondered why it took so long to capture the gate, which would give the vile demons time to prepare. True, Seo Junho responded to this by saying that he should have just thrown the bait and waited for a bigger fish to bite. Soon it was announced on television that if an association player managed to capture the gate, Korea would become the world's first safe zone with no uncaptured gates. Other channels reported that the association had renewed its contract with Junho, thereby strengthening their partnership. Also discussed was the warrior's refusal of the Tokebi Guild's offer, which also announced an imminent expedition to the dungeon of the Eastern Sea. Having watched the news from various TV channels, the demon had enough information. Thinking over everything he had heard, the man left the cave that served as his temporary shelter. Stepping outside, Kalsigner found himself on the edge of a ledge among the high mountains, blown by cold winds. The man asked if his subject was there, and as soon as he heard the master's voice, he immediately materialized. The demon servant, reading the article, was surprised at who it was written about. The demon replied that the hurricane was presumably with Seo Junho, who was smiling contentedly in the photo. The subject claimed that he had only heard about the disappearance of a bow from the archer's inventory, which was expected for his master. Call claimed that the association player had deliberately concealed the existence of the hurricane, and also said that a demon had killed India's rising star. The wards wanted to go down to the first floor, but the owner dissuaded him since they did not have strong evidence. The demon was also interested in whether there was anyone on the ground floor that they could involve in this matter. The servant stated that there were shadow brothers left that they wanted to use at the auction in Las Vegas, who stood out from the rest. Siner declared that he would go to the Eastern Sea Gate with them regardless of whether Seo Junho died or not. Suddenly, the demon felt someone's presence and immediately turned in the direction from which he felt the threat. The demon began to peer at the nearest mountain, which was right in front of him, but he saw nothing. And the next moment, a part of the huge rock broke off with a deafening roar and fell down. The master announced to the servant that this was the work of the Sword of Wrath, which made the subordinate wary. Karl Signer ordered preparations for movement, and obediently following his master's orders, the servant disappeared from sight. The man said that it was Kim Woo-jun's Blade of Wrath from the ninth heaven, which even he was unable to resist. Because of the warrior, he couldn't go down to the first floor and get the hurricane himself, which looked like a mockery of him. The demon wanted to see how soon Seo Junho's luck would end, and he was ready to personally follow it. While sweating during the grueling workout, the guy was simultaneously checking to see if the demon had bitten. The Shadow Brothers were players from America who would also participate in the takeover of the East Sea, but would act as doctors. After finishing his sit-ups, the warrior insisted that he had asked Secretary Cha to find out more about these suspicious players anyway. Meanwhile, Junho took a deep breath before trying another form of power. The next second, the guy was hit by a large stream of internal dark energy released by him. He found himself thinking that he needed to learn to use magic in a state of energy exhaustion, even though it was a little dangerous. Suddenly, a tail of dark energy clung to him, which the boy perceived as a warm greeting. The player had no intention of being cautious about using the S-Class Dark Guardian skill in the Eastern Seagate. They were on the island of the Forgotten Dragon, and based on their name, there was a high probability that the monsters would resemble dragons. Dragons were the strongest species among the first-class monsters, and the condition for capture was the elimination of just such an opponent. Junho had already tried to defeat the dragon in the past, but since he didn't have the flying skill now, it would be difficult for him to deal with the enemy. The player had to grab the dragon's scales and fight right on it, or bring it down to the ground. At that moment, the guy received a message on his phone from the secretary that she had already obtained materials on the Shadow Brothers. Their names were Vincent and Edward, and they were a two-player duo operating in America. They were veterans who had successfully completed over 200 missions and were trusted to protect VIPs who had also developed a shadow skill. In their homeland, when they were interviewed, journalists asked about the reason for their participation in the capture of the gates in Korea. The Shadow Brothers unanimously stated that they were simply inspired by Seo Junho's boundless determination. Journalists asked if the players were confident of their victory, dismissing the idea that they were simply expressing their respect for the newcomer. The Shadow Brothers claimed that they were excited that they would be able to help a man like Junho capture the last unconquered gates of Korea. After studying Vincent and Edward's answers, the player wondered if he could take advantage of this. Seagulls screamed as they flew over the mountain of garbage that lay in a huge pile in front of the metal grate. It was located near Ilsan Beach, whose fence was covered with barbed wire to prevent anyone from entering the area where the gate would appear. Finally, the long-awaited capture of the gates of the Eastern Sea, which the public had been waiting for so long, has arrived. The association's president was surprised by how many journalists, Korean and foreign, were glued to the takeover. The man asked if Junho was worried at that moment, and to his surprise, he replied that he felt exactly the same. Shimtogu was shocked that his friend suddenly became nervous before entering the dungeon. The guy pointing to the phone explained that these games would make anyone worry, but Toku asked in a displeased tone to get rid of this old thing. The president threw a roll of toilet paper at the player, demanding to know why he was so carefree. The guy defeated the Ice Queen and thought it was stupid to worry about an unknown dragon that didn't even have a normal name. True, Junho would not be the only one participating in the capture this time, and there was a high probability that the Shadow Brothers were collaborating with the demons. Shimtogu, however, had a bad feeling that he would gladly cancel this performance. But Seo Junho told his friend not to worry, because if one of them decided to pull some kind of trick, he had a plan prepared for that case. Representatives of the American division joyfully greeted their Korean colleague, admitting that they were his fans. The brothers expressed their admiration for So, surprised that the boy managed to capture the gate with such a skinny body. The player replied in clear English that there was nothing special about it, which surprised the foreign guests. Vincent was taken aback, as he did not expect that Junho knew English so well, and he attributed this to the presence of a friend from England. Edward said that now he would not worry about the language barrier, which could hinder the operation to capture the dungeon. One of the Shadow Brothers noted that these were the last uncaptured gates of Korea, and this mission was very important for the country. The foreign guests claimed that they would do everything in their power, but the guy replied that he was already well prepared. The reporter said that if players from the two countries achieve their goal, Korea will receive the status of the safest zone in the world. The most exciting moment when capturing any gate was the actual entrance to it, because it was unknown what kind of monsters were waiting for the players. Because of this, the warriors' emotions reached their peak at this moment when they moved into the dungeon. However, there was always a certain risk associated with this, which only increased with the presence of Shadow Brothers. The participants of the capture were so focused on the upcoming battle that they did not expect sudden attacks from behind their colleagues. Since the brothers were walking behind Seo Junho, Edward wanted to take advantage of this moment and attempted to attack. Vincent watched as his brother wanted to make an attack, but for some reason he did not dare to do so. Completely confused as to why the warrior had suddenly stopped, the man asked his brother what had happened to him. It turned out that Edward asked his brother to wait, because looking at the enemy, he was not sure that now was the right moment to attack. Feeling how strong the energy was around the Korean player, the Shadow Brother froze in indecision. And literally a second later, the sea waves that enveloped them suddenly disappeared into thin air. Edward couldn't forgive himself for missing such a perfect chance to get rid of Seo Junho. The trio of players were transported to the island of the Forgotten Dragon, which was located in the middle of the ocean. In a whisper, the man told his brother that the mission with an instant attack had failed, and that they had to wait for the right moment during the battle. Following the rising star of Korea, the player reasoned that he never thought he would be able to see such a landscape in a dungeon. Looking around, Vincent kept repeating that he had not seen a single monster, trying to find the unknown dragon. The man asked the association player if he had managed to see anything from his side. However, the guy was worried that there was something wrong with this dungeon, because the boss here didn't even have a normal name. The feeling that Junho had found himself in a first-class gate did not leave him until the very end, until the three of them were covered by a giant shadow. The Shadow Brothers instantly froze in place, a cold breeze running down their backs. Deciding to see what exactly was blocking the sun from them, Vincent covered his face and looked up. A giant dragon appeared in the sky in front of the players, its gaze filled with malice. Like a snake, the creature swam across the clouds, causing the Shadow Brothers to wonder if it was the nameless dragon. And while Vincent was surprised by the size of the monster, Edward was pleased that they now knew its location. The man turned to his partner in capturing the gate and wanted to know how he wanted to defeat the dragon. However, when the Shadow Brother looked towards Seo Junho, he found only sand raised by the wind. The American players were shocked, asking each other where the guy had suddenly disappeared to. Edward was surprised how he didn't notice the moment when Junho left them, which threw him off track. At that moment, the shadow of the monster that lived on the territory of this island loomed over the brothers again. The monster's menacing face stared at the players again, and the system announced that they had encountered a forgotten dragon. The very next second, when the monster showed itself to the enemy, lightning began to strike it. However, she did not simply pierce the dragon, because he was a kind of guide who used her for his own purposes, bringing her down to earth. Hiding in a tree, Seo Junho watched as the Forgotten Dragon attacked the Shadow Brothers. Now the guy had the opportunity to check whether the players from America were working with demons. No matter how hard the monster tried to hit the enemy, his lightning strikes kept hitting the target. Dodging the lightning strikes the dragon sent to the ground, Edward realized that he couldn't escape. Since the only way out was to engage in battle, the man resorted to the technique of the shadow soldiers, who immediately appeared on the battlefield. The player ordered his brother to find the missing Seo Junho while he distracted the dragon. When Vincent asked if his brother could handle it, he only asked to bring the boy to him as soon as possible. At this moment, the Shadow Brothers separated, and the Forgotten Dragon still did not take his gaze off one of them. Suddenly, the monster was attacked with multiple blows, which took him by surprise. Then the dragon began to wriggle in the air to avoid being attacked by Edward's soldiers, who were throwing spears at him. Wandering through the jungle, wondered when was the last time he and his brother had failed so badly. If things turn out to be as disastrous as the Las Vegas auction, they'll be doomed. But suddenly Vincent's eyes caught the ghostly shadow of a player who was further away from the path. The man was surprised that the renowned newcomer couldn't even hide his magical aura. Carefully approaching the phantom trail, the shadow brother asked if the boy had been in the same place. The player claimed that they were in a fight with a monster and needed Junho's help while preparing his blade to attack. The warrior wanted to take advantage of the moment of surprise and suddenly attack the enemy, ordering him to immediately go with him. But the very second Vincent struck, he was greatly surprised when the figure of his target disappeared into thin air. Subsequently, the bait that the warrior took turned into an energy spot on the ground. Analyzing what happened, the man noted that it was similar to his shadow territory ability. Looking around, Vincent had a bad feeling that Junho was involved here. The man just clearly felt a magical aura. A moment later, he stopped feeling anything. The shadow brother, without ceasing to look chaotically in all directions, tried to understand what was happening here. Suddenly, a Korean player appeared behind him, telling him how sorry he was that the brothers were on the demon's side. After he said this phrase, the guy jumped back from his opponent to a safe distance. The man asked again what the guy meant, to which Junho replied that the Americans should stop pretending and reveal themselves. However, Vincent claimed that all this was some kind of nonsense, and the guy was simply offended because they tried to attack him. The player insisted that the young warrior was the first to betray them, although the association member believed that he was dealing with a skilled liar. Seo Junho explained that the enemy first needed to disguise his bright red pupils, which was the hallmark of demons. Covering his face, the man wondered if he had lost control of his crimson eyes. Vincent thought about the fact that no one had ever even had any suspicions about him before. Seeing the shadow brother in confusion, the young warrior asked if he couldn't control the color of his eyes. Having stopped hiding, the man, approaching the Korean player, stated that he had completely lost his fear. Dropping his blade, Vincent asked if Junho thought he would tremble in terror if the truth were to come out. Having lost one weapon, the man presented his opponent with another, which was his signature weapon. It was a rare type of demon that if you killed it and drank its blood, you could turn into a demon yourself. After this procedure, one could obtain the skill of devilish energy, which is exactly what Vincent demonstrated. Armed with sharp blades, the player suggested that they first get rid of Seo Junho's useless legs. And the next second, the warrior attacked his opponent, directing magical spears at him. True, the association player remained standing motionless in place and did not flinch in the face of the enemy's attack. The guy used the night step technique, after which the enemy attack pierced the dark matter. A look of confusion appeared on Vincent's face as his opponent suddenly dissolved into the magical energy that emerged. Trying to figure out where the player had disappeared to, the summoned and matter gradually surrounded the shadow brother. Focusing on the spot that was enveloping him, the warrior from America missed the moment when and how Junho snuck up on him. The man turned around at the sound of the boy's voice, telling him how at first he could only superficially cover up the signs of his presence. Enraged by his opponent's insolence, Vincent pounced on him, attacking with the magical blade he had created. But this time too, the warrior experienced failure, and Junho said that he began to get a little used to this skill. Eventually, the boy learned other things, such as sensation, sound, smell, and magical aura. Appearing behind his shadow brother, the boy wondered what skill he would unlock at the next level. Meanwhile, the forgotten dragon was hovering among the clouds, whose silhouette, although poorly, could still be seen. Edward was indignant that he and his soldiers could not do anything about the monster, because it was at a great distance from them. Suddenly, the man heard some noise coming from the nearby bushes, which he treated with apprehension. But it was only his brother. Only his appearance was somewhat frightening, as if he had gotten into a terrible mess. The shadow soldier's manager asked why his brother had returned alone, to which the victim replied that the guy was somehow strange. Frightened, the warrior revealed that Junho somehow realized who they were, and even using devilish energy, he was unable to sense his presence. Asking his brother to calm down, Edward asked how he managed to escape if the enemy was so capable. Vincent insisted that he definitely felt something, and his brother began to scold him because the player had fallen for the enemy's trick. Be that as it may, the man asked to forget about the guy for a while and focus on catching the dragon. Edward said that it was difficult to attack the dragon when it was in the air and they were on the ground. True, the warrior heard about the monster's flaw, which was called reverse scale, which was turned in the opposite direction. Vincent suggested using the shadow movement technique to get to the top. But as if at that very moment the dragon heard what the uninvited guests intended to do, it began to suck in air. And the next moment, a bright electrical flash appeared in the monster's mouth, which grew larger with each passing second. Vincent shouted for his brother to be ready to dodge, as the enemy could strike them at any second. As soon as the warrior finished speaking, that same electric ball flew towards them, hitting the ground very close, almost hitting the brothers. However, the Forgotten Dragon's attack still managed to inflict damage on the enemy, and every single shadow soldier was destroyed. Their master spat out a clot of blood, because after the shadow soldiers were expelled, the damage inflicted on them was transferred directly to him. Observing his brother's grave condition, Vincent was concerned that he had completely let down his guard. However, the wounded Edward asked not to be distracted by him and to act according to the plan. Then the brother used shadow magic, and in a split second a giant spear appeared in his hands. The player threw it at the enemy with all his might, hoping that it would reach him despite the distance. The Forgotten Dragon surprisingly didn't even try to dodge the weapon flying at him, remaining in place. As a result, the shadow spear hit the flying monster's head directly, exploding in a bright flash. And when the smoke from the blow cleared, the monster showed its face to the warriors with a mark from the blow above its eye. Vincent was surprised that he missed, even though he was aiming for the eye, and meanwhile the enemy began to rise into the sky again. One of the brothers did not want to give up so easily, so he used the shadow movement technique to catch up with the dragon. With quick movements, the man managed to jump on the monster's tail, which now would not be able to hide from him in the clouds. Vincent looked up, wondering if he should have aimed higher. And just at that moment, the player managed to discover that very reverse scale that was located near the head itself. Using the movement technique, the man began to jump effortlessly over the monster's body, getting closer to its weak spot. At the last second, Vincent managed to grab hold of the monster's reverse scales with his hands. With all his might, the Shadow Brother, whose hands were shaking violently at this moment, tried to break off the scales. As a result, the warrior managed to remove it from the body, thereby exposing the enemy's weak spot. Looking into it, the man discovered a stream of electrical energy escaping. Vincent stood there in indecision, realizing that he had made a serious mistake at that very moment. Edward, who was watching from the ground, became worried when a powerful bolt of lightning struck the dragon. The association player closely watched the actions of his opponents, hiding from prying eyes. Seo Jun-ho announced with annoyance that he had never met opponents as brainless as these two. Completely absorbed in the events taking place above, Edward did not notice his brother's shadow. Literally a second later, the player appeared, completely wounded, using movement, which greatly frightened his brother. With difficulty pronouncing the words, he said that they had failed, but Edward did not fully understand what he was talking about. The Forgotten Dragon, meanwhile, focused its attention on the players, who at that moment had lost their vigilance. Jun-ho watched as the monster attacked the Shadow Brothers with an electric blast, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The boy knew that the mistake the American players made was that they did not think about the consequences when they touched the back scale. Newcomers who encountered the dragon for the first time were often mistaken, since when striking the scales, the dragon only became more ferocious. At such moments, it was no longer possible to use ordinary items in battle against the monster. Seo Jun-ho wanted to take advantage of the moment and summoned a hurricane, asking his opponents to stall for time for him. The demons had to stay alive as long as possible so that he could calmly pull the bowstring. Another bolt of lightning struck the ground, nearly hitting Vincent as he fled. Looking at his brother, Edward told him to keep quiet so that he would not lose his concentration. The man wondered when the dragon's attacks would end, as it once again directed a series of lightning bolts at them. The player, who believed that the monster's magical abilities were limited, realized that he was wrong. However, at that moment, an arrow fired by Seo Jun-ho suddenly hit the flying dragon. The boy's attack was successful, and the Forgotten Dragon screamed loudly in pain, his eye bleeding profusely. Without taking their eyes off the monster writhing in the sky, the Shadow Brothers wondered if this was the work of the young warrior. Edward and Vincent exchanged glances, saying that it was only thanks to the Korean player that they were still alive. Realizing this, one of the brothers became angry, because they were used as bait, and therefore their death was not beneficial to the warrior. The players from America were sure that the guy would not be able to defeat the unknown dragon alone. Edward informed his brother that if Jun-ho continued to attack, the dragon would rush towards him, meaning they would have a chance. As soon as the demons relaxed, the dragon returned again, but the brothers needed to hold out a little longer. The player who was watching the battle noted that the opponent's movements had improved, that they were not trying to attack, but simply running away. He guessed that the brothers were trying to attract the dragon's attention to him, but he was prepared for this in advance. Seo Jun-ho, pulling the bowstring, said that the brilliant future they dreamed of, unfortunately for them, will not come true. The moment the guy began to aim, magical energy began to gather around him. And soon in place of the ordinary arrow there appeared another one, which was woven from dark energy. Taking proper aim, the guy fired, and since he had a hurricane in his hands, he wasn't worried about missing. True, the player did not limit himself to just one arrow, but sent several more following the one he had just fired. And after all the projectiles were launched, Jun-ho put the bow back into his inventory. Having dealt with the dragon, the boy wanted to deal with the brothers, who acted as hounds. As Vincent dodged another attack from the monster, he wondered why the player had suddenly stopped attacking. Suddenly, the demon's target appeared before them, claiming that the brothers were not hunting a dragon, but playing shooting games. Vincent asked why the guy came here, because he was supposed to sit in the rear and shoot the dragon from a safe distance. As the young warrior said that he had finished his work, one of the dark arrows pierced the flying monster's body. And after one arrow, another one pierced the monster, knocking it off its intended path and causing it to fall. Soon, the giant dragon's carcass crashed onto the shore, covered in numerous arrows created by dark matter. Hearing a crash behind them, the Shadow Brothers turned around, shocked to find the dragon dead. The demons were amazed that the guy easily dealt with the monster that they could not approach, although Jun-ho's main weapon should have been a sword. The association player said the hurricane was simply magnificent, which perfectly matched his abilities. And when the warrior mentioned that Carl Sechner would regret it if he let such a valuable item go, the brothers looked at each other. The demons began to insist on dialogue with their opponent, mentioning that they were pathetic losers and did not pose a threat. The players wanted to tell Seo Jun-ho everything they knew about their master Scener, just so he would spare them. However, the guy abruptly cut off the Shadow Brothers, stating that he had no intention of cooperating with the vile demons. The boy wondered if his opponents really thought he would let them live, knowing what kind of activities they were engaged in. Vincent angrily shouted that they were not going to die so easily, despite all the threats of the newcomer. After his fiery speech, the man pounced on his opponent, summoning a magical blade into his hand. But before he could swing it, Jun-ho was faster and cut off the hand with the weapon with his blade. Vincent, frozen in place, did not understand what had just happened, and did not even have time to react properly. Edward rushed to his wounded brother, but it was too late, and the demon, bleeding, fell to the ground. Cursing at the association player with the most vile words, with tears in his eyes, the man rushed into the attack. However, the first attack that the demon made was easily blocked by Seo Jun-ho, and in the next second, Edward joined his brother as the young warrior's blade pierced his body. Spitting blood every time he uttered a word, the man tried to find out how the guy managed to defeat them. Seo Jun-ho said that if such worthless people had a next life, they would have to spend it atoning for their sins. Repeating the same question, how was this possible? The demon fell to the ground dead. Having dealt with his killers, the hero wanted to get down to receiving a reward for his efforts. The young warrior watched the forgotten dragon, whose body shook in its death throes. To ease his fate and stop his suffering, Jun-ho raised his sword over the monster's head. At that moment, the dragon looked pitifully at his executioner, over whose blade aura had already begun to gather. Jun-ho looked at the dying dragon and was surprised by the way it looked at him, which seemed strange to him. However, deciding not to dwell on this, the player pierced the monster with his blade, thus ending its suffering. Afterwards, the nameless dragon closed his eyes and left this dungeon forever. And the system notified the conqueror of the monsters that from now on, the island of the Forgotten Dragon was conquered by him. Immediately, information windows appeared in front of Seo Jun-ho, informing him about the level increase and the reward for the monster. Well, the player wanted to see all this later, since he finally had the opportunity to try out a new skill. The Confession of the Dead received at the first gate allowed one to play and view the memories of the deceased. Now the guy had the opportunity to find out all the information he was interested in, the authenticity of which he would not doubt. Holding his hand over the dead man's head, the warrior began to play back Vincent's memories. When the Confession of the Dead began, a strange substance resembling an aura began to flow into the palm of the skill owner. However, everything that followed was just a window, although the member of the association expected something more. A search bar and control buttons appeared in the window, reminiscent of a player with functions for watching a movie. After fiddling around with the settings a bit, the guy asked the program to show the deceased relatively recent memories. And as soon as he chose the right moment, he literally plunged into Vincent's memories, that he himself became part of those events. The beaten man who begged the demon not to touch him wanted to know why he was being so cruel to him. True, he never received an answer to his question and instantly passed away before So's eyes. Then the player was bombarded with many other deaths, where people did nothing but beg for mercy before their death. Finding the strength within himself to stop this madness, the warrior removed his hand from the dead man who had stopped the flow of monstrous deaths. Returning back to the search, the guy asked the program to show everything that was related to the demon association. Then the player was transported to a deserted street, where Edward was opening the shutter of some store. When they looked inside, they found themselves in a dark laundry room with a stranger standing in the center. The man who was ironing the sheet at that moment turned to the brothers, declaring that he was giving them an order. The demon told them to join the newcomer from the Korean Association who was planning to take over the East Sea. Vincent's brother protested as they were preparing for an auction in Las Vegas, but the man replied that he was just a middleman. Going back in memory, Junho found the place where the Shadow Brothers received the mission. After reading the name of the laundry, the boy noted that it was one of the places for secret meetings of the Demon Association. But the warrior was not going to stop there and wanted to find out some more useful information. And then he came across a later memory of being surrounded by dark magical energy. The strange man who addressed Vincent and Edward liked the sparkle in the eyes of the brothers who were kneeling before him. Seo Junho was surprised when the man announced that from now on, not the two of them belonged to the second level of the hierarchy. The man whose face the player was unable to see said that he was ready to share his power with the brothers. The realization that he had found a demon that was stronger than the Shadow Brothers horrified the boy. But before he could find out the identity of this person, So was thrown out of his memories due to his insufficient ability level. Playback was forcibly terminated for the safety of the user who was trying to recover. Junho thought that he needed to level up his ability first if he wanted to get the information he needed. And then the idea came to the guy's head that perhaps he could look into the memories of not only people. Then he approached the monster, whose power was many times greater than the power of the fox's flame, who did not even have a name. The player became curious about who this monster really was, which no one could defeat for a long time. The monk before him told him about the protracted war that had already lasted for 5 years, and during all this time, prayers for peace had been addressed to His Majesty. The man whose memories Junho was looking through stated that they had never known a peaceful life and the war was still not over. When the stranger turned around, his shadow fell on the wall, revealing the crown on his head. Looking at all this, So listened with his mouth open about the northern side that was eager to take away His Majesty's lands. The man did not understand what kind of peace they could talk about when his body was becoming weaker every day, so he stopped mid-sentence. Turning to the chief Buddhist monk, the king asked him if he had heard anything about the sacred dragon. The bonze replied that it was a common belief about the protector of the great country, but His Highness had thought about it a lot. If there really was a dragon that protected the country, then the king's people needed exactly the same sacred dragon. He ordered that he be cremated and his ashes scattered over the eastern sea so that he could turn into a dragon and continue to protect the country. The monk was shocked by such a statement because it meant that His Majesty was going to abandon the great cycle of rebirth. The bonze claimed that bearing the burden of Sura and one day being reborn as an animal was not a fate they deserved. After these words, the memory was interrupted, and Seo Junho thought about the fact that the unknown dragon was once a human. The boy was afraid that in front of him, there might be a man who spoke about a dragon protecting the country. In that case, the forgotten dragon was actually Munmu, the king of power, something So could never have foreseen. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared in front of him, stating that by using the dead man's confession, the player had looked into a part of history. He managed to increase the skill level, but at the same time he wished His Highness to sleep peacefully, because now the land was safe. These words spoken by Junho caused the scales on the dragon's body to glow one by one. Gradually, each small scale began to separate from the monster's body in the form of a phantom projection. And only when the guy saw what they were getting ready for, he watched this picture with a mesmerized expression on his face. The dragon spirit addressed the player, expressing his gratitude for the prayer said for him. Following this, another notification came about the completed hidden quest of the Island of the Forgotten Dragon, and along with it the title of Heavenly Assistant. The guy had no idea that in addition to increasing his level, he received a special level pacifying flute. Seo Junho was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected surprise, which unfortunately could only be used from level 30. After the capture of the Eastern Sea Gate, a meeting was announced at which the players who took part in the capture were to speak. One of the journalists, talking to his colleague, claimed that Seo Junho came out of the gate alone, which indicated the death of the Shadow Brothers. Other reporters did not believe in the death of the soldiers, but they could not deny that before death everyone was equal. But as soon as the player association member stepped onto the stage, everyone immediately fell silent to hear everything firsthand. When the journalists fell silent instead of them, the shutters of cameras could be heard, continuously filming the hero of the day. After waiting for a pause, the guy nevertheless began to speak, saying that the first thing he wanted to tell was why he came out of the gate alone. The press held its breath, ready to record every word the player uttered at that moment. And then, unexpectedly for everyone, the warrior burst into tears, claiming that it was he who was guilty of the death of the Shadow Brothers. The guy explained that there was a huge labyrinth inside, and their starting points were far from each other. Clutching his head, So forced himself to continue the story and tell what happened when he left the labyrinth. At that moment, he saw the bodies of his brothers with fatal wounds that were inflicted by an unknown dragon, but he reached the players too late. Seo Junho was grateful to Edward and Vincent, whose feat he promised to always remember, which the Demon Master also listened to. With difficulty containing his emotions, Carl Signer declared that the impudent guy who had stolen the hurricane from under his nose was damn lucky. The master's subordinate asked what was to be done with the auction in Las Vegas, to which Signer replied that he was responsible for the mission's failure. Now he had to settle this problem at any cost. And according to the servant, guard dogs were supposed to go up to the second floor. According to the management, they should not fool around on the first floor, but Carl asked to postpone the raising of the dogs. The subordinate insisted that management had personally called them, but the demon claimed that for the association, the result was more important than the process. The man said that holding the auction was the most important thing, and they were ready to kill for failing the mission, so he ordered guard dogs to be sent to the auction. And while Carl Sinner was dealing with the problems caused by Junho's affairs, the boy was dealing with his own. He asked Secretary Cha why she didn't sort out the assignments sent to him personally this time. The girl replied that she had just sorted everything out, as evidenced by the bags under her eyes. All these assignments were for the young warrior, which was the result after the successful capture of the gates of the Eastern Sea. However, the player insisted that, according to official information, he did not make a significant contribution to the capture of these gates. Cha Shiyun agreed with this, but in the world of players, luck was also called skill, which was why So received so many requests. The guy wasn't thrilled that even though he was trying to take some of the work off his plate, he was still somehow only adding to it. Taking a closer look at the player, his assistant suddenly announced that his hair needed to be tidied up. The association member asked whether this was really necessary, since he was not some kind of star. The girl was horrified when she saw yesterday's photos after the gate was captured and decided to demonstrate what the top players looked like now. Showing the players' profiles, Chaseon explained that their careers were not as illustrious as Junho's, but they also did not look as sloppy. The assistant, rummaging through her wallet, asked whether the young gentleman was planning to have a good rest today. She handed the player a business card for a beauty salon so that he could visit it and get his hair done. Ms. Cha insisted that she needed to get her hair cut right away, and Junho was already beginning to miss the days when he wore a mask. The player then stated that Shiyun could have left early today, which surprised the girl greatly. She asked again if she could really leave, and the warrior said that she had spent a lot of effort sorting the materials, so she deserved to rest. Not believing her luck, the assistant beamed with joy, which the young gentleman had never seen before. She turned away, and after thanking him, she wished Seo Junho a good day and then stormed out of the office. The player even felt a bit offended that the girl had left him with such zeal, as if it had been hard for her to be in his company. Looking at his hair, the guy realized that it was indeed a bit long and needed to be shortened. He didn't mind going to a high-class salon on the recommendation of his secretary, but it was more comfortable to visit salons during the time of the Dark Ghost. Then So could get his hair cut anywhere, and as soon as he took off his mask, no one cared about him. However, now the situation had changed and his face was known to every second person, which only created certain inconveniences. Seo Jun-ho sometimes recharged his batteries in an unusual way by visiting a manga gallery. Finding himself inside the room, the young warrior was glad that the hall was empty today and there were no strangers. The association player could finally take off his mask without fear of being recognized, and as was usually the case, being photographed en masse. The fact that there was no one at the comic book rental store made the guy think that they were on the verge of bankruptcy. Having driven away his gloomy thoughts, Jun-ho headed to his favorite place, having collected several volumes of reading material. But when he approached his seat, he suddenly discovered a girl sitting right behind him. Taking a closer look at her, the warrior discovered that she was eating ramen, which he also wanted to order for himself. The girl reading the book thought about the plot described in it, which seemed too pretentious to her. It was only when Jun-ho walked around the stranger that he discovered that she was Secretary Cha. The girl immediately spat out the ramen when she saw someone staring at her. While wiping herself, Cha Shur-un asked if it was really Mr. So in front of her, for whom this meeting was as unexpected as for him. Quite a while had passed since the young master had met his assistant, but he was still reading the book. Without looking at Mrs. Cha, the boy replied that she could look at him as much as she wanted, but he had no intention of leaving. The girl gave him an angry look, also not looking up from reading the novel. After some time unable to withstand the tense atmosphere, she slammed her fist on the table. Cha Shiyun stated that there was nothing wrong with reading books that she liked, and that even in ancient times such hobbies were valued. Shrugging his shoulders, the player replied that although the idea was sound, he had doubts about the choice of secretary. The warrior asked if the whole world was really contained in a book about a munchkin who had been training for 9 million years. When turning purple with anger, the girl asked what book Mr. Jun-ho was reading if he spoke like that about her preferences. Remembering the name of the multi-volume novella, namely The Priest of the Sun, the player stopped at the fact that his book was no better. However, wanting to satisfy her curiosity, the assistant ordered the young gentleman to show her the name. Feeling awkward, Seo Jun-ho showed the cover of the book, which could be deduced from its title. Cha Shih-un responded with jubilation that the boy's novel was no different from hers, that they were on the same level. Having determined each other's preferences, the couple continued reading and were no longer distracted from the process. After a couple of hours of continuous reading, the guy slammed the book shut, finally finishing its last volume. Stretching his numb arms, Seo Jun-ho happily reported that the book he had read was quite fascinating. Following him, the assistant also closed her novella, which, as it turned out, also finished reading it. Beaming with joy, the girl said that she really liked the story described in the book. Moving closer to the secretary, the player admitted that it was unexpected for him that she came to the comic book rental since she belonged to the elite. The guy thought that the girl had little interest in such places, but she immediately replied that this was a fairly common opinion. Cha Xian said that she liked it here because she could read books without any attention from others. Secretary Cha began to tell how she was delighted with the rustling sound of turning pages, so she preferred paper books to electronic ones. She also loved the smell of old books, which felt like a subtle scent of time. True, the assistant did not discuss these topics for long, because the sound of the alarm clock brought her back to the real world. The young lady did not notice how time flew by, and she was going to return home as quickly as possible. Junho offered to call her a taxi, but there was no need since the secretary lived nearby. Having said goodbye to his assistant, the player caught himself thinking that she had worked hard and believed that he should not have fallen behind. Shimtogu asked why his friend needed to go to America, that perhaps he wanted to attend the funeral of the Shadow Brothers. The warrior denied this assumption, but the association president no longer had any other guesses. Modestly, the boy replied that he had learned from his deceased brothers the secret meeting place of demons, which shocked Shima. True, the player did not tell where it was located, but first he had to go there himself. Plopping heavily into a chair, the man said that he was very worried, but not for his friend, but for the demons. The association needed to find out information, but Toku felt that his old acquaintance would kill everyone, and they would never find out anything. But Junho insisted that there would be information at any cost, and that the intermediary had to know at least something. The president had no choice but to simply trust the player, whom he was always ready to support if necessary. Taking advantage of the moment, the guy said that, as always, he needed the help of an old friend. After rummaging through his inventory, Seo Junho dumped a pile of bones on the table, shocking Taka. He asked who these bones belonged to, that he got from the dragon of the perverted Eastern Sea. The player replied that the director could use half of the bones at his own discretion and asked Quan Noa to make a sword for him from the rest. The man promised to contact the master, also asking if Junho had any requests regarding length or weight. The boy replied that the old man should make the same sword that he used before, when he was a dark ghost. But then the player was stopped by Toku's question about what to do if the old man doesn't remember about that weapon, because the master was supposed to be 100 years old. Turning to his friend, Seo Junho asked him to tell him that if Quan didn't remember, he could safely retire. Returning to his room, the player fell into bed with a running start, saying that he was quite tired over the past time. However, before falling asleep, he reached for his phone to text Mrs. Cha, hoping that she was still awake. The guy asked her to change her tickets to Las Vegas for tomorrow, to which the girl responded with a sticker with a cat. The young warrior breathed a sigh of relief that he had resolved the issue with the tickets, since he did not want to wait another day. After which, the player opened his inventory, as he had free time to check the new items. First, he took out the pacifying flute, a ritual instrument capable of eliminating all troubles on Earth and bringing peace. Its only drawback was that it could only be used 3 times. But even with such restrictions, this rare class item remained an extremely powerful artifact. Looking at his stats, Junho was still short of the title of Bringing Spring, but what he had was quite enough. But what pleased the guy even more was that his magic stat was now the highest among all his skills. The warrior began to think that if he continued to develop in the same spirit, he would soon be able to use the steel of a sword. This was the name of an art that could only be used when the player had acquired high knowledge in the magical sphere. Seo Junho was glad that with his values he could hunt on the 2nd floor, and if he mastered the art of steel, he could even rise to the 3rd level. But the question immediately arose whether he would be able to compete with the 9 incomparable rulers of the other world. The hero kept thinking about how strong these creatures had become after a quarter of a century and how many demons remained in the pack. Watching the plane fly by, the player dreamed of being on board his flight as soon as possible. It wasn't long before Seo Junho found himself in a place of entertainment and excitement that people called the City of Sin. The guy wondered how many hours it took him to get to Las Vegas, his muscles aching from sitting. The warrior remembered his friend Sky, who would solve all problems with teleportation. Following the gaze of passers-by, the player began to understand why there were so many people on the street. In front of him was a sign for an auction of artifacts, in which famous people from all over the world participated. As he turned on his watch, the boy told himself that no matter how significant the auction was, it didn't interest him. Junho came to this place for another reason, and when checking the route on the map, he discovered that he had to walk quite a distance. The association member wanted to quickly sort out the matter that was connected with demons and have a good time for the rest of the time. The sign for the laundry was exactly the same as the one in the memories of one of the Shadow Brothers. The employee of the establishment kept clicking on the control panel to somehow influence the air conditioner. Cursing, the man slammed the remote control on the table, asking when the repairman would finally come and fix everything. The man was indignant that everything was going wrong, that the Shadow Brothers had screwed up, and that the air conditioner had stopped working. And as luck would have it, the crazy watchdogs had to show up, guessing that everything was supposed to end just like this. His colleague sitting next to him asked why the old man called them crazy, that he had probably met them before. The man replied that he heard that they had not smelled blood for a long time and that they had also finished off his boss. As soon as the man said these words, the roller blind opened with a sharp, characteristic sound. It scared the establishment's employees, not because it suddenly opened, but because of who opened it. The man stuttered as the guard dog squad, consisting of 3 demons, entered the laundry room. The girl began to complain about why it was so hot in the building, asking the employees if they really wanted to die here. The man immediately began to justify himself and apologize, but the girl was more interested in the order for which they had come. As soon as the broker brought it, the member of the watchdogs snatched the paper from his trembling hands. Then, while reading the taken order, the girl's face distorted into a displeased grimace. Gritting her teeth, she asked her comrades to look into it for themselves, claiming that the mission might have been changed. The skinny guy didn't believe her words, claiming that in that case, their ascent to the 2nd floor could have been delayed. The girl suggested that he take a look at the order with his own eyes, which her colleague did, carefully studying the text of the message. The girl turned to the boss, telling him that the top brass had expressed an official protest to them, that they had also ordered them to steal one thing. The demon stated that Kyle Sickner had never been their immediate superior, which confused her. However, the man in the cloak continued to stand silently, pondering everything that his subjects had said above, after which he extended his hand to the skinny demon, who wanted to personally look at the association's order. The subordinate, with shaking hands, began to straighten out the previously crumpled paper with the order, after which he handed over the letter sent by the Demon Association to the head of the watchdogs. However, as soon as the man touched it, the sheet of paper suddenly burst into a bright flame. The mediator, who was watching everything that was happening, began to sweat even more than before, being extremely excited. The team leader asked the employee if he had any more orders addressed to them. Hearing a negative answer, the leader of the guard dogs turned around, ordering his men to follow him. And literally the next moment, the roller shutter slammed shut again, leaving the laundry workers alone. As soon as the demons left the room, the man fell to the floor in horror, unable to stand on his feet any longer. A colleague rushed up to him and excitedly asked if he was okay and who the people were who had just come to see them. Guessing that they were guard dogs, the guy began to reason that of all of them, only the leader turned out to be normal, which angered the intermediary. The man did not understand whether his partner's eyes were really just for decoration, that he wanted to tell him something. The people called the 9 strongest players the 9 heavens, and the leader of the dogs, Arma, was a high-ranking member of the association who was a disciple of Najat Hollow. And at that moment it dawned on the guy that in front of him was the necromancer who had committed mass murder in Turkey. The man continued his story, saying that, according to rumors, the guard dog squad originally consisted of 5 people. 2 of them did not please the leader of the group, and so Arma turned them into skeletons. As at that moment the shutter rose again. The broker and his assistant were very scared, because they did not expect that anyone else would come to see them. The laundry workers asked why they had been scared like that, and they decided that the stranger was a repairman who would fix the air conditioner. The man was indignant that the master had been gone for so long that they were ready to die from the heat. The guy said that he could help with their problem, and a small snowflake immediately appeared above his palm. And then the whole room was filled with frosty coolness, and the chief of the laundry expressed his surprise when the player came to them. But the next second, both workers told the guy to stop, as real winter had begun inside the building. However, Junho could no longer stop himself, declaring that he was not joking with such things. Taking off his cap and showing his face to the laundry staff, the player smiled at them in a friendly manner, after which he declared that the stupid demons, who, due to the cold, had lost control of their crimson eyes, would die here quietly. Soon this happened, and the dark matter that So could summon had already gotten rid of the corpses of the villains. Before feeding them to the dark force, the warrior learned that they were only intermediaries, trusted only to convey orders. However, they were no match for the guard dogs, with whom Junho would have a completely different conversation. The guy decided to call Taka despite the time difference, and after apologizing, he asked him for one favor. Shim was worried that his friend was in a dangerous situation, but the fact was that the player wanted to participate in an auction that was taking place in the city. He couldn't get in without an invitation, and hoped that the president of the Players Association would help him with this. Outraged by this statement, Comrade So said that he would easily get him a ticket by asking where he was staying. After some time, the young warrior found himself at the hotel where the auction was supposed to begin the next day. Seo Junho only wanted to look around, hoping that the clothes that Toku sent him wouldn't end up being needed. According to the player, the suit, made from silkworm thread, was an insanely expensive garment that was of no use. The association president insisted that the guy wear a suit so as not to damage his image, and So was already eyeing the casino. Without thinking at all about how this would affect the association, Junho headed towards the entrance of the establishment, since he had never been there before. However, before he could pass through the turnstile, an alarm went off, and 3 unknown men in black suits asked him to stop. When the player turned around, the guard was surprised to see Seo Junho in front of him, although the rising star did not recognize him. With a smile, the man replied that they had met in Insadong, that it was Hai and Ho from the Dokkaebi Guild. Taking a closer look at the guard, Junho remembered him as the one who was next to Commander Kongju Ha. This tandem player thought it was hilarious that he immediately apologized to the security guard who was interested in what brought the guy to Las Vegas. The association member responded that he had decided to participate in the artifact auction, but wanted to look around before it started. In-Ho said that the auction organizers assigned his team to monitor security during the event. The security guard asked if the newcomer really wanted to get into the casino, and he did not hide his intentions. Then Hai and Ho suggested following him because the methods of running the gambling business had long changed. After the change in the world, the casino suffered huge losses due to a couple of players who used their abilities. That is why, in order to avoid misunderstandings in the future, the servant of Kongju-ha pointed the young warrior to another door. The hotel has been offered to open a separate casino exclusively for players to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. It allowed you to use your abilities as much as you wanted, and the dealers were also players. Jun-ho suggested that in that case, high-level players should have ruined the casino, but In-ho replied that it didn't always work that way. Sometimes the player's level and ability didn't matter, because Princess Tokebi had never won yet. The girl in tears asked the dealer if he was sure that the second number was the winner, insisting that the croupier was cheating. The girl clung to the table in tears, saddened by grief, and So, who approached her, was surprised by such a scene. However, probability or mental ability did not help in cheating, so the player could only rely on his keen eyesight. Sitting down next to Kong Ju-ha, the guy asked if the game the girl was playing was interesting. The guild leader was on edge, but she changed her anger to mercy as soon as she saw Mr. Snakehead appear next to her. She never thought that they would meet in such a place, assuming that the player had changed his mind and wanted to become her subordinate. But then Kong Ju-ha laughed, claiming that she was just joking and that she also asked how So ended up here. The guy replied that he was going to participate in the auction, and when he came to look around, Hai and Ho brought him to the casino. The girl asked to contact her immediately if any problems arose, because at the moment she was the captain of security for this hotel. Looking at the gaming table, Seo Jun-ho wondered if the game was really that difficult. A member of the Tokebi Guild explained that the dealer had very dexterous hands and was rumored to have become a dealer after working on the second floor. Juha had no idea who was hiding under the mask because all the casino workers wore them for their own safety. The warrior thought it was logical to hide the dealer's abilities, so he called the waiter over to place his bet. His friend was surprised when the player went all in, insisting that she first needed to get used to the speed of the dealer in order to follow the movement of his hands. And then Jun-ho struck the princess with the question of why she had not gotten used to it during the entire game, that she continued to lose time after time. I feel a little awkward for insulting the security commander like that. The guy told the dealer to start the game. Having placed the ball under one of the three thimbles, the man began to change their places, trying to confuse the player. But the next moment, the man's hand movements reached such a limit that it was difficult to follow them. And when the dealer stopped, having placed the thimbles in a row, he offered the warrior to make his choice. Suddenly, Kong Ju-ha stood up from her seat, claiming that she now knew exactly where the ball was. Pointing to the outer bell, she stated that she now clearly saw that it was on the left. Commander Khan even considered placing a few chips, but Jun-ho advised her not to place any bets in the future. He explained this by saying that the princess had absolutely no skills that would be useful in this game, and he chose the middle bell. Opening it, the dealer congratulated the player on his win, to which Kong Ju-ha said that beginners were always lucky. However, it seemed to her that fortune smiled on newcomers only once, suggesting that the guy stop there. True, she continued to play because she just couldn't win, but this heartbreaking story didn't make the proper impression on So. Just as the member of the Players Association was about to leave the table, he heard the voice of one of the casino visitors. The girl turned to the skinny demon and asked if he wanted to join her and play. The guy asked to address him with respect, while Jun-ho recognized these guys who, by a strange coincidence, were also here. Luck was on the player's side, because the problem with finding demons resolved itself. Only he couldn't enter into open confrontation with them until they showed their demonic nature. But it was unlikely that they would reveal themselves so easily. Therefore, So could only create a favorable situation that he wanted to play the game again, which surprised Commander Khan. The girl shook her head, claiming that gambling addiction was a terrible disease that spared no one. Since there were now 3 players, the dealer was forced to use 5 containers in the next game. The man placed 2 more bells on the green cloth in addition to the 3 that were originally on the table, after which he began to quickly rotate them, which was closely watched by the members of the guard dog squad. And after the dealer finished his work, he invited all the players to make their choice. While the girl chose the middle bell, her colleague and Jun-ho chose the very last one on the right. The croupier, raising the bell under which the ball was hidden, congratulated both gentlemen on their victory. Shocked by the newbie's luck, Kong Ju-ha insisted that luck was also a skill. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy noticed that the demon girl was unhappy, either with his victory or with her loss. She began to push her skinny colleague, insisting that he stop memorizing the correct answer. Soon on the table on Seo Jun-ho's side, there was a whole pile of chips that he had won playing shell games. Commander Khan felt embarrassed that Mr. Snakehead had just sat down at the table and was showing such impressive results. Then the guy explained that his friend had taught him how to play, and that he had shown him a way to see through his opponent's trick. Gilberto Green believed that it was as easy as pie, because you had to look not at the shell, but at its essence. The shooter insisted that no matter whether the dark ghost was stronger or weaker, it was necessary to comprehend the hidden essence of the opponent's technique. Jun-ho and the skinny demon had large stacks of chips, while the watchdog girl only had a few. Preparing for the next round, the dealer sped up several times, shocking Princess Tokibi with his incredibly fast movements. It was true that Jun-ho was not surprised by such tricks, so he took his eyes off the dealer. But to be more precise, the player was not watching the containers, one of which contained the ball, but the dealer's ability, which was called an illusion. At the end, he and the skinny one of the guard dogs chose the same option, the second from the left. When the man announced in a sad voice that the boys had won again, they looked at each other. To his great regret, the dealer announced that he would be replaced, asking the players to remain in their seats. So, taking advantage of a free minute, suggested that the princess look at an interesting artifact. And when Jun-ho showed it to her, the hotel security commander's mouth dropped open in surprise. The player held a compass in his hands that was so cold it was given to him by President Shim Toku. The dogs listened with half an ear to the fact that if this compass was filled with magic, then with its help one could find special people. When asked who these people were, the young warrior did not answer, and the compass needle suddenly began to turn. Kong Ju-ha was surprised because her friend had previously stated that there were no such people among those present. However, after some convulsive twitching, the arrow stopped right on the players who were sitting at the same table with them. Seo Jun-ho immediately began to claim that there was something wrong with the artifact, believing that it might have broken. But after that, the warrior quickly went to the restroom, and the princess of the Tokebi Guild told him to come back quickly, as she was burning with curiosity. Suddenly, the skinny guy who was playing Thimblerig with them also decided to go to the toilet. When his companion asked him how long he had been gone, the demon replied that he would return in 5 minutes. The next moment, Jun-ho left the hotel and ran down the street with a compass in his hands. True, having run into the gateway, the guy found himself in a dead end, which came as a surprise to him. A second later, the only road that led out of this trap was blocked by a guard dog. With a stony expression, he said that, in his opinion, the toilet was on the other side. The demon decided that the artifact in the player's hands most likely pointed to demons, and thus, having learned who they were, the guy fled here. Unexpectedly, Jun-ho raised his hand with the compass, which attracted the attention of his pursuer. But his opponent couldn't even imagine that the guy would let go of the artifact and let it shatter on the ground. The demon wondered how the artifact could break so easily, but if it wasn't disposable, then it was a fake. The player exchanged the artifact for a blade, and the watchdog asked if he had lured him to this place on purpose. The association member responded that he had already felt in the casino that his opponent was truly resourceful. Also armed with a blade, the demon asked the boy how much he knew about them. With a mischievous smile, Seo Jun-ho said that it was enough for him to tell them about the enemy's schedule for tomorrow. One of the dogs replied that in that case their conversation would be short, stopping hiding his blood-red eyes. In a flash, the boy found himself next to his opponent, which came as a surprise to the young warrior. Before the enemy's attack could be launched, So managed to dodge it at the very last moment. The player didn't expect the enemy to be so fast, but he was sure that he was definitely stronger than the Shadow Brothers. To minimize the chance of being hit, Jun-ho jumped away from his opponent. The young warrior thought that it was not the demon's physical fitness that was the issue, but that he perhaps had acceleration. Suddenly, the demon stated that he realized the level of abilities the player possessed, which made him wary. The skinny one of the guard dogs told the boy to calmly surrender and accept his death, since he could not avoid the next attacks. The opponent himself understood that Jun-ho could monitor his speed with his eyes, which was a good decision. So he decided to choose 2 areas that, if hit, would cause instant death. These were either the head or the heart. Since it was easier to hit the head, the dog pretended to aim at it, but in fact wanted to strike at the heart. However, at that very moment, he was hit by a bright flash, which nullified any attempts to attack the player. The skinny demon was surprised that his opponent used something that resembled a smokescreen. Being enveloped in So's dark energy, the guard dog didn't care what techniques he used. The guy claimed that his knife was already aimed straight at Seo Jun-ho's heart, and there was no hope of salvation. However, the demon suddenly found himself trapped by a player whose hand holding the blade was completely covered in ice. The young warrior said that he easily anticipated the enemy's attacks, and it was not necessary to have the same speed to defeat him. Following the nature of the demon's thinking, Jun-ho guessed that if he opened his head, the enemy would aim for the heart. By asking the enemy what was the point of being fast when your actions could be easily predicted, Jun-ho enraged the demon. The guard dog rushed at the player and ordered him to shut up immediately, arming himself with a new dagger. But this attack also failed, as the association member stopped the opponent's blow in time. As soon as he touched the skinny man's other hand, it too became covered in ice, leaving him completely vulnerable. It would be a sin not to take advantage of this moment to crush the demon, which is what Jun-ho did. Having stained the streets with the blood of the enemy, the boy said that excessive caution could be no less dangerous. That same evening, the girl was sad, despite the fact that her skinny partner was a much better strategist than it might seem. However, the fact that he had not yet returned only meant that he had most likely already been removed. The squad member could not forgive her partner, because he assured her that he had everything under control and that he would return very soon. She described the appearance of the player Arm, who was then with Kong Ju-ha from the Tokebi Guild, believing that the boy was their ward. In a separate window, the head displayed a list of all the players who could currently be in Las Vegas. The man told the girl to find the scoundrel who had killed the skinny guy, and she began to look through the photos. And soon she discovered the player, being completely sure that it was he who was sitting at the same table with her. Looking at the photo of Jun-ho, the man thought, because in front of him was a rookie who debuted only 2 months ago. The necromancer was sure that his man could not lose to this player, so he decided to find out more about him. Opening the profile, he found articles, one of which indicated the guy's connection with the Shadow Brothers. The girls couldn't believe that this player was the same one who entered the Eastern Gate with Edward and Vincent. Arma did not rule out the possibility that Jun-ho had approached them on purpose, although in that case, it would mean that the brothers had not died a natural death. The head of the watchdog stated that from that moment on, Seo Jun-ho was considered a threat to them. The commander ordered his subordinate to find the player and get rid of him at the first opportunity. The next day, the long-awaited auction of artifacts took place in the same hotel with a casino. The representative of the Players Association arrived there in a car with a personal driver, who nevertheless wore a suit from Togu. When he headed towards the main entrance, the security guards became wary because they didn't know the guy by sight. One of the hotel employees asked the guest to show his invitation to a private event, and as soon as the man saw the emblem on the invitation envelope, surprise appeared on his face. The guard said that the entrance was on the other side and that he also didn't have to go through security since he had an invitation for VIP clients. Following the guard through the special entrance, Jun-ho wondered how his friend had managed to negotiate with the hotel to get such a pass. True, the guy didn't even have time to get to the hotel when he immediately met his friend from the Tokebi Guild. The girl asked the cafe employee to bring her iced tea with a ton of ice, placing a mini fridge on the counter. After which she added that 20 servings of tea were needed, and at that moment Mr. Snakehead approached her. Commander Khan was surprised when she met the guy who shamelessly ran away yesterday after promising to return quickly from the restroom. The princess exploded and began yelling at the player, demanding that he always finish when he started to say something. She spent the rest of the evening wondering what kind of ice compass Jun-ho had that was making it hard for her to sleep. He apologized, but it was not enough to make amends, and then he offered to treat the lady next time. However, Ju-ha still agreed, but set the condition that the player would treat her to something expensive. When he asked what the girl was carrying around, she replied that it was her refrigerator for drinks and ice cream. With a frightened look, she asked the snakehead to prepare itself properly, which was staring at one point. Without taking her eyes off the main hall, the head of security claimed that once the auction began, a heated battle would break out. So noticed that the girl really didn't like fire, even though she had mastered this element, to which she agreed, since she was constantly hot. Princess Tokebi asked the boy to go ahead and enjoy the auction, because she still had to pick up her order. Heading to the main hall, the player hoped that everything would go peacefully for Kong Ju-ha. After the girl received her order, she followed her friend into the hall. She caught herself thinking that the hall turned out to be spacious because she was sitting in the front rows, while the rest of the seats were occupied by celebrities. Gong Ju-ha's worries were not as strong because they were close to the stage and could immediately deal with the situation. Having taken her seat, the girl greeted her neighbor, whom she had not yet had time to examine. Whether it was a coincidence or fate itself, Snakehead found himself next to her once again. The girl whispered that all the seats had been assigned in advance, and the guy could not sit wherever he wanted. But the player claimed that it was his seat, since that was the number indicated on the invitation. With undisguised curiosity, Princess Takebi reached into the envelope containing her friend's invitation. She was surprised to find that Junho had a VIP invitation, since she herself could only get a pass for a lower level. And only now did Commander Khan notice that the guy had dressed up, having received privileges even though he had debuted 2 months ago. Suddenly she felt uneasy and asked, so if he had really spent all the money he had earned at the casino yesterday? Looking at the player's puzzled face, the girl explained that his outfit was expensive, but even the presence of money did not explain the ticket he had obtained. With a smile on his face, Junho replied that he received it from Shim Togu, who also provided him with clothes and a hotel room. Now it became clear to the girls that she thought that the president had appointed Seo Junho as his heir. Despite the player's objections, the princess insisted that there was no point in hiding it, since such an invitation could not be received by people from another country. Based on this, Gong Ju-ha decided that Seo Junho was none other than the president's successor. Due to the pressure of the Tokebi commander, the boy could no longer say no, so he only stated that he felt awkward about it, and that he would later ask Shimtoku about his suit. Turning once again to the snakehead, the girl was curious about what he was going to buy, which had no specific purpose. Juha replied that she also didn't come here to have fun, and was a professional, so her priority was strictly work. It was really strange for So to hear this from someone who had fun in a casino while working. At first, he planned to deal with the guard dogs himself, but after reading the memories of the skinny demon, he changed his mind. The player, no matter how much he had leveled up, was now unable to defeat the army alone. Whether he liked it or not, during the battle with the enemy, the warrior would need the help of the Tokaibi Guild. Looking at the booklet with artifacts, admiring the heavenly breath, the player hoped that the legends about the commander were not lying. If the rumors are true, he will be able to get not only a valuable item, but also protect everyone at the auction. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the host of the event came onto the stage and thanked everyone for their patience. The man announced the opening of an exclusive auction of artifacts, which did not cause strong emotions in Junho. Sometime later, participant number of 14 won another artifact called the Ice Crown. Commander Khan, whose place was announced by the host, considered the auction a fun activity, which her friend looked at with apprehension. And while the princess was wondering if there was any artifact left that was even colder, the guy noted that the girl had acquired all the items of the ice element. Feeling awkward about this question, the player still asked if Ju-ha hadn't said that a professional had to concentrate on work. The girl began to evade, claiming that the professional knew how to handle everything at once, noting that Snakehead had not acquired anything. The guy replied that he hadn't thought about buying it unless he came across something decent. Any equipment presented at the auction cannot compare to the equipment Seo Junho used in the past. All he managed to buy was just one necklace, the purchase of which Kong Ju-ha somehow missed, and she became curious about who the guy bought this necklace for, just to increase the speed of stamina recovery. The princess decided that it was a gift for the girl, but as so noted, first it was necessary to clarify whether he had one at all. Guessing that this option was incorrect, the representative of the Tokebi Guild suggested that the necklace was for her mother. But at that very moment, Junho pierced his acquaintance with lightning, answering that his mother was dead. The girl felt very ashamed, and then the guy admitted that he bought a gift for his nephew and asked him not to worry about past affairs. After some time, the host finally presented the lot, which had returned to them after a long absence. Number 84 has existed since the auction's inception and was known as the Unknown Ball. Upon discovering the interesting artifact, the association player's special skill was automatically activated. Seo Junho didn't know why. Out of all the skills, intuition was the one that responded to this lot. The player overheard a conversation between men sitting nearby, that this artifact was from the second floor, but they still hadn't figured out how it worked. His colleague confirmed that there was a man a couple of years ago who wanted to deal with it, but probably gave up since the item was here again. Experts agreed that the item was useless and hardly worth buying. Meanwhile, the player, although he didn't know why his intuition worked, which had never let him down before, decided to trust it and buy the ball. Kong Ju-ha was surprised when she saw Snakehead press the button to vote for the purchase of this artifact. The guy bought the lot for $60,000, explaining his sudden purchase as a simple outburst of curiosity. The host announced that they had finally reached the legendary artifact number 85. It was a high-level magic core that was discovered on the second floor, called the Heavenly Breath. His appearance captivated even the head of security, who could not tear her eyes away from the object of her gaze. The man said that the audience witnessed an incredible amount of magic, and rumors that the ball could supply an entire city with energy were not an exaggeration. The player became curious about how much the magic core would cost, to which the princess replied that its price would be beyond expectations. The exact answer depended on how many leaders of countries were going to take part in the bidding for this lot. Before the auctioneer had even begun bidding, the price for the Heavenly Breath immediately rose to $350 million. Commander Khan jumped up from her seat, fearing for the precious artifact, while her acquaintance sat calmly next to her. The guy realized that the guard dogs or their accomplices would come to the auction to steal this item. Meanwhile, the presenter did not have time to announce the price, which, having reached $450 million, immediately changed to $470 million. When the price reached $550 million, the host, carried away by the bidding, did not notice how the ceiling above his head began to crack. And just as the price for the Heavenly Breath reached $600 million, the ceiling collapsed, with debris flying straight onto the stage. All the presenter managed to do was raise his gaze to the giant pieces of the ceiling, ready to crush him. The auctioneer was speechless as spectators screamed, begging to be saved. One of the guards, a loyal subject of the guild Princess Ha-in-ho, came to the rescue. The man who protected everyone present at the auction with a giant dome asked if they were safe. Commander Khan was glad to see her subordinate, who had arrived just in time to take control of the situation. Seo Junho was surprised that the guard was able to create such a large barrier in the blink of an eye. That is why the man was called the Guardian Knight, who protected the auction participants from the attacks of skeletons. Jo-ha insisted that only demons could take such a crazy step, but she had no idea who was capable of summoning these creatures. Then the player, before leaving the auction, shared information that the attacker could have been a necromancer who had once made his mark in Turkey. The princess immediately reported that their priority was the evacuation of people, and the protection of artifacts came second. The girl ordered In-ho to take the Heavenly Breath, and only then begin searching for the necromancer. Turning to her acquaintance, the representative of the Tokebi Guild wanted to ask him for help. However, she did not find the young warrior in place, which made her outraged by his behavior, which constantly disappeared. Meanwhile, the security guards tried to calm the frightened crowd, which immediately headed for the exit, despite calls to remain calm. The security kept insisting that as long as they were in the barrier zone, they were safe, but people continued to crowd around, trying to leave the building. Looking up, the auctioneer said that the skeletons were about to break through the protection, so he ordered them to let him through first. Ignoring hotel security, the crowd continued to gather at the exit, creating a crush. And then the captain of the guard decided to take matters into her own hands, whose fist caught fire before striking. And the very next moment, the princess slammed it into the nearest wall, breaking it into pieces. Kong Ju-ha asked her people how long it would take to get the auction participants through the hole she made. Ha-in-ho assured the lady that she couldn't just break down the walls because the building wasn't cheap, but the girl said that people's lives were more important. The guard decided to side with his boss and agreed that she had done the right thing, although he asked her not to mention him during the report. Feeling awkward, the girl asked Ha-in-ho not to make her regret her actions. However, the next moment she froze as she saw surprise on the face of her subordinate, opposite whom a hole had opened in the wall. A bullet suddenly flew out of the portal and hit the guard in the shoulder, which came as a surprise to him. His boss was also shocked as she watched blood gushing from her subject's body. And only when the man began to fall, the girl regained her composure and screamed his name. But troubles never came alone, and after In-ho was wounded, the skeletons that surrounded them broke through the barrier. Because the person who created it was seriously injured, the protective effect also stopped working. Anger began to flare up inside the princess, because everything did not go according to plan, and the situation became more complicated with every second. Keeping her eyes on the skeletons descending into the hall, Kong Ju-ha had originally planned to wait until the one who controlled these evil spirits was found. But everything changed radically because the dead people who penetrated the barrier made her very nervous. A crowd of enemy soldiers armed with bladed weapons rushed towards the girl. But the princess was not one of the timid ones who rushed at the enemy alone with bare hands. And the next moment, the corner of the building was destroyed, from which a bright beam of energy shot into the sky. The skeletons that had so confidently rushed to attack the captain of the guard were now on fire. Despite the late hour, there was such a bright flash coming from the direction of the hotel that one might have thought it was morning. Meanwhile, the sniper who was watching the events taking place at the auction could not believe his eyes. A member of the watchdog squad asked the boss if what she saw was really man-made. The demon revealed that Kong Ju-ha was the owner of the strongest skill, Flame Master, Class S. Because of this, Arma's subordinate would not fight her face-to-face, preferring to act as the sniper she was. Then, with the help of special glasses, the girl began to search for the things she needed in the resulting chaos. And after she zoomed in on the image, she found an artifact next to the body of the wounded guard. Glad that she had managed to find the item, the demon used the capture technique that she had used earlier. She held out her hand and a hole made of dark matter formed above her palm, acting as a portal. In a matter of seconds, the heavenly breath that they had come for appeared from the portal that had formed. As the guard dog member examined the precious artifact, she was captivated by its beauty. Suddenly, the girl was contacted by her boss, who was interested in whether the item was safe. With a smirk, the girl asked him what he thought about it, stating that she was a first-class thief. Having praised his subordinate for the work she had done, the man ordered her to immediately go to point B. Pleased that the mission had gone so smoothly, the demon regretted that she had never met Junho. True, Arma's subordinate did not have time to go to the next location, as she noticed someone below. Taking a closer look, the girl discovered the association player she wanted to meet so much. She was very happy to see the young warrior, whose expression became mad. A watchdog member takes up a firing position to get even with her colleague's killer. Taking aim, the girl said that she would kill the guy painlessly with one shot to the head. However, while shooting, the sniper also used the capture technique, and a portal formed in front of the barrel of her rifle. A series of such holes in space were inexorably approaching Junho, who was running so carelessly down the street. The bullet fired by the girl unfortunately missed its target, which flew over the player's head. The shooter couldn't believe his eyes that somehow she managed to miss. Even though the shot was from a very long distance, with the teleportation skill, the bullet shouldn't have missed. Gritting her teeth, the demon decided to shoot again, saying to herself that this time she wouldn't miss. Two portals that appeared on either side of the player finally made him stop. But Seo Jun-ho was not at a loss, as he was familiar with the enemy's characteristics, using the shadow step technique. The next second, the guy disappeared, as if he had fallen into the ground, absorbed by dark energy. The sniper was shocked that her target somehow managed to slip away right from under her nose. The girls couldn't believe it, because even Ranker and Ho couldn't dodge her attack, not to mention a newbie. And then the demon realized what route the player was taking and where he might end up. True, this moment was enough for the shooter's legs to suddenly become covered in ice. Arma's subordinate became very scared as the ice continued to cover her body at a rapid speed. The girl, looking half-turned, managed to find out where and who attacked with the ice enveloping her body. Junho stood calmly before his opponent, feeling his superiority in this battle. The sniper questioned the enemy, who already had a sword in his hands, about who he was and what he wanted from them. However, the demon was unable to say anything else, as she was completely covered in ice, watching as they were about to finish her off. Meanwhile, in the hotel building, the skeleton army, after meeting with Commander Khan, was reduced to charred bones. With fire in her hands, the guild princess claimed that she felt incredibly hot in this place. She wanted to get to a cool place as soon as possible and, after completing her mission, go on vacation to Antarctica. But the guards turned to the girl with an urgent report that no matter how hard they tried, they could not find the heavenly breath. Her people assumed that the artifact had disappeared during the fight, since they had thoroughly checked the entire area of the premises. Shocked by this news, Kong Ju-ha tried to understand how the demon managed to do this near the dragon's breath. The princess was brought back from her anxious thoughts to reality by the cries of her people who were being attacked by the advancing enemy. When she saw him, the girl became frightened, because before that she had fought with completely different subordinates of the necromancer. A small group of skeletons appeared in front of Kong Ju-ha, although they were strikingly different from those that had broken through the protective barrier. The representative of the Takebi Guild wondered what the hell was going on here. The necromancer's new minions surrounded the security commander and what remained of her squad. Carefully examining the enemy, the princess noted that the color of the bones was black, which was not typical for skeletons. She personally selected the team members based on their skills, but despite the series of battles, they shouldn't have fallen so easily. The guard who was next to Kong Ju-ha stated that he was tormented by doubts about the enemy's new party. The equipment that the Black Skeleton Squad wore, as strange as it may sound, looked quite familiar to the man. The squad leader was so wary when she heard such a statement that she asked her subordinate to tell her more about it. The guard said that 3 years ago, there was an incident with the disappearance of players on the second floor. Recalling this incident, the girl asked whether the guard had spoken about soldiers who had disappeared without a trace. He claimed that he was responsible for their investigation and therefore knew all the details, equipment, fighting style, and other features of the missing. There was no doubt everything listed above about the missing players matched the Black Skeletons. The princess of the Takebi Guild froze in fear, as they were not just fighting against some undead. The leader of the guard dogs announced that he would organize an attack on the auction and distract Gong Ju-ha while his subordinate stole the heavenly breath. Point B, where the sniper was supposed to go at the end of the operation, was the Cheryl Hotel. Unfortunately for Jun-ho, the girl didn't know much about the Demon Association, which indicated that Arma didn't share information with his subjects. Therefore, the player needed to meet the necromancer and see his memories in order to find out at least some details about the Demon Association. From the memories of the guard dogs, the boy learned that the skeletons that attacked the auction were the players that Najat Hollow killed. His student was hiding far away from the hotel grounds and had set up a bunch of magical traps in his hideout. This created certain difficulties for the player, who began to wonder how he could have gotten there. Seo Jun-ho's gaze fell on the watch of his subordinate Arma, which turned out to be the answer to his question. The head of the guard dogs was in the hotel surrounded by many magical seals. He received a message on his phone about the completed mission from the demon, but there was also a strange guy on her tail who was not Seo Jun-ho. Then the necromancer asked about the artifact, which was still with the girl who wanted to hide near the hotel and leave their mark there. The man thought about the fact that the pursuer was not Jun-ho or the Takebi Guild, which indicated that a third party had appeared. The demon was not pleased to hear this, but he had no choice but to go to the alley to the shooter. Thanks to the necromancer's abilities, Arma, turning into black dust, moved to the specified place. While examining the building, the man discovered a mark that was clearly left by his human. Looking around, he also sensed a strong cloud of magic nearby, which made it easier to find the item. The energy trail led to the trash can, where the artifact was most likely hidden. When he opened the lid of the tank, a bright light immediately poured down on the man, which was to be expected. Arma admired the highest level magic core that was finally in his hands. However, the head of the watchdogs wondered if all magic cores were this cold. Besides all this, he also didn't feel any strong magic inside the object as the core suddenly cracked. The demon was under the impression of what had happened when the ball exploded in his hand. Shaking from the cold that pierced his hand, the necromancer realized that he was trapped. Looking at his arm frozen to the elbow, he wondered who was capable of making a trap from a cloud of magic. But what interested Arma more was how the enemy had recognized their mark, which told him to calm down and not lose his vigilance. The enemy was nearby, so the man was forced to defend himself, which he immediately conjured up under himself a magical seal. From the ground that was under the seal of the necromancer, a skull slowly began to emerge. Soon, next to the demon who did not want to waste his strength, several more skeletons crawled out. An unknown enemy forced the head of the watchdogs to call upon an army of the dead to destroy the villain. The man froze when he heard the player's voice behind him, claiming that the necromancer was defenseless while he was summoning the skeletons. Not believing his ears, Arma turned around to make sure that he wasn't imagining things and that the enemy was really behind him. But as soon as he did this, the man was suddenly pierced in the heart by an enemy blade. Immediately spitting out a clot of blood, the man mentally asked when the guy had managed to pull off all this. As he lost his strength, the necromancer realized that the enemy had been waiting for him from the very beginning, waiting for him to start calling for help. And when Arma fell exhausted to the ground, all his skeletons, just as quickly as they were summoned, just as quickly evaporated. Overcoming the pain, the demon wanted to know before he left this world the name of the warrior who defeated him. The guy answered a question with a question, asking if Arma himself answered all the questions of the people he killed. The man did not answer since the question was rhetorical and everything was clear without unnecessary words. Swinging his sword, Seo Jun-ho ordered his opponent to remain silent forever in that case. A second later, the black skeletons that were in the hotel at that moment began to crumble into small particles. Commander Khan froze in surprise as the enemy suddenly began to disappear into thin air. One of the guards who was next to the princess was surprised that the skeletons began to turn to dust. The girl wondered if the necromancer himself had called them back, which seemed very strange and illogical. Another explanation, which was more likely to be true, was that the demon was simply killed. Checking his stats, Junho was pleasantly surprised that he was able to rise by as many as 2 levels. Arma was an order of magnitude higher than his level. If he had not fallen into the trap, it is quite possible that the warrior himself would have ended up in the necromancer's place. Now that the opponent had been eliminated, the association player could find out the information he was interested in. Several strangers gathered around Arma, remarking on his ability with the summoning system, claiming that the boy would be fine up there. The strangers, addressing the little boy, claimed that he had been chosen, whose abilities caught the eye of Najat Hollow. However, the next moment, So was transported to the time period when the demon became the leader of the guard dog squad. The stranger convinced the necromancer that the main goal for all demons was to subjugate the entire tower to themselves. The man wanted to reveal the rest of the information to the necromancer on the second floor, but then his memories were cut off. The young warrior was unhappy that the fuses had been triggered again, blocking memories that were valuable to him. Due to the low level of his thought processing abilities, the boy could only see fragments, but even they had some value. These individuals who stood behind everything were like parasites, for whom the orphans represented material for raising demons. If one of the children could not withstand the cruelty, they were simply disposed of. Before the transformation, they were not even considered human. It turned out that Arma, who carried out a real massacre in Turkey, also came from this shelter. CO Junho wanted to stop these scoundrels from stopping the demon production line. Behind all this, most likely, stood Najat Hollow, who was also in the memories of the Shadow Brothers, and could have been one of the leaders of the Demon Association. Enraged, the boy angrily kicked the necromancer's corpse, declaring that he would soon exterminate the entire clan of demons. The next day, the princess of the Takebi Guild was still recovering from the events of the previous evening. The girl asked her subordinates if they had managed to find the missing artifact, but all was in vain. She kept wondering why they didn't run away, taking the heavenly breath with them, since there was a chance to track the enemy by the source of the magic. And when Commander Khan found out that it was only 7 in the morning, she became even more upset. The girl who blamed the damn demons for not being able to bask in the cozy hotel bed because of them was called out by In-ho. The security guard presented the box, saying that a stranger, possibly a fan, had sent her the gift. The princess's displeasure vanished as if by magic, and she began to reason that although she loved gifts, she asked her fans to stop doing it without a reason. However, the man who knew the contents of the box replied that this gift would definitely surprise the lady. Ju-ha became wary because she believed that the guard had already opened and checked the contents of the box, even though he denied it. And only when the security commander opened the box did she realize how unique the gift was. The girl's eyes lit up as she discovered the missing heavenly breath they had been searching for all night. The girl claimed that the artifact looked like the original, which was difficult to distinguish from the real thing, but In-ho assured that the item was real. As soon as the young lady found out about this, she shouted it throughout the hall, attracting the attention of those around her. She didn't understand how the item could be real since the necromancer had stolen it, but all the servant could say was that the course of events was somehow strange. There was also a note inside, which said that along with the necromancer, whose corpse lay in the alley, 2 more demons were killed. The note was signed by an anonymous fan, which surprised Gong Ju-ha that all the enemies were dealt with by her fan. Ha In-ho thought that they were very lucky because they would not have to pay a penalty for breaking the contract, which the princess was also grateful for. She wanted to meet this man, and even the guard shared her desire, but first wanted to study the necromancer's corpse. Dedicated fan Kong Ju-ha left no trace at the battle site, as if a professional had acted. The guard suggested that it could be a high-level fighter, but he had no specific candidates in mind. The young lady, as soon as she saw Junho entering the hotel lobby, instantly came to life, jumping up from her seat. The girl wanted to start her greeting with a complaint, but the guy, having greeted Commander Khan, said that the morning was good. The princess was perplexed as to why this morning was so good, since she had spent the whole night searching for the lost artifact. She questioned the player about whether he knew about the concept of conscience, and also wanted to know the reason why Junho ran away during the attack. And then the fighter thought about it, because for the lady and her people, from the outside, his absence looked exactly like that. Juha insisted that the player was constantly asking for time off and disappearing, that being a capable fighter, he always disappeared at the right moment. She recalled the words of the Dark Ghost, which sounded like the power was given to the players to protect ordinary people. Seo Jun-ho thought about it because he didn't remember such words and asked the princess when he had said something like that. The girl didn't understand what her friend had to do with it, since they were talking about a dark ghost, and the guy quickly agreed. The player recalled that he said a lot of things, because the interviews were mostly written for him by producers, and it was extremely difficult to remember everything. Kong Ju-ha insisted that if there were any more dangerous situations, Sia would have to protect the common people, which left him with no choice but to agree. Pleased, the girl praised the fighter for immediately realizing his mistake and not arguing with her. She asked the snakehead gentleman if he knew what she had in her hands, showing him the note from the fan. Ju-ha immediately explained that last night one of her devoted fans caught a necromancer, two demons, and returned the lost artifact. According to In-ho, the fan could have been a high-level fighter, but the player suggested that it might not have been a fighter at all. True, the girl could not agree, because after they searched the necromancer's body, they did not find a single clue that his killer could have left. Covered up all traces that could lead the Takebi Guild to him with the help of magic, which Sky taught him. Studying the text, Commander Khan noticed that the handwriting belonged to a real Englishman. Her friend suggested that it was not worth looking for an admirer, that most likely he could come out into the world himself if he considered it necessary. Having gotten rid of the letter, moving it to her inventory, the girl asked the snakehead if it was really so fixated on this fan. In passing, she clarified the reason why Jun-ho came here, that he wanted to get the things he won at the auction. The princess quickly oriented the player, pointing to the reception desk, assuming that he wanted to return to Korea already. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the girl decided to once again ask the fighter if he wanted to join her guild, which he still stood his ground. Commander Khan was offended that the guy refused her again, hoping that they would meet again on the second floor. Kong Ju-ha found it funny how confident her friend was that he insisted on their meeting there soon. The young lady declared that if Snakehead could climb to the second floor within 6 months, she would give him a gift. If he fails, the boy will have to fulfill one wish of Commander Khan, which most likely had to do with joining the guild. By shaking hands, both capable warriors officially made a deal, and now neither of them can break it. At the reception desk, Seo Jun-ho received a power recovery necklace and an unknown orb. Touching the ball, which interested him more for the necklace, the guy noted a strange sensation. Lost in conjecture, the player decided to use magic, assuming that this was how the item would reveal itself. But no matter how Jun-ho affected the object with magic, nothing happened to the stone ball. True, the guy was not upset and left the item in his inventory, which sooner or later could be useful to him, since he had a reaction to the ball. There was also an artifact that, at first glance, was not particularly interesting, as Commander Khan had estimated it at the auction. This thing eventually appeared at the door of one of the houses on Rue Frontier area, to which a man approached. The place where the stranger lowered himself down to the necklace to pick it up was on the second floor. As he studied the box, the boy wondered who could have sent the teleporter here from the first floor. Inside was a note with a warning from his uncle, who promised the boy to come up to him in 6 months. After thinking about the contents of the message, the stranger came to the conclusion that his uncle had also begun to act. Soon, Seo Jun-ho returned to his homeland, where he was met at the airport by his personal assistant, who was issued president of the association. Looking at the young master, Cha Shi-yun asked if he had any problems regarding her visit. The guy was simply embarrassed that his secretary would come to pick him up, which he didn't expect at all. The girl explained that it was her job and she was obliged to meet her boss, ready to go straight to the association if he had no other business. Before returning there, the guy wanted to give his assistant a small gift brought from America. Jun-ho didn't know what to buy, so he picked up a book hoping that Cha Shi-yun would like it. The book was called Gates's Youngest Son. It was hardcover, and the player asked if he had guessed right. And I was very surprised when the girl found out about this. A novel he bought at a bookstore that had only one set of the books left. With her eyes shining with joy, the association employee said that she knew about this book, which she so wanted to buy. However, wherever she looked for it, it was sold out everywhere, which was a relief for Jun-ho that he had guessed right with the choice of literature. The player said that if the secretary wanted, she could read the novel right now, which surprised her. The girl replied that it was working hours, but the guy asked if the assistant had any urgent matters that needed to be dealt with. The fighter replied that there shouldn't have been any problems in that case, especially since he hadn't yet adapted to the change in time zones. Junho planned to take a short nap and then wake him up when they got to the association, to which Cha nodded in satisfaction. By putting expensive alcohol on the table, Junho made Shim Togu happy, despite the fact that he had only recently quit drinking. The guy asked the president if he remembered Arthur, to which the man replied that he was no longer there, that remained in the same place in the same place. He felt sorry that he and Seo Junho hadn't seen each other since then, as soon as he went up to the second floor. The last time the warrior's comrade went down there, he witnessed some unpleasant events while attending his father's funeral. The player revealed, after hearing this from Princess Khan, that the invitation that Togu got for him was not quite ordinary. The man wanted to show the world how much he cared about his employees and did not allow anyone to touch them. Junho asked his friend to do him a favor and find an orphanage, and Shim asked why he needed to find an orphanage. The reason for this was some secrets that the warrior learned from the demons, which he immediately told about. The president of the association could not believe that everything he heard was true and that children without parents were being turned into demons. Unfortunately, So had no more information than that the shelter was located somewhere abroad. The man became angry and hit the table hard, asking if the demons really didn't know where the line was that couldn't be crossed. Junho asked his comrade if he had stopped drinking, who, while filling his glass, said that he needed to relax a little now. The player decided to help Taku out a little and cooled his drink by adding 2 ice cubes to the glass. After draining his glass, the man said that in any case, Master Quan Noi wanted to see the player. The master made the sword that Junho ordered before his trip to the United States and wanted to personally give it to the warrior. The boy thought that now his name had risen high enough to receive an offer from the Takebi Guild. The president of the association asked his friend to go and get the guns tomorrow morning, which is currently I went to my room to rest. The man was convinced that the player was excited about the upcoming meeting with old man Quan Noi. Left alone, Shim Togu reasoned that he should have done everything in his power to help Junho. The next day, the association player admired the place, which had not changed at all in the last 25 years. The boy was standing in front of the workshop, which, according to Shim Togu, was inherited by Master Quan's grandson. As the player entered the room, he heard the sound of a hammer and was already impatient to see how much the crybaby had grown. Once inside the room, a huge sledgehammer struck the hot iron in front of the player. A man as tall as a rock asked the uninvited guest who he was and what he had forgotten in his workshop. The young warrior was shocked to find that the big man at the machine was Quan Noi's grandson. The boy wondered what happened to the crybaby. He knew that over these quarter of a century, unlike the workshop, it has changed beyond recognition. Due to his popularity, the blacksmith recognized Seo Junho, who was notified by the association that he would be coming to buy weapons. The man asked the guest to follow him, who was looking at the workshop with interest. While the master's grandson asked the old man to wait in the living room, Junho assumed that his friend's room was located at the top. The man who came down to him claimed that it was indeed difficult for him to make out the guest's face. The player greeted his old friend with a smile, asking him how much time had passed since their last meeting. The great master, who was 100 years old, looked quite lively for his venerable age. The master's grandson could not understand whether his grandfather had not met the guy for the first time today, and it was difficult to explain this moment to him. Quan asked the blacksmith to bring him a cup of agarite to treat his guest, which surprised the big man greatly. The grandfather asked not to make him repeat the request several times, and scratching the back of his head, the grandson went to get a drink. Smiling, Junho asked his old friend if his grandson still hadn't listened to his grandfather. Noah replied that he knew nothing about it, because when the boy did not listen to him, then the grandfather did not listen to him either. The player stated that no matter what, the master managed to make an excellent worker out of his grandson, although he claimed that he still had a lot to teach the boy. At that time, Seo Junho just wanted to say hello to his old friend because he didn't die and came back alive, which was like a miracle. The man, putting his hand on the warrior's shoulder, replied that no matter how happy this was, he was still angry. Despite such a statement, the player was pleased to know that the master still remembered him after so much time. However, Quan Noya did not leave the desire to find out what had actually happened to the dark ghost back then. The master heard from Togo about the situation, but he didn't know the compelling reason why the boy decided to return as a player. Seo Junho only got ready, snapped his fingers, as if declaring that now everything would become clear to the old man. After the guy clicked, a piece of ice appeared in the air, which the shocked old man looked at with frightened eyes. Fascinated by the demonstration of magic, he asked again if this was the Ice Queen's ability, after which the player told his old friend everything in detail so that he would be aware of what was happening. Quan asked if the boy could revive his comrades, but in order to achieve this, he needed the help of a master. Junho said that no matter how you look at it, they had known the old man for a very long time. The player extended his hand to his comrade to negotiate a deal, but Noah only looked at it silently. And the next moment he said that he signed a contract with Dark Sun because he considered Seo Junho a rookie, which was a blow to the player. Looking at the surprise in the guy's eyes, the man laughed, admitting that he simply decided to play a joke on an old friend. Feeling humiliated, the boy replied that the old man had called him not to give him the sword, but to have a good laugh at him. At that moment, Quan remembered the dragon bone sword that he had managed to make in such a short time since So had ordered it. But the master claimed that he would never forget about him, and age had no effect on his memory. Taking the weapon from the shelf, the man said that as long as he holds the hammer for his friend, the warrior will raise his sword. Handing it to the player, he asked if this wasn't the same promise they had made to each other long ago. Because it had been a long time ago, Junho didn't remember saying anything like that, which only angered the old man. Quan Noi told the association member to immediately try the sword, and as soon as he opened it, he discovered the blade was shining. Admiring the large black blade, whose edge was blood red, the guy noted that the sword fit perfectly in his hand. The master was surprised that no one at that time, except his old comrade, had asked him to make a weapon from several bones. The old man also added some new materials and fused them together, and the magical conductivity should have become even greater than before. In the system, the Black Dragon's tooth was designated as a unique object whose blade did not become dull or rust, and the wounds inflicted by it did not heal. So noted that the weaker class model he picked up from the association's warehouse was nowhere near the sword. Quan said that his skills had only improved over the past quarter century and that he had started playing Go after retiring. The player claimed that it was an easy game, but that was because he always won at it, as the master nervously reminded him. As the old man was shouting that he now played much better than his old friend, his grandson entered the room with tea. Having placed mugs of the drink in front of the guest and the grandfather, the blacksmith asked them to drink some tea and then continue their conversation. Noah immediately warned Seo Junho that it was a precious drink and that he should not spill a single drop of it. The guy agreed, saying that he had already drunk a lot of tea and understood it well. However, as soon as he tried this one, the player's eyes widened in surprise, which Quan immediately noticed. The master asked if this tea was similar to those that the boy had drunk before, who was interested in what he was holding in his hands. With a sly smile, the man replied that he couldn't just tell the secret of this drink. Noah was ready to reveal the secret only if his friend beat him at Go, although So immediately warned his rival not to expect mercy from him. Angrily throwing pebbles onto the game board, the old man was indignant at his defeat, certain that there was some kind of trick involved. But Junho advised his comrade to calm down and instead finally tell him what kind of tea he drank. Sighing heavily, the man took his place opposite the guest, who was beginning to come to his senses. He asked the association player if he had ever heard of a sub-race that were monsters that stood on two legs. The master confirmed that this was the case before, but after the opening of the second floor, the definition of the sub-race changed. They began to call themselves that only recently, creatures with sufficient intelligence to communicate with people on equal terms. The guy was surprised that even orcs could talk, because at one time he knew them as monsters that could only scream. Quan replied that not everything was so clear-cut, and among them there were also intelligent and lower species, and it was impossible to communicate with everyone. The player wanted to clarify what this whole conversation was about, and his friend explained that So had previously asked him about tea. A drink made from the agarita they had recently been drinking was made from tea leaves grown by the elves themselves. Junho assumed that he could get it if he went up to the second floor, but to do this, he needed to have connections with intelligent elves. Deciding not to focus on this, the guy remembered one item from the inventory that he wanted to show the master. Having shown the same unknown ball bought at auction, the guy asked if the master by any chance knew what it was. Quan Noi muttered discontentedly that he couldn't know everything, and wasn't even close to being the tower's sage. However, despite all of the above, he said that this sphere belonged to the elves, which greatly surprised Junho. The old man, in order not to prolong the conversation, briefly explained that he had already met with the elder of the elven tribe. The association member asked Noah if he had been on the second floor, to which the man replied yes. That day the elder himself came down to him, appearing on the threshold of his workshop together with his subjects. However, the fact that the elves had come down from the second floor was a secret, and the player was not allowed to talk about it. Quan insisted that this was highly classified information, but his old friend assured him that he could be told everything. The elf who came to the master possessed a mysterious and unique energy, being a sentient body that existed before his eyes like earth and water. Then the old man felt as if he had become a part of nature, which was exactly the same energy that was felt in this ball. If the guy wanted to learn more about the elven sphere, then he should find a place where he could meet representatives of this race. Some elven items only worked when they received energy from the world tree, and only then would so be able to learn anything about the sphere. Rising from his seat, Junho said that he would try to find out from the secretary some way to meet this elf. The master was surprised that his friend had already left him, asking him not to go far away or for a long time this time. The old man shouted from the room that he knew the player was pretending to be stupid, and Quan's grandson asked him not to be too offended by his grandfather. The man holding out the box claimed that his grandfather did not know how to express his emotions properly. After laughing, the guy said that the old man was always like that, wondering, among other things, what was inside the box. As it turned out, these were agorite leaves that Noah asked to be given to the representative of the association, since he did not like to take other people's things. Seojun Ho asked the owner of the workshop to convey his gratitude to his grandfather, but the blacksmith wanted to tell him something else. But at the last moment, he changed his mind, claiming that sooner or later the guy would find out everything himself or see it. On the way back, the player's assistant told him about the dark elves, fallen creatures who betrayed the world tree. According to Chashiyun, these monsters lived in tribes that were difficult to attack when attacking the gates, which could be quite high. If the guy's lucky, he will be able to get the legendary elixir that was made in their village. The gates where the dark elves lived were currently located in England, which was called the Wild Forest. Cha Shiyun was just thinking that it would be nice to know more about this information gate. The Chungi guild that the player met when he attacked the fire flame will participate in the capture of the Wild Forest. But in addition to her, players from all over the world will most likely come, which greatly alarmed Junho. The girl said that their location was not accidental, and the murder of the leader of the Dark Elf tribe was only a condition for the attack. Only players between levels 20 and 30 could enter this gate, and the entry limit was 200 people. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, rain pounded heavily on the roof of a wooden barn. Suddenly, a plate with a piece of bread flew with force into the wall of a wooden building, shattering into pieces. Carl Seigner, who had thrown the plate, asked again whether the guard dog squad had really been destroyed. The demon refused to believe it, claiming that it was some kind of nonsense, while his subject insisted that this information was true. The necromancer was unable to contact anyone in the squad, and although they didn't know for sure, they didn't rule out the possibility that they were being attacked by Seo Junho. The man was furious that one problem after another was falling on his head, considering the fact that Najat Hollow cared so much about the dogs. On top of that, besides such a painful blow, Senior was still being chased by the swordmaster. The servant, having sent the report to the association, did not think that anyone would believe that a rising star had attacked a squad of guard dogs. Suddenly, there was a knock on the hut, and the demon and his subordinate became wary, as they were not expecting guests. The call asked who was behind the door, who, together with his servant, did not take their eyes off her. The door slowly opened, and a loud rumble of thunder from the street penetrated into the barn. An old man with a cane appeared on the threshold in front of the demon and the spirit, looking like some kind of wizard. Siner and his ward immediately dropped to their knees, trying not to look him in the eyes. The old man, who was Najat Hollow, asked the demon if he was Carl Signer, whose report he had been studying. After which he clarified whether it was true that his students had died at the hands of Seo Junho, to which the demon replied that although they did not know for sure, they had come to this conclusion. Before Carl could finish speaking, he was suddenly attacked by Najat, who shot him right in the face. Spirit projection froze, watching as its owner crashed at great speed into the wall where the saucer he had launched had flown. The dark matter tightly gripped the demon's throat, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it. Hallow said he didn't want to listen to such nonsense, that he was running a black matter with the help of his staff. The veins on the demon's face bulged as he found the strength to say that he had not lied and really did not know anything, but asked to be given a chance. The man assured that he would bring the scoundrel Seo Jun-ho to the master alive, forcing him to kneel. The old man thought for a moment, trying to figure out whether Carl Sinnerer was worth trusting. The next moment, the dark power released from the staff left the demon, causing him to fall face down on the floor. Taking pity on his subordinate, Najat Hallow gave him 6 months to bring Seo Jun-ho within that time. Rubbing his reddened neck, the man claimed that the boy was a newbie, and in order to get to the second floor, the player had to be level 30. Only the demon wanted to say that the player would not be able to reach such a level in 6 months, as the master ordered to cast aside doubts. After which, dissolving into space, he said that Scener's life was at stake, so he had to make every effort. Cursing, the man began to rise to his feet, ordering his servant to find the tracker. He also suggested using the interdimensional elevator to avoid unnecessary attention from the association. The subordinate began to worry that his master was planning something risky, which he confirmed. The man wanted to deal with Kim Woo-jun first, and then go down to the first floor himself. Less than a week had passed since the previous trip when the plane carrying the player arrived in Grantham, England. Junho threw his bag on the hotel room bed when he received a call from the association president. The guy flew calmly thanks to Secretary Cha, who had arrived early to participate in smaller captures in order to warm up before the real battle. That evening in the car, Cha Shiyun asked the young master if everything was okay with him. From the moment gates with players appeared in the world, the system itself arose that connected both of these phenomena. It was fairly balanced, and the dungeon difficulty level was the same for both players and monsters. If it took 200 people to capture the gate, then the level of difficulty was appropriate. So the fighter thought that he would not be able to fight while keeping all the participants in the battle safe. Capturing these gates would be much more difficult than he had expected, but there was no way he could retreat. 3 days later, the portal to the Wild Forest dungeon was opened, and many players gathered around it. Among the usual number for such an event, local residents also came to watch the historical event. One of the participants in the capture was excited by the energy emanating from her colleagues, who, judging by her, were incredibly strong. The girl claimed that the strongest fighters from all over the world gathered in this capture, who also possessed an unknown and unique weapon. Addressing her colleague in glasses, the participant asked him to pay attention to their boss, who was standing behind him. It was the leader of the group, Cha Minwoo, who was doing nothing but turning his head from side to side nonstop. Sneaking up to him, the girl asked if he had been looking out for the player Seo Jun-ho, which scared the guy. She joked that the commander was on edge, who in turn did not lie because he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Their first meeting was during the capture of the Flame Fox, where he and the team saw the player's power in action. With a mesmerized look, the guy said that it was a sight that made him feel uneasy, that all this time he had been taking the easy way. The player claimed that this time he would definitely not lose face, behind which the girl discovered someone. She wasn't sure, but she thought she saw Seo Jun-ho in the distance with the messenger. As soon as the guy paid the courier, an old acquaintance called out to him, drawing his attention to himself. When Cha Min-woo came closer, then the association player immediately recognized him, remembering the capture of the fiery fox. The group leader was pleased that such a great warrior remembered the members representing the Chonghae Guild. Feeling a bit awkward, Jun-ho thanked the guild for supporting him after the capture. However, the detachment commander stated that it was he who should thank the warrior who came to him with the proposal. The guy asked if the association player was currently a member of any group. If Jun-ho didn't have any team, then Cha Min-woo would offer him to join their guild squad to complete this capture. The player thought about the fact that wandering through the forest alone was not as attractive as in company. Seeing no reason why he could refuse, the warrior accepted the group commander's offer. At 11 o'clock, all the players gathered around the portal began to enter the gates of the Wild Forest. Among those who wanted to participate, there were many different warriors who differed not only in their weapons, but also in their external equipment. And Seo Jun-ho, who also participated in the capture, was doing it for the first time while being part of the team. When their squad came out from the opposite side of the portal, at first it was impossible to tell that the terrain had changed. But as soon as the gate closed, the association player was hit in the face by bright sunlight shining through the tree leaves. Watching as the warriors suddenly began to disperse, Seo Jun-ho couldn't understand why they were doing this. He asked his teammates if guilds weren't supposed to meet up for a joint attack. Cha Minwoo explained that they were currently using the terminal, so they shouldn't have met after entering the gate. This device allowed players to communicate with others over a distance, creating a common communication network. A girl from the team asked if he had traveled in a time machine since he didn't know such basic things. Taking advantage of the opportunity, covering the girl's mouth, the squad leader decided to introduce the members of the Chonghae Guild. Choi Jin-pyo was a healer in the guild who recorded everything that happened inside the gate for feedback purposes. And the upstart who couldn't keep her mouth shut was called So Mi-rae, who was the extinguisher, but Minwoo didn't have time to finish speaking before he was interrupted. As the team member approached Seo Junho, she stated that she had to test her skills on him quickly. The guy was completely perplexed until the girl came close to him and asked him to look at his face. The next moment, Mi-rae's eyes glowed yellow, and at that very moment, she used her power. The association player wondered why the girl was looking at him for too long. As a result, the extinguisher exclaimed in surprise, calling Junho and suddenly amazing guy. She shouted that the warrior would kill dozens of dark elves, and the fighter asked the logical question whether the girl had the gift of foreseeing the future. The captain explained that Mi-rae had seen bits of the future, but after that it required a long recharge, and it was imperative to tell what you saw. The warrior was shocked, as foreseeing the future was a rare ability that less than 10 people in the entire world possessed. Just as the player was wondering how the fortune teller built relationships with her friends, she stated that she was ready to serve So. The team member added that she could see the exact future if she looked too far ahead, but she also often saw it incorrectly. Something could always change in the future, but it was best to know about the risks in advance and be prepared for them. Continuing the introduction, Cha Min-woo revealed his ability to strengthen his body, and considering the new member of the team, the commander had a good feeling. The representative of the Chonghae Guild insisted on setting out on a journey, setting up camp, and installing the net in the right place. After several hours of wandering through the forest, the commander installed the last terminal, driving it deep into the ground. The guy said that if they insert the terminal this way, they will end up with a powerful network. Shaman pointed out the various squads that were moving throughout the forest, but none of them managed to find the Dark Elves. The player informed the rest of the group that his guild was also searching in the east and asked to contact them if they spotted the enemy. Then the warriors began to discuss the progress of the capture, since not a single team had encountered Dark Elves, which could indicate their small number. However, Seo Jun-ho intervened in his colleague's reasoning, stating that it was a bit strange. The entire inside of the gate was too big to draw any conclusions, since there were about 200 players wandering around the forest, and it was suspicious that no one had been caught. So Mi-rae assumed that the monsters were indeed scared and were hiding from the fighters who were prowling around. However, Jun-ho did not agree, because the elves were proud creatures and would not be able to sit still even if the tribe leader ordered them to. Since the fortune teller was waiting for her skill to recharge, the guy wanted to check with her at what time in her vision he fought with the enemy. Then the team member thought about it because she didn't know the exact time, but she assumed that it was dark there, and it could have been night. Player became thoughtful, and his colleagues watched his silent reflection. The guy said just one phrase that he was curious, leaving the players confused. The squad members were surprised when Seo Jun-ho pulled out a sleeping bag from his inventory instead of a weapon. As he was going to bed, the boy said that the Dark Elves would launch a night attack, and any search for them now would lead to nothing. Mi-rae wanted to convey the news to the other guilds, but her colleague thought that they would hardly be believed. And since he was getting ready for bed, he suggested that they take turns on duty. And the association's leader insisted that the coming night would be very restless, and it was necessary to gather strength. As evening approached, the group warriors lit a fire, and one of them was afraid that the Dark Elves would try to attack them at night. His colleague claimed that monsters would not be able to resist the temptation of power, that they corrupted the roots of the world tree, and therefore did not shine with intelligence. Bursting with laughter, the boy asked if his friend really thought that these creatures were capable of any kind of combat action. As soon as he said this, in the darkness, far from the fire, branches began to crackle, and then predatory eyes lit up. The player with the staff, along with his commander, turned towards the direction from which the mysterious sounds were coming. The guy who was so afraid of the elf attack asked the chief what it could be. A wolf came out of the darkness in the bushes, which created so much noise, frightening the guild members. The commander was surprised to discover that they were just wolfhounds, which immediately made him relax. The guy told his colleague to relax too, because they were tame animals who, among other things, were afraid of fire. However, the warrior was still scared, so he asked the boss again if he was sure that the animals were afraid of fire. Looking at the wolfhound, the commander asked his comrade why the animals did not come closer to them, in his opinion. But as soon as he raised his head, he realized that he had made a mistake. And the reason why the animals did not approach was different. Seeing the leader freeze, his subject became wary and tried to bring him back to his senses. The guy, without turning to the squad member, said that he should wake up the others. And when the frightened warrior asked for the order again, the squad leader repeated it, but this time with a shout. It turned out that the red eyes of hidden enemies were glowing in the trees near the fire. At that very moment, Seo Junho also woke up from his sleep, awakened by pitiful cries. True, when the guy was let down, he discovered that the threat was somewhere far away, and his team was not in any danger. Seo Miar, who was sitting next to him, was surprised that the guy, whose shift had only just begun, had woken up so quickly. The girl claimed that for now it was quiet and the warrior could return to sleep, but he was interested in the situation with other detachments. Then the fortune teller said that the people on Night Watch published a report every half hour. But as soon as the girl decided to check the last of them, she thought that problems with the magical communication network could have begun. Mireille reported that no one had published an update yet, and swordsmen suggested that they were unlikely to be able to do so. Activating the hunter's night skill and strengthening all his senses, the boy said that these groups had already been attacked. Meanwhile, he was examining the approaching detachment of dark elves, which he could now see clearly. With a smile on his face, the boy was surprised that the foolish dark elves had made a surprise attack with trained wolfhounds. Summoning his blade, the guy asked the girl to wake up the commander, although she didn't notice anything. Peering into the darkness of the night forest, Somi Ray didn't notice how a wolfhound pounced on her from the side. This girl saw it at the last second, when the beast's mouth opened wide to swallow her head. However, this was not destined to come true, because the temporary member of the Chonghae Guild stopped the beast with one blow. The dark elf, who was controlling the animal at that moment, was shocked to lose it so suddenly, while he himself was falling into the fire. Having become a part of it, the forest dweller caught fire, and the man who finished him off, wiping the blood from his sword, claimed that it looked disgusting. Junho didn't want to use Quan Noya's sword against such an insignificant enemy, so he insistently asked the fortune teller to wake up the team members. And all because they were surrounded with a dozen blood-red eyes looking at them from the dark depths of the forest. The very next second, one of the enemies riding a wolfhound was about to throw a spear at the swordsman. Unfortunately for the elf, his attack failed, and the weapon flew past the target, leaving not a scratch on the enemy. The player himself easily dealt with the furry beast with a sweeping blow from the black dragon's tooth. Following one enemy, a sad fate befell his colleagues, who were also pierced by Master Quan's sword. Among the crowd of corpses of both elves and their tame animals, another daredevil tried to attack the warrior. Thanks to his skill, the association player sensed another monster approaching. His arms, which until that second were completely open, were clad in black and red armor. The same transformation affected his body armor, which instantly became covered with a dark surface. Because of the new clothing, which was not visible to the enemy because of the cloak, at the moment of the blow, he felt a tremor that echoed from the blade throughout his body. The black armor did not disappoint the warrior, as it could block low-ranking opponents' tracking skills aimed at the user. It was Palmo, the new owner of the workshop and also Quan's grandson, who made the black armor. Before the gate was captured, a courier brought a package from Shimtoku, who made him armor from the dragon's abandoned bones, hoping that he would like it. Junho intended to thank the association president and the blacksmith once the dungeon takeover was over. The dark elves who remained alive looked with fear at the formidable warrior who was destroying all their comrades. The guy wanted to pretend that he didn't notice one of the opponents and go after him into the forest. This was the only way to use Confession of the Dead without the other members of his team finding out about it. Smiling broadly, the warrior asked his opponent which of them would be the first to risk attacking him. A self-confident elf with a small blade rushed at the player, who was counting on his victory until the very end. True, the next moment, a huge scar left by a black dragon's tooth was already emblazoned on his body. The remaining enemy stared in horror at his colleague, whose blood was flying in all directions. Junho noticed that there was only one survivor left, advising him to flee the battlefield as fast as he could. But even having followed the advice of the enemy, the elf was unable to hide from him, and his life was cut short in the depths of the forest. Unlike this monster, who ate the branches of the world tree and gained power in exchange for intelligence, the tribe's leader did not damage his intelligence at all. Even without their leader, the 1,000 Dark Elves were dangerous to other players, as there were also Dark Elf Knights. After finishing digging through the dead man's memories, Jun-Ho returned back to the members of the Chung-Hee Guild. The players were glad that the warrior was with them again, explaining his absence by the pursuit of a fleeing enemy. Cha-Min never thought that the elves would attack them at night, agreeing that the swordsman was right when he said this earlier. The squad leader felt sorry that he couldn't help. But the boy claimed that everything was fine, and his assistants also played their roles. So, Mireille revealed that she was unable to contact any of the players at the moment, and was afraid to imagine that they were all dead. Turning away from his group members, Seo Jun-Ho told them all to hurry up. The players did not quite understand what the swordsman was hinting at, who only wanted to save those who had not yet fallen at the hands of monsters. Meanwhile, the camp of one of the guilds was attacked by an enemy squad that was gaining the upper hand over the players. The elf, who was riding on a wolfhound, managed to knock the warrior to the ground with the help of the animal. The guild leader, who was shaking all over, begged someone to come and save him. The dark elf, without getting off the predatory beast, swung his spear, while the wounded one did not want to accept his fate to the last. The enemy's weapon still flew at the head of the squad, although it entered the ground next to the victim's head. The reason for this was not the elf's aim being knocked off, but the wound that was suddenly inflicted on him, which also caused him to fall to the floor. Instead of his former owner, the wolfhound was attacked by an association player with a bloody sword. In a split second, the animals joined the enemy, and the surviving warrior was grateful to his savior. Instantly recognizing him as the world-famous player Seo Jun-Ho, the leader asked if they had come in response to a distress signal. When the team members arrived, the warrior inquired about their health, who were saved thanks to the Chung-Hee Guild that arrived in time. The leader of the Blue Whale group bowed to the savior and expressed great gratitude, but more for the compliments, so was interested in the general situation. The guy replied with regret that they had lost 5, and all because of the commander's actions, for which he blamed himself. The player could not contain his anger, so he fell silent mid-sentence, changing his speech to quiet crying. The members of Chung-Hee who emerged from the bushes regretted that they had arrived too late, no matter how much they had been in a hurry. The new member of their team wanted to go east with his colleagues and suggested that the Blue Whale Guild group go north. The savior explained that humans and elves were in the heat of battle, and if they united, they would be able to bloom and minimize player losses. There were about 1,000 dark elves left, who sent half of their forces to this attack, and all that was needed was to hold out for the night. Jun-Ho insisted that the Blue Whale go north and look for survivors, and once the search was complete, head east. It was hard for the leader of the depleted group to continue fighting when his men were killed, no matter whose fault it was. The association player insisted that if they allowed the Dark Elves to separate the fighters, then this takeover would end in death for everyone. In order for the Blue Whale Guild members to take revenge for their fallen comrades, they followed the rising star of Korea. In another part of the forest, one of the wounded players from a different faction managed to crawl to a tree. Suddenly, the almost completely bloody guy was pierced by a wild pain that reverberated throughout his entire body. Cursing his enemy, he looked at the wounds he had left on his body, the arrowheads of which were saturated with poison. But the warrior's torment did not end there, and a pack of wolfhounds began to run towards him. Armed with a pistol, the guy, his eyes wet with tears, began to talk about how he was a distinguished member of the Bravo group. The predatory animals did not retreat even at the sight of the weapon, but on the contrary, bared their teeth angrily. The wounded player claimed that he would take one of the wolves with him to the next world, which the next second rushed at him. The guy never managed to shoot, and the predatory beast bit his teeth on the shooter's hand, who burst into a wild cry. Only when the beast released the warrior's hand did the wounded man raise the barrel to his head and pull the trigger. However, the guy no longer had the strength for another shot, and his body was shaking in convulsions. Watching as a pack of wolfhounds rushed straight towards him, the player decided that this was how he would end his existence. But he could not even imagine that the wild animals would become victims of a sudden attack by the cleanup participants. Having given up his life in advance, the Bravo team member couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the battle unfold. Using his blade skillfully, Seo Jun-Ho turned wild animals into pieces of meat, while the wounded warrior wondered who his savior was. Suddenly, a member of the squad came to him, which became a big surprise for the trapped player. The boy got his second wind and tried to get to his feet, but his Sunbi told him not to move. The man in armor stated that he was only alive thanks to Seo Jun-ho, who also found the injured member of his team. The commander insisted that the warrior needed to be treated first, and only then introduced to another member of the guild. And he also didn't forget to mention that if it weren't for this man, their attacking squad would have been destroyed. The next morning, the Chung-hee Guild party, with the help of a temporary player, were renewing their strength over breakfast. There were casualties from the attack last night, but thanks to Jun-ho, 150 people who participated in the capture survived. The boy reflected on the fact that the Dark Elf camp had lost almost half of its military power. After a massive attack by fighters, the monsters are unlikely to want to go beyond their territories and will try to take up defensive positions. It was then that the players were supposed to strike first. But the problem was with the commanders of the different guilds. The man claimed that a member of his group was seriously injured and could barely stand, and the team had no doctor who could draw out the poison. The warrior wanted to attack quickly and take the wounded man to the hospital, but his colleague argued that it was unwise to start an attack when the others were unprepared. Listening to the quarrel between the players, Seo Jun-ho wondered what kind of attack they could even talk about if the fighters couldn't agree among themselves. The commander of the squad that included the legendary swordsman asked what he thought about the attack. Chaman asked what the Lord thought was more effective, an immediate attack or a mouth attack after careful preparation. A representative of the Players Association responded that both options had their pros and cons. However, right now, he preferred an immediate attack, which made the man who advocated it happy. But despite this, they were not ready to sacrifice an entire squad for the sake of the life of one patient. The reason for attacking now was because as time went on, all players would find themselves in a less advantageous position. The warrior who was arguing with his armored colleague asked the swordsman what made him think so. Seo Jun-ho replied that considering the well-known habits of the Dark Elves, it was not difficult to understand. The soldiers developed a damage minimization strategy, which didn't work very well during a night assault. These creatures had their intellect destroyed, they preferred collective military action, and giving orders was a normal thing for them. This order was needed to control the Dark Elves, and one of the players even considered the inside of the gate to be unpredictable. Another warrior joined the discussion, interested in the issue with the wolfhounds, which would be very difficult to deal with. In turn, Jun-ho calmly replied that there was no need to worry about this, since there were no more wolfhounds. Every single one of the participants in the capture was shocked by this statement, but the swordsman had a prepared explanation. He asked to remember the rescue of the last hero and what size monsters were chasing him, which were not an adult pack. The wolves were puppies, which meant that the Dark Elves had lost all the adults and sent the young beasts into the attack. The news that the enemy would not be able to carry out a mass raid greatly pleased all the players present. But as soon as they recover, they will begin a small night raid and will again fire poisoned arrows at the camp and run away. The lack of food, lack of a place to sleep, and the numerical superiority on their side will affect the physical condition of the fighters. Jun-ho revealed that the enemy will follow this pattern until he decides that he can win, and then he will leave his hideout. The fair-haired boy who was arguing with the man in armor claimed that there was common sense in the swordsman's words. He immediately began to apologize to his colleague, but the latter also began to apologize for insisting on his position. Watching as the players began to communicate peacefully, So sighed in relief that now all the participants in the capture could calmly unite. Having dealt with the conflicting characters, the swordsman turned to the girl and wanted to talk to So-mi-Rei alone. The team member was excited that she was called by a player who needed to use the prediction skill. This was an expected request, because many people turned to the girl for this skill, who was already ready to start. Having plunged into the near future, the fortune teller announced that they had found a village and would head east tomorrow. There they will want to kill the Dark Elves, and as Junho warned, there will be quite a lot of them in that place. So-mi-Rei also discovered a Dark Elf who emitted the most sinister energy that overshadowed the others. She also said that there were 5 more people next to him who were better armed than the other people. The swordsman saw all the information about the enemy, which was not particularly useful, but only confirmed his theory about the leader and the Knights of the Dark Elves. The guy thanked the girl and asked her to share what she saw with the others, but he himself was upset because he was interested in something else. But before returning to the others, Mi-Rei saw something else that she wanted to tell the player. She asked him if he had heard of something like ice, which was some kind of artifact, causing the guy to be surprised. The warrior replied that he knew about it and quickly asked the girl to return to the camp first, as he needed a quiet place to think. Junho didn't expect that the Dark Elf chieftain would be so strong that he would have to use freezing power. At the camp, one of the players said that a reconnaissance squad had discovered a base that confirmed the words about the leader and the knights. The Dark Elves were stationed at the entrance, but they were not particularly intelligent and simply hung around the area. True, they were concentrated around the leader, seated on the throne, who occupied positions of combat readiness. One of the warriors suggested striking before the line formed at the entrance, and her colleague confirmed that an immediate attack was the best option. Turning to Seo Junho, who had advocated for this development, the players saw him diligently warming up. The swordsman, having finished his warm-up, asked those present whether everyone had finished their preparations. And while the players from different guilds were surprised by this, Cha Minwoo was proud that he got caught in another capture together with Junho. 147 people, not counting the wounded who were unable to fight, declared that they had completed their training. They all quickly set out on their journey, finding themselves in a dark forest in front of the entrance to a giant cave. One of the warriors dressed in knightly armor was surprised at what the village of Dark Elves looked like. Because of the curse of the World Tree, the Dark Elves, for whom sunlight was harmful, lived in deep tunnels. Therefore, several dozen tunnels were dug to the guard posts leading to the surface, and Junho and the players came to one of them. The guy stood in front of a giant passage from inside, which a frightening howl could be heard. Guild leader Chung Hee noted that there was only one entrance, something some of the fighters were experiencing for the first time. The association player said that the leader was quite smart, because in the case of one path, they had the advantage that the enemy would not be able to appear behind them. However, on the other hand, if they failed to deal with all the elves inside, then they will never be able to get close to the leader. After which the young warrior commanded all the fighters to go forward, whom his speech made doubt their chosen plan. On the walls of the dungeon hung a row of candlesticks in which a fire burned brightly. The team of warriors descended a steep and twisting staircase that spiraled around a large tree. Having descended to a sufficient depth, Cha Minwoo, to his surprise, discovered that they had reached the right place. More than 100 players looked at the gigantic room, which resembled a throne room of a palace, with a mass of warriors in it. Oddly enough, the Dark Elves simply stood motionless, as if waiting for something, being in a cramped space. One of the warriors said that they had no choice but to launch a large-scale war in the wide hall. There were supposed to be 1,000 Dark Elves in this room, with their leader sitting on the throne among them. The chieftain who led this gigantic army had a crown on his white head, made from the roots of a tree. In order to dispel the doubts of those around him, Junho stated that he had previously been worried that the enemy would strike at their defenses and surround them. However, now, in this position, they will face the enemy face to face, claiming that there will be 4 elves for every warrior. The players, unlike the swordsman, did not share his fighting spirit, which at some point he thought about. The guy asked his colleagues whether the leader of such a tribe could have the elixir with him, which surprised the fighters. They began to whisper to each other as they had no intention of getting the elixir, a means capable of saving even the dying. Looking at his allies, Seo Junho hinted that if the elixir was discovered, it should go to the strongest. And only after these words were spoken did the warriors begin to raise their weapons upward, and each of the groups could finally be useful. Meanwhile, while the people were preparing for the attack, their opponents wandered aimlessly around the Great Hall. However, their idleness soon ended when they heard the enemy's footsteps approaching them. With a battle cry, the crowd of players rushed towards the army of Dark Elves, who were caught off guard. Warriors from various guilds attacked the enemy, using their island of weapons to draw blood. Despite the sudden attack, the monsters that the people were fighting easily fought back, and a large-scale war of players against the elves began, during which both the enemy side and those who fought against it suffered. But the enemy's numbers were decreasing much faster, and their heads were easily leaving the bodies of their owners. Watching Junho demonstrate his swordsmanship, the warriors wondered how he could be so fast. At a time when the fighters could no longer continue the fight, others were amazed at the onslaught of the swordsman who had only recently joined the ranks of the players. Guild Commander Cha Ming, who was approaching the 2 elves, was attacked from behind by another one. The guy defended himself at the last second from the blow, looking into the crazy eyes of his opponent. But while he was holding back the attacker, the enemies in front of him also did not stand idle, but rushed into battle. However, they were never able to reach Cha-min, who was cut in half right in front of the player's face. Seo Jun-ho, who had dealt with the monsters, ordered the player he had teamed up with to retreat to the back rows. The warrior protested that his comrade would fight his way through the crowd of enemies alone, calling it madness. The player calmly replied that this was nothing new for him, who often did crazy things. After making such a statement, the association member left the guild commander, heading into the thick of the battle. Looking at the back of the departing swordsman, Cha-min knew that fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a warrior was too presumptuous. Claiming that he still had a long way to go, the guy nevertheless retreated, but next time he would not make such concessions. Seo Jun-ho smiled and looked forward to his next meeting with guild leader Jung-yeom. But fortunately for the warrior himself, he did not have to go far, and the enemy himself appeared before him. The fighter's path was blocked by dark knights, whose uniforms were noticeably different from the majority. Jun-ho easily recognized his opponents as dark elves, whose superiority was visible to the naked eye. The guy wanted to match his enemy, so he used armor in case he suddenly missed one of the blows. In addition to it, the warrior picked up a weapon that was made just for battles with such opponents. The elf knight stood guard over the kingdom and could use the powers of powerful spirits, but by this time, they had lost their ability. Since the beings had lost contact with the spirits, they were no longer rivals for Seo Jun-ho, who was skilled in wielding the blade. The guy said that he had never met anyone who used a sword better than he did. To dispel the swordsman's confidence, one of the elven knights swung his blade at him. The enemy predictably missed, his weapon shattering the stone floor of the throne room. After its attack, dispersing the dust raised into the air, the monster rushed to attack again. The dark elf made another lunge, but this blow also failed to reach the player, who dodged it again. Thanks to his reaction, the boy avoided the enemy's attacks, which the enemy inflicted with such persistence that he easily destroyed the stone. Watching the knight's every move, Seo Jun-ho came to the conclusion that if he had been hit like that, he would hardly have been able to continue the fight. The enemy in front of him, for the first time in a long time, could take his life with one swing of his blade. True, along with fear and apprehension, the member of the Players' Association considered what was happening to be an exciting event. Inspired by him, the swordsman, with one sharp and precise blow using the black dragon's tooth, deprived the dark elf of his hand. The creature itself was at that moment perplexed, not realizing what had just happened. The monster screamed loudly as a terrible pain spread through his body, and his hand fell to the ground, dropping his sword. The dark elf looked to the side where the severed limb lay, already preparing to run. However, the swordsman anticipated his opponent's action and suddenly pressed on his leg. Dissatisfied with his attempt to escape the battlefield, Jun-ho asked the elf where he was suddenly going. And literally the next second, the lifeless body of the creature collapsed to the ground, right before the eyes of its relatives. The elf knights were shocked that any of the humans managed to strike down one of them, who couldn't even dodge in time. Wiping the enemy's blood from his face, the player asked the enemy to try harder, hoping that this was not the entire arsenal of their abilities. Out of the corner of his eye, the warrior glanced at how his comrades were fighting, who had shown themselves well, having held out until this moment. However, as soon as the warrior thought about this, one of the dark elves attacked the players with a bow. His arrow hit the girl's unarmored shoulder, causing her to scream in piercing pain. Cha Min-woo, who was standing next to her, shouted to his colleagues that another wounded person had appeared. And while the guild commander was looking for a doctor, Choi Jin-pei, who was diligently treating the sick, ordered to wait a little. The guy claimed that he was still treating the wounded who had come to him a little earlier. The guy didn't want to admit it, but no matter how well they wielded a sword, there were too many elves. Looking at the armed crowd, the guy wondered how many more of them were left and whether he would be able to defeat them. The wizard could not even imagine that there was such a huge difference when one fought against 4 and 100 against 500. The enemy changed the front ranks, preserving their strength, and the experienced player claimed that although the enemy had lost his 100, at this rate he would simply exhaust them. The man insisted on increasing the pressure so as not to give the elves the opportunity to castle. The wizard asked his colleagues what had suddenly happened to the dark elves, who began to turn their heads from side to side. One of the enemies, who was in the very center of the battle, was very scared, and horror was visible on his face. After which, breaking through his comrades, the monster rushed towards the players with a scream, not even trying to attack them. The warrior who stopped the maddened elf with the blade of his sword asked what had suddenly come over them. The answer was not long in coming, and the next moment a dark elf knight appeared before the warriors, waving a sword. True, the monsters were not only on the ground, but also around him, which is why he cut down two of his comrades. But the leader's subordinate did not even pay attention to this, whose mind seemed to be covered by an impenetrable veil. The player was shocked to discover that the swordsman swung indiscriminately, killing even his own. But if you looked closely, you could see the reason for the strange behavior of the monster that was chasing Seo Junho. True, the warrior himself did not experience any emotions during the chase, as if his actions were conscious and he understood what he was doing. Mac was surprised that the swordsman pulled the Dark Knight into the very center of the battle, thus destroying the enemy's formation. The wizard insisted that it was as reckless as it was brave, and his older colleague was dissatisfied, as he also wanted to have fun. At that moment, Cha Minwoo asked the warriors to gather themselves together, since whether they lived or died would not add to their pride. The guy claimed that this was their chance, which they had to take advantage of to destroy the enemy camp. The inspiring speech from the guild representative Chung Hee gave his fellow warriors a second win. Looking at the players who were desperately fighting, Seo Junho found himself thinking that he had done enough for them to succeed. However, at that very moment, the pursuer finally caught up with the elusive swordsman, lowering his sword onto his back. The warrior repelled the elf knight's attack without any problems, without even looking in his direction. The monster was shocked when the target it was chasing was ready for its strike, stating that there was no need to be so clingy. Turning to his opponent, Junho treated him with understanding and promised to do everything carefully and painlessly. The leader of the Dark Elves, sitting on the throne, caught himself thinking that he could no longer watch such mockery. Keeping his eyes on the battle, he reflected on how they had once been creatures of dazzling appearance and brilliant intellect. But now they all, like a dirty beast, were bending under man, losing the rest of their pride. With the death of another elven knight, the glory of the great people became a pitiful legend. After finishing the duel with the knights, Seo Junho stated that it was the first time he fought against such a large number of opponents. When the player compared elves to cockroaches, he angered the chieftain, who ordered him not to say such words in front of him. Trying to shout to the ruler, the boy asked if the elves also didn't like cockroaches, but quickly corrected himself that he was talking about the Dark Elves. Continuing to mock the once great people in every possible way, the member of the association forced the leader to leave his throne. Appearing before the enemy in all his glory, the leader insisted that he had no intention of talking to the man. The ruler of the Dark Elves ordered him to immediately raise his sword in order to fight him. With a smile that never left his face, the guy declared that in that case he would strike first. The Dark Elf was offended by such ignorance and intended to teach the man a lesson once and for all. And the next second, the monster raised his blade and, preparing for battle, took a fighting stance. Looking at his opponent, Seo Junho was surprised at how familiar the pose he had taken was. The Dark Elf leader used the Genius of Manus, a unique sword art that taps into the forces of nature. However, the whole point was that this technique was available to ordinary elves who were able to use the powers of spirits. The association player was thinking that there was no point in the Dark Elves using it, as the opponent tried to plunge the tip of the sword into him. The monster was annoyed that he had fallen into the Black Dragon's tooth, and was already mentally celebrating his victory over the warrior. True, the leader immediately jumped back from the enemy to a safe distance, and both fighters separated their blades. With his hands shaking after blocking the attack, Junho now realized what had just happened. The enemy used an original technique that he adapted to the enhanced body of the Dark Elf. The young warrior was curious to fight such an opponent, assuming that he could even read his opponent's breathing. The Dark Elf leader continued to underestimate his opponent, who thought he was good at swinging a sword with just his mouth. But the man decided to prove to the creature that this was not so, who in a split second was again next to him, grappling with weapons. The leader of the monsters swung his sword, but the blade never touched the player's head. A pair of warriors moved around the entire location, doing nothing but destroying everything around them. Junho concentrated his magical power into the Black Dragon's tooth and wanted to end this drawn-out duel. The leader, without expecting it, was surprised that, while blocking the enemy's attack, he somehow managed to miss it. Bouncing off the man, the monster left a trail of blood that stretched from a fresh wound on his body. The player agreed that the enemy was fast and strong, but he didn't feel the overwhelming power he saw in the Dark Elf's memories. The leader, meanwhile, was breathing heavily, trying to regain his strength to continue the battle. However, his people were meanwhile dying at the hands of other such warriors who came to this dungeon. The Dark Elf considered his subjects fools for believing in an equally foolish man and following him to the very end. He just wanted to return with his people to the glorious past to correct what went wrong. The Lord ordered the leader to try to fight 1,000 enemies and defeat them all, so that the wish he so wanted to achieve would come true. And then the elf went over to the dark side, for whom defeat was no longer accepted and only victory was allowed. At one point, Seo Junho's opponent glowed with a bright flash of emerald color, undergoing a metamorphosis. The player couldn't believe how the atmosphere around the creature suddenly began to change. Somehow, the elven leader found himself next to the warrior, swinging his sword at him. The association member, taken by surprise, blocked the transformed enemy's attack at the last moment. However, its power was so great that it was unable to withstand it, and the shockwave threw Seo Junho into the wall. Having crashed into her, the guy spat out a clot of blood, which he had never experienced such a strong attack from an opponent before. The warrior had not yet managed to rise to his feet when he sensed a dark elf in his surroundings. The monster almost cut off the swordsman's head, but he managed to dodge the attack at the last second. With a frightened look, watching the enemy's actions, So realized that this was all his enemy. Now, before him was an opponent radiating a powerful force from the memories of the Dark Elf. Fighting such a strong monster hand-to-hand was incredibly difficult, so the guy changed his weapon. Pointing his gun at the enemy, Junho fired a whole clip at him, hoping to stop him for at least a little while. But it didn't work, and the leader of the night creatures clashed weapons with the man again, claiming that the gun was a very cheap trick. A giant wave of energy came from both fighters, which did not want to give way to its opponent. True, the elf's power was so powerful that the player could barely hold on, and all thanks to the effect of his armor. Resisting with all his might, the warrior realized that he could no longer hide his true abilities. However, there were too many prying eyes around, and therefore the identity of the dark ghost could become known to others. While the swordsman was pondering this question, the enemy did not waste time and suddenly attacked him with a kick. Once again demonstrating his greatness of power, the leader sent the player into another wall of the wide hall. This time, after colliding with the walls, Seo Junho was unable to resist, which also caused him to drop his sword. As soon as the guy tried to move, he felt a sharp pain in his side, coming from a broken rib. The dark elf looked at the fallen warrior, confident that he could no longer resist. The association player wanted to raise his hand to take hold of the blade again, but he couldn't move a finger. He kept telling himself that he had to get up, even though the enemy was starting to blur before his eyes. The leader failed to execute the man, who was then attacked by the crowd of players holding him back. Guild leader Chung-hee ordered his colleagues to cover player Seo Junho at all costs. The wizards used their magical abilities to temporarily immobilize a strong opponent. Ready to say goodbye to his life, the swordsman was surprised that the other warriors came to his aid. Choi Jin-pye suddenly came to his aid and began treating his broken rib, which would take half an hour. Immediately, other doctors arrived who also wanted to help the wounded man, despite his low healing skill. The representative of the Chonghae Guild claimed that no matter how far away he saw everything with his own eyes. The boy explained that he watched as Junho dealt with the Dark Knights and attacked the leader single-handedly. This became a motivator because the doctors began to ask themselves if the newcomer fought like that, would they be able to save face in the fight? Now there are about 100 enemies left, and thanks to this, some of the fighters were able to come to the rescue, and if they finish off the leader, they will be able to capture the gate. After hearing this, the swordsman began to move, although the frightened Jin-pye insisted that it was too early for the wounded man to move. Grabbing his weapon, the player asked his allies to buy him another 10 minutes to recover. The warriors did their best to restrain the leader of the Dark Elves, who did not retreat from him even a step. It's true that every second was difficult for the fighters, let alone holding out for several minutes. Some of the players, finding themselves so close to the enemy, involuntarily realized that there was a real monster in front of them. And looking into his demonic eyes, the understanding came that even a joint attack did not guarantee victory over him. The guild members, despite the difficulties during the counterattack, saw with their own eyes how Seo Junho fought with the leader almost on equal terms. Every single player was so confident in the swordsman's victory that they let their guard down. An experienced warrior warned Cha Ming at the last moment about the impending danger from the enemy. The man rushed at the guy, thereby managing to save him from the counterattack of the main enemy. Having scattered the players to the sides with a blow of his blade, The leader of the Dark Elves became free again. The older player asked the Chunghi representative to focus on the battle, thanking him for saving him. The warrior claimed that even though they risked their lives to distract the monster for a couple of minutes, he wanted to keep his honor even if he had to die. The man ordered everyone to immediately regroup and catch the leader of the Dark Elves. The people's unwillingness to accept their fate made the monster even more nervous. The guild players desperately rushed toward the strong enemy, despite his superiority. The Dark Elf proved his opponents wrong by cutting them to pieces with one blow. Then they decided to attack the monster from a distance, and the magicians launched fireballs at it. But the leader of the underground race of creatures, repelling this attack as well, wondered why the people were still holding out. The exhausted players ordered their wounded comrades to be carried back, and those who could fight were ordered to stand to the end. Wanting to finish off the insignificant people as quickly as possible, the Dark Elf suddenly felt anxious. The monster tried to understand what he was so afraid of, looking for the reason for the threat in the crowd of the enemy. And as it turned out, the feeling of anxiety was caused by his past rival, whom he almost dealt with. This realization sent a shudder through the leader, and he decided to quickly get rid of the threat hanging over him. The healers claimed that it was necessary to set it for another 3 minutes, to which the warriors replied that it would last that long without any problems. But at that very second, the enemy attacked them, striking so quickly that the warriors did not even have time to react. The swordsman, who turned out to be shorter than them, watched in horror as his comrades were beheaded. The players' weapons were no match for the Dark Elf's sword, which broke like a cane. The surviving warrior came to the conclusion that he had been hasty, thinking that the capture of the dungeon was almost over. The monster was a boss equal to an entire corps of opponents, and even if several hundred elves died, it was the true enemy. The mere thought that they would never be able to defeat the leader terrified the players, as it was tantamount to death. Suddenly, a player approached the elf who had been terrifying the warriors and asked him to stop his rampage. It was none other than Seo Junho, who was now standing on his own 2 feet again, asking the enemy the same question again. The association member thanked all the fighters for their help, claiming that he would now take care of this enemy himself. The players asked the swordsman if he could really handle it alone, suggesting that it would be better to attack as a group. Junho ordered the warriors to join the main forces while he took on the boss, thus preserving his abilities. Raising his hand with the sword up, the Dark Elf claimed that he would kill all the people in one fell swoop. And the very next second, the leader of the underground creatures lowered his blade to carry out his plan. At the moment of impact, players witnessed the destructive force and the giant dome that emerged afterwards. The commander of the Chonghi Guild, no less than the other warriors, was very worried about his comrade. As soon as the dust from the attack settled, a giant purple ball appeared in front of the participants of the capture. Cha Min, who was drumming on it with all his might, was convinced that this anomaly was the chieftain's technique. The guy asked Junho if he was okay, who claimed that he had nothing to do with the field and was trapped. The squad leader was saddened that the swordsman had fallen into a trap during a duel with a dark elf. Cha Minwoo insisted that they would find a way to rescue the player, who was lucky that his comrades were so trusting. Meanwhile, Seo Junho's opponent was curious about the dome that had formed around them. The leader of the forest creatures was surprised that the man had hidden his true strength all this time. The guy asked the enemy not to be too surprised, since he had only shown him one technique and his hidden abilities did not end there. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from the player, which began to spread across the entire surface of the sphere. And when he reached the leader, he immediately felt a frosty gust of wind that began to envelop everything around. The elf looked in surprise at his blade, which was completely covered in frost, and steam began to come out of his nose. Looking up, the chieftain discovered icicles that had been created by the enemy, who was now using new abilities. The player said that he now understood how the dungeon bosses felt when they looked down on people. Beginning to freeze a little from the frost that reigned around him, the dark elf cursed filthily at the swordsman. Just before the gate was taken, Shim Togu asked his friend if he would be okay if he started training, since he had just recently been freed from the ice. The guy claimed that he was fine and needed to try out the freezing power as soon as possible. The association president insisted that So had already achieved perfection during the Dark Ghost period, but the player considered this a delusion. Despite his skills achieved in the past, Junho still lacked the strength to master the freezing skill. Togu was curious as to how his comrade wanted to use the power he had received from the Ice Queen in that case. The player seemed to be waiting for this question, that he could divide the freezing skill into 3 large categories. The first involved using ice to create more favorable conditions for battle. Thus, when the enemy found himself in an environment beyond his control, his strength was reduced, and he was forced to fight at half his strength. The second method was ice-coated armor, which was intended to compensate for the lack of protection, although it affected mobility. And the last third way was the ability to compensate for attack means with the help of freezing power. The Dark Elf, thanks to his skills and reaction, avoided the sudden attack of the ice stalactites. The guy explained that the Dark Guardian's technique was ineffective due to the consumption of mana, but if the body was made solid, the effectiveness increased. The leader of the underground creatures had to fight off the icicles with a sword because of their large number. The enemy asked why the man who looked like a magical swordsman had hidden his power until now. The player explained that this was an inevitable circumstance, since the monster also had to hide its strength. The elf's ability burned the soul, so he temporarily borrowed the power of the fallen spirit, and he could not resort to this ability at will. But even without fully knowing the capabilities of his opponent, the leader insisted that nothing would change for him anyway. However, his fighting spirit was immediately dampened by Seo Junho's reasoning that he couldn't decide between 10 and 5 minutes. As a result, the player stopped at 5 minutes, which was enough for him, and his enemy immediately demanded an explanation. It turned out that this was the time it took for the warrior to defeat the Dark Elf. But the monster, without expecting it, only laughed at this statement, unable to contain his laughter. The leader of the elves was amused that the man, after their recent duel, still underestimated his abilities. Junho stated that no matter how weak he seemed before, he would fight at full strength in the next 5 minutes. And as soon as the energy around the enemy changed, the Dark Elf was surprised at how the weapon transformed along with it. The monster wondered if the man had a flaming sword in his hands, but decided that the completed blade burned hotter than this one. The chieftain was convinced that the boy had simply concentrated magical energy into the sword, and with his current mana reserves, it was impossible to lift the sword. However, despite this, the aura emanating from the sword was so ominous that it resembled a flaming blade. The Dark Elf decided to find out from the enemy what kind of strange technique he began to use. Pointing to his weapon, the boy cheerfully replied that about 28 years ago, he had the chance to fight an iron turtle. The monster's skin and shell were so tough that he couldn't make a scratch with his sword. So he was in complete despair, saying goodbye to his life. Even in the face of death, Junho did not want to leave this world, and at that moment, this technique came to his mind. The player's mana, which empowered the sword, collided with dark energy, which ultimately created a new type of weapon. And now, cut off from the other players, Seo Junho demonstrated this technique to his enemy. At that time, Kali claimed that the technique he had seen from the Dark Ghost was the best in the world. The warrior gave the new technique the name Ramadat, which means he was ready to die, but still found a way to survive. The boy claimed that he was ready to survive, preparing for death, which demonstrated his true strength to the Dark Elf. The monster was shocked by the blow dealt by the man, who was also amazed by the technology he saw. In the ice cliffs created by Seo Junho, the life of the Dark Elf leader suddenly ended when a black dragon pierced his chest. The enemy, who was living out the last minutes of his life, said that now the end had definitely come for him, and the warrior really had a keen eye. The player asked the enemy if he wanted to say his last word before leaving this world. The leader of the underground creatures begged the man to have mercy on him and allow him to die in this place. The guy, in exchange for being willing to fulfill the elf's request, asked him to answer one question. The association player took out an unknown sphere from his inventory, asking the monster if he knew what it was. At the sight of the ball, the chief suddenly exclaimed, wondering if the boy was holding a spirit egg in his hands. The fighter became interested in whether a spirit could be born from this egg, which, according to the elf, was an object that preserved the powers of the world tree. Things like his pendant that he had torn off, that retained the tree's powers, could give birth to spirits anywhere. The monster claimed that if he filled the pendant with his mana, the egg could hatch, for which Junho thanked him. Having also taken the enemy's item, the fighter asked if there was anything else, hinting at the magic elixir. The Dark Elf, turning to the world tree, if it still heard his prayers, was ready to give his neck. The leader of an entire nation asked the tree to show mercy to those who made a mistake and followed him. Meanwhile, the streets on the second floor were filled with the plaintive cries of local residents wandering around them. One of them was beaten up so badly that he was eventually thrown aside as no longer needed. The guy who was badly beaten by Carl Signer claimed that he knew where the place he was interested in was. The demon looked at the man with a hard gaze, interested in only one question. Where was the ranger? Looking at the sphere in his hand, Seo Jun-ho couldn't believe until the very end that he was holding a spirit egg. By making a contract with a spirit, he could use his powerful powers without using up mana, which was always in short supply in the past. The player always envied his colleagues who had their own spirit, but he could not imagine that one day he would also be able to conclude a contract with him. The warrior was convinced that the spirit in the egg would make a contract with someone who had good synergy. In his dreams, the player imagined how he dealt with the enemy together with the elemental. And the next moment, with a snap of his fingers, he shattered the pendant left by the dark elf. The guy, albeit weakly, felt the energy of the forest, which was a bright glow. The next step for the association member was to place his mana into the spirit egg to complete the process. The warrior broke into a satisfied smile as the sphere began to crack, releasing an even brighter light than that from the pendant. Meanwhile, half of the players who participated in the capture gathered around the ball created by Seo Jun-ho. Choi Jin-pyo kept saying that he had gotten rid of all the dark elves that remained, but the swordsman was nowhere to be seen on the screen. Players were already starting to worry that something unexpected had happened when notifications started appearing in front of them. They stated that the players had captured the Wild Forest Gate, which meant Jun-ho had defeated the Dark Elf chieftain. Overjoyed, the representatives of the various guilds praised the rising star of Korea, thanks to whom they would be able to get home. The players were so engrossed in discussing how they nearly died from meeting the leader of the elves that they didn't notice something. The first to notice the destroyed boundaries of the sphere was Cha Min, before whom the winner of this dungeon appeared. The player who approached him was glad that he had managed to capture the gate, also inquiring about the swordsman's health. The guy insisted that if any wounds needed to be healed, the hero could turn to him, but he refused. Claiming that everything was fine with him, the association member thanked all the fighters for their hard work during the battle. The player who offered Jun-ho help found no serious external injuries, leaving him wondering what had happened to him. The fighters agreed that it was still hard to fight the chieftain, while the swordsman thought about how bad he looked. On the way back on the plane, the guy watched a video that appeared about the capture of the gates of the Wild Forest with his participation. In this video, Jun-ho was named the most valuable player, but he didn't know what to do with this title. The warrior reasoned that he was generally unlucky, because in the end, he got from the dungeon not what he wanted. He was so eager to get the spirit that he ended up getting a miniature copy of the Ice Queen. Looking out the window, the spirit claimed that human technology was amazing, impressed by how they flew in the sky without magic. Jun-ho once again asked Spirit not to talk to him until he got his thoughts in order. As it turned out, the Ice Queen was talking to herself, which irritated the fighter even more. Seo Jun-ho wondered why the creature that had thrown the world into chaos and frozen his friends had become his spirit. And the spirit continued, telling about how they transferred from one mechanism to another, and that during this time the guy would already be able to put his thoughts in order. The player asked the spirit not to speak to him, which again claimed that she was speaking to herself, which burdened So even more. The miniature queen revealed that she was called because she was a perfect match for the boy, as the skill that best suited him was freezing. Jun-ho explained that he had only been a dark ghost for 5 years, but it had only been 3 months since he started using the freeze. The miniature queen stood her ground because one way or another, she emerged from the egg and asked her owner to make a deal. The boy couldn't do it, reminding him of what the queen had done to the people, but the spirit didn't remember the events of the past. The association player looked at his companion with distrust, repeating the question asked of her. And looking closely at the miniature queen, the guy realized that she really didn't understand what she had done. Jun-ho then explained that the queen had frozen part of the Pacific Ocean, to which the girl replied that she felt sorry for the fish that lived there. The player tried to convey to her that the weather had gone crazy because the temperature had risen and global warming had occurred, and although everything eventually returned to normal, she committed a crime when she froze. So in his team. However, the spirit could not understand why her master pretended that he did not remember anything, because he remained unfrozen. She claimed that she had done nothing wrong, but rather on the contrary, she regretted everything that had happened to Jun-ho. The guy replied that his companion was too noisy and advised her to look out the window. And while the queen was admiring the views, the player turned to the president of the association, asking him what the Ice Queen had done wrong. Suddenly, there was a spirit behind the guy who was surprised by his phone, which allowed him to find out other people's opinions. Turning to her, Seo Junho asked what benefit he would have after making a contract with the spirit. The Ice Queen's copy claimed that she could teach her new master a lot. The warrior admitted that the girl was indeed strong, but he was the one who managed to defeat her. The assistant could not help but agree that she had been defeated, but it happened at a moment of her weakness. The association member decided that the spirit was mocking him, asking if she had been selling doping, but the queen insisted that she was not a traitor. She said that she was the queen of Niflheim, the Ice Kingdom, and that she controlled snowstorms and blizzards, and that, risking her existence, she swore that she was not lying. The oath that was uttered was a guarantee of existence that could deprive creatures of magic, so Junho took her word for it. The boy asked her how long she had been weak, and the queen said that it had been about 1/100th of a day. So shouted throughout the plain for the spirit to stop talking nonsense and to swear, but if the girl were to make so many oaths, she would tarnish her honor. Having sorted out this misunderstanding, the player decided to sign a contract with her, but on one condition. If the spirit does anything that harms him or those around him, the warrior will immediately break the contract with her. The queen insisted that the elementals and the contractors were kindred spirits, so the player did not have to worry about her harming anyone. The guy didn't know if he was doing the right thing now, but he couldn't go beyond the gate with only 1 star. He bit his finger, thinking that if he got this power, would it be enough to achieve his goal? But he still decided to make a contract with the Ice Queen to find out what she was really capable of. Having arrived at the Players' Association, the warrior first of all headed with the spirit to the training hall. The queen thought the hall was a very boring place, and Junho explained to her that they used this space for training. The spirit was surprised when he discovered the inventory window, asking his master what he was currently doing. The player wanted to use the artifacts he received during the last battle, namely the skill ring and the blue fairy bracelet artifact. By using these items, the swordsman's strength would increase by 100 times, which was enough to enter the first level gate alone. Without taking her eyes off the guy, the Ice Queen complimented him, claiming that he looked cooler with accessories. Not only did the player not ask for an evaluation, he also wanted to see what the spirit was capable of in turn. The girl claimed that who else but the player should know about this, but the guy insisted that her power could have changed when she became an elemental. The Ice Queen thought about it because there was meaning in the contractor's words that she decided to try her strength. She agreed that the guy, being a contractor, should have known how incredible his companion was. And the next moment, the girl began to spread cold throughout the entire training hall. Very quickly, in just a few seconds, the ceiling of the room was covered with a crust of ice. Junho, meanwhile, felt as if his heart itself, along with the objects in the room, had been covered in ice. Something like this once before, when he entered the Ice Queen's abode as a dark ghost. But suddenly the bitter cold stopped, and staring at the spirit in bewilderment, the guy asked why she stopped. Turning away from the contractor, the girl said with displeasure that she had lost interest. This statement shocked the player so much that he didn't know how to react to such a prank. The elemental insisted that she was not in the mood to use her powers, and due to her character, she could not do anything if it did not interest her. Clutching his head, the player wondered what he could do to establish contact with the capricious spirit. And then Junho directly asked the queen what in that case might interest her. After thinking for a bit, the girl broke into a satisfied smile, as she had come up with an activity. The Ice Queen was interested in a tour of the human world, which had changed over time. Walking along the streets, the spirit pointed to almost the first store she came across, asking who owned this property. The contractor explained where the shops were and where the simple apartments were, while the girl continued to scurry from side to side. The Ice Queen was surprised by the car and the gadgets that people were constantly staring at, which greatly irritated Junho. Tired of listening to the spirit's chirping, he asked if no one among the people had seen her, to which she asked if he wanted to know what would happen if she was seen. The player insisted that the spirit not attract unnecessary attention, which suddenly froze in place. All shaking, she suddenly turned to her partner with a trembling voice, wanting to know something. The queen, pointing to the sleeping stray cat, demanded to be told what kind of lovely creature was before her eyes. Junho said that it was just an ordinary stray cat that the elemental wanted to pet so much. The girl approached the animal, but the player said that there was no point in this since the cat did not see her. Enchanted by the beauty of the furry animal, the queen ignored her companion's words, wanting to touch the cat. But as soon as the spirit flew as close to her as possible, The animal closed its mouth, almost biting off a part of the flying creature. However, the beast was not going to let the queen go so easily, so he tried to reach her with his paw. The elemental miraculously escaped and, sitting on So Junho's cap, began to catch her breath. Having caught my breath, the spirit asked the guy what kind of fierce monster it was that was walking so calmly down the street. The player felt awkward saying this, but the animal was so small that it could not harm anyone. Having picked up the cat, the association player asked the Ice Queen what such a miracle could do that was so terrible to a person. And then the elemental seemed to be struck by lightning when she saw how such a dangerous creature easily submitted to the player. The girl, turning to the guy, claimed that in that case she would show her strength, which confused So. After the incident with the cat, the walk was interrupted, and the player and the spirit of the Ice Queen returned to the training hall. The elemental ordered the player to watch carefully the demonstration of her power, which he did with great pleasure. In a matter of seconds, Seo Junho found himself in the middle of a large magic circle, with two more marks on either side of him. Along the edge of this circle, sharp ice spikes began to appear, as if they resembled some kind of trap, but soon they grew to be sharp spears, which were lined up one after the other. And behind the association player, a giant block suddenly grew, one side of which was strewn with sharp spikes. Several pairs of ice spears instantly crossed their blades, which formed something like a passage. The warrior, looking at the giant ice structures, thought that this would indeed be enough to pass the gate. The boy replied that it wasn't that bad, which only angered the spirit, who demanded to hear much more from him. The girl insisted that the player take another closer look, which, although she became weaker, becoming a spirit, but remained a powerful sorceress. Junho said that he was able to do the same thing now, but the queen began to argue, insisting that it was not that easy. Looking at the patterns on the spears, the boy noted the work of a master, which was beyond the power of everyone to recreate, and there was no longer any point in comparing skills. But the guy replied to the spirit that his answer remained the same, that he would do exactly the same thing, but would spend a little more time. The player expected to see something that would be beyond his power, forcing the Ice Queen to think for a while. And then the elemental asked if this was what the contractor was talking about, pointing to something behind him. And when the member of the association looked in the direction the spirit was pointing, he was speechless. He was so shocked. And when the conversation returned to Junho, he said that this was exactly what he wanted to see, which pleased the queen's ego. Secretary Cha couldn't help but feel how hard the young master was training, as even her office was shaking. Junho asked the association president if he knew what the Ice Queen looked like. The man found the question extremely strange, since only 5 players had the opportunity to see her. But to be more precise, only his friend had such a chance, to which the guy said that there was some problem with it. The warrior said that now Toku could also see her, which almost made the man go into a stupor. And literally a second later, the president saw the Ice Queen, which made his eyes practically pop out of their sockets. Hiding behind a chair, the man asked if it was a spirit, and the elemental asked, so if this timid man was his friend. The president replied that he would naturally be frightened when such a thing suddenly appeared before him, which puzzled the queen. The girl was so outraged by the way she was treated in such a disrespectful tone that she began to cover everything around her with ice. True, the player quickly reminded that in front of the queen was his friend, whom she could not touch due to the terms of the contract. Displeased, the elemental threatened that if he was called that again, she would not hold back, which Taku's friend drew attention to. Still unable to recover from what had happened, the association's director could not believe that it was really the queen in front of him. After his friend's explanation, Shim wanted to put everything in its place once again, so as not to go crazy. Pointing to the spirit sitting on the player's shoulder, the man identified her as the Ice Queen. Then the spirit egg, purchased at an auction in Las Vegas, was activated by Junho in the forest after the battle with the leader of the Dark Elves. And he summed it up, Taku. All this is because from that very egg hatched this elemental with whom So made a contract. The man found it funny to even talk about such a thing, that the most suitable candidate for a dark ghost was the enemy who did this to him. To which the player responded that despite all of the above, the spirit was very strong, which was to his advantage. However, Shimtoku wanted to know to what extent, since levels varied from the lowest to the highest, and spirits usually knew their own level. Without wasting any time, the contractor asked his companion what level she had. With her whole appearance showing displeasure, the Ice Queen replied that naturally she had an unrivaled level. The girl believed that it could not have been any different with her, but the guys agreed that the creature was on the lower level. Without going into details, Junho said that the queen was strong and that it would take a lot of effort to get to the next gate. However, the association president noted that the previous gates that the player passed through were also difficult. However, if the next ones were much more difficult than the previous ones, then Shimtaku guessed that the guy wanted to come to the gate with 1 star. Junho was perplexed because he considered the wild forest, which he successfully passed, to be the owner of 1 star, but since then he had leveled up a lot. But when the player assured him that he could complete the dungeon alone, the man replied that there were only 3 such places left on Earth. The first 1 star gate was located in South America, and the second was in China. But suddenly Shim asked his friend if he was really okay and if he had suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. The player replied that even if he did suffer, the reason was because of what was now next to him. The next gate that Seo Junho intended to capture was located at the Sejong base in Antarctica, which was called the Winter Castle. Before heading to his room, the player arranged with the president for a conference on the occasion. Approaching the spirit with a can of soda, he asked if she could eat, or if it was not typical for such creatures. The girl replied that she was an elemental, which was different from people, and therefore did not have such a need for food. Having dealt with this aspect, the guy thought it's a good idea to ask each other questions. He started first asking if the Ice Queen knew anything about the 2-dimensional elevator, the origin of which was unknown to anyone. Junho was confident that if he could unravel the truth of this source, then perhaps he could reach the end of this game. But to his great surprise, the spirit replied that she also knew nothing about this elevator. The player was outraged that the floor master didn't know anything about this. Question that he asked not to be so greedy and to tell at least something. The assistant repeated that she really knew nothing, although she knew a lot about that world, swearing by her existence. After she lost to the warrior, she forgot a decent part of her memories, as if they were erased from her head. Seo Junho didn't expect that the queen's memories would be lost, making the system so elaborate. Young woman asked her partner not to be upset, since she still remembered something, that she was known for her highly developed intellect. This statement didn't help the guy calm down much, but it gave him one thought. He knew that spirits did not consume the contractor's mana, so he was interested in how he would use the power, since he did not even feel it in the spirit of magic. The queen was outraged, asking how the player could not know this, because if he did not have the silt, then his assistant would not have it either. The spirit needed the mental strength of the contractor, but if it was cut off, it was impossible to use it in the future. Junho pointed out that it was a complete violation of the rules to use an unlimited amount of powers of that level. The queen added that she also felt the same about her previously demonstrated skills, and even a swordsman like So would have to practice for more than a month. With self-confidence, the player replied that exactly 1 month later, the elemental would change its opinion of him. On the day of the press conference, Secretary Cha Shir-yun knocked on the young master's room door before entering. Having dropped in to see her boss, the girl said that she had prepared a suit for him for the interview. But when the assistant looked into the room, she discovered that Junho had already changed his clothes and was straightening his tie at that moment. The guy looked at Secretary Cha in bewilderment, who was afraid that the player would go to the press conference in his pajamas today too. To prevent something like this from happening again, she prepared a costume just in case, although the guy liked the idea of appearing in front of journalists in pajamas more. Throwing his jacket on top, the guy declared that he was ready, asking his assistant how he looked before leaving. The girl didn't answer, but simply raised her thumb up, proud of the player's change of image. The entire hall was packed with the press, journalists, and reporters wanting to get exclusive material. They were all languishing in anticipation of the main guest, discussing the number of onlookers who had gathered to see the hero. 3 months had passed since the last press conference, which was nothing compared to today's, the scale of which was astonishing. One of the journalists said that he had seen the player before at the conference at the EC gate and felt a strong aura coming from him. Strong people like Kim Woo-jin and Shin Seok-hyun had a strong energy, to which Seo Junho could also be attributed. Therefore, today the guy was not surprised if it turned out that a warrior would pass through the gate with 1 star alone. But the reporter's colleagues did not support him, as they thought it was too much, even though the guy asked him not to react so strongly. Suddenly, the journalist fell silent as the hero of the occasion finally appeared from behind the scenes. The lighting technician immediately directed a spotlight at the rising star so that everyone could take a high-quality photo of the hero. This time, the great warrior Jun-ho appeared before journalists not in home clothes, but in an expensive suit. The lenses of photo and video cameras immediately started clicking flashes, wanting to capture this historical moment. Before the press conference had even begun, one of its participants asked the warrior if he was going to go through the Cave of Trials. The guy immediately replied that he was just working on solving this issue at that time. The newcomer's statement that he wanted to go through these gates made the journalists think. One of the journalists felt sorry that player Seo Jun-ho was leveling up so quickly that she would soon miss him. The Caves of Trials were located in the Tibetan region, and if we go by the name of the gate, we could understand that step-by-step trials awaited inside. While completing missions, the participant had the right to choose whether to continue the tests or give up halfway through and leave, having the opportunity to safely get out of them. But due to system limitations, it was impossible to know exactly what was happening inside, and the specific reward was not disclosed. However, the fact that many players were taking the tests meant that there was some reason behind it, which was enough for the journalist. However, the press conference did not end there, and Jun-ho announced that after the Cave of Trials, he intended to pass through the gates of the Ice Kingdom. The reporters and journalists all froze, as if they had misheard what the warrior had said. For a moment, a deathly silence fell over the vast hall as those present considered So's words. The press cried out whether the player wanted to conquer the Ice Kingdom, to which the rising star already had a prepared answer. This gate was one of the 3 extremely difficult American gates in the world, and after the Ice Queen, the world was under threat again. According to Jun-ho, it came from Antarctica, and journalists were eager to know if the player meant the Ice Kingdom. After the sensational press conference, the guy went to headquarters by helicopter. His statement had the internet bursting with questions about whether the guy was being overconfident and whether he would be able to beat the 9th-level player Kim Woo-jun. The association player was surprised by the stir he had caused, which also worried his assistant. The queen insisted that this was already the second 1-star gate, and many people believed that even the Caves of Trials were difficult for the guy. The warrior replied that the conditions for passing were having a level of no less than 25, but no more than 30, although there was one more condition. The Cave of Trials gave rewards based on the number of trials completed, and the difficulty level was fixed. This meant that if one entered a gate with a level lower than the required one, then even after passing the same level, he would still receive a higher reward. The spirit stated that it was not very good, which the player agreed with, but the advantage was that the test could be repeated. It is true that having received a reward once, they will not receive it for a second test, and in the past, Jun-ho already challenged the Dark Sun test. A quarter of a century ago, not only the rewards but also the abilities were initialized, so there was a chance to re-enter them. After a hard day, the player finally flew to the association building, leaving the helicopter. While admiring the local views, he hoped to enter the gate again and pass the test that he had already overcome in the past. This will help him meet again with his friends, who were still trapped in the ice. But it will also give the guy the opportunity to meet someone else who also remained in the distant past. This is an opportunity not only to meet the Dark Ghost, but also to surpass his achievements. Seo Jun-ho, excited about the upcoming challenge, suddenly turned to his assistant. The player claimed that once he returned, he wanted the spirit to help him with his training. The Ice Queen wanted to clarify whether the contractor had really asked her for help. Jun-ho explained that she was somehow better at handling the ice, hoping that nothing would happen during training. Then the elemental screamed that she would be the young warrior's teacher. Although the boy had something completely different in mind, she claimed that she would take charge of the player, and that as queen, she would train him individually. True, the guy immediately reminded that he was not a student or a servant, although he was grateful for the help provided. The girl was sure that this would be a tough training, but the warrior could no longer wait for it. Meanwhile, a team of heroes trapped in the ice waited for their moment at the National Museum. But the glasses with the drink and the bottle remained untouched, still waiting for the players. The training hall at the Players Association was completely covered in ice, with ice blocks even forming on the floor. Among these ice growths also lay a broken sword, which was also made of ice. Seo Jun-ho, while in the training hall, had difficulty leaning on his blade to keep from falling. He was so exhausted from the workout that large beads of sweat were rolling down his face. And in his hand he held a sword tightly, which unlike many others was of perfect shape, just like a real one. At this time, the Ice Queen was watching the guy from the side, who was supposed to evaluate his latest work. The assistant, who acted as a teacher this time, thought for a moment, assessing the blade. True, a second later, the elemental replied with a smile that the guy had finally created at least something useful. But just half a month ago, Jun-Ho was unable to produce an item of comparable quality that had the ability of darkness and freezing. The player was curious as to why the spirit acted as if she hadn't known about it the entire time. The girl replied that the essence of using abilities was her understanding, and the deeper it was, the purer the technique became. After which, the queen asked the warrior what he thought the ability of darkness meant. And then Jun-Ho wondered what it meant to him, because the darkness was full of cruelty and pride, indifference, anger, and fear. The elemental praised the student for his answer, and now wanted to hear what he thought about the freeze skill. Then the warrior briefly replied that he perceived her as cold ice, but the assistant did not expect any other answer. After which she explained that the skill was more restrained and refined than any other ability, being an irreplaceable power. From the teacher's words, Jun-Ho realized that the freezing potential in battle was well balanced. Dark, flame, and wind energies had high attack power, while water and earth energies were excellent in defense and vice versa. The spirit revealed that those with the freeze skill were called a one-man army that dominated the battlefield. The girl asked if the player knew the answer to this. Recalling the queen's demonstration of power, she wanted to personally teach the boy how exactly the freezing ability was supposed to be used. But first, she created a skillfully crafted sword whose blade was inscribed with ancient patterns. Holding the weapon in his hands, Jun-Ho assessed it to be the Niflheim Kingdom's ice sword, called Fragerak. To begin with, the elemental demanded that the guy recreate exactly the same sword, and only then begin training. True, the player didn't really want to know how it was possible to create an ice weapon, as he was interested in something completely different. The spirit insisted that an army of one fighter must be comprehensively developed, and if he cannot even create a sword, then he will not see training. As much as the warrior didn't want to create ice sculptures, he still began to work on them. Having made an almost perfect sword, the boy showed it to his teacher, who was studying and looking at the weapon. Then, with a wave of her hand, she broke it into pieces, claiming that it was not good enough. In her opinion, the blade wasn't sharp enough and the weight distribution was completely off, but for Jun-Ho, destroying each sword was like torture. While creating another copy of the ritual sword, the player asked the spirit why it was so tedious. The queen herself was impressed that in just half an hour, the player was able to recreate Fragerak's appearance with an accuracy of up to 60%. The power she felt nearly 3 decades ago was so powerful that she couldn't believe that it was possessed by just a human. And now, after so much time, with her tasks, she was creating a real monster out of this warrior. With a smile, the girl watched the player's progress, which was quite a pleasant pastime for her. On the next copy, she seemed to mock her student, claiming that the tilt on the blade was 5 degrees greater. Looking at the next model, the spirit stated that this was the sword she could settle on, which she considered passable. But she wasn't happy with the fact that the guy spent 152 attempts to create such an item, even though Jun-Ho tried his best. Not hearing the cherished phrase from his teacher, the player asked whether this version of the blade was suitable. However, the Ice Queen destroyed the seemingly perfect sword that had just been created with just one glance. The spirit claimed that the sword was very good and broke it only because it irritated her. And the next moment, the girl placed her small hand on the head of the tired Seo Jun-Ho. She said that the boy had mastered the skill of creating weapons, and after 2 days of continuous production, he was very tired. The elemental suggested that the student sleep a little, and when he woke up, proceed directly to training as the student wanted. The warrior believed that the queen was acting suspiciously, fearing that she would ask him to create copies again next time. Just as Jun-Ho was about to warn his teacher about the lie, he began to fall asleep on the go. Before the guy could finish his sentence, he fell to the floor, which the Ice Queen silently watched. Exhausted from the continuous training in sword making, the association player fell into a deep sleep. The elemental, although she mocked the player during the making of swords, was not cruel enough to conjure a blanket. The girl covered the tired student with it, who was stubborn despite the great talent he already had. She sincerely wished for the player to become strong enough to protect those dear to him. After a while, the couple found themselves in the middle of the endless Tibetan plains, where the sun was shining brightly. They arrived there from behind the gates to the Cave of Trials, which were located inside the large temple. Monk Champa greeted the player, who was the main one in the temple, while sticking his tongue out at the guy. His Players Association notified Junho that he was coming to try his hand at the Cave of Trials. A board appeared next to Jumpa, showing a list of those who had previously completed the cave's tests. Studying it, the guy noted that almost no one had ever broken his own record, which he set a quarter of a century ago. Apart from those who passed through, according to the monk, no one knew what horrors awaited the brave ones inside. The man seeing the player off wished for Funum's blessing, which would also bet on the fighter's safe return. The path to the portal lay through a small cave, where one had to go down a stone staircase. After these minor actions, Seo Junho and the Ice Queen's spirit found themselves at the gate. Walking confidently towards the very center, the warrior wanted to repeat his feat of 25 years ago. However, as soon as he touched the portal, he was immediately struck by electricity, which surprised both him and his companion. The system notified the player of the error so that the repeated entry would be detected and the administrator should respond. Then the portal that had been looming in front of the player just a second ago suddenly evaporated, which frightened Junho. In its place appeared a strange place, resembling a room with white tiles in the center of which was a black doorway. A stranger in a suit and top hat emerged from it and greeted the association player. The man, whose name was Gray, was the manager of the first level of the interdimensional elevator. Junho was surprised by the appearance of this man, who, according to his status, was the god of the earth. Gray replied that everything, so and it was, but now he was the one who was ordered to manage the floor. The warrior asked if it was the same thing, but the elevator operator insisted that his power was limited to this level and everything that was here. The man said that he was incredibly happy to see familiar faces again after a long time. The elevator manager was especially glad to see the gloomy ghost, who, although late, nevertheless congratulated him on his awakening. Impressed, the boy thanked Gray, and the queen could not understand whether she was also familiar to him. He revealed that he knew everything about each of those present, claiming that the Queen of Niflheim stood before him. The player was more interested in the place where they found themselves, which was a fictional space created by the elevator operator. The man began to leaf through the book that suddenly appeared in his hand, reporting that a small problem had arisen. From his notes, it was known that the dark ghost had already entered the Cave of Trials, but having passed it once and received a reward, it was impossible to enter again. The manager of the interdimensional elevator insisted that changing one's name did not change the nature of one's existence. The guy didn't argue with Gray, but asked him what to do if the promised reward didn't exist at all. When the elevator operator asked how this could be, the player replied that he had not received a single reward after completing the Cave of Trials. The administrator looked at the cave visitors with a smile and tried to understand whether they were telling the truth. At that moment, Junho and the Queen felt a monstrously powerful pressure on themselves, which could be Gray's power. The man said, if the warrior and I told him the truth, which means he never took the reward. The guy insisted that if the rules were followed, there was no reason not to let him through the gate, but the decision was up to the elevator operator. The issue was not the inconsistency of the rules, but rather fairness, since letting in a player who was already in the cave was unfair to the other players. If that was all there was to it, Seo Junho suggested that the administrator simply add more difficulty. He insisted that they raise the difficulty level so that they could create the right balance of power. With a sinister grin, the man asked if the player was sure he could handle such a situation. The association member did not hesitate for a second if it meant that he would be allowed to enter the testing cave. The administrator could not determine whether the guy was being cunning or simply being honest with him. Ultimately, since he liked the visitors, the man decided to do them a favor by opening access to the portal. But the Ice Queen panicked when the only person who knew her well wanted to leave. She hoped that the administrator could tell why her memories had disappeared, but Gray didn't know the answer to that question. And then, having wished him well past time, he disappeared, leaving Junho alone with his assistant. Feeling the damp air, Junho reported that they were back in the testing cave. The Ice Queen said thoughtfully that it was hard to understand what was on Gray's mind. The player asked her again if the spirit really didn't remember anything, as memories connected with the floor just couldn't come to mind. In any case, it was all for the best, and the elemental was glad that the system had accepted her partner again. The association player was ready to start the test, no matter how difficult it was now, after the administrator's adjustments. The first stage was a magical test, in order to successfully pass which it was necessary to destroy the ball using magic. Looking at the many balls that appeared in an instant, The Ice Queen asked if it was too easy. Junho replied that it was not surprising since the task was a first-level task. In one instant, the guy managed to destroy all the balls in the cave, which reminded him of a simple training. The elemental praised the player, but did not miss the opportunity to brag to him, for which it would not have taken even a second to complete this task. The next stage was a gravity test, and to continue, the warrior had to voice his decision. Seo Junho told the system to continue, wanting to move straight to the second level without any unnecessary pauses. The next moment, the fighter and his assistant felt the ground begin to shake. Shaking along with her, So told his partner that the force of attraction to the body had been changing for several minutes, but had now doubled. The girl wondered what the next 8 tests would be like, while the boy was being crushed into the ground. However, not even a few seconds had passed before Junho found himself above the ground, now much lighter than before. The Ice Queen wondered if the contractor thought he might have missed his precious chance. The spirit insisted that it was possible to train in such an extreme situation, but the player protested, and it was already difficult for him. And as if to prove his words, he suddenly fell to the ground, which frightened the elemental. True, the guy immediately stood up, deciding to do some push-ups while he still had the opportunity. The assistant suggested that the contractor take up running, but he didn't want to hear about anything like that. Seo Junho let out a sigh of relief when the test was finally over and gravity returned to normal. While recuperating, the boy asked himself how much Gray had increased the difficulty, while the queen was praising him at the same time. When the system suggested to stop the test or continue, the player chose the latter, even though the spirit suggested that he take a break. But Junho wanted to do it all at once, because the more the player suffered in the Cave of Trials, the greater the reward he received. The assistant was interested in what the next test would be for him, that he had to pass the test of illusion. In the distant past, he fought like crazy to save his parents from monsters. He had to keep reminding himself that these illusions were not his real parents. That time, passing this test was not easy, and the fighter managed to complete it only after half a day. The player hoped that another illusion would appear this time, preferring that it be the Ice Queen. True, looking at the spirit, the guy realized that it would hardly be so simple, given the increase in difficulty. Rising to his feet, the association member was ready for the cave test that was in store for him. Before the enemies he expected appeared, an ice blade appeared in Junho's hands. His previous team member Mio kept saying that their comrade used to want to live on his own. The rest of the team members, with whom the player had previously overcome the gate, appeared before the hero along with her. The warrior was not surprised when he saw his old friends, as he expected something like this from the cave. His friends asked the boy why he left them, who now had to languish in the ice. All of Seo Junho's old friends called him a traitor and a liar, but their statements didn't make the guy's face move a single muscle. The Ice Queen assured the contractor not to listen to his friends who were just an illusion, which So already knew. Despite all the insults directed at him, the association member also had something to say to his comrades. He said that his friends sent him to fight even though they knew that they themselves would not survive. Therefore, Junho shouted that he would not allow anyone to insult his friends, even if it was just an illusion. Ramadan had fast regeneration and destructive power, and Sky was strong in both attack and defense. The other 2 squad members provided support, with Gilbert providing a long-range attack and Mio providing a surprise attack. Since dealing with the entire team was akin to suicide, Junho asked the spirit to shackle Sky and Ramadat's legs. The elemental warned that this would take a lot of the player's energy, although he didn't care, asking how long it would take. The queen replied that it would take her about half a minute, which was more than enough time for the player. First of all, Junho decided to quickly deal with Gilbert and Mio, whose defense was weaker than the others. The Ice Queen called for help from her army, urging them to rise from the cold land and defeat their enemies. In front of the elemental's former opponents, ice giants emerged from the solid ground of the cave. The only one with magical abilities on the team ordered everyone to dodge. The huge ice giants collided with Sky's barrier, which was holding back the enemy's onslaught. And at that moment, Seo Junho felt that his assistant's actions were draining his own strength too quickly. While the guy was coming to his senses, the enemy had already taken advantage of this opportunity to attack him. The brute responsible for the strength of the team kept saying that the warrior was finished, swinging his steel fist at him. However, this time too, the Ice Queen came to the aid of the contractor, using her freezing skill. In just a second, Ramadat turned into an ice statue, never having carried out his intended revenge. The assistant insisted that the player ignore her, and do what was necessary. The warrior thanked the elemental for his help, asking him to hold the big guy for a little while longer. True, he didn't have time to take a single step before the ground at his feet was torn to pieces by a fired bullet. Gilbert Gray said that he would finish off his opponent with this fantastic projectile. Noticing the scratch on his face, the guy was surprised that even magic bullets were capable of being materialized by the illusion. Looking at the destruction left behind by the shooter's shot, Jun-ho knew that he would die instantly if he got caught. At that very moment, he was in the crosshairs of his comrade, which only worsened the situation. However, before Gray could fire, the association player suddenly disappeared into thin air. The guy was shocked by such a sudden trick, asking himself where the target could have gone. The sniper had a bad feeling that he suddenly felt an ominous energy behind him. Finding himself behind Gray, his comrade resorted to the walk in the darkness, a special ability of the Guardian of Darkness. Before the archer could move, the warrior attacked him with his blade, putting an end to their battle. Towering over his friend's projection, Seo Jun-ho caught himself thinking that he would hardly be able to do this a second time. A member of the enemy team shouted that the player had no right to kill Gilbert. As the boy thought, the next one in front of him was Mio, who was the only one who had not yet been restrained. Jun-ho knew that fighting against the swordmaster using blades was sheer madness. The girl, grabbing the handle of the weapon, insisted that the swordsman would pay with his life for the death of her friend. And the very next second, Mio was running at full speed towards the player, ready to draw her sword at any moment. The warrior understood that in the fight against his girlfriend, he had only one chance to make a successful attack. While the girl was still reeling from Gilbert's death, he needed to take advantage of this opportunity. An excited Mio swung her sword, but her opponent managed to easily dodge her attack. At that moment, the blade of the player, who was a copy of Fragarek, suddenly began to glow blue. Taking advantage of the moment while the girl was open, Seo Jun-ho struck her down with his ice weapon. With a cry, the swordmaster fell to her knees in front of her opponent, dropping her blade as well. Grasping the wound inflicted by the enemy, Mio tearfully asked how he could betray them. Looking down on the illusion, the boy replied that the ordeal was disgusting from start to finish. At the same time, Sky continued to hold back the ice giants, who continued to try to break through her defenses. The Ice Queen, in turn, was torn between the army and the ice trap in which Ramadat was located. However, the strength of the spirit was clearly not enough, as the ice suddenly fell from the body of the martial artist. Hearing the ice crack, Jun-ho immediately turned around, fearing that his guess about the nature of the sound was correct. From the semi-darkness of the cave, a member of the enemy team, freed from captivity, was walking towards him. The man asked with a smile if the boy really thought that technology of that level would be able to stop him. Demonstrating his power, Ramadat threw off the remains of the ice chips, for which the Ice Queen's powers were not enough. The elemental confirmed this with words, telling the contractor that her capabilities were at their limit. True, the enemy forces remained the same, and they began to gain the upper hand in this battle. Sky's magical attacks defeated the frost giants, who no longer posed any threat to her. Gigantic ice blocks, in relation to their owner, flew at once at the defenseless elemental. And as soon as the pieces of the Ice Army soldiers fell to the ground, they created a large explosion. But nothing happened to the player's assistant, and being whole, she heard the word "thank you" addressed to her. And when the girl raised her head, she discovered what was under the ice shield at that moment. Seo Jun-ho, who protected her from the explosion, stated that the queen did a good job in this battle. However, the enemy had no intention of retreating because Ramadat, who had been freed from captivity, was advancing again. The martial artist showered the player with powerful blows, which at the moment only hit the shield. Despite successfully blocking the enemy attacks, the player had a hard time holding back the onslaught of the brute. The warrior, who was one of the squad, was outraged that the guy dared to be distracted from him by someone else. Sky called out to her comrade, telling him to step aside and give her the opportunity to deal with the traitor. The girl fired magical blasts from several seals at the enemy at the same time, hoping to at least slightly hit him. But it wasn't so easy to hit the leveled-up player, who managed to avoid the sorceress's attack. Trying to catch his breath, the guy caught himself thinking that he had forgotten how strong the duo of these warriors was. Ramadat's skills and Sky's long-range attacks proved to be the most capable pair of fighters in the service. Jun-ho had to try really hard to deal with the copies of his friends. To do this, the player resorted to a boost, a special skill that he kept for the right occasion. The warrior sped up so much that he managed to wound the brute, leaving a scar from the ice sword on his body. But the player was very surprised when the martial artist remained standing even after his powerful attack. Ramadat seemed to mock his opponent, saying that when his chest was pierced instead of pain, he felt an invigorating freshness. Wondering if that was all the player could do, the brute attacked him the next second. As Junho expected, the enhancement might not work, all because of his comrade's monstrous regeneration. The sorceress added fuel to the fire, claiming that this time the swordsman would not escape. True, no matter how powerful Sky's magical volleys were, they could not catch up with the player, even though they followed him closely. Junho needed to change tactics urgently, because such a battle with the enemy's endless regeneration was pointless. The man looking after his fleeing enemy asked how long he had been planning to run away from his fate. Although quite tired, the guy agreed with the thug, because he was really starting to get tired of this type of battle. The man asked where the traitor was suddenly going, who again wanted to leave his friends to their fate. Blocking Seo Junho's path, the martial arts master told the player to not be arrogant and accept his death. And the next moment, the association member received a blow to the stomach from a fist that felt like a real sledgehammer. Spitting blood, the boy felt his ice protection being broken and his internal organs being damaged. However, he still had a chance to win, which he decided to use at that very moment. Feeling the player trying to pierce his body, Ramadat praised his fortitude, enjoying watching the player fight until the very end. But the young warrior was ready to argue, whose ice sword began to be enveloped in dark matter. Junho shouted to his opponent, no matter what. It was the big guy who would feel instant death. And after the player said those words, the martial artist was pierced through by a blade engulfed in dark power. No matter how strong the warrior had seemed up to this point, the enemy's decisive blow made him cry out. With a huge through-and-through wound, the man slowly fell to the ground, losing the rest of his strength. The sorceress, who was the only survivor from the entire squad, shouted the name of her friend. The magical seals immediately evaporated when Ramadat suddenly left Sky's sight. The girl fell to her knees in despair, remaining as Junho's last opponent in this test. Shedding bitter tears, the sorceress repeated that she would finish off the swordsman, no matter what it cost her. The Ice Queen took notice of Sky's dangerous energy, but the player was prepared for such changes in the enemy. To fight the fierce version of the Mage, he had to go all out and change weapons. A death scythe appeared in the guy's hands, which was woven entirely from dark energy. Sky was protected by a barrier of 7 layers of mana and a beam of destruction that only one weapon could destroy. It was the dark power attribute skill of Contempt that Seo Junho wanted to use against his girlfriend. The warrior did not fully understand how exactly this weapon absorbed energy, but he simply had no other way. The association member pierced the sorceress with the scythe of death, causing the girl to scream pitifully. But in order to finish what he started, the player needed to make one more decisive blow. Having defeated his opponent, the guy said that he was glad to meet her in this particular place. After all, if it were the real Sky in front of him, he wouldn't have had the slightest chance of winning. With tears of joy, the sorceress said that their entire team would be looking forward to meeting Junho. After which, the system notified the player about the successful completion of this test of illusions. The Ice Queen was surprised that even after waking up, she still felt that something was wrong. The warrior, looking at the game's pop-up windows, claimed that he didn't need to be asked whether he wanted to continue the trials. After a while, the face of his assistant appeared in front of Seo Junho's face, asking the guy to get up. She told the sleepy and terrible-looking player that she thought he was dead because he had slept for about 30 hours. The guy was surprised when he found out that he had slept for 2 days, because it seemed to him that he had been asleep for much longer. The assistant noted that the Death Side's ability was terrifying, and her partner took it as a kind of greeting upon his return. The miniature queen, running ahead, wanted to know how much longer the test was left, but the player himself did not know for sure. And all because Gray didn't give any clear explanations, but each subsequent step in the Cave of Trials became more and more difficult. The girl asked how Junho felt as he tried on his gear again. The spirit was curious because the player had to fight with those he had not seen for a long time, even though they were just an illusion. But Seo Junho was more upset by the fact that this time he was not able to see his parents. The Ice Queen asked why the warrior's parents were in the cave, which turned out to be dead. Upon learning of this, the assistant's mask cracked. She was so surprised by this unexpected fact. The elemental immediately apologized, but the guy didn't care because what happened quite a long time ago. The assistant said that she also lost her parents at the age of 6, but had come to terms with it over time. With mutual understanding, the association player and the spirit left the walls of the infirmary, returning to the trials. Finding himself back in the cave, Junho informed the system that he wanted to proceed to the fourth stage. The next test was called the No Sleep Challenge, and the participant had to go without sleep for 10 days in order to pass it. As soon as access was opened, a countdown timer appeared in front of the warrior. The first 20 hours passed quite calmly, during which the test participant remained in one place. The Ice Queen was interested in whether the player was okay, whose condition was currently satisfactory. She reminded him that if he was hungry, he should eat something, but hunger, on the contrary, would help, so move on. After 60 hours, it became much harder to hold on, and the test subject involuntarily lowered his head. The assistant who was watching him ordered the guy not to sleep, which subtly made it clear to her that he was conscious. The boy asked the elemental to do everything possible to keep him from falling asleep, which had already activated its magic. And the next moment, a cold snowball suddenly flew at Junho, which temporarily brought him to his senses. Almost 100 hours had passed since then, and what seemed like an easy test was turning into an impossible task. Looking at the incredibly dark bags on his face, the guy looked at his reflection in the mirror with glassy eyes. Looking at the bed, the player only thought about taking a hot shower and going to bed to get a good night's sleep. Just thinking about this made Seo Junho's eyelids become incredibly heavy and began to slowly droop. The Ice Queen entered the room and brought the guy back to his senses, asking if he had almost fallen asleep while washing himself. The player replied that everything was under control, but the elemental continued to glare at him. After many difficult sleepless hours, the test participant had only 1 day left to hold out. And while his assistant tried to motivate him with her speeches, Junho wondered what the reward would be when he passed the 9th level. A blurry table appeared in his mind, in which his stats were each increased by 10 points. The warrior believed that in order to receive a valuable reward, he had to overcome at least 10 levels in order to try to save his comrades. Suddenly, he heard the Ice Queen's voice, insistently demanding that Junho remain conscious. And then the player got seriously scared, that for a moment he lost his vigilance and still fell asleep. The test subject asked the spirit again if she had woken him up when she called, hoping that he had not been dreaming, but hallucinating. But as it turned out, the elemental was calling her partner for a completely different reason, pointing to the board with the timer. It turned out that the countdown had come to an end, and Seo Junho had not closed his eyes during this entire time. The guy couldn't believe that he had managed to pass this test and that he could now get some rest and peace. The player claimed that he managed to go all those days without sleep, which for him, although purely in words, was not so difficult. A second later, an informational notification appeared in front of the warrior that the test had been passed. But without taking a break to rest, Junho immediately agreed to the next test, which was called the taste test. It involved the 5 senses and tested the participants' sense of smell. Taste, vision, and hearing were also tested, all senses except touch, so that it was possible to somehow complete the task. After this came the test of silence, during which it was forbidden to say anything or make any other sounds. The player thought about the fact that 2 tests were combined into one, and if they were also combined, then another, third one, would be added. Seo Junho wondered how he would get through the terrible trials, but he wanted to reach the end no matter what. Suddenly, he heard the Ice Queen rhythmically tapping something on the ground with a stick. The assistant used Morse code to find out if the contractor had eaten anything, and he was flattered by the thoughtfulness. Most players who took on this challenge gave up on it right there and then. The void contained primitive fears that people could not overcome, which spread through their consciousness like waves from a drop of water. By turning off all 5 senses, people became so helpless that they could get lost in the void if they were not strong enough. Even in his past life, under the guise of a dark ghost, the player avoided this test. But now I was very surprised to learn that the 9th stage was combined with the 10th, the test of emptiness and time. The system warned that if the player was not sure that he could withstand it, it suggested canceling the test now, because there was a risk of disappearing forever. The void itself wasn't dangerous, but Seo Junho didn't know what would happen if he combined it with the test of time. The warrior thought about the fact that he had to go through a test where he would lose track of time and end up in a place where he would feel nothing. He then began tapping out a message for his assistant with his finger before accepting the assignment. The contractor said that he would return, because only by passing this test could he receive a worthy reward. The Ice Queen told the player not to worry about anything and to quickly return back, for which she would be waiting. As soon as the warrior took part in the final stages, the gates of emptiness and time opened before him. Without even noticing it, Junho found himself in a place that was not subject to space and time, where he felt nothing. As his strength evaporated, the boy began to remind himself that he was the dark ghost of Seo Junho. And in that case, he was obliged to pass this test, since he always won regardless of the situation he found himself in. While in this place, the hero wondered how much time had passed since he got into this gate, because he stopped feeling anything. He needed to quickly release the Ice Queen's abilities and pass the trials of the void like he had done in the past. But now he did not run when he was offered a choice, because he wanted to become stronger, even if he had to risk his life. And in front of the administrator, Junho claimed that he would undergo any trials if only they would give him the opportunity to get into the cave. The player believed until the very end that he would never die in a place like this. With this thought in mind, the association player spent his allotted time in the mysterious space. And when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave of trials, leaving the void and feeling everything around him. The assistant, who had been waiting for the player all this time, happily greeted him as she missed him very much. When the test subject asked how long he had been gone, the elemental replied that it had only been 10 days. While in that place, Seo Junho was sure that he had been there for at least a month, cursing the cave of trials. While examining her partner, the spirit noticed that something had changed greatly in him, but she could not understand what exactly. Junho He looked at his assistant in bewilderment, but she replied that nothing special had happened. True, when he wanted to take a step, he felt how his body became lighter than it had been before the last test. Then the warrior decided to try something and used his magical power, which enveloped him from head to toe. But at that moment the player was shocked, as he had not spent a single drop of mana, and being a dark ghost he spent 3% on this action. This skill was on par with Sky's Blessed Mana, which was considered perfect mana control. Not expecting such a huge power, the warrior reached for his blade to finally test his theory. Seo Junho filled the ice blade with mana, intending to check if its power had changed as well. The boy slammed his fist into the stone wall of the cave, causing a bright flash of light. And then it created a huge explosion that raised a wall of dust that covered everything around. When the dust from the blow settled, the contractor and his assistant were able to see a giant mark left by the sword. The spirit couldn't help but notice that the guy had become much stronger, even though he himself thought that he was already flawless. When the system announced that the reward counting had begun, Junho was very excited in anticipation of the long-awaited reward. Then the guy started tapping on the information window, because he thought that perhaps the program had glitched. Administrator Gray notified the player to pull himself together and calmly wait for the count to finish. The Ice Queen became curious about what the reward was, so the administrator himself took charge of counting it. The warrior received 2 titles at once, Limit Breaker and Spring Opener, strengthened 2 skills by 1 position higher, and added points to the rest. Looking at his changes in characteristics, the guy was surprised that the reward was twice as big as in the previous 9 stages. And then it dawned on the boy that the testing cave judged the rewards by the strength of the participants' suffering, and Gray knew about it. Having received the new title of Limit Breaker, which increased the random ability when leveling up, Junho asked him to pinch him. The girl tugged at his cheek, and feeling discomfort, the player realized that all this was not a dream. If the skill had a cumulative effect, then by level 100 the bonus abilities would also exceed this figure, allowing So to become the strongest. The assistant insisted that they leave the cave already, that even its walls were tired of the hero's chatter. Junho agreed that he had been in this place long enough and had received from it everything he wanted. Returning back, the warrior insisted that fortune had turned away from him, but he was simply born at the wrong time. In addition to the monk, the representative of the cave gates was also waiting for the appearance of the new cave record holder. Jampa believed that the player would not escape, since a month had passed since he entered the cave. However, suddenly the men saw something they did not expect to see, which ultimately left them very stunned. The head of the temple was shocked that for the first time in so long, the player's ratings were updated. The man believed that this was the birth of a new legend, as a player named Seo Junho had managed to reach the 9th stage of the gate. Meanwhile, in another corner of the world, a strange man was standing near a house with many children behind it. A man hiding his identity under a hood began to knock persistently on the door. He was met by a man in a suit who was greatly honored that a stranger had visited this rather wretched place. The hooded man turned out to be Karl Sekner, for whom this place did not look particularly interesting. The man claimed that all this was not for fun, but for the sake of the revival of the heavenly Pegasus. The demon, as soon as he heard from Taurus Milo the nickname of the heavenly Pegasus, immediately perked up. The guest demanded that the owner of the building explain what kind of place it was, with so many children running around. And for a visual demonstration, the owner of the house decided to snap his fingers so that Senior could see everything with his own eyes. As soon as the click sounded, the children, as if on command, dropped what they were doing and turned their gaze to the man in the suit. The children obediently lined up behind the demon who had arrived to them, demonstrating submission and obedience. The demon stated that the children only spoiled his mood, but according to the owner, they trained hard. They needed to become powerful demons like Kyle, whom Milo kindly let me in. Meanwhile, Rome, as usual, was filled with tourists taking pictures with local landmarks. Among the guests of the city were also Jun-ho and the Ice Queen, indicating that the report was about her contractor. The guy ordered the assistant to stop staring because they had a completely different goal. They were sent here to get rid of Paradise, which was to be found in a busy place where Torres often went. The elemental didn't like that it had to fly so far to catch Torres, but there was no other choice. A few days earlier, the player who conquered the Cave of Trials was joyfully greeted by the president of the association. The man insisted that his friend was like a treasure to him, because while he continued to clear the gates, large sums of money came to the association. But he called Taka not to compliment the guy, but to tell him about the orphanage that the player had found last time. The necromancer Arma, who attacked the auction house, raised a large number of children who wanted to be like the same demons as himself. Although the exact location of the shelter was unknown, the association managed to find a couple of clues. The man the president brought onto the screen was named Torres Milo, who had been an active player on the second floor but was now retired. It has often happened that players who have reached the top announce their retirement, but this candidate behaved rather strangely after resigning. To prove this, Shimtogu showed a photo of the former player in the company of children, which was accidentally taken by the investigator. According to locals, the man had lived in Rome for several years, but no one knew exactly where he stayed or what he was doing. The strange thing was that he was seen in the center, but each time with different children, and being interested, Toku checked all the suspicious cases in Rome. The man asked to look at a graph of how missing persons were reported during the week after Torres appeared on the street. CO Jun-ho was determined to deal with this as soon as possible in order to shut down this orphanage. The association's president said that the suspect appeared on the main street once every 2 months and was expected to appear there again soon. The player's comrade claimed that Torres had to be found in Rome first, but he never showed his face. The queen suggested something cold to drink, considering that there was enough work for today. Listening to the tales of the Ice Queen, the association player walked straight towards the local boy. When Junho passed by, the guy hit him on the hand, but immediately apologized and walked on. However, the next second the warrior grabbed the boy by the hand, which surprised the boy greatly, since he did not expect such a thing. The guy demanded to know what the stranger was doing, but he replied that the boy already knew. Seo Junho demanded that the young thief return the item he had just stolen from him. The next moment, the watch flew to the floor along with curses directed at the big-eyed tourist. The boy looked at the player with disdain, asking him if he really wanted to hear an apology. But Jun-ho, on the contrary, was going to hand the young thief over to the police, which made the guy's heart sink. In fact, the warrior was just bluffing, but his lie worked because the thief was very scared. Leaning towards the boy, the player asked him if he was part of a family, aka a group of pickpockets. The guy said he was a member, but instead of hearing threats from a stranger, he was asked if he was familiar with the area. Soon, the petty robber was sitting at the table filling his stomach with various delicacies. Seo Junho, who was sitting opposite him, watched attentively as the pickpocket greedily devoured the food. He asked Marco, that was the boy's name, to eat more slowly so as not to get indigestion. When the good-natured stranger asked if he needed to order anything else to eat, the young robber replied that he was already full. The only thing that bothered the young man was that he was the only one who had filled his stomach, hinting at his comrades. Then the player called a passing waiter to their table and asked him to pack different types of menus. And when he found out from Marco how many people were in his family, he ordered 16 sets, which surprised the boy. The young man said that he had no parents and that he lived with children in the same situation as in the barn. Seo Jun-ho asked if there really was no one from the adults to help the children, taking the same orphanage, for example. There were such people who turned out to be priests who visited children once a month, whom Marco once saw, who were from the Vatican. The boy said that, having washed away their sins and cleansed them, the priest took the street children to heaven one after another. In this place, homeless children could receive education, wear clean clothes, and eat 3 meals a day. However, Marco himself did not want to go to this paradise, because the priests who were there caused him anxious feelings. Junho thought about how sometimes people with heightened senses could sense something was wrong when they encountered demons. The thief did not meet the children who went to heaven, but sometimes priests passed on letters from them. Smiling, the player said that most likely the children felt great there, asking incidentally when the priest would next visit. When asked why he needed this information, the warrior lied that he had a younger brother, from whom he had become separated, wanting to find him. After listening to a story about his brother that he made up on the spot, Marco decided to help the kind stranger meet with the priest. And very soon the association player went to the Vatican for the upcoming meeting with the saints. At that time, the current Pope Francis XII was walking around the palace with a lamp. The man was very surprised to find an uninvited guest in the building, especially at such a late hour. Francis was unable to see the stranger hiding in the shadows, so he asked who he was. And when the priest illuminated the face of the uninvited guest, he was shocked because he recognized him. Before him was the legendary savior of humanity, a dark ghost in his signature mask. The priest heard that the hero was now recovering, whose body ached from constantly lying in bed. Delighted by such a meeting, Francis claimed that his prayers had been heard by heaven since the player had appeared to him. Bowing to the great warrior, the man felt sorry that there were only 5 heroes in the world, thanks to whom they could live in peace. Thanking the priest for his kind words, the gloomy ghost stated that he had one question for him. The boy wondered if the man knew about the shelter called Paradise, but Francis had not heard anything about it. Remembering Marco's words, the player realized that the people who came for them were deceiving them. Pretending to be servants of the Vatican, the demons kidnapped children in such a way that they could not doubt the priests. Before leaving, the Phantom told Francis to prepare a fire truck, because soon a huge fire would break out near Rome. The player promised that they would see each other again sometime, after which he jumped out of the window, frightening the saint. Trying to find an old acquaintance, the man complained that he always disappeared as suddenly as he appeared. The next night, the legendary player spent at Marco's family home, where 16 other street children were also staying. The boy told his younger brothers and sisters to finish the food he brought them while he left the house for a short while. At that moment, Seo Junho entered the room, talking about how well he slept that night. Marco found it suspicious that the guy decided to spend the night with them, and that he responded as if he was more comfortable here. Another reason why the stranger decided to spend the night with the thief was that they could soon leave for the city together. And all because the player agreed with the pickpocket that he would be his guide and give him a tour. While walking around Rome, the warrior decided to play it safe and disguised himself so that no one would recognize him. The Ice Queen noticed that the boy walked very quickly, which her contractor had already noticed. Suddenly, Junho asked Marco if he ever wanted to become a player, causing a shiver to run through the boy's body. The pickpocket felt awkward about how the stranger found out about this, explaining that it was enough to look at the young man's gait. Then the petty thief admitted that he had indeed been training to become a player in the future. The player claimed that it was not an easy path, but Marco insisted that they had no parents or a decent home. All the young pickpocket was protecting was his family, which he had found during this time, and which he could save by becoming a gambler. The priest claimed to be helping in heaven with the training of players, which was actually a ploy to gather talented children. The boy wanted to enter heaven, and after receiving the certificate, start earning money and one day become as great as the dark ghost. Despite the fact that Marco had never seen him, he continued to believe that the player was on the other side of the sea. After some time, the trio reached a place in the direction of which, if they went, they could find a church where the priest lived. And just at that moment, Torres Milo appeared from around the corner with a little girl. After taking a closer look at her, the pickpocket tried to call out to the girl, whose name was Anna. The boy explained to Junho that she was a member of his family who had gone to heaven about 2 months ago. And then, information appeared in the player's mind that as soon as Torres went out onto a busy street, he was reported missing for a week. Marco started calling his girlfriend and also started running towards her, as if she didn't even hear him. Milo asked Anna if she knew the boy, who immediately told him that he was the leader of the family she used to be a part of. The man, in a hypnotic tone, ordered the girl to greet her old friend as cordially as possible. Then the happy Anna rushed to Marco, who also began to call him brother, who was interested in her life. The man who was with the girl greeted the boy, saying that he had heard a lot about him. Just as Torres said that the boy had left his younger brothers and sisters alone at home, the player's voice was heard. Seo Jun-ho approached the pickpocket and asked him to warn him before he tried to run away. The owner of the orphanage asked the stranger with a smile who he was. Alarmed by the boy's desire to hide his face behind a mask and glasses, the warrior, forgetting to introduce himself, replied that his name was Sonny, a tourist who had asked Marco to be his guide. In turn, Torres also introduced himself as having already wanted to shake hands with the gentleman who was familiar with the young man. But as soon as the director of the shelter shook the player's hand, he immediately tensed up, feeling a strong energy. The man asked Sonny if he was the player who admitted to having recently reached level 27. Torres Milo gritted his teeth in frustration as the player's level was too low, which was only wasting valuable time. And the next moment, the guy in the mask asked the boy if there was a man from paradise in front of him, which shocked the man. The pickpocket, who was still happy to see his girlfriend, claimed to have seen Milo with the priests. The owner of the shelter, pointing out that Sonny was a tourist, asked how he knew about paradise. Then the association player confessed the reason why he was currently in that very place. The warrior played out the drama again, telling that 15 years ago he lost his younger brother and came here to look for him. And while he was trying to find information about his brother, he found out about the shelter, wanting to look through the list of names of the participants there. The man wanted to refuse, claiming that there were no such grown-up children in the shelter, but suddenly stopped. Torres asked to follow him, as he did not want to leave the man who knew about paradise unattended. Anna asked her adopted brother to join them, who in turn stated that the boys in the family missed her. The tourist immediately agreed to the shelter director's offer to give him a tour of the facility. When the guests arrived at the shelter, Marco was surprised by its size, which flattered its owner Milo. The girl who walked past the principal turned out to be a teacher, whom Torres greeted warmly. The man whispered in her ear to make sure his subordinate was not being followed. Leaving the guests and Milo behind, the teacher's eyes instantly turned red. The man imagined a huge building that combined his home, school, and cafeteria. Showing the assembly hall, the owner of the shelter said that children who dreamed of becoming players trained there. Marco watched his peers training with his mouth open, and he himself dreamed of joining them one day. However, the young man was so carried away that he did not notice that all the students had a yellowish tint to their eyes. The director of the shelter invited the guests to personally visit the assembly hall and watch the training session. Meanwhile, another shelter worker informed Milo that he had not found the people he was pursuing. As soon as the man heard about this, he announced to the guests about the great idea he had come up with. The owner of the shelter approached Sonny, who wanted to show the children the skill that the tourist possessed. The man insisted that the player, as a sunbae, conduct a lesson for the younger generation. The warrior was somewhat puzzled when he was introduced to the children as a visiting teacher. The man told the children to prepare for the lesson, which was also joined by the teachers of the orphanage. Seo Jun-ho and pickpocket Marco found themselves in the assembly hall, surrounded by both children and employees of the institution. The petty thief asked the tourist if the current situation seemed a little strange to him. After the boy began to suspect something, the demons stopped hiding and showed their essence. Marco, as soon as he saw the teacher's red eyes, was very scared that he had drawn the player's attention to this. Junho told the boy to look and remember because red eyes were a distinctive feature of demons. Torres Milo said that the young man was unlucky because, by the way, that very paradise was in front of him. The association player asked the director of the orphanage if he had fed the demon's blood to these children. The man immediately stated that the tourist was blind because there was simply no other way to become a demon. Milo claimed that at first all the children refused, but when he killed a couple of people, they rushed to drink it in tears. Shocked by what he heard, Marco fell to his knees, asking the demon to repeat what he had said one more time. Tears began to well up in the guy's eyes from the realization of what exactly was happening in this place. He looked at his acquaintances, Anna and Rin, who, like the rest of the shelter participants, succumbed to the demon's persuasion. The guy claimed that he knew nothing, and that the demon that was in charge of everything made them do terrible things. Holding back his anger, the boy declared that the demon was a real nobody, unable to hold back his anger. The pickpocket jumped up and attacked the director of the shelter with his fists, wanting to avenge his comrades. However, the man didn't take a single step because the red-haired girl, whom he had previously called a teacher, immediately stood up to defend him. With a sharp movement, the demon hit the boy, asking him where he suddenly wanted to go. With his breath caught in his throat, Marco fell to the floor, which bounced like a stone on water all the way to the wall. Torres Milo pointed at the pickpocket and began to laugh loudly at him, demonstrating his superiority. The man asked the others to look at the insignificant insect, which he considered to be the boy who had accidentally ended up in his shelter. Taking control of himself, the young man shouted that one day the dark ghost would punish the demons for their misdeeds. With his arms outstretched, the director of paradise insisted that if this had happened a quarter of a century ago, it might have worked, but now the warrior was healing his wounds. And while the player was heading towards the boy, Milo was talking about how the ghost was still unstable, and there was nothing to fear from his demon. The little thief was surprised when he felt Sunny's jacket fall onto his shoulders. Junho, addressing the young man, insisted that even if a person dear to him was dying before the player's eyes, he had to endure everything and move on. After this phrase, the guy threw his glasses on the floor, thus destroying the disguise. If Marco wanted to become an undisputed player, then even when meeting an opponent, he had to hold his gun until the very end. Putting the legendary mask on his face, Junho declared that this time he would help the young man before he became a player. Shocked by the events that had taken place, the pickpocket did not immediately understand why the tourist had put on the mask of a gloomy ghost. The thief couldn't believe that a person like a ghost could just help him, which was too good to be true. The next second, Marco shouted that if his friend really was that hero, he tearfully asked him to save his friends. Torres, addressing his subjects, was surprised that the stranger seriously claimed to be a gloomy ghost. One of the teachers started laughing at the fact that even though Sunny looked like a great warrior, he wanted to see what he was capable of. Stepping forward, the orphanage worker wondered what kind of scene the player was causing here. The demon claimed that if there was a dark ghost in front of him, then 5 seconds should have been enough for him to defeat him. However, Junho objected, as it wouldn't take him even 5 seconds to deal with such a worthless person. The guy was so indignant that his already blood-red eyes turned bloodshot. But the demon didn't have time to do anything, as in a split second his body was pierced by the enemy's magic. With incredible speed, the dark ghost appeared behind the shelter employee, whose lifeless body fell to his knees. The rest of the demons that were under the command of Torres Milo were very scared by the player's skills. Looking at the warrior, they wondered if this was a ghost confidant in front of them, since he possessed the skill of darkness. Their master brought the demons back to reality, ordering them not to stand like statues and to immediately finish off the villain. The director of the orphanage, meanwhile, was puzzled, wondering whether they were dealing with a follower of the hero or whether they had actually encountered a legend. Turning on the program on his watch, the man was convinced that whoever the guy in front of them was, his skills were amazing. The demon realized that the stranger was deliberately feigning weakness to lower his guard, fearing that the swordswoman and the archer might also be nearby. At this time, Milo's followers all at once attacked the player who was posing as a dark ghost. But the warrior did not move from his place. He merely raised his hand to snap his fingers later. Seo Junho created a giant dog out of dark matter, which was just flying towards one of the enemies. The next second, the jaws of the ghostly beast closed, swallowing the demon whole. Having witnessed the enemy's strength, Tora's subordinates decided to retreat so that they would not join their comrade. Looking at the demons jumping all over the room, the warrior believed that they wanted to call for reinforcements. Because the player's strength had increased and he had recently received 0 magic loss, there was no limit to his current strength. One of the fleeing demons was followed by dark matter, which moved as fast as the enemies. The power emanating from Seo Junho was directed towards all of the orphanage director's henchmen, who continued to stand in place. To his horror, Torres Milo realized that he was in the midst of a real demon hunt. Watching what was happening, the man became convinced that the story about the extermination of demons was not a fabrication. The demon who ran the shelter called his subordinates useless trash, because soon it could be his turn. Then Torres, completely desperate, turned to the children, ordering them to immediately seize the player. The man used them only to buy a little time until help arrived. Using children as a shield angered Junho so much that his anger reached a new level. The guy said that if the director of the shelter did not want to do it the easy way, then he was forced to take action, releasing the dark force. One of the children in the orphanage was pierced by the player's dark power, causing the boy to stand motionless in place. A huge cloud created by Junho with the power of darkness hung over the rest of the students in heaven. The children began to fall to the ground one after another, becoming paralyzed as they came into contact with So's magical energy. Terrified, Torres Milo was disappointed that everyone without exception, was so weak and useless. As he left the assembly hall, the man asked himself where the person was who was supposed to solve the problem that had arisen. The director of the orphanage wanted to escape, but suddenly felt the ground slipping out from under his feet. Unexpectedly for himself, the demon fell to the ground, hitting himself hard at the moment of the fall. Torres Milo clutched his head and cursed himself for tripping in such a situation without knowing what exactly it was. And only when the man looked in front of him, he was overcome with horror when he saw the reason for his fall. The demon screamed, clutching his severed leg with his hands, asking how such a thing could happen. The next moment, the owner of the shelter heard the player's voice, saying that he wanted to ask him one question, but only once. The dark ghost wanted to know if the demon had ever thought about what it was like for the children he held captive. Realizing that he could not be saved, Milo, although not sincerely, began to claim that he thought about it constantly. Jun-ho, when he received the answer, even though it was untrue, still decided to finish what he started. In a split second, the demon was cut to pieces by the quick and sharp blows of the enemy, who was not so offended if the man died. After receiving the wounds, Torres spat out a lot of blood, realizing that his end had come. The director of the orphanage desperately asked to save him, but no one could protect the demon from the threat looming over him. Instead of saving himself, Seo Jun-ho grabbed the criminal's head and slammed him hard into the ground. Taking off his mask, the guy said that it was payment for all the things the man had done to the children. Milo's palms were filled with blood, looking at her as if she were something godlike. Rejoicing at his discovery, the still young Torres claimed that he had finally found the blood of a demon. Looking around, where he was among the corpses, the guy thought that if he got the power, he would be able to deal with those who mocked him. With a wild gleam in his eyes, he said that he had finally been blessed to have this chance. Jun-ho, in the company of the Ice Queen, watched this whole scene calmly from the side. The guy stated that Milo didn't even have thoughts about improving his skills, that instead he was striving for power, wanting to become a demon. The assistant asked the contractor whether she had seen the banal plot of the dramas that the guy had told her about. The player explained that he used the dead man's confession skill, which allowed him to look into the memories of the murdered man. The guy claimed that the manager of heaven must have had useful information about the demon association. A few seconds later, the couple found themselves in an office where the director of the establishment was bowing to the man he called boss. The stranger took a liking to the demon's mind manipulation skills, which allowed Torres to succeed in making the players disappear from the second floor. The demon himself, listening to the boss, felt the pressure emanating from him. The man extended his hand to his subordinate and declared that his ability was truly amazing. Ruxan Adzar asked the director not to be nervous, who only wanted to test his skill. A small ball materialized in the chief's palm, shining brightly like a small sun. The man grabbed it with his fingers and pulled it towards his mouth, as if he really wanted to try the demon's ability. Adzar said that the skill tasted specific, thinking about what needed to be done to obtain it. Since Milo didn't have the special ingredients, even though he had inspired the chef to create the recipe, Ruxan decided to tell the reason for the creation of paradise. The man began to reason that for a tasty dish, high quality and fresh products were needed, which also applied to demons. If you feed demon blood to ordinary people, you get half-breeds. So in paradise, in all time, only 5 first-class creations were produced. Initially, 24 years ago, the demons lurked in the shadows, and after rising to the second floor, Ruxan Adzar created their association. The demon was worried that the 5 heroes could rise from the ice and finish him off, and he was especially afraid of the dark ghost. Then the demon community decided to create an institution called Paradise, where they would create the strongest demons. They needed a power as powerful as the 5 heroes that Adzar had witnessed with his own eyes. The demons wanted to make the most powerful attribute power, Dark Guardian, their own. Torres Milo blossomed when he realized that Paradise's main goal was to create a second dark ghost. The chief confirmed that this place was a material factory where they collected the abilities of awakened demons from children. He had the ability to improve these abilities and materialize to a new level, but this required S-class abilities. The association needed to embody at least half of the abilities of the Dark Ghost in order to obtain the strongest demon. The head of the organization tried to implement something similar to what he had done with the Shadow Brothers, but the result was disappointing. However, according to the head, there was now a solution more effective than heaven, because the true owner of the Dark Guardian had returned. The man intended to return to the second floor for a while and wait for the hero to return. After finishing viewing the memories, The association player fed the demon to the dark forces of the Guardian. Seo Jun-ho couldn't believe that the reason why the children were exploited was to create the second dark ghost. The boy stood frozen in indecision, trying to come to terms with the harsh reality of the truth. Up until this point, thousands of children were forcibly turned into demons, all in order to obtain Junho's power. Enraged, the boy threw away the ghost mask, wishing to have nothing to do with him. The Ice Queen, who was nearby the whole time, insisted that it was not the player's fault that what happened. Although the warrior was perfectly aware of what was happening, it did not make him feel any better. The boy could not shake off the bad feeling that he was the cause of all the misfortunes that befell the children. Once a player became a demon, there was no way to turn back into a human, and children were no exception. Therefore, Jun-ho wanted to put an end to the bullying of innocent children once and for all. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, Marco unsuccessfully tried to wake up his friends, who were still unconscious. Turning first to Leo and then to Anna, the pickpocket asked what had happened to them, urging them to come to their senses. But as soon as the dark ghost entered the room, the thief had hope and informed the hero about the problem that had arisen. The boy asked if perhaps his friends had hit their heads badly and needed to be taken to the hospital. Marco suddenly remembered that it wasn't just the physical injuries, but also the demonic blood. The boy naively believed that his friends would be cured in the hospital, that once they got rid of the demonic blood, they would become their old selves again. With tears in his eyes, the pickpocket begged the hero to save his family, confident that it was possible. Jun-ho, putting his hand on the boy's head, said that he was very sorry and it was impossible to save the children. It took a while, but the boy realized what the player had said, and bitter tears were welling up in his eyes again. The warrior understood Marco's feelings perfectly, but society considered demons evil spirits, so they would never be accepted. If an ordinary person tasted the blood of a demon, he could either die or become a demon by taking it. Suddenly, Anna's voice was heard, which attracted the attention of the guys talking to each other. Rushing to his younger sister, the boy could not believe that she was okay after what she had been through. And when the other children also came to their senses, Marco could not be more happy about their return. Hugging Anna, the pickpocket tearfully asked for forgiveness for having been guilty before all of them. While the girl claimed that something strange was happening to her, that she began to love her brother much more than before. But at the same time, she felt a strong desire to finish off the boy, whose fingers instantly grew claws. Anna swung at Marco, wanting to rip his throat open, while the shocked young man froze like a statue. At the last moment, the pickpocket was saved from certain death by Jun-ho, who dragged him to himself. Demons were generally ferocious and cruel creatures that were constantly thirsty for killing. The player felt sorry that these children, as he thought, having drunk blood, also became such cruel demons. The guy intended to finish off the girl, whom he had already begun to envelop with dark power from all sides. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared, saying that a low level of demonic power had been detected. Due to this, Seo Jun-ho was able to absorb the energy of the young demon with the help of the Dark Guardian. The association member couldn't believe that he was able to absorb demonic energy, just like he once absorbed cold and illness. The next step the warrior took instead of attacking was to hold Anna back, binding her with his power so that she could not escape. Jun-ho never thought that the Dark Guardian he possessed had an ability like this. Remembering Ruxana Adzar's words, the player assumed that he was only able to take the energy because an ordinary person became a demon. Suddenly, the guy was called out by a pickpocket, which distracted him from his thoughts about demonic blood. Plucking up his courage, Marco asked the dark ghost to let him finish the job. The thief believed that it was his fault that the children went to heaven, and therefore he was responsible for them. Jun-ho asked the young man if he was sure, because this memory would stay with him forever, which he would never be able to forget. Then with tears, Marco repeated the warrior's words that the player had to bear the burden and move forward. The association member and the Ice Queen gave the boy joyful smiles. Both he and his assistant began to praise the pickpocket, who had managed to grow up in such a short time. The warrior claimed that the player rarely shed tears for others, so the pickpocket would make an excellent player. True, Seo Jun-ho wanted to relieve the boy of this burden, since he had another solution to this problem. Standing opposite Anna, the guy stretched out his hand in front of him, trying to concentrate on the demonic energy. The next moment, a large energy ball appeared, filling the entire room with its light. Waking up in his bed, Karl Signer wondered what time it was. Looking at his watch, The demon was horrified that he had slept for 17 hours straight, blaming everything on Kim Woo-jun's persecution. The constant pursuit of him had worn Sockner out greatly, but he was waiting for the time to repay this humiliation doubly. Looking at his watch, the guy received a notification asking him to come to the assembly hall. The demon was angry that Torres Milo did not even deign to describe the essence of the matter in detail. As he walked down to the assembly hall, Senior thought that if this turned out to be some kind of trifle, he would personally finish off the man. However, as soon as he looked inside, he was very surprised at what he found in the hall. All that was happening in the room was workers scurrying around, packing everything in a box, from whom the demon demanded an explanation. He wondered where the movers were taking Paradise's equipment, and where all the demons had suddenly disappeared to. Carl Senior was restless, and none of those present answered his questions. After the events at the orphanage, Seo Jun-ho had to return to the Vatican again to report what happened. Marco, who was standing next to the gloomy ghost, was worried that everyone was looking so intently at the hero. The player told the pickpocket to ignore it, as it was a completely normal reaction to him. But despite Seo Jun-ho's words, the current reaction to his appearance was more insistent. A priest finally came to the hero and reported that the medical examination of all the rescued children was complete. According to the results that Marco was so worried about, the children from the orphanage were not demons. Bowing to the gloomy ghost, the church minister thanked him for the ray of hope that he brought to their lands. The boy was incredibly happy that, together with his hero, he received gratitude from the church. The father himself came to thank the player for saving hundreds of poor children and was glad to meet him. The priest was going to publicly announce the warrior's feat, which he also wanted to warn about the danger of demons. The warrior insisted that the Pope should do as he saw fit, and he wanted to ask him for one favor. The children that the ghost brought were all orphans without guardians, and therefore became victims of the incident. And the responsibility for the fact that such a situation occurred in the most sacred city lay entirely on the shoulders of the church. The priest was ready to take full responsibility for this incident and to shelter and provide education to all the affected children. Jun-ho said that once the children receive an education at the Vatican, they will not have any problems finding work. Noticing Marco's tears welling up, the player stated that the guy shouldn't have been crying all day long. The boy immediately began to make excuses, saying that he simply had a speck of dust in his eye, which was being observed by the church ministers. The former thief promised to study hard and become a worthy player in order to become the first assistant of the Dark Ghost. The young man wanted to repay the player for everything he had done for him, but the warrior interrupted him, claiming that he did not need subordinates. Jun-ho said that he didn't need subordinates, but partners, although the conditions to become them were quite harsh. In order to have a chance, the guy had to try hard from that moment on, winking at his savior in agreement. The news reported that a demon breeding factory had been discovered in Rome, under the guise of an orphanage. The participants of the place that was called Paradise were destroyed by one of the 5 heroes, namely the Dark Ghost. Carl Senior, who was watching the news, was furious that this guy was ruining the whole plan again. The demon could have defeated the enemy regardless of his condition, but on top of that, there was also Seo Jun-ho, who kept slipping out of his grasp. Having broken the monitor screen, the man insisted that this time he would not let Jun-ho go, and as soon as he dealt with him, it would be the ghost's turn. Sometime later, the main star of the recent events arrived at the Korean Players Association. The organization's employee claimed that everything was fine, but the hero was more interested in the noise that was coming from outside. And only after leaving the building, Jun-ho saw who and what was creating this very noise. On the street in front of the association building, the entire space was filled with people who congratulated the player on his return. People chanted the name of the gloomy ghost, which both adults and children came to see. Shim Togu, who had arrived in time to see his old friend, told him that according to police estimates, about 500,000 people had gathered on the street. The player asked the association president what was happening around him, to which the man replied that everything was obvious. He claimed that the entire crowd that was under the headquarters had come to see the return of the hero. People were jubilant that they came with posters, where they tried in every way to support the revived legend. The organization's staff volunteered to escort Seo Jun-ho to his room after a long absence. Everyone who worked within the association also did not miss the chance to thank the player for his past achievements. Returning back to the building, Jun-ho wanted to show this spectacle to his comrades one day. The president said that they had organized a press conference at the player's request. The man became wary that his friend wanted to make more than just a statement about the cooperation between the association and the Dark Ghost. As the boy took off his mask, he agitated the president by asking him if he remembered the day he woke up from the ice. The player told Shimtong that when he saw the current world situation, he thought that they had finally achieved a peaceful existence. But once he took a closer look, he realized that this was not the world he and his team wanted. In the absence of the five heroes, the demons began to run amok, neglecting the weak, something they did not do while the team was alive. The old friend agreed that this was made possible by the inhibitors of the five heroes, but now the player had a different task. The boy knew that his strength was not what it used to be, and at first he thought that it was enough to recover to save his comrades. But Junho was wrong, shocking the association president by saying that the current demons were trying to create a being like him. When the warrior decided to remind him about the existence of inhibitors, the man assumed that the boy wanted to return as a dark ghost. The man recalled that other top rankers did not claim the title of the new ghost because a lot of attention was focused on him. There was a risk that, having announced his return, people would look for a hero for every problem and then reproach him if he did not appear at the right moment. Shim Togu insisted that Seo Junho and his team had done enough for this world. However, the player replied that he did not want to do this, but now he was deprived of the ability to fight back, that despite some abilities, he had at least some influence. The Ice Queen, who was also listening to the contractor's speech, was surprised at how determined the boy was that she would remember his courage. The warrior was sure that if he left such a reality behind and accepted a position that was comfortable for him, then his act would be like a refusal. Old Man Shim couldn't believe that the boy wanted to take on the burden of a legendary hero again, who had a chance to start over from scratch. But seeing how serious Junho was, the man told him to do as his heart dictated and that he would support him in any way he could. The player asked to increase the microphone volume as loud as possible so that the voice of the gloomy ghost would reach even the second floor. Soon the press conference room was completely packed with journalists and invited guests. Hein Ho claimed that all the Big Six masters and commanders arrived at the event along with high-level players. The princess's guard reasoned that in any case, the competition for the gloomy ghost was quite high. But when the boy turned to Kei Onjuha, he found that the commander had started to quietly laugh. The girl suddenly announced that she would see the dark ghost in person, which made her over the moon, and In Ho told her to calm down. The journalist did not have to wait long, and the hero of the occasion, one of the five heroes, finally came out to them. He came out on stage in the company of the association's president, who, together with the guests, was greeted by bright flashes of cameras. Shim Togu officially announced the start of a press conference, at which they promised to answer all questions of interest to the public. One of the reporters stated that due to the ghost's long stay in the ice, there were many conspiracy theories about him. The journalist asked to prove that the man in front of them was indeed a real dark ghost. The journalist's colleagues were so outraged by his behavior that they began to discuss among themselves the absurdity of the request. However, the player agreed to demonstrate to everyone present that he really was that hero. When the boy drew his blade, he demonstrated the power of the Dark Guardian, which completely embraced the blade of the weapon. One of the masters was surprised when he was able to see again the blade made by Master Khan. The other players confirmed that the warrior had a perfect blade, which undoubtedly belonged to the great master. Feeling awkward, the reporter thanked him for the demonstration, and Junho returned the sword to its sheath. Another conference participant asked a question regarding the events in Rome, which the player clarified whether it could be interpreted as the return of the ghost. The guy said that initially when he returned, he thought about ending his career. True, during Awakening, his friends said that he and his partners made this world a better place. The hero was both happy and sad about this, and felt then that this world no longer needed players. But in Rome, he encountered a terrible spectacle called Paradise, after which he could not afford to resign. The warrior asked the journalists if they knew that over the past 20-plus years, about 6,000 children have been abducted by demons. Junho claimed that no one cared about the first floor, although the incident could have certainly been prevented. The Dark Ghost insisted that if the guild players and associations united, the demons would not dare to appear again. The player's words made the journalist wonder for a moment why there was a deathly silence in the hall. Seo Junho also wanted to take advantage of the moment to directly address the threat looming over the world. The boy, addressing all the demons who had the opportunity to hear him, declared that he had returned. Sometime after the press conference, the player read in the news about the resonance he had created in the information field. Suddenly, while reading various articles where they were proud and praising him, Junho was torn away by the Ice Queen. Since the girl was calling very loudly, the guy decided that something had happened to her, so he immediately rushed to her room. But it turned out that the spirit had finished watching the first season of the series and asked to watch the next one. The warrior, switching seasons, wanted to teach the elemental how to use the remote control so that she wouldn't have to pull it every time. But the queen's request did not end there. She asked to make her some tea to rinse her throat, but Junho reminded her that he was not her slave. Having agreed to make tea, the guy declared that he would not tolerate such a thing, and instead of tea, he poured soda into the glass. Having called his assistant to him, the player offered her to try the most delicious tea, which people also drink when thirsty. Sniffing, the girl began to admire the aroma that emanated from the soda, while the player held back his laughter. The Ice Queen tried the drink, which at first seemed incredibly tasty to her. However, a second later, the spirit began to jump around the room as if wound up, which surprised the guy with its reaction. The elemental screamed that the drink had attacked her, which only made Seo Junho laugh even more. Then the contractor admitted that it was not tea, but a carbonated drink, which unfortunately the girl did not like. Shaking with anger, the spirit said that she would not forget the shame and would someday take revenge on the warrior. He also advised me to forget about this incident, and while I was training, return to watching the series. As if nothing had happened, the queen continued watching the soap opera, which she sincerely forgave the unfaithful one, since monarchs were distinguished by their nobility. As he walked down to the training hall, the boy thought that thanks to hunting demons in paradise, he had increased by 2 levels, also increasing the skill values. The player hoped that in the future, he would be able to use old techniques in addition to new achievements. Suddenly, the association player received a call from Shim Togu, whose call surprised the guy. The man asked where his friend was now and what he told him about his upcoming training. The president of the organization, apologizing for the disrupted plans, asked him to come to him as soon as possible. The reason for this was that the 6 main captains had gathered in one room and wanted to meet with Junho. The warrior found it strange that all the captains of the famous guilds were seeking a meeting with him, asking Togu who exactly they wanted to see. The player was shocked when he heard that they wanted to meet Seo Junho, not the Dark Ghost. Even though the press conference was hastily organized, the captains arrived almost immediately, which may have been the reason they arrived early to recruit Seo Junho. The guy asked if there was anything he didn't know, since the association's president hadn't refused to meet them. The man explained that the uninvited guests were those fruits that if you didn't give them what they wanted, they could destroy it. Hearing about this, the player suddenly had an idea and agreed to attend the meeting. After greeting the assembled group, Junho asked what business the 6 famous guild captains had gathered in this place for. One of the captains stated that the reason was obvious, since they had gathered to hire a player who had passed the Cave of Trials. When the Rising Star asked the others for their opinion, they confirmed that they had come here for one purpose. But the guy had to disappoint them, as he could not join other organizations due to personal circumstances. One of the captains stated that his guild would reimburse the penalty in full for breaking the contract. But as it turned out, this was not the case, and Seo Junho placed the sheath of the demon decapitator in front of the commander. This legendary item was used by the Dark Ghost when he went to the gate at the South Pole. Junho said that everyone knew about this item, which was given to him by the ghost himself after declaring war on the demons. The hero began looking for allies on the 2nd floor, and Seo Junho was chosen as his official representative. The commanders were shocked that the Dark Ghost was gathering his own army to fight the demons. The Takebi Guild princess was surprised to learn that Snakehead and the Ghost were so close that it resulted in their alliance. The girl suggested that if they joined the Dark Ghost and helped him defeat the demons, they would make incredible publicity for themselves. Joha definitely wanted to join this duo, but there were 3 conditions to become the hero's representative. In order to avoid attachment to one of the guilds, the representative had to be a member of the association. Secondly, those guilds that accept the ghost's offer will receive a huge amount of information and influence on the 2nd floor. The third point was that the allied guilds must provide any information requested by the ghost without concealment. Commander Khan was sure that no matter what conditions the hero put forward, the captains had no choice but to agree in order to gain the ghost's recognition. After the press conference, the guilds were criticized for not being able to control the situation with the demons, being only concerned with increasing the budget. Now, all the power was only in the hands of the Dark Ghost, but the guild representatives had to discuss cooperation with their leadership. Hearing that the commanders were not ready to make their move, Junho asked them to contact him after making a decision. The player who referred to the planned meeting left the guild representatives, leaving them to ponder the information they had received. One of the captains, who was willing to pay the penalty, claimed that their situation sounded like the proverb, "The eye sees, but the tooth does not hurt." The guy claimed that as long as Junho remained the ghost's personal representative, no guild would be able to hire the rising star. The captains agreed that the Dark Ghost saw in the young warrior potential worthy of the 5 heroes, and therefore made him his representative. Proof of this was Gilbert Green, who only possessed a D-rank skill, while everyone else ignored the shooter. As the guild saw potential in Seo Junho, the Dark Ghost also saw him. The guy walking down the corridor was called out by a representative of Takibi, who, as usual, called him Snakehead. The meeting of old acquaintances turned out to be awkward, especially for the girl, who had not seen the player for a long time since their last meeting. Then the warriors parted rather dramatically, and were supposed to meet again on the second floor. The guy was ready to make an exception for the sake of the princess, but the girl flatly refused because she hadn't even thought about it. Feeling awkward asking this question, Kong Ju-ha asked if Junho was in a close relationship with the Dark Ghost. The player replied that they were merely business partners, at which point Commander Khan suggested that they might have met in person. The girl claimed that although she had seen the ghost in person, she was not talking about official meetings, but about informal ones like now. The guy calmly replied that they had such meetings, which naturally shocked the princess. Bowing to the player, the commander asked to get an autograph from the hero for her during their next meeting. Junho was not thrilled with the idea of signing an autograph, but said he would try his best. Then Ju-ha asked the hero to leave a signature for his dear fan so that he could also leave a heart with her. In response to all the players' refusals, the girl insisted that writing this would be a gloomy ghost, and if he refused, then that's how it would be. Saying that she would make this autograph a family heirloom, Commander Khan rushed off about her business, thanking the snakehead. The warrior was pleasantly surprised when his face appeared on the cover of a magazine about great people of Korea. Having dealt with the commanders, including the old acquaintance Kong Ju-ha, the player could begin training directly. He believed that once he reached level 60, he would be able to restore his previous performance. The moment he got to the second floor, he would become a newbie again, and even using the name of the Dark Ghost, he had to obtain information from the guilds. To conquer the floor, he had to improve his techniques, which were still far from ideal. The boy used his mana effectively, but due to the successful summoning, its speed and power were decreasing. There was only one technique to correct this deficiency, known as amplification. Seo Junho ordered the training hall to launch 10 cellular-level holographic dolls. The warrior explained to the spirit that before going to the second floor, he had to make sure that he could use the old techniques. Before the puppets had even had time to properly appear, they had already begun their attack, swinging at the player. However, Seo Junho easily dodged the enemy's attack, and he didn't even feel any threat from it. With a counterattack, the boy broke the doll's neck, using the power of his mana during the strike. The Ice Queen was curious to see such an attack, which, although strong, used up a lot of mana, the supply of which was already too small. The warrior also tried to use mana only in the moment, but the disadvantage of this technique was a drop in strength and speed. When his assistant asked what to do in such a case, the guy replied that he had come up with a technique for concentration, magical, and spiritual control. At one time, Sky told Junho that if one of the 3 aspects is missing, the technique will be useless. The girl asked the player to remember the feeling of mana circulating inside his body. Having restored his internal balance and regained control over her, the warrior was ready to repeat the attack using mana. Concentrating all of her power in his fist, the boy used the amplification technique as he attacked another doll. And when the warrior delivered his blow, nothing remained of his opponent except his legs, whose body seemed to dissolve into thin air. The shockwave from the attack was so powerful that the Ice Queen was almost blown away by the strong gust of wind. The mark left by Junho's strike using the enhancement technique was truly impressive. The hero's assistant shouted that the sight she had just seen was amazing. But then the girl noticed that the warrior froze in place, his body tense and his muscles stretched like strings. After regaining control of his body, Seo Junho explained that the body was absorbing mana while the brain was unable to process it, In simple terms, the player's brain overheated like a computer under heavy load. Therefore, even being a dark ghost, the guy used the enhancement for no more than 10 minutes, wanting to return to his previous form. The restoration of the holographic dolls began, and Junho was determined to train until he could use the enhancement in real combat. He needed to learn this technique before he went to the gates of the Winter Fortress. A whole week has passed since the intense training using the strengthening technique. The Ice Queen, measuring the contractor's temperature, insisted that it was catastrophically high. The warrior seemed not to hear the words of his assistant, as he was entirely occupied with the extermination of holographic dolls. The spirit insisted that the freezing skill should be used to lower the body temperature. While crushing his opponents left and right, Seo Junho replied that he had already tried using it. True, the enhancement technique was so complex that it was not so easy to control the freezing skill in parallel with it. The player was convinced that it would take him a couple of months to put the queen's advice into practice, but the spirit was not so sure. The warrior assumed that the assistant knew something, but due to her nature, she was not going to tell him. The girl insisted that if Junho was her contractor, he was obliged to find a solution on his own. The guy didn't need the advice of a petty curmudgeon, even though it could be used in practice. After contacting Secretary Cha, the player demanded that a teleport be arranged for him for tomorrow. The warrior informed his assistant that he was going to the gates of the Winter Fortress, located at the South Pole. Less than a day had passed before the association member had moved to the snowy landscapes of the South Pole. The man accompanying him began to sneeze violently, considering that they had only recently arrived at the location. The association worker, shaking from the cold, announced their arrival, shaking like a leaf in the wind. The warrior insisted that the guide take a winter coat with him, but he replied that he had only been told to deliver the player. As he prepared to return to the organization, the man stated that he would pray for Seo Junho's success. Once the escort had disappeared, the Ice Queen stated that the boy was too frail, as it was perfect weather for a picnic. The contractor couldn't agree with her, because even he, with his resistance to cold, began to freeze. Approaching the gates of the Winter Fortress, the guy and his assistant began to examine them carefully. After requesting information about the dungeon from the system, the player learned that the level was terrifying, and the condition for clearing it was killing the Lord of the Fortress. Reading the description, the warrior was surprised that even the players on the second floor would not be able to clear this place. The Ice Queen suggested that Junho needed time to mentally prepare, but the boy was already ready. True, when the player and his assistant entered the portal, nothing had changed dramatically, and everything around was also covered in snow. But in addition to it, ice blocks were added, which formed a kind of passage, but where exactly was unknown. Trying to see through the bad weather, Seo Junho asked the queen where the very fortress of the lord that he needed to defeat was located. Suddenly, the spirit said that they needed to go northwest, which greatly surprised the player. He asked the elemental if she knew where they were, to which she only moaned affirmatively. It turned out that the member of the Players Association was in the lands of the Ice Kingdom of Niflheim. This place was ruled by the Ice Queen during her lifetime, who after so much time returned home again. Having reached the fortress, the guy was impressed by the size of the castle, which his assistant had never ruled. The girl wondered why the gates of the Winter Fortress still existed, since she had been dead for a long time. Junho stated that what was more important at the moment was whether the girl remembered anything about the fortress. The Ice Queen demanded specifics from the player. What he wanted to know about the current lord, how many guards were inside or hidden passages. The elemental was outraged that the player demanded that she reveal state secrets. Feeling awkward after the request, the guy replied that the girl's words hurt his heart. He reminded the Ice Queen that from now on their destinies were linked by a signed contract. Not wanting to listen to such talk any longer, the girl agreed to tell everything that interested Junho. After this, the spirit asked the warrior if he remembered the gate where they first met. Initially, the Ice Queen wanted to send all her knights to the nest, which was the last dungeon at that time. The spirit said that there was only a small group of hers on the first floor, since she was never able to transfer all of Niflheim's troops. This meant that the Winter Fortress was garrisoned by 27,000 soldiers, but that number may have been reduced after the players visited the gate. The Dark Ghost could only hope that the Queen's assumptions were correct and that her army had thinned out. But the girl immediately upset Junho that despite the number of the garrison, she stated the probability that Kiss remained in the fortress. When asked who he was, the spirit replied that Kiss Bremen was her faithful knight and lord of the Winter Fortress. People called him the first sword of the kingdom, and quite deservedly, for not taking into account the lady, he was the best of the knights. Seo Jun-ho expected to face another tough opponent, asking the queen how strong the knight was. However, instead of directly answering the question, the elemental merely showed the finger to her contractor. And then he began to guess how long he would last in the fight against Kisa, an hour or 1 minute. But as it turned out in the end, the Lord of the Winter Fortress was capable of tearing the player apart with just one finger. Jun-ho then asked if this meant that the knight was stronger than the queen, who immediately reminded him that she was very weakened during the battle with him. Agreeing with all of the above, the warrior stated that in that case, he had nothing more to worry about. The player was sure that Kiss was now as weakened as the Ice Queen had been, but first he needed to find him. Finding himself in the throne room, the guy noticed that there were red banners hanging everywhere. His companion confirmed that each state had its own royal color, and their crown symbol was white. The couple arrived at a place called the Knight's Path, which was considered sacred, and on top of that, it was ruled by the strongest knight of the Winter Fortress. There were rumors that whoever stepped onto the red carpet would become a worthy knight, but in reality, those who came to the fortress wanted to test themselves. Those who wished to test themselves would undergo a ceremony called the Testimony of Knighthood. Behind the door was a huge hall with 100 knights, with each of whom Seo Jun-ho had to cross swords to prove his strength. The next moment, the player screamed, wondering why the queen was talking about the most important thing at the last moment. The assistant told the guy not to be upset because he hadn't gone inside yet, but the swordsman told the girl to keep quiet. While preparing for battle armed with Master Kwan's blade, Jun-ho learned that even the queen did not know the number of knights. However, during the testimonial of chivalry, the warrior would fight one-on-one, so the risk of the army attacking at once was eliminated. The player agreed that there was no point in panicking ahead of time, as he had to defeat a total of 100 knights. In reality, everything was different, because after the warrior defeats the knights and the commander, there will be someone else left. And then Seo Jun-ho remembered that there was still the legendary Lord Kiss, who the queen had so frightened him with. When the guy leaned on the gate, he had to put in a lot of effort to open it. As the door to the hall opened, the player already had the opportunity to examine a couple of knights. There were many weapons scattered on the floor that belonged to the previous candidates who tried to defeat the Ice Army. And only after opening the door completely and stepping onto the threshold of the hall, the guy saw 100 knights who were waiting for his arrival. Looking at the motionless warriors, Jun-ho asked the assistant if they were even alive, but the spirit also did not feel any life in them. Suddenly, the door slammed behind the couple, causing the uninvited guests to become frightened. And while they were thinking about how trapped they were, one of the warriors reached for his blade. And the next moment, everyone as one raised their weapons in front of them. It was unclear whether they were preparing for battle or meeting someone. Grasping the black dragon's tooth, the association player became a little nervous, thinking that the battle was about to begin. But in reality, the army of knights was meeting their commander, who was climbing onto the podium. Having climbed to the heights, he stopped and looked at the strangers who had invaded his territory. Pointing his finger at the player, the commander introduced himself as Horn Seamus of Winter Fortress. Continuing to point his finger at the warrior, the knight ordered him to introduce himself immediately. The association player wanted to explain why he had come there, but was interrupted at the last moment. The spirit asked the contractor to say that he came to this place to testify to the knighthood. The guy didn't understand why he had to do this, but the queen insisted because he wouldn't lose anything if he said so anyway. The assistant was already demanding that the player pronounce it the way she wanted, and he had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, at the other end of the room, Horn Seamus repeated his question, but more demandingly. The knight threatened that if he did not hear a response from the stranger, he would consider his visit an invasion. Although reluctantly, the swordsman hid his weapon in order to introduce himself as the Ice Queen had asked him to. The guy said that he came to the Winter Kingdom to testify to his chivalry. However, the reason why the stranger had come here only angered the commander even more, and his eyes began to glow with rage. Turning to his men this time, Horn commanded them all to stand at attention. The soldiers of the Ice Army all straightened up and took the same position, as if they were one whole. The association member had no idea what was awaiting him, unlike his partner. And as the first member approached Jun-ho, their commander warned the stranger that 100 knights would test the pride of his sword. The duel will only end when one of the warriors lowers his weapon and decides to surrender. The first knight introduced himself as Phil, who belonged to the Niflheim army, holding a huge sword in front of him. However, the size of the opponent's weapon did not frighten Seo Jun-ho at all, who was only amused by knightly customs. Having returned his blade from the inventory, the guy liked that the enemy immediately got down to business. Knight Phil, holding his giant sword, rushed towards the self-confident stranger who decided to measure his strength. However, the player could not underestimate any knight he fought, wanting to testify to chivalry. Even though the knights didn't have their own rating system, if they were players, Jun-ho would have given each of them a level 100. The knights also had no special powers, but their fighting technique was almost flawless, and each had a unique sword aura. Finding himself in a spacious room after a while, the gloomy ghost thought that perhaps the knights were stronger than the players. As he finished his ration, the boy wondered how much time had passed since he had entered this gate. When his assistant told him that he had already entered his 3rd month in the kingdom, the warrior greedily bit off a loaf of bread. He had no idea that there were so many different auras, but the Ice Queen needed to explain what was going on. Then Jun-ho revealed that the players poured mana into the blade, and the sword's aura resembled fire. But for the Knights of the Winter Fortress, it twisted like a spiral. This gave the guy the idea that Niflheim had its own player system, but the spirit refuted these guesses. The warrior decided that in that case, it was impossible to know the knight's skill level, and the elemental confirmed his words. They could not acquire them like players, but they achieved their level by training their bodies and handling mana throughout their lives. The girl was interested in whether the contractor was aware of his weapon when he used the sword's aura, which he thought was not necessary. As it later turned out, the strength of the knights was not determined by their weapons, for whom the pride that they carried in their hearts was important. The knights found weapons that suited them, and only then created auras that were most compatible with their weapons and fighting style. Thanks to her mastery of weapons, Jun-ho was able to defeat everything that came to hand, and of all of them, the sword was the most familiar. When asked if he could become as strong as the knights, the spirit replied that the boy was now like a bottle filled with clear water. If you add something to it, its color will change, just as the player can fill his aura with whatever he wants. Rising from his seat, the boy declared that he would make this task his goal for the current gate. He intended to find out more weapons and create a new sword aura that would allow him to confront the knight. After several weeks of hard training, the boy returned to Earth again, opening the gates of a hall filled with ice knights. The opponents, brandishing their weapons, welcomed the return of the wandering knight. Upon encountering the first of the candidates, the player felt a powerful gust that was created from the aura. However, the knights did not take into account the fact that since their first meeting, Jun-ho had also changed, becoming stronger during this time. When the attack reached the warrior, a bright flash of light enveloped the room, creating an equally powerful shockwave. But when the dust from the enemy's attack settled, all that was left on the sword was a small crack. The association player remained standing, which, unlike previous attempts, dampened the powerful impulse. The guy, after blocking the attack, was shaking all over, which still meant he received minor damage, even though it hit the weapon. Gathering his strength, Jun-ho rushed at the knight, demonstrating his new technique to him. Phil swung his blade and received a dark matter strike from his opponent, which he was unable to block. The knight's comrades were surprised that the stranger rose so quickly that he was able to learn their colleague's technique. Having tested the acquired knowledge in action, the warrior was pleased with the new technology he had created. Looking at his opponents with a smile, the association player reminded that good things sometimes had to be shared. After a while, the entire floor of the hall was strewn with fragments of swords and shields from the army of the Winter Fortress. Hornshamus approached the exhausted player and declared that the wandering knight had proven his pride. Extending his hand to the winner, the commander of the Ice Army asked if he could learn the stranger's name. Shaking hands with Shamus, the boy introduced himself, using not the ghost's nickname, but his real name, Seo Jun-ho. The man in armor called the warrior's name delightful, which he vowed never to forget. The commander stated that of all the knights he had met, the boy left the strongest impression, throwing something into his hand. The knight explained that he had given the winner a token, which was a kind of order and proof. The army of the fortress lined up before the stranger, who had managed to prove his chivalry. At parting, Hornshamus said that those who successfully passed the test could request a personal meeting with the lord of the fortress. During the player's stay in this place, the knights had become accustomed to him, and they happily said goodbye to him. The association player thanked the knights for coming up with a new sword technique during the battle with them. Leaving the hall filled with the Ice Army, the guy in the elemental went to the main enemy of these gates. As soon as Junho's foot stepped into the throne room, he immediately felt as if his body was beginning to squeeze something. No doubt this was influenced by the presence of the lord of the fortress of Kisa Bremen, who sat on the throne. For the first time in a long time, the Ice Queen met her best knight, who now took her place. The strongest knights in all of Niflheim awaited the arrival of the stranger who had managed to defeat the fortress's army. When the lord rose from his throne, the player began to prepare for battle, changing his clothes. Without taking his eyes off the knight, Seo Junho was convinced that his opponent was as strong as the queen had said. The girl said that Kiss guessed who was in front of him, from whom the guy felt a thirst for blood. Armed with a spear, the player was ready to start the fight first in order to quickly capture the gate. Without ceremony, he clashed in battle with the knight, who began to move with him throughout the hall. However, Junho's next attack was to change the course of events, which required a lot of effort from him. Despite the fact that the guy swung one spear, suddenly 5 of them were flying at Bremen. True, the knight managed to deflect each of the weapons thrown at him with lightning speed. The association player, to his regret, found that the opponent had fought back without even trying. This forced the warrior to turn to the enhancement, which he had intended to use, but not so early. The Ice Queen warned the contractor that it was dangerous to start the fight with such a grueling technique. The guy claimed that he couldn't stand up to the knight any other way, wondering how long he could hold out in that state. The spirit gave a forecast of 1 minute and 2 seconds, and before attacking the enemy, the player asked the assistant to start the countdown. When Seo Junho clashed swords with Kiss Bremen, he used the power to push him into the floor. However, the very next second he noticed how the blades of their swords began to vibrate, which he had not expected at all. The Ice Queen was frightened when an association player flew past her and into the fortress wall. The impact was so strong that the player was left hanging in the air for a while, partially stuck in the wall. Looking at the spear that suddenly cracked in his hands, the warrior decided that he would not be able to use it any further. As he descended back to the ground, the player realized that the difference in quality between his weapon and his opponent's was too great. So he exchanged the cracked spear for a sword created by Master Khan Noi from Dragon Bones. But suddenly, a mysterious smoke began to spread across the floor, enveloping the enemy's legs. Soon, an unknown anomaly took over the entire space of the hall, and Junho asked his assistant what kind of smoke it was. The spirit explained that it was the knight's ability called Ash Mist, but the mist itself had no special properties. The thing was that it reduced visibility, making it impossible to predict Kisa's movements. The guy cursed that he couldn't see further than his nose, while the elemental continued the countdown. Hearing that time was not on his side with less than a minute left, the guy decided to pause the reinforcement. But just when the player's full attention could be focused on the enemy, he suddenly disappeared from sight. Even though Seo Junho couldn't see him, he could clearly feel the knight's gaze on him. And at that very moment, the enemy made himself known, appearing behind the player and deciding to suddenly attack him. Only because the boy sensed Bremen's presence did he miraculously escape death, as the enemy's blade passed close to his head. Being on the verge of death, Seo Junho decided to increase his distance, since it was dangerous to be near the knight. But having caught his breath, the warrior said that he would not miss next time, confident that the enemy had used up his strength. As the player stated, he did not miss, but all his attacks met not with the knight's armor, but with the blade of his sword. After waiting for the right moment, the Lord of the Winter Fortress prepared his hand to interrupt Junho's series of attacks. The guy didn't have time to react before the enemy's fingers closed around his neck, pinning him to the wall. Kiss Bremen squeezed his fingers so hard that the association member began to spit blood. After which Kiss hit his opponent against the wall again, as if he intended to break through it with a warrior. The knight swung his sword at Seo Junho's head, but even in his opponent's hands, he managed to dodge it. The next moment, the player's assistant came to his aid, launching a mass of ice cubes at the knight. The spirit attack worked, and the Lord of the Fortress retreated for a while, giving the enemy the opportunity to breathe deeply. However, as soon as Kiss Bremen retreated from the player, the fog began to envelop him again. Turning to face his opponent, Junho caught himself thinking that he shouldn't have allowed the knight to attack constantly. Then he decided to use the enemy's own weapon against him, creating a fog of dark matter around himself. The spirit asked if it was not possible to simply sneak up on the Lord, but the knight was so strong that it was impossible to hide his presence. For the first time in all the fighting since his return, Seo Junho used healing potions. Things were going in the worst possible way for the guy, and because of the amplification technique, he couldn't think straight. Fuel was added to the fire by the fog enveloping the enemy, which in addition to being superior to the warrior in strength, also prepared the battlefield for itself. The association player needed to immediately seize the initiative in order to avoid playing in the bucket. Keys Bremen was impressed that his opponent had managed to hide in his own fog. However, stealth was useless as the knight could sense the player's mana, allowing him to find him. The Lord of the Winter Fortress decided to attack the player while he was in his field of vision. Approaching the silhouette of the enemy, Keys Bremen swung his blade to put an end to this battle. True, with a wave of his sword, the knight only dispersed his own fog, while the warrior was nowhere to be found in that place. The knight began to be enveloped in ice, and with his hasty decision to attack, he had dug his own grave. The Lord was offended that the association player had trapped him with such a simple trick. Seo Jun-ho asked the knight if he knew how the fog that was addressing the enemy from an unknown location was formed. The guy claimed that concentrated water vapor started the condensation process, and therefore by lowering the temperature, it was possible to obtain ice. In parallel with the player's speech, the drops of water that were hovering in the fog began to gradually freeze. The only way for Keys Bremen to save himself was to break the distance so as not to become a victim of the freeze. However, Jun-ho disappointed him by telling him that it was too late to do anything since the process had already started. The entire hall was covered in ice, and in the very center of it, the ruler of this kingdom began to turn into an ice statue. In a matter of seconds, the invincible knight was covered in a layer of ice, losing the battle against Seo Jun-ho. Wounded, the association player looked into the eyes of his opponent, the legendary warrior from Niflheim. The Ice Queen, who was watching the battle from the side, was experiencing mixed feelings at that moment. The player decided to put an end to this fight by piercing the ice statue with the black dragon's tooth. But when the guy did this, he discovered that the ice statue did not collapse, and the ice turned red. The player would not have believed it if he had heard it, but now he saw it all with his own eyes. The knight was still alive, and the freezing technique was unable to turn him into a block of ice. The Lord of the Winter Fortress turned to the Ice Queen, asking for forgiveness from Her Highness. The boy asked the assistant if she wanted to show herself to her subject, but the girl replied that she had no right to do so. The spirit said that the ruler had to protect his people, and the knights of the fortress were also residents of Niflheim. At one time, she was unable to protect them, and asked the knight to remember what it meant to be weak. And this feeling was also reminiscent of a scream in complete silence, in which the one screaming could not hear the answer. The system notified about the clearing of the gate, providing as a reward the key to the armory and a certificate of knighthood, which increased the rank of weapon mastery. The guy claimed that it was a generous reward, and he did not regret spending 3 months in this place, but the spirit perceived the player's words as mockery. The elemental was eager to see the reward, and together they went to the fortress's armory. And when the doors opened, the system notified that the room had been entered. A variety of weapons that had been kept in the kingdom all this time were presented to the couple. True, after choosing a weapon, the players automatically teleported outside, which makes him very upset. The Ice Queen laughed at her partner, claiming that Administrator Gray was still keeping an eye on him. Despite the discomfort of the man's obsession, the boy examined the available weapons, looking for a replacement for the Black Dragon. After a short search, the guy settled on a halberd of unique rank. The Hard Executioner had the effects of bleeding, lightness, and lifesteal, which restored the owner's stamina when dealing damage to an enemy. Spirit didn't understand the full value of this weapon, but Jun-ho explained to her that with this effect, he would be able to fight even against groups of opponents without losing his stamina. The girl was still not impressed, for whom it was important that the contractor liked his choice, wanting to leave this place already. But as it usually happened, it was not so easy to leave any location, and this time was no exception. As he walked down the stairs, Jun-ho noticed a huge portrait of a girl that he hadn't noticed before. Taking a closer look at the drawn person, the guy said that she was quite a beauty, but the longer he looked at the portrait in front of him, the more familiar features he saw, such as hair color and clothing. And the next moment it dawned on the guy that in front of him was his assistant, the Ice Queen. The warrior thought that it was she who was depicted in the painting, so he asked the spirit to remove the mask to compare their appearances. But the elemental shouted throughout the palace for the player to stop his games and return home quickly. Soon, Seo Jun-ho, who had cleared another gate, appeared at the association building for a reason. The first thing he did was to see a doctor who was supposed to heal the wounds he had received during the battle with the Lord of the Fortress. The boy thanked the doctor for his help, while Secretary Cha looked at the young master in horror. The girl found it strange to say this, especially after So's long absence. But from her words, the guy looked like he had been rescued from a desert island. He asked again if he really looked that bad, to which Cha Shuyun replied that the main thing was that he returned. The players who were in the reception room began to discuss the warrior who had cleared 3 unconquered gates in 3 months. And some of them even believed that this guy was not a member of the association, unlike them. Hearing what the other patients were whispering about, So Junho's assistant said that she would take the gentleman home. Leaving the office, left alone, the girl asked for forgiveness for not taking the warrior somewhere calmer. The guy claimed that there was nothing to apologize for, and the guy's reaction was quite logical after his 3-month absence. While the warrior was at the gate, the people's discontent grew, and they stopped receiving offers of sponsorship and orders. Some sponsors even asked for refunds, since the association's reputation was built by Junho's hands. The girl was talking about how they had nothing to say even to criticism, but at some point she was interrupted by a player. He stated that it was absolutely unimportant whether the organization had a good reputation or not. Seo Junho claimed that they shouldn't care what others said or did towards them. However, the secretary kept asking whether the gentleman was not worried that the attitude towards him had changed in just 3 months. The guy replied that if he were in the girl's place, he would be consumed with regret about what his master was fighting for. The player insisted that Cha Shu-un was wrong about him because he never fought for others. It was just the opposite, and Junho spent so much effort pursuing only his own goals, even though he didn't talk about them. The warrior asked his assistant for forgiveness if his truth had made her disappointed in him. Surprisingly, Secretary Cha agreed that she should also start living as before, since she did not realize such obvious things. Junho agreed with the girl's words, claiming that she was sometimes silly, which made the assistant feel awkward. Smiling at the simplicity of the young gentleman, she replied that she also considered herself too stupid for her duties. Cha Shierun turned away from the player and finally told him that she forgot to pass on the message from the 6 guild leaders. Upon entering the office, Chief Takebi's subordinate reported that they had received a message from a dark ghost. The manager found it strange that they received a response from the warrior only after 3 months. Wanting to know what the player had answered, Shin Sung-hyun, who was the head of the organization, learned that the ghost had asked to collect information about the demons and send it to him within half an hour. The senior asked to send information below the average level, but the subordinate noted that other guilds could have received a similar request. Then Song-hyun realized that the ghost wanted to make them compete with each other, trying to find out who would provide how much information. But those who don't give enough may be rejected by the hero, so the Takebi Guild needed to stand out. Its head ordered to provide the Dark Ghost with all information except for classified and top-secret classes. The organization had to prove itself properly in order to become the hero's only partner as a result of the selection. At this time, the man who had caused such a fuss was sitting waiting for the data he had requested. The guy realized that setting such conditions for the 6 was a risk in order to turn their own cunning against themselves. And suddenly he received a notification from representatives of the organization, but not from just one. Opening the messages, Junho guessed that such large corporations always valued their time. It wasn't even half an hour before Silent Moon, Hallam Mercenary Guild, Takebi, Silver Constellation, Labyrinth, and Heavenly Soul responded. While the player was in the Winter Fortress for 3 months, the 6 leaders had plenty of time to come to an agreement on the information supplied to the ghost. But the warrior decided to make them compete with each other, all for the sake of the approval of the Dark Ghost. In this way, Seo Junho obtained information that could not be bought for any amount of money. Despite their status as one of the Big 6, the organization's leaders needed some more practice in negotiations. There were less than 2 weeks left before the departure to the 2nd floor, during which the guy and his assistant needed to prepare. Trying to remember all the important data that the guild sent him, Junho caught himself thinking that he was the only one working. Turning to the Ice Queen, the player insisted that of the 2 of them, he was the only one working, while the spirit was having fun. The elemental vehemently claimed to be studying the culture, when in reality she was just playing. In order to remember the information provided to him by 6 guilds, the guy will need at least 4 days. On the border was the Ruben Empire, which controlled most of the 2nd floor, where 3 main factions existed. The first was Silent Moon and Takebi, the imperial faction that had the support of the palace and had the largest number of nobles on their side. The second were the aristocrats, who controlled the regions mainly through the forces of the Labyrinth and Heavenly Soul Guilds. The third faction was the Church, which was taken over by the Silver Constellation, making the Church of the Sun the official religion of the Empire. In addition, Hallam founded a mercenary guild there, which was apart from the main factions and was the most active of all the groups. The borderland was a completely new world for Seo Junho, who was eager to find out what it would really be like. Meanwhile, the association president was distracted from his business by a knock on the door from a sudden visitor. When the man asked the guest to come in, he was surprised to discover who it was that had suddenly appeared. This guest turned out to be Miss Cha Shir-un, who was currently Junho's personal secretary. When Togu asked what the employee had come to see him about, the girl put an envelope on the table, after which she explained to the president that the envelope contained her resignation letter. The man replied that most likely this decision was quite difficult for the lady, and that he also wanted to know the reason for the dismissal itself. The girl asked the president of the association if he remembered the day she first came here. Shim Togu replied that he remembered that day very well because he had saved young Miss Cha back then. Several years ago in the Sumerian region, a talented healer lived on the second floor who was extolled as a saint. She dedicated her life to helping others who were in dire need of care. But a crisis moment came in her life too. Then when she needed support, no one extended a saving hand to her except one person. The girl respected the president of the association as much as she respected the Dark Ghost, because he was the only one who did not abandon her in her difficult hour. She wanted to work in the organization as long as she was allowed, but after talking with Junho, the girl began to remember inspiration. It was this that had helped the secretary in the past, for which Shim Toku happily congratulated the employee. The man was genuinely happy that Cha Shi-un had finally found her own path after so long. After thanking her boss, the lady asked if she could return the sealing ring on the day of her dismissal. The association president was delighted to welcome him back and welcomed the player back. The girl who always served Seo Junho was a former gambler and has now returned to her roots. But after a while, Shim Togu was very worried when he asked his friend if he really forced the Big Six to bite each other's throats. In confirmation, the guy provided all the information that the guilds shared with him, and the president thought that the player could sell anything. Checking the association transmitted from the 6 guilds, the man sighed in disappointment, which drew Junho's attention. Togu explained that he had always thought that they were on the heels of their competitors, but the association still had a lot of work to do. Seo Junho thought this was a great motivation for the organization, which was agreed upon by Shim, who also had their own informants on the second floor. But despite the expansion of influence on the borderlands, it was difficult for them to compete with those who had been there long before them, having subjugated all the regions. In order to get out of the outskirts, the player suddenly offered to sponsor some kind of war. The association president claimed that it was not that simple, but the warrior had a different opinion about it. With shining eyes, the guy said that in a week he would be heading to the second floor. The man became silent, ashamed that the organization did not have much influence. Due to his absence, Shim Togu will not have the opportunity to support the player in his difficult time. Junho reassured his friend that he had already done a lot for him, including new documents, a player's license, equipment, and housing. The boy insisted that this was the best support he could get, which moved Taka to tears. Meanwhile, in one of the Indian zoos, people were enjoying the views of the local animals. A little boy, Ishan, ran towards the lions, although his father advised him not to run too fast. Together with the head of the family, the boy came to the enclosure with the animal, which the girl was watching closely. The child did not take her eyes off the family, and all this time she did not let go of the chain hanging around her neck. The grandmother approached her and asked Nisha if she also wanted to approach the king of the beasts. The girl said that she could see perfectly well from here, and that she had a pendant with an image of her late father hanging on her chain. Bending over her granddaughter, the woman claimed that she understood her feelings and thoughts perfectly. She insisted that Nishi's father would always be with them, even if they couldn't see him at the moment. Hugging the girl, the woman confidently stated that the father was still looking after his daughter. The grandmother insisted that the girl's happiness was more important to her father than making her smile. Stroking her grandmother's cheek, the granddaughter replied that her father wanted them both to be happy. A fragment appeared in the woman's eyes when Nishi's father said goodbye to them before leaving them forever. Remembering how joyful the man always was, the grandmother burst into tears, agreeing with her granddaughter's words. Holding hands, the woman and her child decided to look at the animals at the zoo together. At the same time, in the building of the Korean Players Association, Jun-ho was surprised by a sudden meeting with Secretary Cha. The girl also did not expect to see the player, who asked what his assistant was doing in this place so late. She decided to dodge the question by saying that she was simply helping the president with some documents, which caused the guy's indignation. The warrior wanted to talk to the president, but Cha Shi-yun said that it was already late and that they both should hurry home. As if on cue, the president of the association himself showed up and was surprised that the guy hadn't left yet. The player became curious as to whether his friend had forced Cha Shi-yun to work overtime until late at night. The man hesitated to answer because the girl asked him to keep her dismissal a secret. Togu answered evasively so that his friend would not worry about it, since he wanted to convey something to him since they had already met. The man handed the warrior a note, who was interested in what it contained. It turned out that the address of Arthur, the same one who was the son of the shooter Gilbert, was written on a piece of paper. Shim Togu asked the guy to find the player and take him under his wing, who was also curious about how Jun-ho would approach him. The guy had not yet decided whether to appear before Arthur as Seo Jun-ho or a dark ghost. He would think about it a little later. Leaving the association building, the warrior was so hungry that he decided to stop by a 24-hour store on his way home. It was quite late, and despite the deserted street, someone was still following Jun-ho. Watching the association member from the roof, the demon who had been so eager to meet the rising star finally found her. Keeping his red eyes on the boy, Carl Signer restrained himself from attacking the player that very second. Jun-ho, who had bought some food, was wished a good evening by the store clerk before leaving. Before the player had time to leave the grocery store, a stray cat appeared next to him, meowing pitifully. The animal began to rub itself against the warrior's leg, who felt awkward because he had not bought anything for the cat. Hearing that the man was not going to feed him, the animal left him alone, continuing to look for food elsewhere. However, in addition to the animal, Seo Jun-ho met his pursuer, whom he did not know about until the moment of their meeting. The guy became wary, since he barely felt the presence of the stranger, identifying him as a high-level player. The man didn't stand on ceremony since they both knew where this was going, asking Jun-ho if they should look for another place. The demon, summoning his weapon, stated that the player would not like to fight in this place. Looking at the bow in his opponent's hands, Jun-ho said that the last horizon was in front of him. The guy was sure that this weapon was most suitable for a sniper, causing Sakner to be surprised. The player revealed that his opponent was an archer, but made a mistake when he decided to show himself in front of his enemy. And when the warrior named the demon, he sighed with relief that his identity was known, simplifying the current situation. Carl Signer stated that in a normal situation, the player would be right, and perhaps then he would have made a mistake. However, as he began to aim, the man said that usually the opponent's skills were approximately equal. The enemy ordered to follow him while he was still good, since he also had information about his loved ones. And if Jun-ho didn't want to see them die, he had to obey, leaving the player with no choice. Soon, both fighters found themselves in a forested area, for which the demon praised the enemy for his courageous decision to follow him to the end. Based on this, Carl was ready to give the boy a choice, and the first was voluntary surrender, which included being hung with magical chains. The player replied that he didn't like this option, wanting to hear the second one from his opponent. The second was even less attractive, as the demon wanted to make the guy hobble around on the ground with his legs cut off. Listening to the demon that Manu was emitting during the conversation, Jun-ho felt an incredible pressure from him. And all because in front of him was a ranker of the cellular level, whom the players knew as Carl Signer. But unexpectedly, the association member chose the third option, which only left the opponent perplexed. The warrior explained that they did not come here to breathe fresh air, that he was going to bury the demon in this place. From such statements, Signer's blood began to boil inside, so he cursed at the guy. Saying that the player was taking on too much, the man pulled the bowstring and loaded his bow with 3 arrows. However, Seo Jun-ho remained standing in place, ready to repel the attack with the black dragon's tooth. In a matter of seconds, he cut down all the arrows flying at him, all the while keeping his eyes on the enemy. Stunned by the blocking of his blow, the demon convinced himself that this simply could not happen. Strelka couldn't get his head around how a guy who debuted less than a year ago could be such a capable fighter. And then Jun-ho voiced his opponent's thoughts, stating that he saw confusion on his face from what he saw. The guy didn't explain how a player of his level could do such a thing, but such things that went beyond common sense just had to be accepted. The demon admitted that he had made a mistake because he had underestimated the player who had cleared the one-star gate alone. The man caught himself thinking that on the first floor, Junho had no equal, while on the second he would be pumping up much more intensively. But if the boy exceeds all of Cal's expectations, then in the near future he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kim Woo-jun. As he prepared for his next attack, the demon said that he felt sorry that such a talent could soon disappear. The player's opponent of the association pulled the bowstring and aimed this time with one arrow, which was blazing with his demonic aura. Before launching it, the enemy revealed that he was going to use the shark arrow technique. And when the demon finally released the bowstring, the arrow flew straight at Seo Junho at great speed. The guy was shocked, because this enemy attack was not like the previous one. They were strikingly different from each other. However, the warrior was able to feel the difference during the strike itself, when the arrow suddenly began to change its trajectory. Having miraculously dodged her, the swordsman noted that the battle was beginning to take a nasty turn. Looking at the arrow that was darting from side to side, Junho wondered if the demon was controlling it with mana. With a vicious grin, Carl Signer invited the player into his sea, where he is about to become the victim of a bloodthirsty shark. But the arrow could not fly forever, and eventually upon entering the ground, it produced a huge explosion, from which So had to take cover. Carl Signer's attack left behind a small ditch that was steaming hotly. Seo Junho felt uneasy when he saw the power of just one launched charge, fearing a massive attack. The player reasoned that the enemy was controlling the trajectory, and the mana covering the area was restricting his movement, as if he was truly drowning in the abyss. In order to survive this battle, the warrior had to resort to the technique of strengthening. Having prepared himself, Junho waited for the next volley of shark arrows that shone brightly in the evening sky. At the moment of the collision, the association player successfully repelled the enemy attack, without even having to move from his place. Wherever the arrow fired by the Kal flew, each subsequent strike was blocked by the enemy. The shooter decided that he had truly weakened during the chase, since a level 30 player was able to repel his technique. The demon changed his mind about the guy, who was not an ordinary lucky guy, but an opponent with whom he had to fight with all his might. Turning back to the player with a sinister grin, Signer informed him that the indulgences were over and the real fight was beginning. However, after the enemy's words, a great impulse followed that dispelled all the demonic aura. Junho was confused as the opponent himself neutralized Mana, who was hanging in the air. And in the resulting calm, Carl Signer began to aim at the warrior, claiming that not everyone was worthy of this attack. The man insisted that this time, he would really say goodbye to the association player. This technique was called the Arrow of the Furious Dragon, and the mythical monster literally began to circle around the demon. Carl Signer fired, and the arrow flying towards Junho, cutting through space, sparked with lightning. At the same time, the furious dragon summoned by the demon was flying towards the association player. But, as in previous times, the guy remained in place, ready for similar attacks from the enemy. However, when the arrow reached its target, it created a huge explosion, which the player was unable to prevent. The shooter waited for the dust from his blow to settle so that he could discover the dead Junho with his own eyes. However, once this happened, the man was very surprised as he witnessed an unexpected turn of events. Carl Signer watched as snowflakes suddenly appeared in the air. He wondered where this chilling flow of mana came from, which confused him. Seo Junho, who appeared as suddenly as the ice mana, announced to the enemy about the curtain of darkness. The next second, the demon was attacked by dark matter, which was controlled by the association player. Signer couldn't believe that his opponent had two attributes, which was a great rarity. The man panicked, as he thought that the warrior had deliberately hidden his powers from him in order to use them at the right moment. And then, it began to dawn on the demon who could possess the power of the Guardian of Darkness and freezing. Covering the area in ice, the boy stated that he actually only wanted to use one attribute. But in the current situation, he simply had no other choice, and all because the freeze was used to block the furious dragon. With a sinister grin, the player asked Shooter if he agreed with the statement that the witnesses should not have been left alive. Now Junho needed to get rid of Shooter, who could tell his secret to the rest of the enemies. With satisfied glowing eyes, the demon stated that the boy was hiding his identity, but he was ready to force him to reveal himself. The man was supposed to be helped by the rain and arrow skill, which materialized many arrows from the portals in the air. Each weapon was loaded with a ghostly bow, which Signer controlled mentally. The association player decided to turn to the enhancement skill again, Otherwise, he would not be able to break through so many attacks. But it was not worth delaying the counterattack, so that Junho's brain would not be fried from the strain during the fight. The guy, having jumped up, intended to attack the enemy before he could launch his arrows. However, it was not possible to get ahead of the game, as the demon immediately attacked the swordsman with a rain of flowers. The man claimed that his arrows would show the annoying warrior what real hell was like. He wanted to warn her that the player's own mother would not recognize him, but as Junho approached, he fell silent. Carl Senior was surprised to see a smile on his opponent's face, all because he had found the right moment to counterattack. It was to the warrior's advantage that the demon was overly self-confident, which allowed him to calmly carry out his plan. And while the man was focused on the location in front of him, Junho had already moved behind him in a split second. The player accomplished this feat thanks to his shadow step skill, which allowed him to move as if he were teleporting. Carl Senior was shocked when he felt the enemy, who somehow ended up behind him. But at the last moment, the demon managed to avoid the fateful blow, being terrified at how close he was to death. The player, meanwhile, was surprised by the enemy's reaction and managed to sense the impending threat in time. Since Seo Junho had gotten so close to him, the demon decided not to waste the opportunity to finish off the player with his own hands. However, even a close attack did not allow Carl to get rid of the swordsman, who, having fought back, moved to a safe distance. The warrior cursed his opponent's regeneration, which made it difficult for him to mortally wound the demon. In order for the human body to absorb the full power of demon blood, it was often diluted with water. But sometimes madmen, ready to do anything for the sake of enormous power, drank even pure blood. Only two were able to bear the burden placed on their shoulders and be reborn, capable of using the skills of the demons whose blood they drank. Getting closer and closer to the player, Senior praised the guy for having an interesting skill. The man was curious as to why Junho hadn't used it in the beginning, since he had now sworn that he would send the warrior to the underworld. Having joked that he hadn't been there for a long time, the guy wondered where the demon's weak spot was. Carl Senior was willing to take pity on the warrior if he changed his mind and agreed to wear the enchanted cuffs. Junho gave a thumbs-down sign and added a dirty curse word towards his opponent. The demon was surprised by such audacity, claiming that if the guy wanted him dead so much, he should have aimed much better. After the archer said his words, the swordsman immediately pounced on him to try out the advice he had given him. Looking at the warrior's desperate attempts to resist him, Senior declared that the guy was simply reckless. Attacking Junho, cutting down the arrows flying at him, he felt the brains in his head begin to boil. But due to poor concentration, the warrior still missed one of the attacks, and subsequently the arrow hit him in the hand. Throwing it aside, the guy reminded himself that concentration was vitally important to him now. Reminding himself to concentrate, the player confidently approached the enemy, deflecting each of the arrows. Carl Senior didn't expect that even against such a strong attack from him, Seo Junho continued to hold on. Clenching his fists in anger, the demon thought about how he could turn the situation around because he had reached his limit. Having fired several arrows at once, the shooter ordered the persistent warrior to disappear that very second. However, the demon's summons were of no avail, and with just one move, Junho repelled the massive attack. Having broken through the defense, the player found himself very close to the enemy, who extended his hand with a blade towards his neck. Carl Senior, being a cell ranker, was not going to give up so easily, so he immediately seized the initiative. The man grabbed the player by the throat, which removed the black dragon's blade from his neck. At that moment, Junho's breath caught, but instead of blood, he spewed out black liquid. A joyful smile appeared on the face of the enemy, who had managed to stop the swordsman. The man claimed that he had finally won by catching the hero, but the next moment he disappeared from his hands. Thanks to the shadow step, the player got even closer, claiming that he was the one who caught the stupid demon. A second later, Senior's body was pierced by the Guardian's dark matter, who was shocked by such a sudden attack. As the player crossed to the other side, his badly wounded opponent fell to the ground. With his last strength, the shooter rose and asked his opponent how he had managed to attack him. But the guy never answered this question. He only asked his subjects for one favor. The player ordered the Guardians, two ghostly dogs, to leave no trace of the demon. At that moment, Carl Senior was not entirely sure that before him stood the sworn enemy of the demons, the Dark Ghost. The enemy accused the guy of deceiving the whole world, asking what he had in mind with his deception. Junho was curious that his opponent, on the verge of his own death, was interested in such stupidity. Claiming that the demon asked too many questions for a dead man, the warrior set hungry dogs on him. The last thing Carl Senior saw before his death were two mouths of ghostly monsters. The sister, reunited with her brother, cried with joy because they had been separated in infancy. And while the characters in the series were screaming about how much they missed each other, the Ice Queen was watching their relationship closely. But with a sharp movement, she pushed away from herself the box of popcorn, which she had suddenly become satiated with. The spirit screamed throughout the apartment, wondering where Seo Jun-ho was hanging out at this time, that she managed to watch so many dramas. Soon the Guardians did their job, and the remains of the demon could be calmly absorbed by the skill of the Guardian of Darkness. After delving into the enemy's memories, the player considered him to be very stupid and short-sighted. Not only did Senior follow the guy down to the first floor, but he was also being watched the entire time. And in this position, the shooter still managed to keep an eye on the warrior, although this had some advantages. The main forces of the demons were concentrated in Sumerna, which was located on the second floor. The information received from the enemy matched the data from the Takebi Guild, proving that all paths led to the second floor. The system has notified the player that he has improved the dead man's confession skill after using it frequently. Excited that he would be able to access new memories of the dead, Junho wanted to try out the function, but it was impossible to reuse. True, the player was not very upset, since in addition to the information he had already received, he returned with the last horizon. But as soon as he touched the weapon, he felt a strong energy of presence. Looking up from the ground, a stranger silently appeared in front of the guy, which already made him worry. Seo Jun-ho wondered if this man had really come here so quickly, even though all his instincts were pointing to danger. The warrior who suddenly appeared was the seventh of the 9 heavens, whose real name was Kim Woo-jun. From the demon's memories, the player could tell that the warrior had also been on the second floor, managing to descend to the first so quickly. Seventh heaven, drawing his blade, said that he could not even think that he would return here again. The swordsman claimed that Seo Jun-ho's trail suddenly disappeared, and he lost sight of him for a while, which only confused the boy. Woo-jun insisted that some things were impossible to hide, especially the intoxicating scent of the demon and the incense of the Great Wall. The man said that this time Carl Senior could not escape, and looking at the last horizon in his hands, everything became clear to So. Then the player hastily tried to explain to the warrior that some kind of misunderstanding had occurred. However, he was immediately silenced by a swing of the blade, and Seventh Heaven added that he could not be deceived. The swordsman insisted that demonic tricks would no longer work on him, that he wanted to finally end this chase. Realizing that one of the strongest warriors didn't even want to listen to Junho's excuses, he was forced to reveal the truth. He confessed to having killed Carl Senior, whom Seventh Heaven had been pursuing until that point. However, the swordsman, as expected, did not believe what he heard, insisting that it was impossible. Then Junho was determined to prove it by deciding to recruit a man whose words the warrior would definitely believe. The whole time the conversation was going on between the guys, the player sat on the bench feeling a little awkward. Kim Woo-jun stated that he could not act otherwise, after which he ended the conversation with the association president. Along with his bow to Seo Jun-ho, the swordsman also apologized to him for making such a mistake. True, the player began to claim that everything was fine, and if he were in the Great Warrior's place, he would have done the same. Still feeling guilty for what he had done, Woo-jun wanted to atone for asking the player to raise his head. The next moment, a pink liquid dripped onto the cut left by Senior's arrows. The boy felt the effect of the medicine, which spread not only to one wound, but also to the rest that were on his body. Seventh Heaven confirmed that the liquid in his flask was an elixir that heals all wounds. Seo Jun-ho felt embarrassed that an elixir of such a level was used for such nonsense, but the warrior asked him not to get too carried away. He explained that he simply wanted to correct the mistake he had made, thereby confirming that the world was not without worthy people. But human curiosity did not disappear, and the swordsman had a question for the association member. Having been aware of the clearing of the unconquered gates in the Cave of Trials, Woo-jun found it hard to believe that a player had single-handedly defeated Carl Senior. The guy replied that he could tell about it, but before doing so, he wanted to voice one condition. Since the demon was dead, Junho wanted Woo-jun to declare that he did it and never ask about his abilities again. The player wanted to count on the help of the Great Warrior, who had no reason to refuse it. But he also wanted to warn that if Seo Jun-ho used force against civilians, he would not escape punishment. The guy laughed at that moment, but promised that something like that would definitely not happen. And once the deal was made between them, the member of the Players Association showed his strength. Covering the immediate surroundings with ice, the warrior said that the ability to freeze was his secret. Seventh Heaven was shocked by the player's capabilities, in particular, the large amount of energy he emitted. But aside from being an S-class skill, this ability was also the key to the heat of the third floor. Seo Junho even felt awkward at how quickly the swordsman had figured out what they were talking about. The guy immediately rushed to add that this information that Wu Jin learned about was strictly confidential. The man replied that he understood this perfectly well and subsequently drew his sword from its sheath. After he said those words, Seventh Heaven suddenly used his weapon, surprising the association member. In a split second, the swordsman's blade cut through absolutely all of the ice blocks that Seo Junho had created earlier. Putting his sword back into its sheath, Kim Woo-jun declared that it was he who had finished off Kal Siner about an hour ago. Exhausted and dirty, the guy eventually made it to his house, where he wanted to take a shower and go to bed. But the player never expected that an elemental would meet him right at the threshold of his apartment. The warrior was seriously frightened when he came face to face with the spirit, who demanded that he look at his watch. Having come to his senses, the guy replied that it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the queen demanded to explain why the meeting with his friend had really dragged on for so long. Junho explained that a couple of unforeseen circumstances had come up, and the assistant had asked him to come back earlier next time. Studying the player's appearance, the Ice Queen began to suspect that something was wrong with him. When the guy reached for the refrigerator, the girl asked what circumstances exactly prevented him from arriving on time. Taking out a drink to quench his thirst and relieve stress, Junho replied that a rather interesting incident had occurred. He told him to finish off Kal Signer, although the elemental was not familiar with this name. Opening the can of drink, the player explained that it was a demon that was much stronger than those he had encountered before. The queen clarified that the guy was supposed to meet a friend, and so it was. But at the exit of the store, Junho suddenly met Siner. And then the warrior turned to his assistant, calling her name in a serious tone, which was untypical for him. Thoughtfully, the guy said that the world was huge, in which there were many people, much stronger than both of them. After defrosting, Junho met many players, but only when he met Kim Woo-jun did it become clear that the strongest warriors were on the second floor. Then in the forest, the association player realized that there was no limit to perfection while watching the work of the seventh heaven. This thought came to his mind when he saw with his own eyes what the warriors of the second floor were capable of. And besides, the swordsman was a good man who happily shared his personal number. Noticing how the guy was thinking about something, the spirit asked what the player was thinking about, who replied that he was thinking about everything at once. He had to work hard because besides Kim Woo-jun, there were 8 other warriors equal to him, one of whom was an enemy. The name of this enemy was Nayat Hollow, the king of the dead, who was the mentor of the necromancer Arma and ordered Siner to take So alive. On the first floor, it was easy for the player because he was familiar with it, unlike on the second. Touching the contractor's head, the Ice Queen brought him back from his thoughts to the real world. She asked him to listen to her, that she was sure that the player would succeed, which surprised him. However, the elemental's main argument was that up until this point, the warrior had somehow managed to overcome difficulties. The guy asked why the queen suddenly started to console him, but it turned out that it was painful for her to look at Junho. The player replied that he would be fine, since he was a legend, but now he sounded too self-confident. The warrior said that before heading to the second floor, he needed to talk to someone the next morning. The guild leader patiently waited for an answer from the seventh heaven to the question she asked. The man clarified what exactly the lady wanted to know, and she decided to clarify whether the warrior remembered the purpose of his mission or had already forgotten it. To which Kim Woo-jun replied that he had not forgotten her, but by doing so he had only angered the lady. Guildmaster Silent Moon stated that the great swordsman, of course, could not forget about his mission. However, Song Chae-won continued to demand the last horizon from him, asking where the weapon was. However, instead of answering, the swordsman remained silent, and his superior ordered him to say at least something. She stated that everyone around knew that it was Wu Jin who killed the demon, to which the man immediately agreed. Then in confusion, Song Chae-won wondered why the warrior did not take the bow, assuming that Kal Signer had fought back. Seventh Heaven could crush an opponent with one finger and force him to reveal all his secrets, but the unexpected happened. The swordsman was outdone by rookie Seo Junho from the Players Association, who defeated the marksman in a fair fight. Based on this, the bow as a reward rightfully belonged to him, not to mention the promise given. Kemujun nevertheless responded that he finished off the enemy long before he had time to use the magic item. However, Song Chae-won did not believe the words of the Heavenly Sword, who was a perfectionist to the core. The guild leader couldn't believe that the warrior could do something by accident considering everything that had been said above. The girl questioned the warrior, telling me that he had gone crazy, but the man insisted that everything was fine with him. No matter how hard it was for her, Mrs. Song decided to report everything to the Duke, because nothing could be changed in this situation. The swordsman apologized, but the headmaster did not accept any apology, suggesting that the sword of heaven tell the truth without any lies. And then, with a smile on his face, Wu Jun sincerely replied that he would not be able to get this bow. He stated that he had received something more than just an item, and Sun Chai-wan was curious to know what it was. Looking out the window, the swordsman mysteriously said that he received the future, namely what it could become. Seo Jun-ho, together with the Ice Queen, looked into the museum and decided to visit his comrades. Looking at the frozen statues of the 4 strongest warriors at the time of their existence, the boy was glad to meet them again. But when the player decided to check if he could free his friends now, he discovered that his magic level was still low. He thanked the system for the fact that his level was not absurdly low, which meant that progress was actually present. Junho asked his assistant if he was right, but the girl seemed to be in the clouds at that moment. Returning to the real world, the elemental confirmed that this was the case, but the contractor asked what was happening to her. The girls found it difficult to answer this question, so much so that she began to sweat and was unable to utter a word. Then the player himself asked the question, wanting to know from the Ice Queen whether his comrades were alive. The elemental began to carefully study the frozen statues in order to give Junho an accurate answer to his question. The assistant stated that the heroes were alive, but the player still had to work for a long time to remove the seal. The warrior decided not to linger and return back, although the spirit was sure that they would stay here for some time. The queen reminded them that they were about to leave this floor, asking if the player would just leave like that. The boy replied that he needed to visit Noah and Taka, and that there was still time to remove the seal and meet his friends again like before. Only Seo Jun-ho could do this, who practically got a second chance to fix everything when he returned to the world of the living. Soon, having taken off on the first flight, the association member headed to the artificially created Pacific Islands. While stretching his numb arms, the guy complained that he had almost missed his plane, and all because he was forced to play Go for more than 7 hours. Wondering how old Noah was so resilient, Master Quan hoped that the warrior would return from his adventure in good health, in which he strongly believed. Suddenly, the Ice Queen admired the local buildings, asking Jun-ho if all the landmarks were really built by people. She spoke of a giant, elongated structure that resembled a tower that reached into the sky. The guy explained to his assistant that there was an interdimensional elevator in front of them, but her attention was occupied by something else. She noticed how everyone kept staring at Seo Jun-ho, but he was used to it, claiming that it was expected. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the player, saying that the association had warned him about the arrival of the swordsman. Before heading to the second floor, the employee needed to familiarize the guy with some information regarding the place where he would arrive. The first place the player will end up in will be the Ruben Empire, where all the power was in the hands of the nobles, so it was better not to conflict with them. It was also necessary to be on guard at the border, since many criminals took advantage of the association's lack of influence. The man advised the player to keep his eyes open, for which Jun-ho thanked him, promising to be as careful as possible. After reading the main details, the elevator employee had no choice but to wish the association player good luck. Entering the elevator, the guy thought that it would be many times larger and would be able to accommodate at least 10 people at a time. As soon as the warrior and his assistant entered, the doors closed behind them, where the first floor was lit up on the board. Despite the fact that there were several buttons on the panel, Jun-ho pressed the second number. And at that very moment, the cabin began to rise at such a speed that the player and the Ice Queen became very scared. The elevator quickly rose upward, and the passengers inside could see the landscape that opened up before them. The elemental asked the contractor if the elevator was really transparent, while the guy was mesmerized by the picture he saw. He asked the spirit for forgiveness for what he had forgotten to tell her, but asked her to look at what was before his eyes. The passengers of the interdimensional elevator saw several more elongated towers that also stretched towards the sky. The warrior explained to the queen that this was how people got to the second floor, bypassing the association. The assistant, who was very afraid of heights, grabbed her partner's hair with her hands and burst into a pitiful cry. But suddenly the elevator doors swung open and the couple arrived at their destination, greatly surprised by the local beauty. While watching the huge city, the player suddenly had the effect of the spring wind activated, increasing the stats by 30%. Once in the Ruben Empire, Junho noted to himself that this place was similar to the world described in fantasy novels. Well, what he liked more was the concentration of mana in the air, which was much higher than on the first floor. The association player, who was enjoying his first minutes on the floor, was watched by two local warriors. One of the pair of warriors decided that the stranger was new, based on his behavior and clothing. His colleague offered to invite the newcomer to his team, despite the fact that the guy looked like a madman who was talking to himself. While the guy in the cloak was trying to make out what the player was saying, the older one was heading towards him. The commander was interested in where so many people came from and what caused the commotion, since until recently it had been quiet. The need to answer disappeared on its own when the Sunbai saw the association's legendary warrior, Seo Junho. And all the people who came to the elevator arrived in order to recruit the player into their guilds by contacting the authorities. Pushing his subordinate away, the man insisted that they had to recruit Junho right now. However, a red-haired girl who passed by said that she would not allow the warrior to do this. Kong Ju-ha stated that Mr. Snakehead was hers since she noticed him before everyone else. The guy couldn't stop rejoicing at the fact that he was finally at the border, not ceasing to enjoy the concentration of mana in the air. The Ice Queen asked why her partner was so excited, that he was simply expressing his joy in this way. The elemental asked the warrior to look around because there were people around, and when Junho did this, he saw his old acquaintance. The spirit, hearing about this, asked to show where she was, and then the guy began to call the commander of Khan to him. Hearing her name called, the girl told her friend that she urgently needed to go. Waving his arms, the player tried in every way to attract the attention of the princess of the Takebi Guild. But when the girl met her friend, she was upset, because if he had come 2 days later, then the victory in the argument would have been hers. Jo-ha was curious if the guy was okay with communication, but she was the first person the guy talked to on the floor. Commander Khan wanted to bring her friend up to speed by offering to grab some coffee at a nearby eatery. After ordering an iced coffee, the girl explained that the cafe was only for nobles and their companions, where they could talk quietly. Junho was surprised to learn that the princess was a baronet here, but even without land, she was still a noblewoman. From this, the player concluded that if it weren't for his status as an acquaintance, he would not have been allowed into this establishment. The girl told that in the Empire, it was possible to easily obtain earthly food, like the Americano that they were now drinking. Ju-ha wondered what Snakehead thought about this floor, which he answered after some thought. To the player, everything seemed new and unknown, where the rules were completely different from the laws of the familiar world. Adding syrup to the drink, the commander was sure that it would take time to get used to the floor. The girl was curious if the guy thought about what would happen if the previous gate had not closed 30 years ago. Seo Junho replied that he didn't know for sure, but if they hadn't defeated all the monsters, the situation would have clearly not been the best. The representative of the Takebi Guild confirmed this, stating that these events took place here on the border. According to the princess, about 1,000 years ago there were many gates in this place, from which various monsters crawled out. These monsters completely filled the world, and humanity was destroyed in a terrible way. But after so much time there were no more gates on the border, and all those events remained in the past. True, the monsters were not exterminated, they managed to multiply, and this city was completely destroyed at one time. Also, a little shyly, Princess Takebi asked Mr. Snakehead if he remembered her request. Taking out a magazine with the signature of the Dark Ghost, Junho asked if this was what his friend was talking about. The girl, shedding tears of happiness, thanked the player, saying that she was impressed that the legendary warrior had drawn the hearts she had asked for. In turn, the girl handed the guy an envelope, saying that it was his reward for winning the argument. Looking at the envelope with the seal, the warrior was confused because in front of him was neither a map nor a coupon. Gong Ju-ha explained that it was a letter of introduction so that Seo Junho could have lunch with Viscount Hoyt of the Maliba estate. The Snow Queen was displeased when she heard that her partner was about to have an unusual dinner, because if the Viscount liked it, she could get a quest. Commander Khan said that the guy would receive rewards for helping the inhabitants of this world, so everyone tried to be on good terms with the aristocrats. Also, if someone needed to get to another city, they had to use teleport. But the girl hastened to disappoint Junho because he would not have the opportunity to use this method of movement. Juha asked an acquaintance to look at her status, which was now called tourist, which was given to all newcomers. Commander Khan claimed that the tourist status was limited to 3 months, but there was also a chance to get a new ID. Finally, the girl advised him to be careful with other players, although the warrior did not need this, because he felt the approach of danger. To make the boy less confident, Juha gave him a map of the empire and a guidebook for her guild members. She gave them to the snakehead just like that, claiming that he could consider it a sign of care from an elder. When asked if this was acceptable, the girl replied that she could afford something like this, and in return, Junho would give her something expensive. The player's assistant asked if the Takebi guild representative looked like a fox, which made the contractor think. Having racked his brains, he compared his acquaintance to a cat or a dog, to which the spirit said that the warrior did not understand women at all. The elemental asked what Junho was going to do now, that he wanted to stay in Gillian, so the first thing he planned to do was find a place to stay for the night. The Ice Queen pointed to a beautifully decorated building, Shangri-La, which she had long had her eye on. But the player immediately stated that a completely different place had been prepared for them, which only sparked the assistant's interest. When the girl saw the overnight stay, she called it an abandoned building, but for the guy the name Resting Dew sounded much more intriguing. The warrior insisted that he needed information from different layers of society that had to be relevant and not from any guild. As evening approached, one of the newcomers, trying to hide from his pursuer, found himself in a dead end. The guy asked the stranger what he wanted from him because he didn't have a penny with him. Other warriors on the floor heard a conversation between a man and a guy who was outraged by the fact that a newcomer showed up at the border without skills. The man claimed that the important thing was that Mr. Fly noticed him, and the boy, shaking all over, asked who it was. The stranger replied that he was this Fly, after which he kicked the poor fellow in the face with all his might. The bully's men waited for him to finish what he had started, while he was beating up a newcomer who had found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. After finishing with the guy, Fly said that he was slightly sweating, eager to know how much he got. By tossing the coins, the man acquired 30 gold pieces, and in his defense, he said that the newcomer would not have escaped robbery anyway. And all because you could get a lot of money from newcomers, which people like Fly were happy to take advantage of. Meanwhile, Seo Junho and the Ice Queen went into the resting Rasa to look around. The assistant didn't like that the place was too noisy, and her partner replied that the place really did look like the tavern from the games. The warrior watched as adventurers, border masters, and players from the first level of the land mingled in this place. However, there was one distinctive feature that made it possible to recognize players who were wearing the Vita device on their hands. The spirit was curious about how the guy was going to get information here, having already had an idea in mind. A waiter approached the player, ready to take his order, who was going to order the best dishes, stronger drinks, and a cup of tea. The tavern worker recommended the visitor a lamb steak, a mug of foamy beer, and black tea. The thugs from Fly's gang heard that the newbie's order cost 51 copper coins. Junho's mind flashed back to his friend, who had explained earlier that 1 copper coin was equivalent to 1,001. The player did not bother to calculate how much was in 1 gold coin, so he poured some out on the table and asked if what he had was enough. When the coins clinked on the table surface, the waiter declared that they were not copper coins, but gold ones. The player, feeling awkward, said that he had made a mistake because he had only just gone up to the floor. The man took only 1 gold coin from the entire pile, which also gave the newcomer advice that it was dangerous to show his wallet in public. Seo Junho replied that he would keep this in mind, that he received 1,000 gold coins from Togu, which was equivalent to 10 billion won. The Ice Queen asked if the guy really wanted to brag, but it was different because the commander told him everything about the local course. In this way, the warrior attracted Flies to himself, which would immediately begin to flock to him as soon as they got wind of the wealth of this or that player. As expected, one of the local thugs didn't keep us waiting long and headed to Junho's table. The man told the boy to look at him, who had a scar above his eye from past battles. The stranger, who was approached by his colleagues, decided to get straight to the point, claiming that he was very interested in the newcomer's money. The thug suggested that Seo Junho talk in a quieter place when the waiter arrived with the order. The player was somewhat disappointed that the strongest fly in this restaurant turned out to be this boor. The guy didn't resist and agreed to come with the gang, and the man with the scar said that their boss was right, that all the newcomers were stupid. However, the situation changed dramatically when they left the establishment. And now in the place where the green players usually were, there was the bandit himself. One of the criminals tearfully begged to be saved, and they grabbed him by the leg and spun him around with force. The bandit's colleague also got hit in the face, which he didn't expect from a debutante on the floor. The scarred man was horrified when his comrade hit the ground and instantly lost consciousness. The thug cursed everyone in the world, wondering why everything turned out this way. After asking the scoundrel if he was done talking, Seo Jun-ho suddenly ordered him to kneel down and started counting down. And when the player counted to 8, the until recently formidable criminal obediently dropped to his knees. And while the Ice Queen was indignant at what a bunch of idiots were pestering them with, that was more than enough for the guy. Jun-ho ordered the criminal to give up all the information he had, including the location of their leader. The man wanted to object, but when he saw the player's angry look, he cracked, saying that the elder was in the gambling house. That gambling house was different from the casinos in Las Vegas, where the air was filled with clouds of cigarette smoke. Cursing at the smoke-filled room, Jun-ho wondered if it was a gambling house or a badger's den. The criminal told the player that their boss was named Fly, who was a famous gangster in Gillian who controlled the entertainment business. But in addition to gambling, the criminal also did business with nobles, but it was unlikely that the gang leader knew more than his men. As soon as the warrior crossed the threshold of the gambling club, he felt a difference in the atmosphere, which was different from the one in the tavern. The guy decided not to beat around the bush and immediately sat down at one of the tables where there was a free seat. One of the players stated that there was a new face in their circle, and Seo Jun-ho confirmed this, revealing that he had only arrived yesterday. The man was surprised that the newcomer immediately went to play, asking if the newcomer had enough money because the stakes here were quite high. The warrior replied that the gentleman should not worry about his financial situation and should start the game as soon as possible. As the cards were dealt, Seo Jun-ho carefully studied the possible combinations he had. The man who was talking to the player had a hard time containing his emotions because the card in his hand was not the best. Looking at the newcomer, the local player made a mistake when he took him for a simpleton who did not know the value of money. However, an hour had already passed since they sat down at the table, but the gambling genius still did not leave the gaming table. Looking at the number of chips Seo Jun-ho had, the man counted how many there were, the number of which reached 300. But all the magic was hidden in the Ice Queen, who told her partner the combination of cards of the player sitting opposite. Fly was impressed by the luck of the newbie, who for the first time saw his friend Phoebo lose all his money. To a man from the outside, the game seemed like simple fun, but it could also be regarded as a skill. The owner of the gambling house could no longer stand being robbed so shamelessly that he ordered his men to drag the boy to him. Phoebo hoped that the boss was watching his game, because no matter what cards he was dealt, at this rate, he was ready to go broke. And then the dealer announced that he would shuffle the deck, winking at the man as a sign that everything would be okay. But the Snow Queen quickly informed the player that the dealer had only removed the bottom card. The spirit was shocked that absolutely everyone in this place was cheating, from the players sitting at the table to the dealer. Realizing that it was dangerous to continue playing, Jun-ho placed his cards on the table, asking what he should do. Phoebo became wary when the guy stood up from the table, asking him to continue, but the newbie decided that he had won enough for today. The guy didn't want to risk losing such a fortune, but security didn't let him leave the establishment. The man who called out to Jun-ho asked him to go up to the owner of the club, who wanted to treat the player to a drink. The Ice Queen asked if the owner of the establishment was the boss of those scoundrels they had punished in the alley. The guy was brought to the VIP room that was usually reserved for the Lee family, and the assistant asked him to keep his eyes open. Fly said that the players who came to the gambling house used all sorts of ways to cheat, but he did not stop them. The reason for this was that the man knew that he would definitely get his money back, giving the guy a sinister smile. The man was aware that the person in front of him was Seo Jun-ho, who was quite a famous person on both floors. Fly had information about a famous player whose supposed level was around 30. The owner of the gambling house praised the guy for his track record, and Jun-ho appreciated how well the bandits had prepared for his arrival. The thug claimed that the players easily gave up information when they were as drunk as the guy in front of him, which should have predicted this outcome. The man revealed that he owned the entire red light district, which meant he had good connections with the aristocracy. Fly insisted that there were, of course, strong players, but they could not stand up to the nobles. The player confirmed that the owner of the establishment was right and, throwing a few chips on the table, declared that he wanted to make a deal. For his part, Seo Jun-ho was ready to give away all the chips he had won that evening. And in return, he wanted to receive information from the owner of this establishment about the nobles with whom he was on short terms. The man, shaking with anger, was outraged that the player who had received the chips by deception wanted to use his own money to get information from Fly. The man said that the guy did not fully understand the situation he found himself in because the criminal wanted to get the money back by force. The warrior said that he wanted to resolve everything peacefully, but as it turned out, he had simply wasted his time. One of the thug's subordinates, with a weapon in his hands, attacked the newcomer who had appropriated the bandit's money. The man swung his blade but missed as Jun-ho easily dodged his attack. Now it was the turn of the player to attack, who, without having any weapons, rushed at the enemy with bare hands. All the guy did was put his hand in front of the attacker's face, which confused him. But the very next moment, Fly's subordinate fell to the ground, unable to withstand the cheater's attack. After which the criminal was thrown against the table, which, having broken it, also surprised the owner, raising the chips lying on it into the air. The guild member asked to listen to him when he spoke nicely, so as not to lead to similar situations. Enraged, the owner of the gambling club ordered his people not to stand there and to do something about the player. Seo Jun-ho, who decided to take advantage of the moment and pick up one of the chips that ended up at his very feet. Fly's men were once again going to stop the newcomer, but they didn't take into account the fact that he now had a weapon too. Taking aim with the chip, the player filled it with his mana, which literally sent out electric tongues. And the next moment, each of the establishment's owner's subordinates received a chip, but the blow was so strong that one was enough. With displeasure, Jun-ho said that most likely the employees of the gambling house needed a little beating to come to their senses. Unwilling to tolerate such humiliation any longer, Fly ordered the player to stop, pointing a revolver at him. Turning to the criminal, the guy was not at all surprised when he saw a gun pointed at himself. The man said with a grin that players often like to use such weapons during their captures. The thug ordered to leave the chips and leave, and only then would he save the player's life, which upset him that he would not receive any information. However, the man was not going to say anything, insisting that the guy get out as quickly as possible. True, the tongues of dark matter, the distinctive feature of the owner of the Dark Guard, immediately reached out to the thug. But before Fly could come to his senses, the revolver disappeared from his hands, leaving the criminal completely perplexed. Having taken the revolver from the bandit, Jun-ho said that now it was his opponent's life that needed to be saved. The man wondered where everything had gone wrong, marveling at the abilities of a player who was only level 30. Then the owner of the establishment, who addressed him respectfully, asked the player not to rush and think everything over first. The man, sweating profusely, insisted that if the boy pulled the trigger, there would be greater consequences. But the warning that was given did not frighten Jun-ho at all, which only made the criminal even more wary. Shaking with fear, the thug kept telling himself that he couldn't just die, especially at the hands of some player. The guy replied that, in his opinion, it would be even better if there was one less scoundrel in this world. Realizing that threats were not working on Jun-ho, Fly vowed to tell everything if only his life would be spared. A shot rang out, and the bullet from the revolver flew straight at the criminal, but suddenly hung in the air. Somehow, the player stopped the bullet in flight, stating that he should have said this earlier, asking him to take his time so as not to miss the details. A whole week had passed since the events in the gambling house, and Jun-ho was receiving guests in his room. The guy thanked the guys for their hard work, because now he had plenty of information about the second floor. The player stated that the criminals were free to go, but before doing so, they asked again whether they were really free. The warrior asked not to make him repeat it twice, and the next second the bandits flew out of the room like a bullet, saying goodbye to Mr. South. The queen was pleased that there was finally silence, to which her partner agreed, because the criminals were quite noisy but also useful. Having a lot of information he needed, Jun-ho decided to complete the quest first. The guy began to think about what to choose from a large list of offers, believing that he needed to practice hunting a little. A good option was hunting for Canute wolves, which gave 3 silver, 27 copper, and 50 reputation points. The guy, turning to his assistant, said that the hunting competition would take place in 10 days, by which time he had to reach level 50. The Ice Queen asked them to go a little slower so that she wouldn't shake, but they had to hurry. If the spirit was not happy with something, she could fly next to him, but the assistant replied that she would put up with the inconveniences that arose. At that moment, the local robbers, who were hanging around in a nearby alley, caught the eye of a new player whom they had not seen before. One gang member said that there was nothing better than the warrior who had just climbed up to the second floor. And while the lovers of easy money followed Jun-ho, he in turn followed the Whipwolf, looking for his tracks. The Ice Queen noted that the animal was quite large, and therefore the wolf itself could be enormous. The truth is that the guy was more interested in how strong the beast was, and that he expected an interesting battle from their meeting. The beast's territory was surrounded by fog, making it difficult to catch, but the elemental noticed that her partner was interested. Seo Junho admitted that he had never seen such monsters on Earth, believing that this was a chance to learn more about the frontier. Before the boy could promise to be careful, he heard the roar of a predatory beast that had tracked down its prey. When the enemy showed himself, the player was not at all afraid and was glad to meet him, calling weapons from the inventory. Only the cold-blooded killer did not come alone, bringing with him a whole pack of his relatives. It turned out that the wolves were not called that for nothing, as their tails really did visually resemble a whip. Not intending to waste time, Seo Junho pounced on the animals to quickly level up. True, when he encountered one of them, he was unable to injure him, meeting with a counterattack. And only now the warrior realized why the players did not take this quest. Because the creatures were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. The attack of the animals was so strong that it forced the guy to move back, which he clearly did not expect. The warrior intended to have a little fun and quickly sort things out, but unexpectedly his plans quickly changed. In a split second, a member of the Players Association cut off several tails of wild animals with one blow. While the animals writhed in agony, Junho had a joyful smile on his face, truly enjoying the process. Swinging his halberd, the boy decided to test the new indicators of the Herald of Spring, finding a suitable target for this. The criminals who were following the player wondered why, if he was alone and there were 4 of them, they did not attack the player. One of the gang members explained that it was Seo Junho in front of them, and his name alone was a reason to avoid this guy. The robber explained that in front of them was a newcomer from the first floor who could compare in ability to Kim Woo-jun himself. True, colleagues decided to argue that the guy had only recently arrived on the floor, and that the difference between their levels was on average 40 units. Noting the warrior's weapon, for which they could easily get 100 gold pieces, and all they needed was to catch the guy off guard. The robber offered his comrades to cover him while he sneaked up on the target, but the guys weren't thrilled with the idea. The elder claimed that they practically had 100 gold pieces in their pockets, and that, having waited for the right moment, they went into battle. After a fairly quick battle, all that was left for Junho was to complete the quest and increase his reputation. The Ice Queen reminded the boy that his friend had mentioned that increasing one's reputation opened up more opportunities. The contractor replied that in any case, it would be impossible to raise reputation through quests alone, and that catching the criminal would be of much greater benefit. The girl insisted that the player not overdo it, but he assured her that one time would not hurt. The spirit hoped that her partner's wish would soon come true, hinting that there were other tracks here besides the animals. Turning around at the rustling sound behind him, Seo Junho assumed that it was his fans, but the spirit was surprised that such thoughts came to him. The guy insisted that a real fan had appeared before him, since he had overcome the obstacle of monsters. After asking the stranger if he was right, the robber immediately confirmed it, but his voice sounded a little unnatural. Shaking with excitement, the warrior asked if he could get the great player's autograph. Surprisingly, Junho agreed to the stranger's request and asked him for a pen and paper. And while the guy insisted on taking a photo, the Ice Queen tried to subtly hint to the contractor that these were far from fans. Completely absorbed in the autograph, the guy asked if he needed to write anything, but according to the robber, wishing him luck was enough. Meanwhile, his accomplices were creeping closer and closer to the warrior, preparing for a surprise attack. While the criminal was talking to the player, the spirit mocked how funny his accomplices looked. The criminals, who were sneaking up on Junho as quietly and carefully as possible, thought that he didn't notice them, which was exactly the opposite. The player asked the bandits if they really thought he was so stupid that they encountered an obstacle on their way. One of the robbers was frightened when he saw an entire clearing littered with the corpses of whipwolves, remembering that the player was only level 30. The leader of the gang asked if it was possible to shake the great hero's hand as a farewell, and he agreed to do so. The warrior asked if the four of them would remain, but the criminal pretended to the very end that he did not understand what the player was talking about. Shaking hands with his opponent, Junho said that he would not let him go after such a daring act, starting to act coldly on her. Suddenly discovering that his hand was slowly starting to become covered in ice, the robber was confused because he was not prepared for this. The guy said that he should have taken at least 40 people with him, and then he would have been able to have some normal fun. The newcomer to the second floor was jumped by one of the robber's accomplices, who ordered him to part with his life. However, Seo Junho, without even looking at the approaching criminal, was ready to block his attack. The robber with a scar on his nose was surprised when he found his opponent's palm in front of him, from which a bright light emanated. The next second, the criminal was thrown back by a strong wave, causing him to drop his weapon. His colleague from the gang ordered the leader to leave there immediately, trying to free the leader with a fire volley. Turning around, Seo Junho saw a fiery volley approaching his direction at high speed. But the guy didn't lose his head and used the half-frozen enemy as a shield, hiding behind him. Leaving the gang leader to deal with the consequences of his actions, the warrior rushed to another member of the gang. He grabbed the scoundrel by the face, who immediately began to apologize for what he had done, but no amount of pleading could help him. The next moment, the robber felt only a fraction of the power that Junho possessed. The other criminal tried to escape, claiming that he had not intended to do anything in the first place. The guy, like his comrades, asked to let him go, but the player decided to do otherwise, firing an ice beam at him. No matter how hard the robber moved his legs, he still couldn't hide from the sharp icicles. Thus, with the help of the freeze skill, Seo Junho defeated the group of robbers, which was much easier for him to deal with than the wolves. The assistant claimed that it would be difficult to clean up all the mess that the robbers left behind. The guy replied that they deserved it, and if they turned them over to the guards, his reputation would most likely increase. Without any enthusiasm, the girl confirmed that the contract soldier's status would indeed increase. The next place the heroes went to was the guild, where anyone could get a quest. The clerk behind the reception desk was bored until another adventurer came to him. Having met Junho, the guy asked again if it was he who came in for the quest that morning, which he immediately confirmed. Before the guild member could ask why the player had returned, Whipwolf's skins fell onto the counter in front of him. But what was surprising was that they were of excellent quality, which spoke of the player's ability to kill the beast with one blow. The guild worker did not detain the warrior any longer and also asked him to state his name. When the boy learned that it was Seo Junho in front of him, who in addition to the wolves caught the bandits, he was glad to meet the savior of Gilead. The player felt awkward at how quickly word spread that he was supposed to receive a quest appropriate to his level the next day. Having increased his reputation by 550 units, the guy was glad that now he wouldn't have to look for quests on the notice board. The queen asked Junho what it was like to fight on the frontier, which felt like he was in a game. Spirit believed that her partner liked the new monster, when suddenly she witnessed one scene. The guy also noticed how one of his acquaintances, while sorting things out, loudly argued with some man all the way to the whole street. The man asked the criminal to help him one more time, but the bandit did not agree and tried to convey the state of affairs to his acquaintances time and again. Suddenly, Fly received a blow to the back of the head, which, being irritated before, made him even more angry. Turning around, the man who had not yet seen the attacker asked if he really had any problems. And when the player asked if the criminal had started pestering people again, the menacing bandit's expression immediately changed. Fly began to justify himself, claiming that he was not bothering anyone, but on the contrary, that he was being pestered with a stupid request. Looking at the acquaintance with whom the bandit was talking, Junho noted that he had quite a lot of strength. However, when the player wanted to know what the matter was, the former criminal could not even string two words together. As an alternative, he suggested that they go to his office, since such things were not worth chatting about on the streets. Fly introduced his friend, whose name was Hakan, who was a retired mercenary, but he still had the strength to fight. But when the criminal began to introduce his new acquaintance, he hesitated after the name, choosing the right words. Hakan assumed that the boy was stronger than Fly, but the man embellished, claiming that the player was only 3 positions higher than him. Deciding not to dwell on the strange table the bandit had mentioned, the player said that he was there to fulfill Hakan's request. The mercenary insisted that despite his resignation, he needed to go to the dungeon, but he could not go alone. The reason the man needed to go down into the dungeon was because of the money that the bosses had, but Seo Jun-ho needed more information. Then the former mercenary revealed that he was heading to the tomb of Chaperon, once the great thief. 10 years ago, he and his wife descended into this dungeon and found ancient texts among many treasures. They spoke of a five-colored goddess who, according to legend, could heal her master, after which the couple began their search. At that point, the couple left their business and, in retirement, dove headfirst into this adventure. But last year, Kakan's wife suddenly fell ill, and because the tumor had been developing for a long time, it could not be removed or cured. Then for the former mercenary, the search for this statue became his goal, and the survival of his wife directly depended on their results. The man managed to find out that the five-colored goddess was in the tomb of Chaperon. Then he went there alone, but due to the influx of monsters, he could not pass. After listening to his friend's heart-rending story, Fly waited patiently to refuse him the favor. True, Kakan did not have to say anything, realizing that he could not force the warriors to go with him. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Seo Jun-ho announced that he would help the former mercenary in this matter, which greatly surprised everyone. Inspired by the new quest, the guy suggested going to the cave the next morning at dawn. The man thanked the player for agreeing to go with him, but he needed someone to look after his sick wife. Fly replied that he would sort it out completely, and his comrade could not worry about his wife and concentrate on the task. However, once Seo Jun-ho agreed to help, he began to think that his reputation was more important to him than the rewards in the dungeon, and it would be better to complete the quest first. Be that as it may, the next morning 2 warriors in full uniform were at the entrance to Chaperon's tomb. While getting inside the tomb, Hakan mentioned that last time he was expecting a lot of kobolds, and his partner was interested in their level. The monsters outside were level 60, and those inside were much higher level. Their skins were all red like blood. Seo Jun-ho replied that it was the blood kobold that didn't care about the wound he received, but then the former mercenary interrupted the guy. Leaving the lantern on the floor, the man grabbed the crossbow and with a sharp movement fired in front of himself. The 2 arrows he fired hit the body and head of the previously mentioned monster, preventing its attack. Watching Hakan's performance, the swordsman praised him for being good at what he did, figuring out his opponent before he revealed himself. The mercenary agreed that he still had some powder left in his flask, feeling that they were on the right track. Meanwhile, Jun-ho was thinking that he was not in a tomb, but in an ordinary cave, and everything was going much better than he expected. Suddenly, the cave began to shake, but according to the player, this rumble did not sound like an earthquake. Leaning their backs against each other, the warriors waited to meet the enemy, of which, judging by the roar, there were more than 10. Summoning his halberd, the boy claimed that the number of opponents was not so important to him as they were raining down on them from above. In a matter of seconds, the pair of fighters were surrounded by a flock of bloody kobolds that continued to crawl out of every crack. Hakan, to his regret, discovered that there were more than 50 monsters, fearing that the enemy was waiting for them to appear. Seo Jun-ho revealed that the kobolds had a good sense of smell, and most likely, they did not remember the scent of the former mercenary. At that moment, the man realized that if the enemy continued to arrive, he would not be able to stand against him. The warrior immediately remembered his sick wife, who would hardly be able to recover if he did not return with the statue. The man ordered his partner to run as fast as he could, and having gathered the people, he returned back to the tomb to finish what he had started. Hakan wanted the player to have a chance to bring his wife Sophia the statue, which he would not be able to do due to the number of enemies. The man insisted that this was his last request, but his partner unexpectedly rejected it. The player stated that the former mercenary should personally convey to her wife that she would be glad to be saved at the hands of her husband. And then, the newcomer, who came from the first floor, with one blow of his weapon, finished off the first bloody kobold. The creature's relatives only grinned fiercely when the man killed one of the monsters before their eyes. Without any sense of fear, Jun-ho rushed at the enemy, just as he had done just recently when he met the Whipwolves. By spinning his halberd, the warrior did not allow the enemy who was trying to attack him from one of the sides to get close to him. But the player's next blow froze several kobolds at once, turning them into ice statues. Hakan looked at the boy's work, speechless, shocked by his skill and mastery. Turning to his partner, Seo Jun-ho said that, as he said before, he didn't care about the number of monsters. Filling his weapon with mana, the boy looked out for the enemy rushing around the cave in order to hit as many as possible at once. Swinging his weapon, Jun-ho stated that his next targets would be the 2 kobolds in front and the one on the left. A second later, the warrior struck the monsters with his halberd, which in an instant turned into ice sculptures. The former mercenary, watching how skillfully the player dealt with the monsters, felt how useless he was at that moment. Having frozen the kobolds, Junho finished them off with quick movements, starting with decapitating the one closest to him. A few seconds later, the heads of the remaining frozen statues, who were the last opponents in this battle, flew off. The Ice Queen praised the contractor for his speed, which he would not have been able to develop without persistent training. Without taking his fascinated gaze off the boy, Hakan saw for the first time such a strong player whose skills were comparable to players whose level was several times higher. The man, feeling awkward, still said that if it weren't for Junho, he would have been in the grave long ago. The mercenary praised the boy's abilities, and he became curious as to whether his partner had spoken about the grave too early. With their combined efforts, the warriors finished off another flock of kobolds, getting ever closer to their intended target. The man insisted that as soon as everything was over, he would leave his job as a mercenary and live a happy life with Sophia. Junho asked to wait until they cleared the dungeon, as he had never seen anyone say something like that and then come out of the dungeon untouched. Hakan agreed with the player's words, but suddenly the guy stepped on a stone and the shooter asked him to stop. The former mercenary insisted that the guy watch his feet, as the ground suddenly almost fell away. The tiles in front of the warrior disappeared, and in their place appeared a pit with spikes, at the bottom of which lay two poor fellows who by this time had turned into skeletons. The man said that no matter how strong the player was, he could always fall into a trap, which, as practice showed, was quite easy. The shooter advised to keep an ear open in the dungeons, while he walked along the trap, pressing himself against the wall. The guy said that if it weren't for Kakan, he would have had problems, that he was still capable of surprising at his age. The player was also assisted by the Ice Queen, who informed him of another trap that awaited him ahead. Kakan stated that apparently the owner of the tomb had a bad character, but fortunately the mercenary's specialty was traps. Leaning over the taut rope, the man asked the player if he wanted to be taught how to disarm such things. Junho said that he wouldn't mind learning, to which the man replied that it was easy, you just had to remember the method. Pointing to the method of securing the trap, Hakan claimed that if the rope were to break, the pin that had been sticking out all this time would remain in place. Having cut the rope, the shooter explained that the trap was now deactivated, which again surprised the player from the first floor. The guy clarified that if he wanted to set a trap, then everything should be done in reverse order, to which his partner agreed. After wandering around the tomb for some time, the former mercenary opened one of the doors to the next room. His eyes widened in surprise, and all because he finally found what he had been looking for so long. Looking at the statue that glowed in the semi-darkness of the room, the warrior insisted that they had succeeded and found the five-colored goddess. The statue was found in a pile of gold coins, which represented an angel with his hands folded in prayer. Hakan insisted that they were able to do all this thanks to Seo Junho, having confirmed that the recordings they found were not lies. True, the player himself did not share his partner's mood, being sure that everything could not have been so simple and that there had to be some kind of catch. Standing in front of the statue, the man regretted that his wife was not next to him now, who would also be interested in looking at it. And while the warrior was dreaming that he would soon return to his wife, some creature was watching him closely from above. At this moment, the association player felt the presence of an opponent, which made him very scared. The boy shouted for Mr. Hakan to hide immediately, while he himself rushed to his aid. The man froze in place as he felt the bloody breath of Cobalt behind him, unable to move. In a matter of seconds, the player attacked the monster with his weapon, but the beast managed to avoid the man's attack. And when the enemy showed himself, it turned out that he was the Enchanted One, the leader of all kobolds who had reached the 83rd level. Without taking his eyes off the huge beast that was glowing with aura, Junho now understood who was creating such a rumble in the cave. Having prepared his halberd, the warrior was ready to fight the monster that was calling the monster to him. However, Cobalt did not make contact, and then Seo Junho took the initiative into his own hands, rushing towards the enemy himself. The boy pierced the pack leader with his weapon, causing him to scream at the top of his lungs, filling the room with a shrill scream. The Cobalt leader grabbed the weapons protruding from his body, trying to get rid of them. But at that moment, the effects of bleeding and vampirism were applied. Thanks to these skills, Junho managed to increase his strength and regeneration speed by 600%, which immediately changed his weapon. The player shot the enemy with a pistol, thereby driving him away and returning his halberd. Taking aim, Seo Junho looked at the monster with a grin, as the bullets in his weapon were also affected by the skill's effects. With lightning speed, the player began to shoot at the enchanted cobalt, making holes through his body. True, the monster had no intention of giving up, and continued to growl menacingly at the player as if he felt no pain. The opponent swung his paw to strike Junho, but he couldn't hit the moving target. The monster quickly gave up, and just as he began to regain his strength, it was the player's turn to show what he was capable of. With a sharp blow, the warrior hit the monster in the jaw with his fist, forcing it to calm down for a while, and then he knocked him off his feet with a quick kick, all thanks to the effects that the halberd from the Winter Fortress gave him. Having jumped on the beast, the guy said that he had finally come across a serious opponent with whom it would not be a sin to fight. And after he said this phrase, the warrior suddenly began to shower Cobalt with multiple blows to the face. The player's attack was so strong and powerful that it literally pinned the beast's head to the stone floor of the cave. Swinging his fist for another blow, Seo Junho challenged his enemy to see how long he could hold out. Following this, the player, with one attack, hit the opponent's head, making an even deeper hole in the floor with the back of his head. When the boy looked at the beast, which had lost a couple of its fangs, he discovered that it no longer reacted to anything. With a calm soul, Junho got off the bloody cobalt, to whom at that moment a worried Hakan ran up. The man asked how the player was feeling, and the warrior replied that it didn't matter how much magic the enemy had swallowed, because the monster was still a monster. The former mercenary was surprised that Junho's body was simply burning, but he asked not to worry, as he was being cooled by an elemental at that moment. The shooter gave the player some water to drink in order to restore his strength, which, having defeated the enemy, increased his level. Having increased all indicators by 3 units, the guy said that it would have been better to deal with one big monster instead of a bunch of small ones. The player stated that his partner could now take the statue, who, impressed by the battle, did not immediately believe it. As he approached the statue closer and closer, the former mercenary could not believe that he had finally reached it. The joyful man claimed that the boy could take the rest of the treasures for himself, which he honestly earned. The player didn't mind that he began to examine his loot, and his gaze caught something unusual from the pile of gold. Among the mountain of gold coins, there was a strangely shaped, unusual stone that glowed blue. Having picked up the item, the player immediately asked for information about it, which turned out to be a spirit stone, the property of which was to increase their strength. Seo Junho asked the Ice Queen to test him on how they would return, but the girl was not thrilled with the idea. The guy insisted that this stone made the spirit stronger, but the girl objected, wondering how it was possible to eat the stone. The assistant insisted that tea was enough to restore strength, as Kakan asked the player to go back. Soon the man returned to his sick wife, who finally brought her a cure for her illness. As soon as the shooter put the statue of the 5-color goddess into her hand, it began to glow in different colors. With her healthy complexion restored, Sophia felt much better, and Hakan was happy that they could now live their lives as before. Watching the couple's touching reunion, Seo Junho revealed that Fly spent his savings on Sophia. The former thug hired 2 nurses for the sick woman and bought expensive medicine, which surprised the player. The man was embarrassed to admit it, but the couple had taken care of him when he was younger, so he simply repaid them. The shooter reported that his wife was regaining her former strength, which confirmed the truth of the legends. The woman did not know how to thank the player for saving not only her by obtaining the healing statue, but also saving her husband from Cobalt. After bowing, Hakan expressed his deep gratitude to Seo Junho, stating that he was now their hero. The guy asked him not to praise him so much since they conquered the tomb of Chaperon together. The former mercenary promised to invite the player to dinner as soon as his wife recovered, because it was the least he could do for him. As he left the shooter's property, Junho noticed that the man didn't have much money. Fly confirmed that the couple used to earn good money during their time as mercenaries, but illness suddenly intervened. The man said that he had to spend most of the money on medicine for Sophia, hearing the clink of coins behind him. The criminal was glad that the bag of gold was for him, but it was intended for Kashin's family. Having promised to use the money for its intended purpose, Fly wondered why the player was so concerned. But he didn't have a particular reason. The couple seemed to him to be honest and kind people who deserved happiness, also mentioning that not a penny of this money could be stolen. The next morning, Seo Junho woke up in complete bewilderment as he was awakened by notifications coming in one after another, They reported that for various reasons, either from pride or from the addition of fans, the player received reputation points. Studying his characteristics, whose reputation had reached level 1000, the warrior realized that all this was because of yesterday's events. Since his reputation had now exceeded 1000, he could easily appeal to the aristocracy of Jillian. To celebrate the occasion, the player treated his assistant to a sweet dessert, who said that their life was starting to improve. The guy agreed, since now they needed to level up, and there was no longer such a need to increase their reputation. The girl thanked the contractor for the treat, claiming that they had worked hard over the past period. Finding the spirit frozen in indecision, the guy assumed that she didn't like the dessert. But everything worked out, as the Ice Queen was delighted with the sweetness, declaring that it was incredibly delicious. The elemental kept praising the dessert, talking about the freshness of the strawberries and the tenderness of the sponge cake, which made Jun-ho laugh. In reality, the dessert was simply an excuse for the spirit to finally eat some of the spirit stone that the player sprinkled on the treat. The queen claimed that her companion had found a way to her heart, watching as the spirit grew stronger. Having settled the matter with the elemental, the player wanted to find out information about the monsters that emitted magical energy. However, the information board and news bulletin were locked and required enough points to be collected to unlock them. Player points were the virtual currency used on the second floor and could be obtained by completing community tasks. Jun-ho caught himself thinking that he shouldn't have spent days and nights trying to get these glasses. The player had no choice but to turn to his friend from the Takebi Guild for help. He told Ju-ha that he wanted to save up player points and wanted to know the best and most efficient way to collect them. For the snakehead, the ideal option was videos that captured raids and monster hunts, which were very popular. The more views there were on such videos, the more points the player received, which in this way could also increase his level. In addition, the player was interested in whether his friend knew about monsters that use magic, which caught her off guard. The girl, completely perplexed, replied that it was the first time she had heard of such things. She became curious about why her friend suddenly started talking about this, but Jun-ho avoided answering, saying that he was simply curious. The Ice Queen began to scold her partner, calling him naive because he pretended that he didn't know anything, although he did the opposite all the time. The guy replied that he simply didn't want to rush to conclusions, but here too he had to explain himself to the spirit. While sipping his drink, the warrior insisted that if the Big Six had such information, they would hardly have disclosed it. True, it couldn't be ruled out that the Big Six, including the Takebi Guild, really didn't know anything about this. A quarter of a century had passed since the discovery of the frontier, but there was no record of any monsters wielding magic like the Cobalt in Chaperon's tomb. This could mean that such creatures appeared relatively recently, so not everyone knew about them. Seo Jun-ho stated that there was no point in wasting time and that he was going to go on another hunt. He explained his decision to his assistant by saying that he didn't need to relax and needed to become stronger. As the player made his way through the swampy terrain, he reminded the spirit of their agreement that he would even their score on the next hunt. Jun-ho was curious if the Ice Queen could handle the swamp slimes on her own. The girl immediately asked again whether she had misheard that she was supposed to defeat the enemy without the warrior's help. The player suggested testing how much power the elemental had hidden within itself, which she thought was a good idea. While the girl was thinking about what she needed for the fight, large bubbles began to grow from the swamps. The queen claimed that her power was directly dependent on the player's train of thought, asking him not to think about anything extra. She suddenly stated that it was not the first time the contractor had watched the Ice Queen hunt. The girl was convinced that Jun-ho would like it, because watching her hunt was pure pleasure. And while the couple were chatting pleasantly, they were surrounded by swamp monsters that looked like dirty soap bubbles. The guy said that it was the first time he had encountered such slimes, asking his partner if she was normal. Saying that the player had underestimated her, the elemental snapped her fingers, showing what she was capable of. All the slugs that were in the area instantly froze in place, covered in ice, and the swamp became covered with a crust of frost. Looking around, Seo Jun-ho was pleasantly surprised to find all of his opponents neutralized. Rubbing her palms, the Ice Queen informed her partner that this was not the end of her performance. The next moment, the spirit attacked the abandoned enemy with sharp ice chips, turning the slugs into small crumbs. The elemental asked how the player judged her strength, and although he was impressed, he felt uneasy about the chaos that had been caused. Jun-ho reminded that the quest required 100 slime cores, so there was no point in killing them by exploding the cores. Then the queen suggested going to another place, where she would show her powers, promising this time not to blow anyone up. As the couple walked through the swamp, a whole brood of swamp monsters followed them, as if under a spell. Having collected a sufficient number of creatures, the player's partner snapped her fingers again, using the freezing skill. In a second, all the slimes chasing them turned into ice statues, no longer capable of anything. The Ice Queen once again conjured up sharp spikes, which this time were several times smaller than the previous ones. With a snap of a finger, the ice flows headed towards the frozen slugs, but now they worked more cleanly. The elemental's weapons only pierced the core of the frozen monsters, leaving the rest untouched. The ice flows pierced the cores and fell straight into Seo Junho's palm, who was surprised that the cores had separated so easily. The warrior began to praise his partner for her excellent speed and high percentage of hits. But there was one but. This method of attack was not suitable for the slime's bodies themselves, but here the Ice Queen was already powerless. The player began to calm the offended girl, insisting that her help was invaluable, offering her to create an ice golem. Seo Junho insisted that last time, due to the intense battle, he was unable to watch the monster in action. In a matter of seconds, an ice giant appeared in front of the warrior, twice his height and several times larger. Remembering that the golems were quite agile, the guy was interested in whether they were able to think, which, according to the spirit, they were a bit stupid. The girl insisted that she would act in battle on her own, thereby causing the warrior to worry about whether she would be able to occupy two positions. In her defense, she said that she was the Ice Queen of Niflheim, who was able to freeze the entire world despite her less-than-perfect form. The association player asked the spirit to prove this by offering to find a few more slimes in the swamps. By the evening of that day, the entire swamp was strewn with stakes left in the mud by the Ice Queen. Thanks to the efforts of the elemental, the required number of cores was collected to complete the quest. Enjoying the evening sunset, the player praised his assistant for trying her best, completing the quest almost single-handedly. As the queen had warned, the golem had little intelligence, barely reaching the level of a child in terms of intellect. The guy said that they had excellent results because his assistant killed 4 golems while she was helping him with the collection. The player thoughtfully said that upon returning to the city, they would have something else to work on. This statement surprised the girl, who thought that the warrior was going to level up in these conditions. Junho confirmed that he initially had such a plan, but after assessing the spirit's abilities, he decided to act differently. Its main purpose was the cobalt hunting competition, and a flawless performance in it would attract due attention. The Ice Queen was delighted to find donuts on her plate again, which she had to work hard to get. And while the girl was busy eating sweets, the contractor needed to leave for a while to meet with someone. As the elemental devoured the donuts with gusto, she had no idea that it was the double portion of spirit stone that made them so delicious. Studying the list, the guy found Sasha Alkeni, who at one time owed Fly a considerable amount of money. She was an alchemist, and the medicines here were in high demand due to their effectiveness. They were known to everyone as elixirs, one of which Junho tried on himself when he met Kim Woo-jun. The girl belonged to a famous family of aristocrats who came from the Chongmyung Guild, which Fly told the player about. A fallen aristocrat, alchemist Charlotte was so powerful that she attracted the attention of the Big Six. It was not clear to the warrior why she hid her identity behind a pseudonym, but there was a chance to find out. When the guy arrived at the place, he found himself near a large, dilapidated dwelling, on the walls of which vines began to curl. The residents of Gillian likely assumed that the house was abandoned based on its appearance, making it an ideal place to hide. Pulling the bell at the gate, Seo Junho felt how rusty it was and needed to find another way to call the mistress of the house. Banging his fists on the bars, the player asked if Ms. Sasha Alkeni was inside the building. The guy screamed for quite a long time and stopped only when he managed to achieve the desired result. When the woman pulled back the curtain, the player's assumption was confirmed that he expected to meet the alchemist at his home. Meeting the lady's gaze, the guy smiled sweetly at her, after which the click of the gate opening was heard. Meeting a stranger with a nearly finished bottle, Akeni asked him who he was and what he was doing there. When Junho said that he learned about the woman from Fly, she immediately decided that the guy had come to collect a debt. Having called the man persistent, the alchemist, who was under the influence of the drink, continued to choose not the most cultured epithets for him. But the player immediately reassured the woman, who had no way to pay off the debt, that he had not come to her for money. Seo Junho revealed that Fly could forgive Charlotte all her debts, which is why she let the stranger into her house. The boy came to ask the alchemist for a favor, as he heard that she was quite good at her job. Sitting down in the chair opposite the guest, the woman flatly refused to help, citing her fatigue. Junho asked if Charlotte really wanted to refuse so easily without even hearing the request. The woman stated that the request was obvious since everyone wanted her to make the medicine, but the alchemist was not a potion maker. As soon as she said that the alchemists were creating a new medicine, she saw a fireball in the player's palm. Charlotte immediately recognized that before her was the heart of the fire spirit Hori, but few could handle such material. And when Seo Junho had completely captured the woman's attention, he announced that he wanted to make an elixir from the fiery heart. But he immediately added that if the alchemist couldn't do it, then he was without strength, which only provoked her, making her doubt. Charlotte insisted that such tricks would only work on children, but she did not want to miss this chance. Assuming that she would still take on the job, the woman clarified what she needed to do with the heart. Pointing to his head, the boy said that he needed an elixir that would strengthen his mind. The player asked if the alchemist could do something similar, to which she replied that she had not stated otherwise. Charlotte demanded that she prepare a lot of money, and Junho, in turn, was ready to pay off her debt to fly and add 50 gold on top, to which she agreed. Going down to her laboratory, the woman asked to come back in 5 days with the money, but not earlier. Watching as the hatch lid slammed shut in front of him, the warrior noted that this time would be enough to reach level 50. The Ice Queen slept carefree, covered only by a napkin, which she used as a blanket. Returning home, Junho wanted to wake up his assistant, who did not wake up even after slamming the door. The guy abruptly pulled the elemental's blanket off her, causing her to flip over, hitting her head on the table. The spirit stated that she wanted to sleep, to which the player responded that if she slept after every snack, the girl could get very fat. The warrior said that it was time for them to go on a hunt, which the Ice Queen had completely forgotten about. When asked who they would go hunting, Seo Junho said with a mysterious smile that the girl would see everything herself. It turned out that the target was a thunder bear who loved night walks in the clearing under the moonlight. While relacing his shoes, the player reminded his assistant that from this day on, they had 3 main tasks. The first task was to level up Junho to 50, which was desirable to do as soon as possible because of the elixir. The second task was to establish a connection between the hero and the elemental in order to improve their tandem during battles. The last thing was collecting player points by filming a video for the player community, which was the first time the spirit had heard of it. She immediately asked if it was possible to take a photo using the frost ability, but the warrior forbade this method. Having fallen into the animal's line of sight, Junho entrusted the elemental with filming the video, as he himself would be busy during the battle. Thunderbear struck the warrior with his powerful paw, but at that very moment he opened himself up for a counterattack. With just one blow, the player managed to defeat the beast, wondering at the same time whether the queen managed to film their fight. Watching the resulting video, Junho was pleased with the result, while the assistant decided that there would be no more fun and excitement. The girl wondered who would watch such a video, but her partner had it all figured out. She asked if killing an enemy with one blow was the player's plan, but the swordsman objected since he didn't know how to do anything else. Given these circumstances, the elemental wanted to know how the boy would collect the player's points. Agreeing that the remark was sound, Junho decided to put the video shooting aside for now and deal with the next monster. The Thunder Bear growled loudly, showing his enemies that he was serious enough. The player spoke with the Ice Queen, finding out if she was ready for another battle. And while the swordsman stood in a stance, waiting for the bear to run up close to him, the spirit prepared her magic. The animal, standing on its hind legs in front of its opponent, swung its front paw, releasing an electric discharge from it. The partner repeated that the most important thing in battle was to come to one thought during the attack. With a deft move, Seo Junho dodged the electric discharge and was now ready to attack his opponent. In a split second, the player dashed past the beast, leaving a cut on his furry chest from the black dragon's tooth. But as it turned out, this attack did not stop the bear, but on the contrary made him even more angry. Turning to face the enemy, Seo Junho relaxed prematurely, because for the previous bear, one blow was enough. However, the electric discharge never reached its target, colliding with the ice shield that appeared in front of the swordsman. The elemental did not limit itself to just one defense, and the next moment it attacked the Thunder Bear. A dozen sharp ice flows flew at once at the enemy, who let out a piercing roar as soon as one of them pierced his flesh. But after the small shards of ice, giant spikes followed, piercing the predatory beast through and through. The bear screamed again, bathing in a fountain of his own blood, which ended the duel, which lasted 4 seconds. Seo Jun-ho thought that it would be a great video if the enemy was a strong boss, but he didn't know where to find one. The Ice Queen advised the contractor to learn from other players who posted their videos to the community. Sitting on the body of a dead bear, the boy discovered that most of the video footage was blocked from him. The warrior could join a local network while he was in one area, which he decided to watch a video in an accessible folder. From the video shown, the couple saw that a pack of thunder bears were chasing the players, begging for rescue. Suddenly, the night sky was illuminated by the sound of a flare, calling for help from everyone nearby. Observing the bright distress signal, Junho guessed that the sign could easily be a trap. And at that very moment, the Ice Queen realized that they could use it as material for an excellent video. The warriors who sent out the signal flare were indeed racing through the forest, pursued by predatory animals. Just as they described in their video, they were being chased by an angry pack of thunder bears. But no matter how fast the players ran, the beast did not just lag behind, but rather caught up with them, fueled by a thirst for blood. The team captain ordered flares to be launched, but his colleague was unsure if anyone would respond to their signal. Since the players' acquaintances were hunting nearby, there was a chance that someone would come, given the message sent to the local channels. The couple, watching the bright light of the signal fire, wondered whether they should join this adventure. By some miracle, the squad of warriors managed to temporarily break away from the animals, gaining a few seconds of advantage. To the commander's surprise, his friends contacted him and said that as soon as they saw the missiles, they immediately ran to listen to the messages. There was one problem, though, which was the distance the friendly team was at. They could arrive in 15 minutes, but not earlier. But the pursued detachment did not have even 5 minutes. After some brief discussions, it was decided that the friendly squads would meet halfway at their original location. The acquaintance was supposed to arrive at the specified point in 7 minutes, but the chance of meeting was too small due to persistent pursuers. Having come as close as possible, the bear was ready to strike, charging its paw with electricity. The beast swung its heavy paw and would have finished off the commander if not for the shield placed in front of it in time. But having avoided a direct blow from the monster, the warrior was struck by an electric discharge, which fortunately was not fatal. The team leader ordered to break through the thunder bear, not noticing how it was already preparing for its next attack. One of the commander's men ordered him not to move until he tried to deal with the enemy himself. True, the warrior, as if he had not listened to his friend's advice, had already prepared for a counterattack, armed with his spear. Before the beast struck, the commander attempted to pierce its furry carcass with the tip of his spear. But all the man could achieve was a small scratch on the monster's body, which was a bad result. The beast, continuing to emit lightning from its paws, dealt the warrior another blow with the same wild force. The elder, covering himself with a shield, flew several meters away from the beast, after which he fell heavily to the ground. At the moment of impact, the man felt an electric discharge pass through his entire body again. Surrounded by the enemy, the team was completely confused, having temporarily lost its commander. The bear kept attacking the leader of the players with massive blows, not giving him the opportunity to get to his feet. Holding back with all his might, the warrior insisted that they had to flee immediately. Looking at his people, the man wondered why they did not run away, putting themselves in mortal danger. Growling menacingly, the bear swung his electrified paw in order to finish off the squad leader. However, he was unable to accomplish his plan because at that very moment the beast itself was suddenly attacked by Seo Jun-ho. The captain couldn't believe his luck, and thanks to his signal lights, Jun-ho was able to find the players nearby. Only the team members were not doing so well, and were still unable to fight off the animals. The guy thought that other players in trouble could also use some help. The entire rescue operation was filmed on camera by the Ice Queen, praising the contractor, who looked great on camera. Not long before, the spirit claimed that if they hurried and were in the right place at the right time, their video views would skyrocket. The warrior claimed that it was reckless to go hunting in the middle of the night, insisting on his version of the trap. But as the elemental said, if they were to fall into a trap, they should definitely head towards the signal. Whether they saved the players from the animals or from the people who were hunting these very players, in both cases the couple will remain the winner. But when the warrior found himself at the very epicenter of events, he noticed that it was not worth filming everything on video. In order not to reveal one's identity, skills had to be used in moderation, also trying not to make oneself look weak. Watching her companion rush at the enemy with a dagger, the spirit approved of such an approach, which would only increase the interest of the viewer. Junho agreed with the assistant, since most players did not go hunting with just a dagger, since the chance of winning was greatly reduced. If a team that got into trouble went after the bears with such an arsenal, they would have died long ago. However, these rules did not apply to Seo Junho, who could have defeated the Thunder Bear in any situation. The player instantly dodged the beast's attack, whose electricity remained with him. And as soon as the furry enemy opened up, the warrior did not miss the opportunity to inflict several knife wounds on him. He moved so quickly that the animal had no choice but to growl in displeasure, bleeding. It took only a few seconds to deal with the predatory beast, whose fur was now covered in its own blood. The guy heard from his assistant that other bears had noticed him and that he was ready to start filming the next video. The animal, grinning viciously, transferred electrical charges into its clawed paws for a future attack. The team captain was shocked by the skills of their savior, wondering who this stranger was. While one bear left the battlefield in disgrace, the player wanted to show his true strength to his remaining kin. Junho, with a stony face, rushed straight towards the monster at breakneck speed, using the same dagger. The beast looked extremely dangerous, its paws, not counting its eyes, already sparkling with electric discharges. Watching the predator's paw fly towards him, the association player was already ready to block the blow. But at the moment of impact, the warrior's blade came into contact with the beast's claws, which sent a discharge through the man. Just like the team captain before him, Junho passed the electricity generated by the bear through himself. But the attack, which was capable of knocking down an ordinary person, did not cause any serious damage to the player. Counterattacking, the guy said that he had a friend, a real mountain of muscle on whom such tricks did not work. Looking at his paw, the Thunder Bear suddenly discovered that he had lost several toes. And while the beast was distracted by its wounded limb, the player took advantage of this moment to deliver the decisive blow. A group of players in distress witnessed Seo Junho single-handedly manage to decapitate the animal. The squad was so shocked by what they saw that they could not utter a word to describe their emotions. Meanwhile, the warrior calmly wiped the blood from his dagger, contentedly admiring the work he had done. The Ice Queen pointed out to the contractor that 2 bears were leaving the battlefield, but the guy decided that there had been enough deaths for today. Suddenly, a girl from the squad approached Junho and thanked the warrior for the help he had provided. The commander said that when he sent the signal for help, he didn't even think that anyone would actually respond to it. But when the man got closer to his savior, he discovered that it was the player Seo Junho. The captain, who was a fan of Seo, stated that it was an honor for them, as he also saw articles written about the hero. Since the girl owed her life to the famous player, she could not help but thank him by going into her inventory. The girl, along with her comrades, thanked the guy by sending him some player points, which Junho clearly did not expect. The captain said that these glasses were the hardest to collect on the second floor and would have given much more, but he could not. The player replied that he didn't do it for the reward, but he wouldn't mind if he was recommended to the community. The warrior and his assistant were pleased that they had finally agreed to help those in need, which resulted in a good reward for them. After which, the couple decided to watch the footage, because they were both curious about the final result. While watching the video, the user had access to the editing function, which allowed them to add additional effects to the video. And then Junho started editing, cutting out the part where he was given glasses and slowing down some moments for epicness. It was also necessary to come up with a title for the video, with which the Ice Queen immediately volunteered to help. The girl, taking into account the symbolism of her partner, suggested calling the video The Return of the Black Knight. Junho replied that he would never call the video that, but his assistant already had new options in mind. However, the warrior ultimately decided to call the video a test, which caused a storm of indignation among the Ice Queen. The guy spoke as if it was not the Queen of the Ice Kingdom next to him, but a small child, considering the options she proposed. After a while, the head of another Thunder Bear was flying downwards at breakneck speed, preparing to collide with the ground. This was caused by the melee player throwing the beast to the ground, causing a crack in the solid rock with his head. Suddenly, an ice spike, the end of which was painted blood red, jumped out of the furry beast. Admiring the work done, Seo Junho praised his assistant for their well-coordinated tandem during battles. The guy said that they had done an excellent job with 2 of the 3 tasks that he had planned, established communication, and reached the required level. Sitting down to take a break, The queen was curious to see how people would react to their video, where the player was already ready to enter. Checking the stats, Junho was surprised, despite the fact that the rankings were not displayed live. The warrior asked the spirit what she could say about the views, but the girl was not impressed because the competitors' videos had many more. However, the player points that the guy received thanks to the uploaded video amounted to almost 3,000. The elemental was pleased that the total numbers were quite large, and besides, plenty of comments were left. The network discussed what level the player had, which ranged from 50 to 80, causing heated debates between users. Reading the comments where other players made their guesses was as entertaining for the queen as watching TV series. And among the many comments, Junho found one in which one of the users stated that the warrior wore armor from Quan Noi's workshop. During the debate, commentators came to the conclusion that in such armor, anyone could defeat any opponent. The spirit was of the opinion that Earthlings remained just as pathetic, capable of starting a quarrel over some nonsense. With a frightening expression on his face, the swordsman declared that in the massacre with the kobolds, he would have to show all his capabilities so that no one would doubt him in the future. Among the viewers of Seo Junho's video were representatives of the Takebi Guild, and Ha In-ho now understood why the princess recruited the player. Commander Khan herself was shocked by the player's skills, deciding that she would no longer call him Snakehead. The girl asked the guard where Seo Junho learned such a move, but In-ho did not understand what exactly the lady was talking about. Juha read all the articles about the newcomer, but his technique with daggers reminded her of something. The guild guard wondered why it was necessary to master the use of daggers if one could master the use of a sword, and his mistress agreed with this. The girl said that just recently a guy asked her how he could earn player points. Commander Khan decided that the player had figured it out since his video was ranked 4th overall. At the same time, while in his possessions, Najat Halo was waiting for news regarding Signer's killer. The demon's subordinate reported that they had found out where Seo Junho was staying and that they had also found out his room number. The servant asked the master if they should bring the player here, but Halo said it wasn't the best idea. Because there were many prying eyes in the city, the demon ordered to continue surveillance, but to be on the alert at all times. The guy serving Najat saw the video of the warrior and assumed that monsters of level 90 would be enough. The demon also decided to go just in case, but the Lord ordered to take 2 more with him, so that there would be 4 in total. The gentleman claimed that the boy had managed to escape his traps 3 times already, and that among the 3, Kal was the strongest. Such a large number of warriors was due to past failures, so the demon hoped that this time it would be possible to avenge the fallen servants. Having let his subject go, Najat Halo thought about the fact that this time the boy could have escaped punishment. However, if this did happen, the old man intended to personally deal with the annoying player. The Ice Queen slept peacefully, this time using toilet paper as a blanket. Looking at his assistant, Junho promised himself that he would definitely buy her a normal bed. After leaving his room, the player went alone on a long-awaited mission, namely hunting for kobolds. But there were so many people who wanted to try their luck in the fight against these monsters that the line did not move at all. The players who were also waiting for their turn, discussing the possibility of meeting the nobles, to their surprise met the guy from the video. And soon all the other participants of the hunt turned their attention to the Black Knight Seo Junho, who took 3rd place in the overall ranking of videos. The players, with their mouths open, saw off the most sought-after newcomer, who was known to the entire 2nd floor. As Junho surveyed the area, he noted to himself that in such a crowd of people, there could be not just players, but also adventurers hiding. There were many details about the upcoming hunt, but the player needed to get more information through individual transactions. A strange man stood in Seo Junho's way and stopped him, but when he looked at him, he recognized him as a famous player. The man introduced himself as Max, who was the captain of the guard and was pleased to meet such an experienced fighter. He had heard about the swordsman's exploits from his men, which immediately attracted the attention of more experienced knights. The captain of the guard was confident that with his skills, Junho would be of great help in the hunt. Max asked the player not to waste time here and to follow him, as he personally wanted to recommend the guy to the captain. The man led the player through an arch into a small square, where 2 warriors were fighting in an arena in front of the public. The captain of the guard explained that this was the place where entrance tests were held for those wishing to go hunting. The knight introduced Commander Fiver to an experienced player, Seo Junho, whom he had only recently learned about. The older man looked at the boy and said that he looked quite strong despite being so young. The commander asked what level the player was, and when he found out that he was level 50, he said that it was not such a high figure. Favre related that his master wished to reduce unnecessary losses on this hunt, and therefore testing the candidate's skills was necessary. The knight suggested waiting for the newly arrived player next to the other candidates waiting for their turn. Junho was told to come to the training ground when it was his turn, and he obediently took his place among the players. The candidates' opponents were the Knights of Gillian, who outwardly looked quite strong. But the association player was eager to see if the Knights were really as strong as they looked. Fix from Melbourne, who was an adventurer, entered the training arena against Knight Weaver, who had fought with another candidate before. The man mockingly asked the knight if he was sure that a wooden sword would be enough for him. Having described a circle with a wooden weapon, Weaver invited the fighter who entered the arena to see for himself. Then without further ado, the adventurer from Melbourne rushed at his opponent, thrusting forward the sharp tip of his spear. However, the knight somehow managed to block Fix's attack, despite the difference between the weapons. The man, when he blocked the blow, turned to the candidate and noted his incredible strength of spirit. But this was not enough, because the next second Weaver easily knocked the spear out of Fix's hands. And then he put the end of the wooden sword to the adventurer's throat, voicing his defeat in this duel. All the other candidates, including Jun Ho, were surprised at how high the selection standards were. Looking at the level of the Frontier Knights, players assumed that only 1 in 30 would be able to win in the arena. When the next challenger entered the training arena, Seo Junho began to watch him closely. The player who replaced the adventurer introduced himself as Baek Jung-woo, who looked like a street fighter. When the Knights heard Weaver's introduction, they were surprised that the old man was still participating in the qualifying competitions. The knight in the arena asked Peck if the boy was sure he would be happy with a bare-handed duel. The player was serious and replied that everything was fine and that the knight should not worry about it. As soon as the start of the battle was announced, the fighter immediately pounced on Weaver, rushing towards him like a bullet. The player attacked the man with a punch, but the knight managed to block the attack with his blade. A second later, both fighters went their separate ways, and neither of them managed to move the fight from its dead point. Seo Junho listened as the players nearby discussed how Beck was famous for being a talentless player, who debuted at 16 and hadn't grown at all since then. And on top of everything else, he even went somewhere to train, but his skills remained the same. The Warriors believed that natural talent played a big role, comparing the boy to Junho, who had a crazy rise since his debut. One of the candidates wondered why Youngwoo trained so hard, which turned out to be out of revenge. The players said that according to rumors, the guy's family was killed by demons, who at that moment missed another blow from the knight. Looking at the players, Seo Junho tried to put together all the pieces of the puzzle: demons, revenge, and lack of talent. With a war cry and fury in his eyes, Baek Jungwoo attempted to attack Weaver again. But the knight counterattacked deftly, striking the persistent player in the face with the hilt of his wooden sword. With a broken nose, the guy continued to stand on his feet, anger and rage still boiling inside him. However, his opponent decided to end the fight quickly, kicking the player in the face, this time knocking him to the floor. Meanwhile, the rising star watched the two warriors fight closely, mainly studying Jongwoo. But the guy in the arena still wouldn't give up, and leaning his hand on the ground, tried to strike the knight back with his foot. The player's foot flew so close to the knight's face that the warrior tensed for a moment. Without rest or fatigue, Baek Jungwoo began screaming again, rushing at the enemy with his bare hands. True, Weaver had already prepared for the guy's attack, and now he wouldn't underestimate him after the previous blow. However, at this point, the duel suddenly ended, interrupted by the commander, Fivir himself. After asking the candidate's name again, Hunters 4, during the hike, the man said the boy didn't need to go that far. The knight claimed that it was nothing more than a simple test of skill, so it was not worth putting his life on the line. Although this did not change the fact that the hunt would not be easy, and during it the player could die, who did not care about it. And then Seo Junho realized why he was so worried about this fighter, who reminded him of Gilbert with his behavior. After losing his wife, he became a hunter to protect his son, and although everyone looked down on him, the shooter eventually became one of the 5 strongest players. It was obvious that Comrade So was much more talented than Baek Jungwoo, but if you were to compare the two warriors, Gilbert would be ahead of the player by 2 points. When the next player was called to the training arena, the battered Jongwoo was replaced by Seo Junho. And when he passed by the warrior, he asked himself if it was really the same guy from the video about Thunderous Bear. The knight who had tested the abilities of all the candidates for the hunt once again introduced himself to his opponent. Junho, who entered the battlefield, gave his name, confirming by X-guess, who was sure that the player would also participate. While rehydrating, Youngwoo, along with the other players, carefully watched the arena. The warrior, who became famous thanks to the video with Thunder Bears, also went to the knight with bare hands. Seo Junho's expression was unperturbed, which spoke volumes about his attitude towards this battle. However, when the boy got too close, Weaver swung his wooden sword with all his might, aiming for the player's head. True, the next moment the knight was suddenly grabbed by the throat, which neither he nor anyone present expected. Next, Junho lifted the man off the ground in one motion, intending to knock him to the floor, and when the guy threw the knight to the ground, his blow was so strong that it made a dent in the surface of the arena. The commander immediately announced the end of the duel, claiming that the player had won, giving the guy the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. Knight Fever told the player to come to the square in 3 days, where they will meet before the hunt. Covered in bruises, Baek Jungwoo only grinned contentedly, as he didn't expect anything else from the player who was famous throughout the entire second floor. Meanwhile, the rising daytime sun bestowed its rays upon the sweetly sleeping Ice Queen. Returning to the room, the contractor greeted the elemental and told her to finally wake up so as not to sleep through the whole day. Looking into the new home of the awakened spirit, the guy asked what she thought about her new home. Stretching, the girl could not answer this question exactly, but she felt a little sorry that the only furniture she had was a bed. Sitting down to read the news, the player asked whether this house, including the bed, was much better than it had been before. Baek Jungwoo was the only survivor of the tragedy in which a monster killed an entire family, who once debuted as a player. However, for some unknown reason, because he put in a lot of effort, the guy was still the same fighter as 16 years ago. Although the assistant did not know who the player was, she noted that the path he had chosen for himself was painfully difficult. But then the girl added that Baek Jungwoo had quite a reputation, and it was impolite to laugh at people who challenged themselves. Checking his stats, Junho found that they had improved significantly thanks to the Mad Hunt. The warrior hoped that when the magic value reached 200 units, then perhaps he would be able to melt his friends. When Sasha Alkeni opened the gates, she was surprised that the guy finally appeared to her. Noticing the woman's condition, Seo Junho asked how she was feeling, to which the alchemist replied that it was quite difficult. Looking into the room, the player asked if the potion had been completed, and Charlotte only replied that she was a brilliant alchemist. She insisted that the warrior could count on a potion of a unique rank, which should strengthen his mind. Everything would be fine, but the ingredients that Junho gave the alchemist were so powerful that it would be extremely difficult to digest everything. The woman warned that if it turned out that the guy had taken too much, she asked him to simply spit out the excess. And when Sasha mentioned that an overdose could fry the brain, Junho felt it himself. But despite the threat to his health, the guy drank the entire potion to the last drop, trying to cope with its side effects. The alchemist was concerned about the player's well-being, asking him why he tried to drink it all in one go. The woman was outraged that the guy did not listen to her at all, wanting to check if he had a fever. But as soon as Charlotte touched the warrior, she discovered that he was literally burning from the inside. The Ice Queen advised the contractor to wait a little longer, while at the same time she was trying to cool down her partner's body. The elemental insisted that Junho had already absorbed almost everything and needed to use magic to help himself. Following the advice of his assistant, Seo Junho's eyes suddenly lit up with a bright light, which also framed his body. The alchemist was impressed, as she did not expect the guy to be able to absorb such a powerful potion in one go. Exhausted by curiosity, the woman asked him how he felt after taking the elixir. Covering his face in sweat, the guy began to look at his hands, replying that he began to see everything much more clearly, after which the player placed a small bag on the table, which contained the promised 50 gold for the work. Finally, Junho declared that he would repay the alchemist's debt himself, so that she would no longer worry about being persecuted. He also promised to come by if he had any other request, which Charlotte did not object to. As she watched the warrior go, she noticed that his eyes looked completely different than when she first saw them. 3 days later, 671 members of the subjugation forces that came for the future of Gilead were in the square, greeted by Commander Favir. The man stated that the eastern gates had been closed in recent months due to the aggression of the kobolds who had settled in the Heinel Mountains. Therefore, they had only one goal: to subjugate the monsters and destroy their leader. Players immediately began to wonder who the leader of the monsters could be. the Cobalt Lord or the champion of the Cobalts. Seo Junho, who was at the front of the hunt, kept telling himself that he would try his best to meet the leader of the Cobalts. And Commander Fevir announced the departure of a campaign to the eastern gates of Gileon, thereby beginning the quest of events in the castle. The line of players walked across the deserted plains, which were completely covered in sandy dust. The knight announced that this valley led to Mount Hanel, having heard from the other participants in the expedition how much they did not like to climb high places. One of the guys in the squad assured that not everything was so bad, and in case of victory they would be able to supply the city with a mountain drink with the same name. And while the fighters were having simple conversations, Seo Junho, walking among them, remained completely serious. The players claiming that they were too relaxed, that even after passing the selection, they were not at all focused on the hunt. As he stood among the warriors at the front, Junho thought about how he could increase his contribution and create a gap between himself and the other participants. The guy could also start slowly to avoid becoming someone else's target, since high-ranking monsters appear later than usual. The player wanted to observe the situation, and Weaver gave him the opportunity to do so, stopping the party due to the distinct smell of kobolds. Armed with protection, Junho was glad to meet the enemy, because this way he would be able to test the skills of the others. And the enemy didn't keep them waiting, as the players discovered that they had been ambushed by kobolds. Despite the crowd of monsters running down from the mountains, the knight demanded that all players maintain formation. As the enemy continued to advance, Weaver wondered how many monsters they had to defeat. However, there was no response, as the enemy, armed with sharpened stones, rushed to attack. However, animal rage alone was not enough, and the first of the attacking kobolds met the knight's blade. Players who had weapons with a long-range attack got rid of the monsters, not letting them get close to the squad. And when Seo Junho assessed the approximate level of skills of his colleagues, he himself could join the battle. Armed with only a single dagger, the player rushed into battle, while simultaneously fighting off attacks from the kobolds. One sharp movement was enough for the blade of Seo's dagger to penetrate the monster's body. Having dealt with one beast, the guy immediately rushed on so as not to waste precious time, breaking through the horde of creatures, and fate thought that at this rate the knights would take all the deposit points for themselves. So Junho decided to speed up and rode along the ground, waving his dagger while simultaneously getting rid of the wolves. And getting closer to the enemy, the warrior would take him out of the game with one blow, continuing to show the level from the videos he had filmed. Having finished off a dozen enemies in a few seconds, Seo Junho could afford to catch his breath. At that moment, he happened to see Baek Jung-woo, who could show himself in a real fight without holding back his strength. The guy who still managed without weapons, using only his fists, gained the upper hand over the enemy creature with one blow. Junho was pleasantly surprised by the skill of the fighter, whose fists showed years of experience. But if you got hit by Peck, you could easily damage even the bones, which the contractor noticed during the guy's previous battle with Weaver. Having neutralized the enemy without looking, Junho also wanted to learn to always give his all in battle. Covered in enemy blood, the knight declared that the battle was won and the enemy was retreating in disgrace. The players immediately began discussing who had killed how many monsters, believing that only those who were ahead were left in the black. Looking up, Seo Junho found two silhouettes of large monsters, presumably blood kobolds. This statement puzzled the warriors, who began to ask one after another if someone had actually seen these creatures. In the end, everyone came to the conclusion that someone had simply imagined it, since the others had not heard them appear here. The warrior who discovered the strong opponents believed that it was not a good sign, who could use the ambush to test the strength of the players. Whether this was true or not, the hunting party had to find out later, when they set up camp at the foot of the cliffs. Baek Jung-woo leaned against the mountain, away from the other players, eating his dinner alone. Suddenly, the fighter found that his colleague had approached him and asked if the seat next to him was free. After introducing himself, Seo Junho immediately got down to business, saying that he wanted to ask the player something. He was curious why the warrior never used a weapon under any circumstances, relying only on brute force. The guy immediately explained that he didn't ask to laugh, but was genuinely interested. The warrior replied that it was related to his abilities, so he would not tell. Showing that he was uncomfortable with the topic, the warrior went to patrol the area, which made So feel sorry that he had never been able to get closer to him. The assistant insisted that it was unlikely that the contractor would gain anything from friendship with this guy, But Junho had a different opinion, believing that the warrior would become strong in the future. He couldn't say exactly when or how much, but even if he couldn't, the player wanted to help since Baek Jungwoo had suffered the same pain as him. The next morning, the detachment of hunters set out on a journey that went along a winding road under huge cliffs. Meanwhile, the elemental was dying of boredom, claiming that being away from home was excruciatingly difficult for her. Junho said that they needed to be patient a little, because soon they would reach the cave, and then it would become much more interesting. With such a huge number of people, it will be dangerous for me too, even if they are attacked by bloody kobolds. However, among the recorded videos, there was not a single one that Seo Junho was worthy of posting. The player thought that at this rate his supply would quickly run out, when he noticed a strange glow on the top of the mountain. The fangs of the kobolds that were already waiting for the group of hunters were shining, which confirmed Junho's guess. The next moment, a strong earthquake suddenly occurred, which threw the warriors into confusion. And while some members of the squad claimed that the ground beneath their feet began to collapse, the knight shouted that it was a landslide. Weaver called out to the players to come down from the mountain immediately, but it was too late. The mountain began to collapse, and from its very top, large chunks of rock began to fall straight onto the players. The squad realized that the kobolds had caused the landslide by waiting for them to get into position. All the hunters were scared to death, but the commander ordered them to hold on as long as they could. Everyone was surprised that the monsters used such advanced tactics for monsters, but very effective. But even when he saw the danger, Seo Junho was not at all confused and began to think about the possibility of hiding in the ground. However, this was a bad method, as it would only avoid immediate danger, but would also result in loss of mobility. Once the landslide passes, hundreds of bloody kobolds will pour down from the mountain onto the players, catching them off guard. Even though all the participants in the hunt had passed the qualifying tests, they were not prepared for such battles. And then Junho decided that someone had to stay and prevent the future threat looming over the warriors. Watching as the contractor began to transform, preparing for an attack, the Ice Queen supported him in this. Using the enhancement skill, the player began to climb the mountain with quick and agile movements, avoiding the rocks falling on him. In a matter of seconds, he managed to reach almost the very top, where there was a huge wall of dust raised into the air. And when the warrior was already close to the very top, he was able to see the enemy with the help of his renewed vision. The kobolds were surprised when they suddenly sensed the approach of one of the players heading towards them. Looking down, the monsters confirmed their suspicions as Seo Junho approached them at high speed. The enemy immediately bared his teeth, his eyes sparkling brightly, demonstrating magical power. The kobolds launched additional rocks at the player, which were intended to block and delay his path upward. But thanks to his skills, the boy avoided every stone that flew at him with speed and dexterity. And while he was dodging the obstacles set up by the monsters, the player armed himself with a halberd. With one swing of his weapon, Junho repelled the enemy's attack, but did not crush the stones but sent them back. The monsters were surprised by this turn of events, as they were confident that their cunning plan would work. True, the next moment the stones thrown at the warrior returned to the mountain, which upon impact with the ground, injured a couple of wolves. The kobolds' faces showed fear, and they didn't even think that a human possessed such incredible strength. And that was the last thing that several creatures saw, which were pierced by Seo Junho with one throw of the halberd. And when the warrior landed on the ground, by this time he had managed to change his weapon to a bow, loading it with 3 arrows at once. The player began to aim, which now, thanks to the same potion, improved his vision several times. The monsters were enraged by the action of the man who single-handedly killed several of their kind. While the kobolds were expressing their displeasure, the warrior waited for the most opportune moment to shoot. The next second, the enemy was hit by arrows fired by the player, which was enough to stop them. However, the barrage did not end there, and Seo Junho fired several more arrows at the remaining monsters. Arrows, one after another, pierced the furry carcasses of the kobolds, who did not even have time to properly react. But when the boy reached for the next set of arrows, he discovered that his quiver was empty. The monsters grinned viciously, pleased that the enemy had suddenly run out of ammunition to fire. And taking advantage of the opportunity that fell to them, the kobolds instantly rushed towards the man, hoping to finish him off. True, they reacted rather late, because Seo Junho was also heading towards them, this time armed with a spear and shield. A crowd of monsters rushed towards the player, ready to tear him to pieces, not understanding what awaited them upon collision. And just at that very moment, When both opposing forces met, the monsters were unable to stand on their feet. The player broke through the enemy crowd no matter what, leaving the enemy's blood on his weapon. But one of the furry monsters still decided to stop the raging man by rushing at him. The guy who was focused in the foreground reacted late to the enemy that suddenly appeared. Junho's oversight caused the kobold's teeth to clamp down on the spear, squeezing it with such force that it caused it to crack. The warrior had to immediately abandon his weapon, which was now unsuitable for full use. However, Seo Junho did not lose his composure and launched his shield into the crowd of monsters, using it as a replacement for the lost spear. The shield's lower pointed part crashed into the enemy's torso, knocking him off his feet and thus ending his existence. After Junho lost his shield, he jumped onto higher ground to separate himself from his enemy. True, the kobolds, like those dogs, continuously chased the warrior while simultaneously following him from below. Pushing off from the hill, the player attacked the monster pursuing him, in whose hands by this time a sword had appeared. But when the guy landed on the ground, there were 3 fierce creatures behind him. Turning around, Junho met his opponent's gaze, and his expression did not change at all. The monsters, their blood-red eyes flashing, began to roar as soon as they noticed the player's hand squeezing the hilt of the sword. With a couple of easy movements, the player managed to inflict fatal wounds on the enemy, throwing them back a distance. At the same time, the pile of earth and stones that came down from the mountains due to the landslide were covered with a layer of frost. Baek Jung-woo was brought back to his senses by the freezing cold that reached the player who was under the rubble. Checking to see if his hands were intact, the fighter began to remember that there had just been a collapse and he had been crushed. With the thought that he needed to get out, the player emerged from the frozen ground to the surface. The guy started sneezing actively because he was very cold during the time he was unconscious, while the elemental was exerting its power. When Jung-woo began to inquire about the health of the others, to the relief of the Ice Queen, it turned out that everyone was alive. One after another, the adventurers along with the players began to emerge from under the rubble, who, like the fighter, had already caught a cold in the cold ground. Looking up, the boy wondered if not everyone had been swept away by the landslide, and someone was fighting with the enemy. From the top of the mountain, from where they were attacked, 2 kobolds were thrown out, losing their weapons in flight. Right in front of Peck, the body of one of the monsters collapsed, after which the warrior had no doubt that someone from the squad had fought. Looking at the lifeless body of the opponent, the player understood that luck was on their side, and no matter who helped them, they would win. Then the fighter began to climb the mountain, claiming that he had to help those who covered them during the collapse, holding back the enemy. When the guy climbed to the very top of the mountain, a bloody massacre unfolded before him, with the corpses of slain kobolds lying on the ground. One warrior, skillfully wielding a blade, cut down opponents left and right, painting their crimson carcasses with their own blood. And when the stranger turned around, Baek Jung-woo, who had emerged from under the rubble, saw Seo Junho himself in front of him. The fighter froze in surprise because he could not imagine that he would be the one to decide to engage in battle with the enemy. The player continued to swing his sword and inflict mortal wounds on the monsters, depriving them of the opportunity to escape. Using his blade skillfully, Junho took out the kobolds one by one, causing the enemy numbers to decrease significantly. The fearless warrior's face was adorned with a menacing grimace, and his eyes were filled with anger and determination. And only after some time, Baek Jung-woo, who had arrived on the battlefield, realized that he no longer saw the other members of the squad around. He was terrified just by the thought that all this time Junho had been fighting alone against an entire army of monsters. At that moment, a sudden attack from behind was being prepared for the association player who was blocking the opponent's shot. Unexpectedly for himself, the warrior heard a pleased, familiar voice calling him, which made him turn around. Baek Jung-woo, who arrived to help, immediately neutralized the beast, thereby saving the desperately fighting player. However, the fighter did not limit himself to one blow, but jumped on top of the beast and rode on it along the ground, continuing his attack. And while Junho finished off the kobold he was fighting off, his colleague finished off the monster he had knocked down a second ago. Suddenly, Seo Junho heard gratitude from the silent and withdrawn warrior, which surprised him. The guy explained that he was thanking the player for his attempt to attack the enemy and hold him back during the landslide. Since the fighter was okay, Junho asked how the rest of the expedition members were feeling. But the guy didn't have to say anything, because behind him, he heard the voices of those players and adventurers cursing at the enemy. The warriors climbing the mountain wondered how the monsters dared to pester one person, which was low of them. However, once players discovered the carnage, they were shocked at how one person could defeat such a large number of enemies. As the corpses piled up, the team members argued that whatever contribution the player wanted to make was not worth his life. Everyone without exception appreciated the skill of Junho, who held on all this time for the sake of the suppression group that was underground at that time. One of the thugs, spitting out a worm, said that because of these creatures he had eaten a lot of earth, and therefore would most likely miss dinner. But the team's surprise did not end there. When they saw the enemy, they discovered that there were bloody kobolds in front of them. The players' spirits immediately perked up as they wanted to hunt these creatures, which now had the opportunity to do so. Junho felt awkward when he heard the players start asking those of their colleagues who were unsure of their skills to get out of the way. However, the disagreements between the warriors quickly died down, as the next moment they all rushed towards the monsters. Bearing their predatory snouts, the kobolds also rushed into battle, who, as it turned out, had not learned from their mistakes. Commander Favir, who led this expedition, ordered the suppression forces to cut down the enemy here and now. Following the orders of the senior, the squad, driven by the desire for revenge for the trap they had fallen into, began to attack the enemy. The two kobolds who were covering the leader of the pack began to talk to each other, but it was impossible to understand a single word they said. Their leader, sitting on a throne nearby, intervened in the dialogue between his subordinates. After listening to the leader's order, the two monsters began to prepare for an attack, magical energy gathering in their mouths. The players acted ahead of the game, preventing the creatures from striking their comrades, leaving sword marks on their enemies. But since the magical energy had already been accumulated, the explosion was unavoidable, and although it did occur, it only affected the enemy soldiers. The shockwave was quite strong, and due to its extreme brightness, Seo Junho had to cover his eyes. The warrior thanked Baek Youngwoo for not allowing the enemy to strike him, but the fighter was sure that the player would have managed anyway. And in addition to this, a colleague said that Junho needed to move out, but the guy didn't understand where exactly. Youngwoo was talking about the Blood Kobold Lord, as the player had earned the right to hunt him first for his brave act. Saying that the leader's subjects had to be left to them, the fighter rushed into battle, joining the other players. The Ice Queen asked how the contractor's head was, because he used a lot of mental energy, but thanks to the potion, everything worked out. The girl, having hit her partner on the head, was impatiently waiting for the end of the battle in order to properly scold him afterwards. The guy replied that he hadn't pushed himself too hard yet, but he didn't want this fight to end, that he was just getting into the swing of things. The members of the squad greeted the warrior to whom they owed their lives as he approached them with satisfied smiles. They all parted, letting the main player go forward, without whom their victory in this battle would be impossible. Approaching a small mountain, Seo Junho looked up at the throne of the leader of the bloody kobolds that was visible. The guy couldn't understand why the enemy didn't come out of his booth when his subordinates were dying one after another. The monster sitting on the throne was a lord of bloody kobolds, who, unlike the small fry, were clad in golden armor. The question asked by the man still forced the leader of the predatory beasts, who had jumped high, to leave his place. The monster landed heavily on the ground, but even in front of its threatening appearance, the player's expression did not change at all. With wild, bloodshot eyes, the creature bared its face, driven only by bloodlust. The enemy, with his mouth wide open, pounced on the warrior, spreading the fingers of his paw with razor-sharp claws. Using the properties of the dark armor that Master Khan had forged for him, the boy easily repelled the enemy's first attack. Following this, he himself tried to strike at the monster, attacking its armor with a black dragon tooth, but the enemy did not even flinch. Surprised by this fact, the player continued to strike at the kobold's defense, hoping to finally break through it. But no matter how hard the man's attacks were, the monster, which was larger than him, steadfastly blocked each of his blows. Waiting for the right moment for Junho to pause in his attempts to strike him down, Lord counterattacked with his paw. Having dodged the sharp claws, the player decided to strike not at his armor, but at the enemy's face, which turned out to be more effective. The guy immediately looked at the monster, but was confused, because he did not feel that the enemy was beginning to weaken. The Kobold Lord was only more angry that he tried his luck at slaying the man with his claws again, but failed again. Having deftly dodged the attack, the player had a few seconds to catch his breath, as the battle was not an easy one. Seo Junho intended to strike the next blow from above, so he jumped on the monster, grabbing its lush mane with his hand. Due to its large size, the creature was clumsy, so it knew that the enemy was on it when it felt a hand squeezing its fur. But the next moment, the kobold leader felt unbearable pain as the warrior's blade entered the back of his head. Suddenly, Junho felt a magical discharge created by his opponent, which prevented him from fully piercing his weapon into his body. A second later, the monster's energy became so powerful that it easily threw the player aside. The hunters who fought against the Lord's army could not help but feel the full force of the emission when the monster produced it. Having lost his weapon, Seo Junho did not take his eyes off his opponent until he heard the ground tremble. Giant stone slabs began to rise from the ground around the warrior, thereby cutting off his path of retreat. In front of the association player was a rare subspecies of mage among this group of creatures. But even he could not cause such a landslide. The guy's weapon remained sticking out of the enemy's body, and with his magic he could fight him on the same level. But what interested Junho was that the energy he was feeling now was not just magic power. With bloodshot eyes, the monster growled menacingly, increasing the ominous energy around itself. Looking at his opponent, the player no longer had any doubt that he was facing a real mage, which made the situation even more difficult. Since the contractor was running out of amplifiers, he had summoned a dagger for himself and had to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The enraged monster did not stop trying to injure the man, who almost succeeded if it weren't for So's reaction. At the moment when the Lord attacked the player, he tried to inflict as many blows on him with his dagger, hoping that at least one of them would work. As a result, the leader of the creatures still took his paw away from the player, who no longer intended to tolerate knife wounds. The leader of the kobolds decided to strike again quickly, this time putting all his strength and power into it. True, when the monster struck with its paw, it missed, making a dent in the ground, while the enemy managed to escape. The creature watched in bewilderment as Seo Junho escaped, despite the stone walls, and was still free. Then the monster attacked the warrior with a magical volley, calling upon solid rock to help him. In the air, sharp-pointed rocks were aimed at the player, approaching him at great speed. And at the moment of contact, there was such a deafening explosion that one could observe it from the bottom of the cliff. The kobold lord fell heavily to the ground, unable to stay on his feet from the shockwave of his own attack. The same applied to Junho, who was thrown violently into a nearby rock wall at the moment of impact. However, this did not break the player, who, after receiving injuries, stood up firmly, turning his gaze to the enemy. The leader of the monsters at that moment swung his fist to deal a destructive blow to the guy. When the clenched fist was right next to the warrior's face, he still remained standing in place, ready to get punched in the face at any moment. But in a split second, by some incredible miracle, he managed to avoid the attack that involved the flow manipulation skill. And while the opponent's hand was under the rubble of the rock, the player made a pirouette towards his weapon. And the very next second, Seo Junho grabbed the hilt of his sword, which was still in the body of the bloody kobold. As soon as the player leaned his whole body on the weapon, the monster felt it too, baring its evil face. The warrior immediately pressed his sword as deep as possible into the creature's body, putting maximum effort into it. The Lord of the Blood kobolds burst into a bright light, from which all the magical energy began to flow out, along with the life force. A second later, the beast's huge carcass flew to the ground, with dark blood spraying out of its mouth in all directions. The Ice Queen, who had appeared right there, inquired about the contractor's health, reminding him that she had asked him not to overexert himself. The player asked his assistant to look closely at the body of the animal he had killed, but the girl did not understand why. The warrior replied that the Blood Kobold Lord was imbued with magic, and last time, due to the incident in Hagen, he was unable to use his skill. However, now the guy had the opportunity to put his hand on the animal's corpse and activate the confession of the deceased. The leader of the monsters was destined to become a lord from the very moment he was born, which left him the only survivor of the battle. With each passing day, the beast's power grew as quickly as his kingdom, uniting tribes through invasion and war. And then one day, someone became interested in the promising kobold, and the monsters turned their attention to him. The girl and the guy in robes and masks argued among themselves whether the Lord was really in front of them, and having convinced themselves of this, decided to get down to business. For a moment, the boy took his hand away from the beast's corpse, trying to comprehend the memories he had seen. The player understood that no matter how hard it was for him to realize this, he decided to continue digging into the dead man's mind. The strangers that Junho saw were his colleagues who were superior to him in level, and maybe even stronger than Kalsinger. Throwing the Lord's subordinates left and right, The guy asked his accomplice to quickly feed the magic stone to the beast. And then, the girl took out an artifact that looked like an ordinary rounded stone, if you don't take into account the red aura around it. Swinging, the girl said that she would shove this stone into the very heart of the kobold, so that he would remember it forever. When the stone came into contact with the beast's body, its fur stood on end, and its body was pierced by magical energy. When the monster's transformation was complete, the girl greeted the true lord of the bloody kobolds. She turned to her teammate, claiming that they had missed a couple of steps, but it didn't matter because they needed a result, because the other teams were putting pressure on them. The strangers speculated as to why teams were invading their field, but they had to be careful not to be caught by the guild leaders. Touching the monster's nose, the girl stated that his strength had increased significantly, and since he behaved calmly, his intelligence had also increased along with his strength. She asked if the dog knew where Gillian's castle was, since the Lord's task was now to attack and capture the building. Finally, the girl said that the creature had no time limit, and that she told him to try his best. According to his memories, Junho noted to himself that the magic stone was at an experimental stage. True, if the strangers had collected more data, they could have tamed much more dangerous monsters, against which the guild was powerless. That's why the player needed to become stronger as soon as possible, because the true threat still remained unknown. Having risen, the player was suddenly stopped by his assistant, who said with the words "stop" removed that this was no good. Having gotten into the role of the director, the spirit insisted that this scene would not be released, since the guy was supposed to stagger, wiping sweat off himself and slowly walk away into the sunset. The warrior replied that there was no more sweat on him, and then the elemental asked to use the amplifier as quickly as possible. While gathering their forces after the battle, the hunters turned their attention to the place where Seo Junho had fought. And then the rest of the players and adventurers were already celebrating their victory, because the sounds of the fight had finally stopped. Looking at the huge stone blocks that were erected by the Lord, the members of the squad asked who won the battle. Only when they looked closely did they discover a silhouette leaving the battlefield, which surprised them greatly. All their guesses about who it could be were debunked as Seo Junho appeared before them, emerging victorious from the battle. Everyone, without exception, was so touched by this event that they could not hold back their emotions and burst into tears, knowing that the player could be trusted. Chanting the winner's name, all the participants of the hunt were overjoyed at having been able to defeat the Kobold Lord. Fans who ran up to Junho asked if he had filmed the video, and they also asked him to edit it quickly and post it on the forum. The adventurers began to offer the Black Knight to look into the Mad Slimes Guild, despite the fact that they disliked players. Leaning on Baek Jungwoo, the player only laughed in response that he was too exhausted from the battle that had just taken place. The fighter also noticed this, and taking him by the arm, he said that he looked extremely tired after the fight. The warrior suddenly replied that it was great, which left Peck confused. However, seeing the bewilderment in the boy's eyes, the warrior explained that it was great to win this battle. In the old days, Junho couldn't show signs of fatigue even when he was falling off his feet, because then the whole world would be alarmed to see him weak. Extending his hand to the player, Commander Fiver thanked Seo Junho for his heroic actions in saving the lives of the expedition members. The knight, on behalf of all his supporters, wanted to express his gratitude to the player, who himself did not expect that so many people would survive. Among the participants in the capture, Junho took first place in terms of contribution and waited for the captain to call him. The Ice Queen snorted in displeasure as she listened to the kobold hunt participants happily say goodbye to the swordsman. Baek Jungwoo stated that participating in the expedition was the right decision, and that according to Junho, he managed to raise his level during this time. The guy replied that it wasn't exactly like that, but he definitely learned a lot from watching the Black Knight. Having used the expression soft on the outside, hard on the inside, the fighter considered it wrong to focus only on physical strength. Jungwoo gave the warrior his community ID, and that if he suddenly needed his help, he should write to him right away. Promising to contact the player soon, Seo Junho said that the fighter will become even stronger in the future. He replied that it was necessary to work hard to live up to the expectations of a great player like Seo Junho, which was a big responsibility. Having promised not to forget today's lesson, the boy wanted to train and strengthen his consciousness, after which he left the Black Knight. As soon as the warrior said goodbye to his new acquaintance, his assistant asked if she could now scold him for asking him to wait with this. As Junho lay in bed, his spirit scolded him for risking himself for others, for he was no longer a hero and was not obligated to do such things. The girl insisted that from now on the warrior had to consult with her, because they shared a soul, that they were like a family. Tired of listening to the elemental's lamentations, the guy turned away from her, claiming that he understood everything, when she said that she was worried about him. Upon hearing this, the player promised that he would be more careful from now on, which was so hard for the queen to hear from him. However, the assistant's lamentations did not end there, and she again continued the theme of rash actions. However, suddenly her monologue was interrupted by a bright glow that emanated from her, capturing the player's attention. After which the system reported an increase in spirit and was itself shocked by such a change. After a while brushing his teeth in the bathroom, the guy, looking at his assistant, noticed that she had grown a little. The girl, meanwhile, was in a state of some sadness and continued to claim that she was still little. Picking up the spirit in his arms, Yunho began to shout that she had grown a lot, and the Queen of Niflheim refused to be treated like that. But the warrior upset her because the girl was her spirit, and given that she had been promoted, she was of lower rank. There were 5 ranks of spirits in total, and the higher it was, the stronger their power was, and the girl admitted that she had the highest rank of the second stage. Upon learning that his assistant had such a status, the guy immediately dropped her from his hands, confused. The girl then began to explain that her current rank was the second level of the highest rank, and she was the first of the spirits to reach such a level. True, before the player had time to ask about these ranks, the elemental immediately ran out of the bathroom, leaving him alone. Junho was curious that there were ranks he didn't know about, believing that sooner or later the Ice Queen would reach the highest one. A carriage was driving down the street, sent by the Lord himself to the Black Knight who had distinguished himself in hunting kobolds. The player offered the elemental to go with him to the aristocrat, who was finishing his work at that time. However, the spirit decided not to break her concentration and therefore remained in the room, finishing editing the video from the past battle. As soon as the driver met Junho, he asked if he was ready to set off, to which he replied positively. As a result, the guy arrived at the palace, in the courtyard of which, in the very center, stood a fountain with a statue, and around wherever possible, well-groomed flowers were placed. As soon as the master's subject reported the arrival of the player, Seo Junho, his master ordered the guest to be led into him. The warrior had barely entered the office when the owner of the estate was happy to see the player who had made such a significant contribution to the expedition. A young man dressed in a suit introduced himself as the lord of that city, Viscount Basti Gillian, whom So was pleased to meet. As soon as the guy came closer, Lord said that he had been following the player's progress since the expedition test. The man claimed that most players were scared to death when they entered this room, but his current guest was definitely different. Suddenly, a maid burst into the room and, apologizing for her behavior, stated that the young master was in critical condition. This news made Junho wary, while Basti Gillian was seriously scared. Having apologized to his guest for urgent business, the man left the office, needing to step away for a while. Commander Fever claimed that the player seemed to be out of luck, asking if he could come to the Viscount another time. True, the warrior was not going to leave, so he asked the captain for permission to stay and sit aside. Then Seo Junho replied that the illness that the young master had could have been an illness that only the players knew about. Fever replied that the guy could only watch from the side, but he couldn't allow him to do more, which the player tried to keep in mind. When the Viscount entered the young gentleman's room, the first thing he did was ask what had happened to him. The man wondered why this had happened, since doctors had said that the disease had stopped its progress. The servant replied that the boy's temperature had suddenly risen, and no matter how hard they tried to bring it down with holy power, they were unable to do so. Basti Gillian wanted to know what they were supposed to do, but the parish priest insisted that there was nothing more he could do. The poor lord became so ill that he fainted, but was caught in time by the priest. The excited commander who arrived at the young master's chambers asked the priest Hanan to help the lord, and while the Viscount was carried to the nearest bedroom, the young man, all wet from the heat, was left alone with the player So Junho. Watching the ragged breathing of the seriously ill man, the warrior tried to understand what illness had taken hold of this boy's body. Noticing Junho approaching the bed with the young master, the knight ordered him to move away immediately. The man repeated that the player should stay away from the patient, but the guy seemed not to hear him, completely occupied with analyzing the guy. Leaning his hand against the soaking wet towel, the player claimed that there was magic in every living being, and this child was no exception. She was all tangled up because the magic that should have been evenly distributed was tied into a knot. However, that was not all because, without realizing it, the warrior felt something else inside the sick man. He said that he sensed magic in the young master, which shocked Commander Fevere, but immediately told him not to worry. The boy said that he could dissolve the magic in the young master's body, but was immediately met with distrust from the knight. The man claimed that even the priest of the Church of the Sun was not capable of such a thing, so he asked him not to talk nonsense. True, the commander gave the warrior a chance to try to dissolve the magic, but if he did something suspicious, his head would fly off his shoulders. And as soon as the contractor took the young gentleman by the hand, he felt the dark magic emanating from him. It could be absorbed using the Dark Watcher's abilities, but one had to act carefully to avoid getting hurt. While absorbing dark magic, the player's magical abilities would begin to increase little by little. In order to untie such a magical thread, Sky Kirillin, known as the greatest wizard sent by heaven, was needed. But since she wasn't around, Junho had to figure it out himself, starting with simple actions. The Lord and his mistress were told to rest a little, but the man could not, wondering what condition Seamus was in. The staff reported that thanks to player Seo Junho, the child felt much better and his fever disappeared. Basti Gillian wanted to thank the player by asking Fevere where he was now, but unfortunately the guy had already left. But before leaving, he said that his friend could completely cure the disease, so he would return with him, which surprised the Viscount. Shimtogu stormed into his office in a rage, having already been informed who was waiting for him inside. Seo Junho, who was eating noodles, was surprised when he met his comrade, and he in turn could not utter a word. The director of the association demanded an explanation of what had suddenly happened, since his friend had not even contacted him. With his mouth full, the player replied that something urgent had come up and he had come to meet his old friend. Getting closer and closer to the warrior, the confused Togu demanded to know which friend he was talking about. The man assumed that the boy missed him, but he began to deny it since he did not mention that the director was his friend. Sitting down at the table, the association president confirmed that the boy had no other friends besides him, but the player objected that they were, and that he went down to the first floor to pick up the ice seal, which shocked Taka. The man demanded to know everything in more detail, whether the player meant the heroes of the past who were trapped in the ice. The president of the association was already happy that the heroes of the past would get together again, but the guy was not so sure about it. And then he decided to change the subject, asking if there was any news from the association at the border. Then Comrade Sujunho learned about the magic stone and became wary that the demons again wanted to subjugate humanity. The guy replied that all this had already happened, and this time he was able to stop them. But if the scale increases, then this will no longer be possible. The warrior asked to give some information to the guys from the guild, since he was unable to stop it alone, and he was interested to know if they knew. The president of the association promised to tell about this, and also asked again whether it was really possible to implant magic stones into the borderland residents. Junho replied that without any sign of the stone, the boy had turned into a demon, so he believed that a shard or a smaller version of it had already been aimed at him. After all, if the nobility or the royal family of the Ruben Empire suffers, then everything will turn into a real disaster. Shimtoku promised the player that he would raise the issue at the next upcoming World Conference. Admiring the view from the window, the man said that he would be very happy to live in a world where there were no such demons. Then Seo Junho said that he would fulfill his dream someday, and the association president immediately asked him to explain what the player meant. The guy said that if his frozen comrades really did wake up, then he and they planned to first move to the second floor. The player insisted that they couldn't wait any longer as something had to be done about the situation, which Togu also agreed with. The man's breath was taken away by this mention of the 5 heroes of the past, but no one knew the true feelings of those involved. Togu also asked if the Ice Queen had arrived with the player, who immediately made her presence known by waving her hand from behind the sofa. When asked by the association president what she was doing there, Seo Junho replied that she was busy watching movies. This answer caused bewilderment on the friend's face, but the player said that it was for video editing, which interested him. Before leaving after a long conversation, the guy asked Shimatoka to download some movies onto the tablet. The player explained that when he goes upstairs, he will take it with him, who was asked what genre he was interested in. The contractor's assistant said mysteriously that the classics were eternal, and that the man should remember this when choosing films. The association's president promised to download classical masterpieces, also mentioning that his friend's house was still empty. After the warrior visited his old friend, he went directly to his comrades, for which he went down from the second floor. When the guy stood in front of his friends, he glanced at them again, hoping that he could change everything. The Ice Queen, in order to bring her partner back to reality, pushed him on the leg, attracting his attention. The girl stated that quite a lot of time had passed since the contractor woke up. Thinking back to that day, Junho calculated that he woke up 9 months ago, which was quite a long time, but at the same time not. Over the past time, the guy had to kill many monsters, as well as clear the gates that were never sealed. He also got to see a cityscape he could only imagine and have an experience that was completely unfamiliar to him. And besides this, Seo Junho managed to establish connections with both new acquaintances and old enemies. True, because of this he felt guilty that he had walked such a path alone, asking his friends if it was not a pitiful sight. However, all this was only in order to become strong as quickly as possible, for which the guy tried very hard. And when touched, the system confirmed the EX Cold ability, which allowed the player to remove the ice seal. But in order to remove it, Junho had to spend magical ability points and lower his skills by half for a whole month. The assistant explained that the curse of the harsh frost was due to the warrior's low understanding of frost abilities. And then the boy wondered why he couldn't break the seal, whether it was because he was so strong before, or because he had a poor understanding of his abilities. He hoped that if he continued to develop his frost abilities, the penalties would decrease over time. Now the question was who should be woken up first, since the next such opportunity would only appear in 90 days. If you try to bring Gilbert back to life, the shooter will desperately level up for Arthur. And if you awaken Mio, feelings that have not changed during this time, then she will put you first the orders of her prestigious family. Ramadat, if he finds out that there were stronger monsters and magicians, he will not even listen to his comrade and will immediately rush into battle. But if you awaken Sky, then as soon as she finds out that a fantasy world existed, she will be so delighted that she will go crazy. Junho kept thinking about who would be the most useful to wake up in order to speed up the next steps, with the choice being urged on by the queen. The guy finally made up his mind and put his hand to the ice sculpture, knowing that he wouldn't be able to remove the other seal for another 3 months. But the system was in no hurry to return the hero, asking the player about it again, who rudely asked to return his friend. And the next second, the ice seal was removed, and the binding ice shattered into pieces, releasing Sky Carolyn. The guy immediately felt the loss of 70 points of magical abilities, as well as the curse of a severe frost for a month. The sorceress, who was freed from the icy captivity, leaned forward, risking falling straight onto the floor. However, Seo Junho did not allow this to happen, and although the girl began to fall, she ended up in the arms of her comrade. Looking at his friend, the player was pleased to finally feel that she was next to him after so much time apart. As soon as the frostbite passed and Sky began to come to her senses, the first person she saw was her old friend Junho. The Archmage lay in the melted ice, looking with a lost gaze at her comrade, who greeted her. After some time, the girl, looking at the new world of the future, insisted that she did not see any gates. She felt strangely wild that people without the slightest fear simply walked along the streets as if nothing had happened. Seo Junho, who joined in contemplating the cityscape, replied that it was a scenario created with their help. The boy said that everything the sorceress saw was the result of the efforts of the two of them, as well as Ramadat, Gilbert, and Mio. He also added that now the threat of monsters had disappeared and people were safe for once. Taking a closer look at Kirillin, the warrior was surprised when he discovered that his friend had started to cry, which he asked her about. True, the girl immediately punished her friend for spying on her, not to mention what he managed to see. Junho said that he woke up that year and now they were the same age, but the sorceress claimed that it didn't work that way. While treating his girlfriend to a drink, the guy insisted that they had already communicated freely, but now he couldn't call Sky his sister. The player casually asked if the girl remembered the Ice Queen, which outraged the girl, who she had never forgotten. Seo Junho said that they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but he was unable to keep his promise and meet his comrades. However, the sorceress unexpectedly patted the player on the head, claiming that he was a good boy, which surprised him. She stated that without Junho's help, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the queen at all, so she asked them not to blame themselves for what happened. Sky asked her friend what happened to him then, and he replied that it would be easier to show than to talk about it. And then the guy touched the cup and instantly covered it with a crust of ice, from which a wild cold immediately began to blow. The girl was surprised because it was definitely not magic, but a new ability, and then Junho explained that it was X-class cold. The sorceress suggested that the player should have also received a title, similar to the first owner of this skill. The guy denied having such a title, and Sky said that when she used magic, she received the title of the first step in magic. Then the hero remembered that he received the title when he cleared the 10th level of the trial dungeon, making his friend think. At that time, the player was on the 9th step, and even if he tried again, he would not be able to pass level 30. But the guy advised the sorceress to check her status. It turned out that the girl was level 80, which shocked Seo Junho, and despite the decrease in strength, she should recover within a month. With a dissatisfied face, the contractor asked the spirit what happened then, and she explained that perhaps the reason was touching the Ice Queen's core. And while the guy was discussing how he was the only one out of the 5 heroes who was shortchanged, Sky asked who he was talking to. And then, forgetting that his teammate had not seen the spirit, the guy hesitated at first, not knowing what to answer. But later he decided to show off his assistant, whose appearance greatly surprised the sorceress. Feeling a little awkward in front of the players she had trapped, the girl introduced herself as the Ice Queen. However, before she could fully declare herself, Kirillin pounced on the elemental, marveling at how cute she was. Despite her position, Junho's assistant fully introduced herself as being from Niflheim and subsequently froze the world. Sky ignored all the spirit's words, but at some point she asked again if she had misheard. And the Ice Queen explained again that she was the very invader who attacked their planet. Only after these words did the sorceress realize that in front of her was the same Ice Queen against whom they had fought in the past. The girl began to apologize for her greed and for the fact that she had brought a lot of harm to both the players and the inhabitants of their planet. Suddenly, the spirit heard from Sky that she was a calm person and accepted the Queen's apology. In return, the Archmage asked the elemental to satisfy her curiosity, but the spirit had no choice but to agree. The Queen said that she would cooperate as much as possible, and Junho, who was worried about her at that moment, was proud that she had managed to do it. When the guy arrived at the Players' Association with his fighting girlfriend, everyone around was surprised at what a lovely girl he showed up with. Shimtogu praised the player for achieving what he wanted, but the penalties imposed on the warrior were harsher than the director could have imagined. The guy felt sorry to lose so many ability points, but he went for it for the sake of his comrades, to which the president replied that it could be beneficial. Kirillin smiled at Toku's manner of speech, which had not changed during this time, since they had already met in the past and more than once. And then the association president decided to take a look at what exactly this fine that Seo Junho received meant. The man asked whether 70 points of magical abilities were lost and the characteristics were halved for a whole month. Skill stats dropped by half as expected, but were supposed to return after the stated period. But for the second floor, this might be too much, and Shim offered to return and cure the Lord's son or become a teacher for a month in Nest. The guy didn't want to spend all this time in the training ground for young players and wanted to raise his reputation in Gilean. The player was also interested in what his friend would do, that she could immediately go to the border because there was a magic tower there. The Archmage was curious to see the new magic, but if they were going to be active, then it was worth announcing the return of the heroes. Kirillin suggested to her comrade to move the remaining ice statues to a safer place, which the player had already done. The girl was unhappy that she was asked for a favor immediately after waking up, but it was for the sake of saving the heroes. Having laid out the mask of the dark ghost on the table, Junho decided to change the plan and postpone the trip to the border for a while. The reason for this was the dark magicians who were on the earth, and on the border there were great wizards. They could have just stuck with demons, which Togu called a good idea, promising to hold a press conference for lunch, but the question remained, did the demons not avoid Sky, who was so fierce, but the girl assured that she could easily tear apart a couple of them. Among other things, the player handed over a tablet to the association president because he wanted to share some photos. The picture shown showed the 3 heroes remaining in the ice, which Seo Junho used to lure the demons. Since these creatures rarely showed themselves, it was necessary to use this opportunity and gradually finish off every single one of them. As Shimtogu had promised, a press conference was called for lunch, at which again there was not a single empty seat. Donning the mask of a dark ghost, Junho informed his friends that he would be the first to perform. The sorceress asked her comrade to keep his head up and to liven up the atmosphere properly before her exit. The Ice Queen, who was also present at the discussion, asked the player to be careful, but he was not up to it. Coming out to the public, the guy, who was fully in the spotlight of photographers and reporters, was ready to show off his heroism. The player thanked everyone for coming to the surprise press conference and asked to start it without any delays. Junho reported 3 recorded cases of demon attacks on their world in the last 4 months, which the reporters listened to attentively. Demon activity seemed to be on the decline, but despite the decrease in crime on the ground, it increased by 30% on the border. The association president, along with the Ice Queen, listened to their comrade's fiery speech about trying to destroy the demons. The dark ghost wished he could split into 2 to help deal with them faster, but the thought haunted him. One of the reporters stated that he was from the Silver Constellation Guild, which had always helped in the past, so he wanted to know if there was a solution to the problem. To which the player continued that if he could not divide himself into 2 parts, he could find a partner who would be as strong as he was. Since Voin was not one to beat around the bush, he wanted to introduce his friend to the public. And the next moment, Archmage Sky Kirillin appeared on stage and introduced herself to the journalists. After the conference, the sorceress's words that heroes never died caused a great resonance in the public. On Earth, a ghost will take care of the protection of citizens, while on the border, an archmage will be responsible for security. The return of the sorceress gave a positive result, and everyone around was only discussing this news. The guild leaders discussed that if the 5 heroes gathered together again, they would be able to crush the demons to the ground once and for all. Meanwhile, the eventful day came to an end, and the full moon rose over the museum. One of the guards told his colleague that when he was in charge, one of the 5 heroes woke up. The man insisted that he was a kind of protector for them, but his partner asked him not to talk nonsense, since his contribution was insignificant. And suddenly, the player who was talking about this froze in place, as if he had been struck by paralysis, turning off all his senses. Both guards fell to the ground dead, and behind them were 2 strangers who did this to the players. Touching the bulging veins on the guard's face with a needle, the man claimed that the whole matter was nothing but trouble. Licking the needle, the stranger claimed that if this were the border, he would have finished off these weaklings long ago. His partner, the gray-haired demon, reminded him that players of the guild or association would send a signal to headquarters in case their veins were overtaken by death. The man told him to just read the information, and his colleague said that there were only 8 low-level players here. The heroes were still frozen, but the gray demon was interested in the location of the archmage and the ghost. According to the young demon, the employees were not aware because they were security guards, but they still had to be on guard for the heroes. More security personnel were injured when they came face to face with the enemy. The white-haired demon walked among the bloody corpses of the guards, exuding an ominous, demonic aura. His colleague, who was fiddling with the lock at the time, swore because he couldn't break the protection. All this was because the doors were made of mithril, and then a more experienced warrior asked to move away from the entrance. Filling his fist with his demonic energy, the man swung it with force, preparing to strike. And as soon as his strength accumulated, he took down the door, protected by a magical seal with one wave of his hand. The demon's colleague stated that he had worked with the Shockwave Master, noting that if they sold this valuable iron, they would receive a lot of gold. The man insisted that there was no time for that, and they were there to take care of the ice figures. Having apologized to the elder for his momentary weakness, the boy headed towards the frozen heroes. Touching one of the sculptures, the enemy activated the demon hand skill, spreading its aura onto the ice. Showing his true form, whose pupils turned red, the boy couldn't understand why the statues weren't shrinking. His gray-haired colleague urged the warrior, who was already trying his best, but for some unknown reason he was not succeeding. And at some point, the burglar felt a terrible cold, which gradually began to spread to him. Before he had time to think about why the statue was so cold, a huge ice golem suddenly jumped out of it. The demon didn't even move a finger before a large icy hand grabbed his head, which looked at the enemy with frightened eyes. But having pulled himself together, the guy still fought back the monster, cursing at the fact that they had just fallen into a trap. Having fought off the golem, the demon fell to the ground, wondering what the hell it was, crawling away from the enemy. The warrior wondered where this golem came from, But instead of an answer, a black dragon's blade was pressed against his head. The dark ghost asked Sky if he needed to kill the demon now, but the sorceress asked him not to overdo it. The archmage said that she also needed to see how much she had weakened during her imprisonment. The demon, who recognized the enemy as a ghost, immediately turned to him, intending to finish him off with one blow. True, the player turned out to be much faster, and literally in a split second, he got rid of the demon thanks to his blade. Meanwhile, the accomplice who participated in the assassination attempt on the trio of heroes was already far from the scene of the events, crossing the street. The gray-haired man ran as fast as he could, his breathing ragged and uneven. And at some point, the demon suddenly felt the presence of magical energy, which made him wary. Sky Kiraland hovered above his head, using reverse gravity and a magical prison to try to catch the fugitive. And so it happened, because the man suddenly lifted off the ground and ended up in one of the traps set by the sorceress. The enemy tried to get out, but discovered that he was in a transparent cube when he pressed his fingers against its walls. Without wasting any time, the archmage attacked the demon with a thunder spear, releasing a bolt of lightning that completely pierced the cube. A powerful charge of electricity instantly passed through the man, who was struggling to keep himself from losing consciousness. At one point, he even found the strength within himself to fight against the sorceress's magic, supporting himself with a war cry. And the next moment, the cube that was holding back the enemy shattered into small pieces, creating a large energy explosion. Having freed himself from the trap, the man's body continued to flash with electric discharges for some time after the archmage's attack. Having spat out a clot of blood, the demon raised his head and, to his surprise, discovered another hero. A dark ghost, who was on a levitating platform, suddenly appeared at the scene of the battle and addressed him. Jun-ho placed his hand on the enemy's face, who looked at the boy with a frightened look. The association player used the Guardian's skill, Veil of Darkness, throwing the enemy forcefully onto the asphalt. Shaking himself off from the player's attack, the man glared at him, saying his stage name. The demon stated that the player would not leave them alone, but the swordsman asked the enemy not to worry, because he would die here. The gray-haired man claimed that the warrior was as arrogant as ever, but this trait of his would lead to his own death. After listening to the enemy's words, the ghost was surprised that the enemy knew him, and the demon himself answered how he could not know the swordsman. 27 years ago, they met in a duel, but the man miraculously managed to survive, and now he was going to take revenge on the hero. The gray-haired warrior said that it happened on the night of the massacre in front of the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. However, Seo Jun-ho calmly said that in that case, the demon should not have any complaints about his death today. And all because the enemy lived 27 years longer than expected, and at that moment the guy called on the Guardians. The dogs, woven from dark matter, immediately pounced on the demon, baring their mouths and showing sharp fangs. But the man, when faced with such a threat, surprisingly did not run away, shouting that he had also changed a lot since then. With one powerful blow, the demon managed to dispel the dark matter of the Guardian, which again disintegrated into shadows. However, the next second, these same shadows began to wrap around the enemy, who thought that going after the ghost alone was not the best idea. And while the demon was trying to cope with them, the dark ghost was already behind him, ready to attack. Turning to face his opponent, the gray-haired man had to end the battle as quickly as possible by attacking the warrior with his fist. Having successfully blocked the enemy's attack, Jun-ho noticed how his blade in the demon's hand shook from the collision. With a battle cry, the enemy tried to give himself confidence and strength, which began to attack the guy with all sorts of attacks. But no matter what he did, the swordsman skillfully blocked all his blows with his dragonbone sword. And when it seemed that the demon was about to hit the player, how he dodged, avoiding the bloody fists. Gathering his strength, the man decided to make a desperate dash, which attacked the ghost with a strong energy wave. True, this attack didn't work either, and the player once again turned to his minions, sending shadows at the enemy. Ready to fight the dogs, the gray enemy considered it arrogant to engage in close combat with him. Having gotten rid of the Guardians with one blow, the demon wondered how much longer the guy was going to play with him like this. He ran straight towards the ghost, confident that he could defeat it in close combat. Ready to face his opponent, Seo Jun-ho answered his question by saying that he would play with him until he died, after which he swung the black dragon's tooth, but did so long before the enemy was able to strike. This threw the man off guard, and when he finally put his hand out to finish the attack, he realized that he had lost his concentration. Watching his opponent with a cold gaze, the warrior said that it was all over for him now. And to confirm his words, the swordsman swung his weapon, drawing blood from his enemy, leaving a deep wound on the demon's body. With a heart-rending scream, the man fell to the ground, spraying demonic blood across the gray asphalt. Grasping the wound on his shoulder, the enemy was forced to regretfully admit that he had no choice but to use this technique. Gritting his teeth, he repeated that people who did not know about his mountain-crushing ability died with one blow. And the next second, he demonstrated his technique, that just from its shockwave, the asphalt began to crack. Now, Seo Junho understood why the enemy had been hiding his strength, planning to turn the tide of the battle in one fell swoop. True, if the demon wanted to act in this way, he should have initially remained silent and not revealed his identity. For the demon, the events of that night happened about 30 years ago, but for the player frozen in the ice, only 2 years have passed. And when the warrior recognized his opponent, he snapped his fingers to summon ice golems. However, they were ineffective against the enemy attack, as its beam pierced the frost giants without much difficulty. But even being a couple of steps away from the energy ball, Junho continued to stand calmly in place. He simply waved his hand to block the enemy's attack, which was more than enough. And all because the guy summoned a shadow golem, which shocked the demon, because such a skill was not available even to an archmage. Giant golems appeared to protect the gloomy ghost, and the enemy attack, unlike their ice counterparts, failed to touch them. Falling to his knees in helplessness, the gray-haired man claimed that it was the darkness of a ghost. The dark ghost that the demon knew before became an even more terrible monster than he was 27 years ago. In the morning, the battle ended, and Junho met Sky, who was waiting for him on the roof of a nearby building. The girl asked if everything was ready and how everything went with the demon, whose memories the player had read. When asked how he managed to do this, the guy replied that he had acquired the dead man's confession skill, and that over 30 years the enemy had accumulated a lot of useful information. Suddenly, the sorceress announced that she had changed her mind about hunting demons with Seo Junho, even though she had planned to do so from the beginning. However, now she was not sure how effective it would be, since she herself would be hunting demons and bringing them to her partner. When the guy can read their memories, he will become stronger, because now he was like a baby who couldn't use skills due to penalties. True, this option was extremely dangerous for the sorceress, but she assured that everything would be fine, because the player had been bearing the burden alone for the past months. Sky asked to share these burdens with her, because when the others came to their senses, they would all be together again, like in the good old days. But the dark ghost noted that even before that, he worked harder than the others while on the team. The girl did not agree because the guy constantly asked her to do something, and now she needed to cure the son of Viscount Gillian. Local residents kept turning to look at the girl, who never ceased to admire the architectural style and fairy tale atmosphere of the place. Kirilyn was already looking forward to seeing how much her magical skills would increase in this world. The player cautiously approached the sorceress, offering to put off looking at the local landscapes for a while and go with him to the Lord's mansion. The archmage, feeling like an important person, allowed her comrade to accompany her to those in need. The news that the sorceress from the 5 heroes had awakened quickly spread throughout the second floor. She continued to be amazed by this place, wondering how much magic was developed here, to which Junho advised her to visit the magic tower. According to him, the tower leader, along with the commander of the Imperial Knights and the Archbishop of the Church of the Sun, were as strong as the 9 heavens. Commander Favir asked the player if this was the same friend the boy had spoken of, who could cure the young master's illness. The man was shocked when he found out that the person in front of him was the great mage Sky Kirilyn, whom he had heard about earlier. It turned out that the story of the 5 heroes was widespread in this world, and even traveling troops staged plays about the stories about them. It was a great honor for Knight Commander Gillian to meet the great Earth Mage, who appeared before him in such a spectacular manner. The girl could not even imagine that she would be given such a warm welcome on the second floor, ready to come to the young master. Basti Gillian and his wife were incredibly happy to welcome Sky Kirilyn, one of the 5 heroes of Earth. The man felt awkward that their reception did not meet the requirements for meeting such a person, but the sorceress assured that everything was fine. No one in the palace could have imagined that Junho had such great connections, and the guy immediately retreated, claiming that he was simply escorting the magician here. It was now clear to the Viscount that up until this moment, he had been thinking about how the guy had managed to become such close friends with the sorceress. The lady led the guests into the room where Seamus was, who at that moment was busy reading a book. Having greeted the guests, the guy immediately apologized for not greeting them properly last time, expressing gratitude for their help. The heroes asked the boy not to worry about this, as they were eager to begin healing the sick man. Saying how kind and innocent the young man was, Sky snapped her fingers, and he immediately fell asleep. Having examined the boy, the sorceress said that she could cure him, and it would take her less than half an hour. Touching Seamus, the archmage felt the alien energy that was inside him. She felt how the child's heart was entangled in a magical knot, which was why the boy was not recovering. Then the girl, using her fingers as surgical equipment, began the operation. And when she finished, the young man's entire nervous and vascular system was working in perfect order, as it should have. Sky breathed a sigh of relief and said that now the young master's mana nodes had become normal. After receiving praise from Junho, the sorceress stated that it was nice to do something kind for the first time in decades. Later, the Viscount told the guests that his son had fallen ill before he went to the Magic Academy, and he had a question about it. The man was interested in whether, in Carolyn's opinion, Seamus would still be able to become a mage once he fully recovered. Unfortunately, this was impossible. The pattern was like a web, and if it broke, it could never return to its original state. Regardless of the mana circuits that were in his body, Seamus would not be able to control it for the rest of his life, which was the fault of the demons. The player confirmed that he had taken a lot of demonic energy from the boy's body, and the Viscount apologized for his shamelessness. He didn't know if he had the right to ask for such a thing, but he wanted the players to find the demon that destroyed his son's dreams and bring him to justice. The Lord claimed that it was not the Viscount's request, but that of a father who had failed to protect his son's dreams. Seo Junho agreed to accept Basti's request that if he successfully completed the quest, he would receive 100 gold and 1,000 fame points as a reward. As a token of his gratitude, the Viscount gave him a book that he had kept for his son, which allowed him to increase the capacity of the mana circuit. The player thought that the book would be more suitable for his friend, since it was about strengthening the scheme, but Sky said that right now the book was more needed by Junho himself. The scheme would help double the warrior's strength, and the sorceress was surprised that her comrade had not even thought about it. After examining the player's magical contours, the girl revealed that they were much stronger than before, and at this level he should not lose his magical power. Sky reminded him that she had studied at the Faculty of Natural Sciences, and allowed him to explain some things to her friend from the perspective of a former engineering student. She gave the example of computers that people had used before, asking Junho if he remembered about the overclocking function. The guy remembered everything perfectly well, that, just like in the past, they had developed a booster for him together. The mage then said that if his magic circuits were a little stronger, he would be able to use a much more effective technique. The sorceress was proud that her comrade in arms had fulfilled both conditions, but she had to explain why there were two conditions. The player realized that he now had stronger mana contours, as well as a buff book, but did not understand what condition needed to be met. To overclock, you needed a cooling liquid or freezing, like Junho, which would act as a cooler, preventing it from overheating. As it turned out, it was necessary to cool not only the body, but also the magical essence, and create energy that could suppress overheating, although this was risky. Sky insisted that in any case, it was up to the player to decide, that if he carried out the necessary calculations, he would get the desired answers. The Ice Queen overheard Carolyn wanting to see the surroundings and visit the local attractions she had spoken about earlier. The guy thought that the sorceress would stay for a couple of days, but she replied that while they were talking, demons were killing people. The Archmage threw some object at the guy, who, grabbing it on the fly, asked what it could be. It was a lucky coin that was supposed to help Seo Junho avoid misfortune at least once. The mage also wanted to know how to forcibly enter the spirit realm, where, according to the player, the elemental went. The boy asked the girl to be more patient, as the spirits also deserved privacy. The sorceress promised to think about it once she had dealt with several demons, and then teleported away. The Ice Queen was surprised by the lucky coin, as she thought Sky was a mage, not a shaman. The contractor replied that Carolyn tended to overdo it, which made him a little worried about her. As soon as the girl found out that Junho had been fighting for about a year to save his friends, she could decide that it was her turn. It is quite possible that the combat girlfriend will work to the point of exhaustion, who was one of those who repaid even the smallest debt. Meanwhile, the player had to restore 150 units of each indicator for the sake of his frozen comrades. And also it was necessary to quickly raise the level and install skills in order to catch up with Sky, who did not lose her powers after awakening. Seo Junho's first step on this path would be to accelerate, since the player could not depend on the sorceress for long. When Pomo saw the pile of broken equipment, he asked the player what that black lump of dirt was in front of him. The master asked whether the warrior would really ask for this armor to be repaired, claiming that it would be easier for him to make a new one. The man explained that after such damage, even if it was repaired, it would not be as durable as before, making Junho feel uneasy. Testing it, Palmo believed that it was practically indestructible, but the equipment fell into disrepair because it saved the player's life many times. The master didn't know if he was fit to create the new armor, but Seo Junho insisted that the blacksmith be the one to forge it. The man agreed, but on one condition: since they would be creating it from scratch, he wanted to add new features and make it more advanced. The master asked the guy to bring him some mithril, which immediately made him wonder where he could find such a rare metal. And then he remembered how the demon destroyed the gates in the museum, which were made of this material. When asked how much of this material was needed, Palmo replied that the more the better, and the warrior said that he would be able to get it. The master was very surprised when he asked where the player got this material, which made him think that such a quantity might not be enough. The blacksmith claimed that this was more than enough, that he wanted to mix this material, although he originally planned to base the armor on dragon bone. Since there was so much mithril, the man decided to melt it together with the bone to create a new mixture. Noah, who came down to the master's get, said that if Junho came to this place, he should have greeted him first. The old man's eyes were immediately drawn to the precious metal, for it had been a decade since he had seen it in such quantity. It turned out that mithril was hard to find due to its rarity, and Quan immediately guessed that the boy wanted to make himself new armor. As soon as the master heard that the armor had been entrusted to his grandson, Palmo asked if his grandfather would like to help him with this matter. Quan was offended because the owner of this metal did not even ask him about it, and Junho had to do it right away. The old man claimed that if he started taking orders now, he would be busy for the next 10 years. But the player asked if there really wasn't time for him. The older master stated that if his grandson had decided to mix metals, he should have developed the design and drawing faster. Deciding to change the subject, the old man said that he learned from the news that the guy had woken up Sky Kirillin. Noah was angry that the girl didn't visited her as soon as she melted, deciding to reprimand her in the future. Placing his hand on Junho's shoulder, the master still didn't mind the archmage coming to him if a weapon or armor broke. Quan said that this time his old friend had actually done something truly big and significant. However, the warrior asked him not to praise him ahead of time because there were 3 more friends who were still in the ice. The master insisted that the player had the ability to do this. The people who supported Junho believed in him without any reason, and few people in this world are lucky enough to have something like that. There will be 3 such people if the player frees the remaining comrades who have begun to strengthen their mana contours. Once the player began to learn this technique, a large concentration of mana began to float in the air around him. The contractor's assistant, who was watching this process, was surprised when his strength increased significantly, and at some point the guy stopped meditating, allowing the Ice Queen to breathe so that she would not lose consciousness. The spirit explained that she was simply afraid to make noise and disturb the guy, wondering how his scheme was, that from 2 lanes increased to 4. The elemental said that the mana vessel had increased, but she didn't remember if her path increased, whether the consumption of the mana itself would also increase. Junho asked not to worry about it because it was not a one-time potion that he wanted to try again. The player decided to try out the booster, since with the new mana scheme, its effect should have doubled. The Ice Queen asked to be careful because the speed at which the body heated up would now be much greater. Throwing a tennis ball in front of him, the boy realized that the limit had previously been 13 mana rotations per second. However, now that he had caught the ball he had thrown, the limit had reached 7 revolutions per second. By strengthening his scheme, the player's mana for physical enhancement was doubled, which was a good result. However, this did not mean that mana consumption would also increase by the same amount, so the warrior decided to try something. He decided to change 10% of the mana in his circuit into freezing energy, causing him to instantly fall to one knee. The next moment, Seo Junho let out a loud scream, with icy energy floating in the air around him. And in a split second, the warrior flew into the wall, leaving a dent on it, the crack from which spread like a web. The assistant asked if the contractor was okay, as he had a noticeable drop in temperature due to the strong differences from simple body cooling. The elemental said that if 10% of mana was not enough, she suggested increasing it by 5 units, and then adding 1%. Junho thought it was okay to increase the amount by 5%, but the spirit didn't allow her energy to be used carelessly. The girl reminded that if the ice energy takes over, the player will never be able to use mana, and promised to be careful with the increase. Since the warrior was used to this process, he allowed his assistant to edit the video, who was already preparing to leave. But looking at the out-of-breath contractor, she asked him to call her if anything happened so that she could help him. The warrior took some time to recover after he tried replacing mana with freezing energy. The player understood that acceleration was a race against time, in which he had to be careful not to harm his body. Seo Junho kept telling himself that he had every opportunity to do this. At this time, stretching from the monotony of working in one position, the Ice Queen finished editing the video. She was surprised that only 5 days had passed since the guy started training, and she wanted to bring him good news. However, when the elemental looked into the training room, she discovered how hot and stuffy it was, as if she had entered a sauna. The girl was very scared when she finally managed to make out in the fog that was hanging in the room the contractor lying on the floor. When the queen cooled the room again, she brought Seo Junho back to his senses, and he agreed that it was much more difficult than he thought. The assistant decided to please the player in this case and tell him 2 pieces of good news. The first news was an edited video, upon completion of which the guy congratulated and thanked the spirit. The second piece of news was that the queen had used up all of the player's points, but for some reason she was very happy about it. The player wanted to clarify whether she really spent more than 4,000 points to make one video, and even if it was better than the previous one, it was too much. But the girl immediately declared that if the video did not earn 10 times more than she spent on it, then she would never do it again. The guy didn't understand what industry the elemental wanted to join, but she asked him to watch the video first before scolding her. The warrior was outraged that the video was half an hour long, but the queen insisted that the guy didn't understand anything about it. The girl insisted that such videos work better in this industry, and Junho had no choice but to watch it. Meanwhile, while the contractor was watching the edited video, the spirit whiled away the time watching TV series. And when the player finally finished watching, he called the Ice Queen to him, tearing her away from his viewing. The guy asked her to honestly admit whether the girl had been watching films all this time while she was supposed to be editing. Elemental was very upset, claiming that she spent a lot of time editing, which Junho did not believe. The warrior said that the girl was so good at editing that he completely lost track of time, which surprised her. The guy thought that with this video he would get not even 10 but 20 times more player points than he spent. Jubilant deep inside, the girl agreed with a smirk, insisting that she was a genius at this. True, there was one moment that confused Seo Junho, namely the title of the video, which sounded like Salmon in the Mountains. He did not deny the spirit's talent in editing, but her titles were terrible, although the elemental asked not to judge her harshly for her first work. The next day, the assistant could not come to her senses and was very nervous, especially when she was left alone at home. The contractor asked her to just check it out if she was so interested, but the queen wanted to watch it with the player upon her return. The girl insisted that she had to be #1 in the world in creating videos. The player noted that the Ice Queen had great ambitions, which in turn insisted that she had to be the best.